Good Thursday morning, everybody. John and Lance, along with Dell, for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5. The most amazing thing to me this morning, the Rockets are in third place. The Rockets are in a tie for third in the West at 40-25. They are now 8 games behind the Spurs. They're not getting up to the second spot where they were last year. 8 games behind the Spurs, 10.5 behind Oklahoma City. And it feels like that's about the difference between those two teams and the rest of the league. But the Rockets are just 2 games out of the play-in, the 7th spot. But as is everybody, the Rockets are tied with the Lakers at 40-25. The Nuggets are a half game back, along with the Nuggets and T-Wolves, both a half game back. Those teams are all clustered. If you watch last night's game, it doesn't feel like the Rockets should be a half a game ahead of the Nuggets in any universe, because the two teams are worlds apart. Worlds apart. The Rockets have just not been a good man is Ime catching it now. Ime is really, really catching it. And you know what? Right, I think rightfully so. There is a Turkish basketball expert, and obviously he's Turkish, so he has Alpe's back. But he says Alpe's had basically 4 good games this whole season. But the Rockets are one of 3 teams that really have no idea they have zero idea what they're doing offensively. It's the Rockets, Orlando, and Sacramento. They don't have any idea how to start an offense. And I don't know if it's all – who was it said last week, said, you know what, Fred VanVleet needs to – oh, it was Robert Flores. He said Fred VanVleet needs to ask for $7 billion because obviously he is the difference, a huge difference maker for this basketball team. And, you know, and I don't know if it's all Fred VanVleet, but I know that this team is that was about as bad. We're saying this. I mean, we're getting hyperbolic over every loss, but you know what? They seem to be setting a new standard for themselves every time they play a good team. They suck worse and worse and worse. And last night was the worst.
It fell apart in the I didn't fall apart, but it started to fall apart a little bit late in the second quarter. And then
the third was just ridiculous.
No, I mean, yeah, I know, but it started late in the second. They started losing. And then Braun hit a 3-pointer from distance way at the end to kind of extend the lead a little bit. And then the third was a beating from Jump Street, and it was over. I mean, the first 4 minutes of the third quarter of the game was over. It was unbelievable. 5 minutes defensively, they just fell apart in the third. And then and that was that. And that was that.
Well, they're taking a book out of San Antonio. Just keep, going at Alpe. Just keep going at him. Just keep going. Listen, offensively, I mean, Kevin Durant had 8 shots last night. You know, there was a Spur who you saw the quotes, didn't you? Did you see the quotes?
What do you mean?
The quotes.
Oh, yeah, about going after Alpe?
No.
Which one?
Kevin Durant said, dude, why y'all triple teaming me? And why are you guys triple teaming me? Keldon said, you're the 6th leading scorer in NBA history. That's why we're triple teaming you. And an anonymous Spurs said, it's not because you're good. It's because the rest of your team sucks. And you know what?
That hurts.
Let everybody else. And last night was the same. He got 8 shots off. 8. I mean, it's all you got to do. Stop Kevin Durant. How many times is Amen Thompson left wide open at the top of the key with the ball? How many times does he have to they just sag off? Okay, Amen, well, you ain't doing nothing with it. Go ahead, put it up.
You know, and it's funny. The starters, I mean, they were actually getting makes. The starters were actually getting makes. They were shooting over 50% in the second. I think at the end of the half, they were at over 50%. You look at the starters, Durant was 5 of 8, Jabari 5 of 10, Tari Eason 4 of 9, which is like a miraculous number for him. Alperin was 5 of 8. Amen was 8 of 14. That's well over 50% for those guys. Now, they also played. I mean, they didn't really play much in the second half because back-to-back, the game was lost. There's no reason to just play them minutes. The bench was objectively terrible, but the game was over. I mean, Reed Shepard didn't shoot the ball well. He was 4-12. Aaron Holiday came in and
back-to-back. He didn't shoot the ball well.
Yeah, 1 of 9 from 3. Again, just his threes are every once in a while he'll have a big splash game and you kind of forget the other stuff. Right. But from a consistency basis, it's really been a problem for a while. He's just not been a consistent three-point shooter. Aaron Holiday came in and chunked up a bunch of stuff. But, I mean, the game was over, so it's really irrelevant. But so it looks like they didn't shoot well, but they actually shot okay yesterday from the field. I mean, relatively speaking, until it was garbage time. It says 43% from the field, but they were over 50% in the first half, and they just weren't defending. It got worse and worse. They gave up 76 points in the second half. They gave 40 in the third. I mean, 76 points. Once again, fourth quarter was a throwaway, but the third wasn't a throwaway. That's where the game was lost in the third quarter, and they gave up 40 points. They got outscored by 18 in that quarter. Once again, Alperin gets badly outplayed by Jokic, and he should get outplayed by Jokic, but not this badly. And Alpe only played 24 minutes, but when he played, he had a total of three assists, 2 rebounds. 10 points. Jokic with another triple-double, 16 points, but he had 12 rebounds, 13 points, and that was in 30 minutes of play. They were able to put him on the bench too. It was just a beating. The Rockets still have, I believe they're still in the 3 seed.
They're tied for the 3. I just said it.
Yeah, so, but it's very close. Have you seen, it's not far from being a 6 seed.
They're not far from, they're a half game from being a 6 seed, and they're 2 games from being in the play-in.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's objectively possible.
Yes.
That they end up in a play-in situation.
And you do not want 6 seed would be okay because then you'll get the 3, whoever that is, and then you'll get San Antonio instead of Oklahoma City. The 5 seed would be
I don't love
tougher.
Any seed right now. I think you got your hands full any seed you're in, the way you're playing.
I don't know that it does. I don't know that any of it matters if you want to know.
I don't either. I mean, just plug it in and see how you do.
That's all you have to do is stop Kevin Durant and this team, and it's over. It's over.
It did not used to be like that.
Yeah, right. It's it is. As somebody said yesterday, if Alperin, you said it, Alperin, your second best player, and whatever number of shots or whatever you were talking about, and somebody on Twitter said, if he's your second best player, you ain't winning nothing.
But he is your second best player, and it wasn't even considered a bad thing starting the year.
Not well, no.
But let me tell you what's happened with him. Kind of some C.J. Stroud stuff has happened where you look at what he did in 23, 23-24. If you look at those numbers, and then you look at what he's doing now, it's not like he's bad, but he has not progressed at all. There has been no progression. And in some ways, there's been a regression when it comes to his efficiency from the field. Although, I thought Alpe was actually yesterday played fairly well. I didn't think he played poorly offensively. The numbers don't look great, but they just had a bunch of turnovers there at the end of the second quarter that sent them on a downward spiral. But Alperin is your second best player. Amen has not stepped up to take over that mantle just yet. And if and when he does, Alperin should not be the third best player on a team. He should be the second best or first best player on a team. And so you should say, well, that's good. The Rockets are, but Amen hasn't taken that step forward this year. Not really. I mean, not consistently. He doesn't dominate games. No. Amen Thompson doesn't have that dominant presence in games that we were expecting. So it's been, it started off well, and we can talk about the loss of Steven Adams, but that's really an excuse. I mean, it's true, it's happening, but it shouldn't happen. This team with Amen Thompson, the great Alperin Şengün, the 2-time All-Star, Jabari Smith, Kevin Durant, future Hall of Famer, great scorer, blah, 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 all that stuff. It doesn't make sense that they should be this inconsistent. And it really doesn't make sense that an Ime Udoka team should be this inconsistent defensively. They've been better lately. They had a really bad stretch. Yesterday was not good. They have been better lately defensively, but the inconsistencies of this team are just really – it feels like – honestly, it just feels like they're playing out the season. I don't – there's no momentum to this team at all right now.
They have zero confidence in, and listen, it was a back-to-back in Denver, which is yesterday we talked about it during the show.
Yeah, it was going to be tough.
It should have been an 8 or 9 point Denver. They should have been favored by 8 or 9, not 6. I was back-to-back in Denver after a tough game the night before against Toronto, which they didn't pull away until late. The Rockets had zero chance last night. But that and listen, Kevin Durant said it ain't no reason for blah 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 blah. Listen, okay, there's a lot of stuff to do here. We've got Durant sound that we're going to have to get to. We've got Big Perk. He gives Alpy a new nickname. It's not the overweight tortoise. It's not the overweight tortoise, but it's not flattering. I can tell you that.
You remember when he was one of the big, do you remember it really was 23 and 24 when Alfred Şengün when Barkley and Perkins and, Kenny and all those guys who talk about basketball on a regular basis, Alfred was kind of the toast of the Rockets. He was one of the toasts of the NBA. He was a come-up player.
No.
And it's kind of changed for him now. The outlook on Alfred Şengün, he's not a bad player, but he hasn't reached, he hasn't stair-stepped the last 2 seasons into a new zip code of where he is. I
just saw a tweet that put up a lot of Alpy's numbers recently, the last 5 games or whatever, and then the headline was, how was he an all-star? And
based on his last 5 games, he wasn't an all-star. He was a fill-in.
Yeah, he was a fill-in.
Yeah.
He and Ime are taking the brunt of this thing, and I don't think there's any question about that. The two of them are squarely in the sights of the fan base, of the media, of the critics of NBA. Squarely. Yeah, when you look at, they went last night. Was it last night that they went through? Oh, it was Big Perk. You'll hear from Big Perk in a minute. Big Perk, the San Antonio game, he just put up his defensive highlights, and it was like, oh my gosh, this is awful. This is just awful.
I didn't say that, Turkey. I think Alfie's playing great, Turkey.
Well,
if you say anything,
even Turkey, no, I've got sound from a Turkish NBA expert.
Well, then that guy's going to get crushed.
And he says he ain't playing good.
Well, it's not from Turkey. It's not from Turkish Twitter.
It's not Turkish
Twitter knows that he's playing great.
Well,
and the only reason he doesn't play great is because of Ime Udoka.
For something instead of just fearing
Turkish
for your life.
Twitter will tell you that Ime Udoka is ruining Alpy.
We would have never, ever, ever thrown all that tea into the harbor if you were running the show back then. You ain't risking nothing, okay, to tell the truth.
We've already done it with Turkey.
To get things done.
We've already done it with Turkey once, and we're not doing it again.
Okay? We'd still be under English rule if you were around in 1776, okay? Take a stand.
Who's we?
America.
Who's we?
America,
my people
all the
came
Italian
out,
Americans.
I had at least a couple of English.
Americans.
Yeah, you guys would have been. Guys would have been stuck in Calabria or wherever.
Listen,
you wouldn't have been able to come to our
Italian
country.
Americans that put you and your people into the WBC elimination round. That's who. Okay, I took a stand. I was for America. Thank you, Italy. Thank you for getting us there.
Thank you, Italy.
Yeah.
What does Italy have to do with America?
We just got you into the elimination round. That's what we did.
Well, you're just talking about that.
Yeah, that's right. It's the most important thing. Maybe
I'll be honest. I was more interested
It's
in
the
hockey.
Revolutionary War.
I was more interested in hockey than the World Baseball Classic, if
Okay.
I'm being honest.
Revolutionary War, the Cold War, and Italy getting us into the elimination
World
round.
Baseball Classic, yawn.
Okay, stop.
Don't care. Not
It's the
from an
most
American
important thing in the
standpoint.
world right
It's
now.
interesting. Is it? There's some big stuff going on.
Yeah. Thank you, Italy. Let's just say thank you and go on your way. That's what I wish you would do. And
I wish there were good players were playing. I mean,
Well,
there are some good players. I mean, Aaron
they're
Judge is playing.
every one of their starters is American-born.
Oh, the American players.
The American. The American.
It is a. Oh, the Italian American. Wait, you're talking about Team Italy or Team America?
Team
right now?
Italy.
Okay.
Team Italy.
Yeah,
It's all
that's why
American-born
I know. That's
players.
why I don't even care about that. You're not Italian.
Well,
you beat it.
Listen.
You're American players. We have to sub out players for every other country except the Latin American countries. Obviously, they're the ones who made us a world. They're the ones who got us a World Series. So
Yeah, they did. Yes, they did, and they'll do it again this year.
big ups to Latin American countries.
Speaking of which, did you see? Oh, we got a lot to talk about, a lot to do here on ESPN 97.5. Right now, we're talking about HRP. I'm excited about HRP. I'm excited because if you listen to this radio station, you hear all of the different people, all of the different business owners come into our studio and cut a spot for HRP. They don't have to do that. I don't hear, you know who I hear speaking for other companies? I hear celebrities and Jim Nance and all of these people who get paid to speak for all of these admin companies. Well, these people aren't getting paid to speak for HRP. They're doing it because they believe in HRP. They come into our studio and they tell you what HRP does for their business, and they ain't BSing you. And they're out of their own free will. They walk in and they say, "This is how much. This is what HRP does for me, and what HRP can do for your business." Okay, it's different, people. You may have an admin company. That admin company may be taking you for a ride. Okay. It may be. There's a reason that they put their name on golf tournaments and have all these huge offices because they make a lot of money. And where's that money coming from? Well, HRP, they're going to be a partner with you. Make sure that you do as well as you possibly can. They don't sell benefits packages. They sell HR and payroll, and they do your taxes for you, and they do it great every single time. Why don't you check to see what HRP can do for you? 281-880-6525 or hrp.net.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
Welcome back on ESPN 97.5, 713-780-3776, 713-780-3776 is the number you want to get in here with us. So Italy beat Mexico, and it put the U.S. into the elimination round. Vinny Pasquantino, 3 homers.
Did they win by a certain amount?
Didn't matter. They just had to beat Mexico.
Okay, I thought they had to win. I thought the score needed to be 7-3.
As long as Mexico lost, that means 2 losses. Hey, Mark DeRosa, that's all they had to do was win. Okay?
We punched our ticket. I watched more of that video, all the video stuff, where it was even worse than you guys made it sound. It was even worse. I mean, Mark DeRosa literally didn't know anything.
He didn't know
at all.
Well,
we already punched our ticket, so it doesn't matter. We can pretty much do whatever we want. I'll just throw a bunch of slappies out there. Paul Goldschmidt barely can play. I'll just throw him out there. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Excuse me. You're not in yet.
Well, they're in now because guess what? Italy is pretty. They better not. They threw a prospect at Italy.
Stop saying Italy's good. It's American teams.
It's Italian Americans fighting for their country. Okay.
What country? Either you're with this country or
the
you're
old
not.
Country.
Who are you going to be for with
the
Italy?
Old country.
When we bomb Italy next, who are you going to be for?
Me, I'm rooting for either. I win either
When
way.
we bomb
Boom.
Calabria, who are you going to be for? Are you going to be American or are you going to be Italian? Which one? Pick a side.
And if Japan wins, I win there too. Okay?
How?
Okay? Because male golfer, female golfer, food.
No,
I'm part
axis
the
of evil.
Part
Axis
of
of
the
evil.
Community.
That's why.
That's right. I said it.
So hold on.
I'm part of the community.
John's
You need to
adopting
stop.
Italy and Japan.
He doesn't get Japan.
You get Japan.
I get Japan.
And Germany.
Yeah.
Is there another
I have to
access power?
It's really Austria.
Is there one more?
It's really Austria.
There's one more access
not
power you guys
Germany.
haven't represented, right?
It is like World War III. Germany didn't advance, did they? Does anyone know who the 4th team is?
It's only the 3. You guys have it all encompassed. The access powers. Congratulations.
Well, he's got Germany. Where's Germany?
Yeah, and he will.
Are they
He says
there?
he's got Japan too.
I have Japan, yeah. Yeah, I do have 2 of the 3.
No one even knows who else is in it.
I do have 2
Japan's
of the 3.
advanced,
Israel, Italy. I think the Netherlands, Nicaragua, because I know Dusty was managing that team. Very proud of Dusty.
Nice job, Dusty.
Wait, Dusty's managing who?
Nicaragua.
Is he really? That's where I'm supposed to play
curling.
I'm supposed to do
yes.
curling.
Yes, that's where you're supposed to.
Maybe I get a ride with Dusty out there.
Why? Because he's
I'll
the
just hitch a
baseball
ride
manager?
with him. Yeah.
I don't think so.
Are you headed to Nicaragua, Dusty? Can you give me
The
a
coin
ride?
has spoken.
The coin has spoken.
Coin Boys. Still one of the most objectively funny things I've ever heard. Where kids in high school, or we weren't even in high school, they're in middle school, flipping a coin, deciding if it was heads, they'd do what the teacher said. If it was tails, they wouldn't. And the teacher told that story.
So Vinny Pasquantino, who is their captain, basically he helped put the team together, got all the Italian Americans around Major League Baseball, which are a lot of guys who are just trying to make a team. Here is Vinny after 3 home runs last night at Daikin.
That was unbelievable, huh? You're welcome, USA. We were thinking of you guys over at your hotel. We were thinking of you guys, so I'm glad you guys could join us in the party.
So when you get back to your phone, Vinny, what's that text message going to say from Bobby Witt Jr.?
I'm hoping he's got a room key for me at his hotel. That's what I'm hoping for.
Why, are you and Bobby going to party together?
Yeah.
This
Apparently
isn't
not.
DTF St. Louis. Stop.
I think he just thinks Bobby owes him a hotel room.
Oh, okay.
Did you guys, speaking of party, did you guys see, I guess it just came out yesterday, that the Patriots, after winning the AFC Championship game,
Yeah.
they had a huge party. Wait a minute. There was a lot of liquor and hose there.
And weed. Oh,
And-
shocker. Well, how is this a story?
Well, yeah,
I don't know why this is a story at all.
I mean, do y'all think this doesn't happen in professional sports circles? That guys, that they go take over a club or a party as a private event, and there's some strippers and
body cam footage
weed.
showed
Now, there was a lot of
there were a lot
money.
of hose there.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
I saw this. I was like, is this?
What?
Do y'all not know how the sausage is made at all?
And the
Yeah.
and the sky's blue.
Right,
And,
exactly.
right, there was alcohol.
There was
and
there were strippers and alcohol and weed and money on the ground. Like, yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, it's a bunch of rich guys.
NBA been doing that. Yeah, this is what are we doing here?
Rich,
the police
young
are here.
athletes. Huh.
Yeah.
Wonder what they were doing after they won the AFC championship. Huh.
The story would have been if the losing team had done it.
Yeah.
If the Broncos had been partying like that, that's the story.
Yeah, that would have been a story. And you would have been, oh, well, all right. I mean, James Harden.
No,
couldn't
it
wait
would
to
have
get
been.
out
You're
to
not
get to the white
serious.
party.
Yeah, but he took heat for that.
Yeah.
It would have been like, you're not serious about football if you got strippers in. Now it's like, you're not serious about the Super Bowl. You got strippers in. Like, guys, this
What,
is
2 weeks before the game?
this is not a story.
Can't get over a hooker?
This is not a story.
I don't think they called them hookers, just strippers, right?
I don't believe
Yeah, they call them strippers.
hookers was the term they used.
Or hoes.
Did anybody say
As
that?
one of you said hoes.
Not one of you, John. Not one
Yeah.
of you.
They're just strippers.
Let's not, don't be confused
Don't
about
be
who
doing
said
that.
what.
I literally drove by two active strip clubs. Literally, people leaving them on my way to the show this morning.
I thought that industry was dead. You told us yesterday.
It's not big for the party set in the 20s and 30s. It's not that anymore. And these are all night. These are different clubs.
No.
Yucky.
Yucky ones?
Yeah, kind of yucky.
That's all right. They're still
It's-
letting people
I mean,
out at
you can
6
go
in the
there if you
morning.
want. I just no thanks.
Well,
One of them used to be called Legends. It's not anymore. I don't know what it is. It's just painted all pink, and there's just there's people parked in the street waiting to pick up their girls, workers, whatever they're picking up. It's weird. It's super weird.
okay, so the U.S. is going to play Canada or something, and then gets Japan or somebody, or England, I think that might be.
Get
I
back
don't
to
know.
the Rockets.
No one knows who's
Get back to
playing.
the Rockets. And we don't even have our best players there.
Yeah, I
Hunter
don't-
Brown's not there, then it doesn't count.
Oh, the U.S. is playing. Let's go. Playing in Houston again. Miami and Houston. Let's go. Anyway, the World Baseball Classic doesn't get any bigger. 713-780-3776 is the number. When we get back, see if you agree with Big Perk or not. We'll
Okay.
see if you agree.
It's usually the answer. I mean, sight unseen, I'll say no. Without hearing anything, I'm going to say I disagree with Perk. But we'll see. Maybe this is going to be a first.
But there is a chance.
There is a chance I could agree with them. Yeah,
All right, we'll see.
we'll see.
I disagree with property taxes, especially in the city of Houston. I fought
We all do. I've used
every-
Ownwell, and they won for me
everybody.
last year,
And
Johnny.
Ownwell won.
They
you
won for me.
They won you money. And I wish I was there fighting my property taxes again, and I would use Ownwell. They make money, saving money on property taxes easy, year after year. And it's not even arguable who's the best at this. Ownwell delivered as much as 2 times more savings into homeowners' pockets than traditional firms net of fees last year in many Texas counties. Harris County, they delivered an average net savings of 21 to 51% higher than their competitors. In Montgomery County, for houses $250,000 to $500,000 range, Ownwell achieved a 94% success rate and $349 per successful protest. They doubled your money in Brazoria County with homes $500,000 to $750,000 range, more than 2 times what they saved by using other firms. And for Brazoria County homeowners with home values under $250,000, Ownwell achieved an 83% success rate. New customers can expect to save on average $774 a year by signing up at Ownwell, Ownwell.com. They have an 88% success rate. That means the government is wrong 88% of the time. Are you kidding me? Don't wait. The deadline to protest is May 15th for most counties. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes at Ownwell.com. That's Ownwell.com. Let them know I sent you when you complete your sign up at Ownwell.com.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
So, amidst all the other stuff, we'll get to Big Perk in just a second. Looks like Iran, well, they put out a statement, but FIFA has not said anything yet, but they said certainly they cannot participate in the 2026 World Cup, which the United States will co-host. Given that this corrupt U.S. regime has assassinated our leader, under no circumstances do we have the conditions to participate in the World Cup. Our players do not have security, and fundamentally the conditions for participation do not exist.
It's a tough sell. Hey, we're going to participate in this tournament while we're at war with the country.
No, that's never going to. Would the U.S., if this were in Iran, would the U.S. be sending their team there?
No,
Hell
they're
no.
not sending anybody over there. No way.
Yeah.
Since it hasn't been that a team that is that has secured a place, they've already got their lineup. They were supposed to play here in L.A. They've already got their schedule. This is the first time since 1950.
Stepping in is going to be
already secured a place.
They're going to be out, and they have to find a replacement. And I'm guessing it's going to be either Shador or Alprin.
Shador's not a soccer player.
Well, I'm saying,
or a team.
Well, what about Alprin?
He's not a team. He's not a national team.
But they step in. But they step in when people go out.
Only for your
All-Star games.
Only for your dumb sport, the Pro Bowl.
For All-Star games, no. Alprin stepped in NBA.
This isn't an All-Star game.
Yeah.
Well, it is.
Well,
it is an All-Star game for soccer.
No, it's not.
Yeah, I think Shador should be. Shador seems to be.
He's not. He's one person, not 23 of them.
It doesn't matter.
It does. You have to field a team.
I'm going to ask Josina Anderson. I'm going to see what Josina Anderson
It'll
says.
be made up of all ESPN announcers.
No, it has to be a country.
Oh.
They all have to represent a country, not the U.S.
Well, there's still qualifying going on, so one of the teams that loses can come.
Or they could just pull the team that finished behind Iran in their qualification group and grab them.
Yep. I mean, there is recourse. That's a shame. 713-780-37. It's a shame for those players. 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here. So after the game last night, Big Perk has been a big critic of this Rockets team, and I'm not sure that he is. I mean, I'm not sure that he isn't right about a lot of it, and one of it is, offensively. But he attacked Alpy last night. Here is Big Perk talking about. He gave Alpy a new nickname. Here it is.
First thing that comes to mind for me is the big man. And I know Alfred Şengün, he don't like the nickname Baby Jokic, so I gave him one.
A new one?
Zero interest.
Okay.
Because he has zero interest in playing defense. Have y'all seen him lately? I mean, offensively, he's talented as hell. But when you go back and look at this Spurs video, this is not a guy that is fired up about defending at no kind of level. Look at his body language, the flopping, right? Not being able to hold his own, not being able to be engaged. Here goes another action right here, not denying the ball. He's in the middle of nowhere. Coaches hate this position. The KD is doing all the work. Is no force whatsoever. He doesn't get up on the screen. And at least give me something right here. Give me a clapping of the hands, hitting the floor. Show that you want to play some type of defense. And guess what? Dylan Harper said we ran the same play 15 straight times attacking Alfred Şengün. And right here, he ducks and get out the way. So I'm not picking on him. But even though
I think you are.
No, I'm not. I'm just, listen. Hey, listen.
The Spurs were picking on him. You were just joining the crowd.
If I see a Queen of Heart, damn it, I'm going to call it a Queen of Heart. The film don't lie. I'm not just speaking this. The film don't lie. Look at this. The worst ever in franchise history in a single game.
I don't know about all that, but zero interest doesn't sound like a good nickname.
Yeah.
He reminds me of a deal on a Chevy Silverado 2026 Turbo Max engine. Zero interest.
No class.
No class. You're like school on a Saturday. No class. Zero interest could have been on Fat Albert.
ZI.
I
don't know that he has zero interest, but I do know that everybody's attacking him.
Yeah, he is.
Rightfully so.
He is
you
a
go
detrimental.
after weaknesses.
He is a
you
detrimental
take advantage of mismatches.
You know, this is one of the things about that basketball today is ahead of basketball in the, in the 80s and 90s, since it's always brought up the generations of basketball. 80s and 90s basketball, everything was in a silo. You were a point guard, you were a shooting guard, you're a small forward, you're a power forward, or you're a center. You had certain body types for all those positions. Rarely did you see players swapped. Like Magic Johnson was such an anomaly, a 6'9" point guard. He was unguardable. You just couldn't. How do we guard this? You didn't have guys who didn't, like Charles Barkley was an anomaly, a power forward who was they listed him as 6'8" at one point. Then he went down to 6'7". Reality was he was maybe shorter than 6'6". But so he was kind of an anomaly. But you fit in nice, neat little silos as a 1, a 2, a 3, a 4, or a 5. Now it's your primary ball handler could be Luka. It could be James Harden. Your wing players or whoever. Your bigs like KAT. Cat steps out and shoots threes. Wemby 7'6", shooting threes. Bam Adebayo shot 22 threes. It was a little bit of a funky game, but. And what they do now, it used to be you didn't really attack individual players because it was an inside-out game where the ball a lot of times was fed through the post to different degrees to different degrees. Like the Celtics would go through the post with Kevin McHale and Robert Parrish back in the day. But, they also had a lot of play outside as well. Rockets went through the post with Olajuwon when he was there. David Robinson went through the post. Now – everything is designed to, and this is really how basketball has improved their efficiency is they just go, they find a way. Like if you were the weak link on Olajuwon, then the Rockets would go to Olajuwon. They're doing it anyway, but then you double team defensively. Now teams will say, if you're the weak link, we're going to come up and we're going to force a switch off on a high screen and roll, and now we're going to ISO you. Or if you're a weak defender on the screen and rolls, we're going to target you if you're a big like Alperen Sengun, or if you're Reed Shepherd, we're going to find a way to isolate you on a bigger 6'5" primary ball handler and find ways to bully you physically with size. Like they're really good right now. The NBA, a lot of teams are really good at whoever your weak link is. We will create sets to attack your weak link. Back in the day, if your 3 was a weak link, if the opposing small forward was a weak link, but your small forward was Buck Johnson or somebody not very good, then, there's just nothing we can do about it. Now they're like, oh, no, we still know how to do something with it. Trust me. We will put your guy in a blender. And that's what the Rockets get. Sometimes it's Reed. Sometimes it's Alperen Sengun. But you know who it's going to be. You know who they're going to target, and it's never going to change. I mean, and it's not like it's just started happening, but they're really getting good at it. And certain teams are really good. Alperen, this is never going to change. Alperen's always going to be a minus defender. You just hope that he can tighten it up a little bit where it's not as glaring. And if that's not going to be the case, then I guess Ime has to come up with ways to help Alperen Sengun. I mean, I guess that's what you have to do. I don't know how to do it. If I did, I'd be getting paid Ime's money. I don't know how to do it.
You should get Ime's money.
Oh, I should. I've already tried to help the Texans with Braden Smith, and they're not going to listen to me. They're probably going to stick him at right tackle. I mean, I'm giving you a guy who can block like a Pro Bowl guard, and then you can draft a young tackle to groom a right tackle behind Trent Brown, or have him compete for a spot. I'm literally telling y'all how y'all can have your best offensive line, but they don't listen. But they got a long history of great offensive line decisions, so I'm not going to worry about it.
Well, but, I mean, there's other media members that are telling you how stupid you are, so.
I know. I'm effing stupid.
Yeah. No, I saw your tweet about.
Yeah. I don't care if you disagree.
Member.
Just be careful, as Jose Lehman once said.
Yeah, but
be careful.
I saw the response. You were responding to someone who heard something, but was that person?
Yeah, they all heard it.
Was that media member directing anything at you, or just had his own opinion?
No, it was at me.
Really? You think so?
Yeah, because it originated from me. How can it not be from me?
I don't know. Maybe he
just. There's nobody else originated. Most people
saying it too.
But
why do you think it's a direct attack at you?
Because I'm the one who started it. How is anyone else going to know that he's a guard? Let me ask you that, John. How does anyone else know it?
Maybe he just didn't want him to move. Well,
he was a full-time tackle.
People can look at what he did before. It's out there.
They're not. How many people go back to? It's out there when he played at Auburn.
Yeah,
I know that, but most people didn't do draft work in 2018.
Most people's job isn't to cover the Texans.
Yeah, that's what I'm.
That gentleman's job is to cover the Texans.
I cover the Texans and I cover the draft. So I've watched the Colts a lot. So I'm well aware of everything inside this little bubble.
Think
you're the only one?
No, I think I'm the one where it started. I know I'm the one where the guard stuff started.
But perhaps
because that would be the right move. The smart move would be to play him at guard.
That's
because
fine.
I also know how the draft board shakes out this year. Now it so happens that Pregnon, Besantis, there's a couple of guards you could get, but everyone wants the whole thing to be taken care of before the draft. Your offensive line apparently has to all be in place completely before the draft even starts.
But perhaps this guy thought he'd rather have Smith at tackle than Trent Brown.
A lot of people would rather have that.
That's all. That has not. It may not have anything
I don't want
to
to
do
hear
with
about
you.
32-inch arms. He's got shorter arms than Will Campbell. I don't want to hear about short arms at tackle anymore.
I'm talking specific.
I don't want to hear about it.
I'm not talking about the general what the Texans are going to do, but you had a response to simply a random on Twitter who said, "Well, this guy thinks this way."
He never said, "I didn't hear you say that either," did he?
I don't know.
No,
I didn't follow it after. I just saw you respond
and I know he follows me, and I know that I had well over. I had over 150,000 views, so yeah, it probably came from me.
I don't
People
know that.
retweeted it at over 100 retweets. Yeah, it probably came from me.
Well, if it's stupid, then it's stupid. I don't know where it came from.
Did
It's
he
not
say,
stupid.
He
What's
never
stupid
said Lance
is doing the
Zierlein
same
was
stupid stuff. No, but
he just didn't like the idea.
it's a sub.
You think you got sub? Do you have beef with this gentleman?
No, I didn't.
Until you brought it on.
Yeah,
So I
no,
didn't.
you're the one that started this.
No, I wasn't called effing stupid.
I don't know that he called you that.
Not by name.
You're allowing someone
Yeah,
by
you
name.
said
who heard something to.
Yeah.
I know.
Oh, you heard it yourself.
What's that? No, somebody else told me he said it.
Well,
At the end of
that
his-
was a tweet. He was
said
saying
it
how
at the end of
stupid
his-
it is
at
to
the
put
end
him
of
at
a-
guard.
Out of his podcast.
At the end
and
of
he
a
was
live
pissed
thing.
off about it, and then you attacked him.
Yeah, he said, and to say that is effing stupid. Well, I'm saying it.
Well,
Wow.
well,
I
maybe
guess
he
I'm
knows
effing
more
stupid.
about line play than you
He
do.
does. He does. He knows more about the draft. He knows more about line play. He knows more about everything. What do I know? I'm just some guy sitting here
we
watching the
go.
Texans dominate on the offensive line. I don't know anything.
Yeah.
I mean, why would you not pay 3 different tackles at the same position? I would. I'd pay as many as – I'd draft another tackle. So you have 3 guys you're paying at right tackle. That's what I'd do. What I wouldn't do – because, see, the right tackle position doesn't have as much impact on the run game as a guard position does, either left guard or right guard. Running games are grown from guard to guard. That's where they're grown. If there's leakage there, run plays break down. If you're good guard, center, guard, there's a lot of running you can do. You could have a great blocking tackle with great run blocking tackle with 32-inch arms. In the draft, we automatically move them to guard. It's not even a thought. Spencer Fano, hardly anyone's even looking at him as tackle anymore. It's almost automatic that you drop those guys down to guard. Will Campbell got the brakes beat off of him, and everyone's talking about, I don't know. In my write-up, I talk about he's got a chance to be a really good guard because he's a good drive blocker. I think, and having short arms is a problem. Now, I know that, and I know this is inconvenient. My dad was an NFL offensive line coach. I learned a lot of offensive line from a guy who coached those players and coached against players with longer arms. So what do I know? But I'm just telling you right now, I'm going to do this one last time. If you want my opinion, Texans, which you don't, you're going to keep doing your own thing. I would play Braden Smith at guard. Now, I also might keep it quiet right now, what I'm going to do. And I know Aaron Wilson said, and I trust Aaron. Aaron Wilson knows Michael Parrott. I called Michael Parrott Braden Smith's agent, and I was going to talk to him, but he didn't answer because he's in the middle of free agency. But Braden Smith was not told anything about tackle. Was not told anything about guard when he was interviewed. And that's fine. Doesn't mean he's not going to play some guard potentially, because what Adam Schefter had, who got his information from the Texans, was Braden Smith, right tackle, who can also play guard. Adam Schefter, when he posted the Texans were signing, said, who can also play guard. The guy hasn't played guard since college. The Colts drafted him. Now, I know this because the Colts told me they drafted him as a guard. They played him a tackle as an emergency, and they left him out there because they needed tackle, and they said, he's good enough. We'll leave him out there. And then they paid him. I also know from watching him, he struggled with speed and with length. It's just what happened. It's what happened. He did an admirable job, but they also were a team that mashed in the running game. They mashed. If you play him at guard with Ed Ingram, who is a plus run blocker, at least was last year, and then you draft a center, because I don't think Jake Andrews is going to be your guy.
Well, did you see the latest is that he basically played – Nick Caserio said he got hurt in that Rams game, and he basically played the whole season on one leg.
He's not big, though, either.
And before he got hurt in that Rams game, he had zero pressure. So maybe you're looking at a different tape.
And can you?
No, I was looking at the same tape. That Rams game? When was that Rams game?
First game of the year.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
He got hurt there.
He got hurt.
You mentioned Aaron
Playing
Wilson.
one leg.
Where did he come from? Where did they get him from, by the way?
New England.
Oh, that's right.
Did you talk to Aaron Wilson? You mentioned him about.
I didn't talk to him. I just saw he talked about.
Okay.
Before we go, Dixon.
He had an interview with him.
Dixon?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. By the way, yeah, he went viral. Aaron went viral.
Yeah. I was wondering if
I felt bad for him.
If you thought you could pair Braden Smith with the Dixon from LSU and put together.
Apparently he's a tackle.
Yeah, Braden Smith at guard. Dixon at
just to wrap this up, I will say you can play Braden Smith the right tackle. You can also bump him down inside the guard. The Texans can do both, and that's okay. That's okay that you have dual. I think the best position would
Dumbest
be
thing I ever
Ursary left tackle. Ingram, I would put Ingram at left guard, and I would put the bigger run blocker at right guard because that's how you like to do it right-handed. That's what I heard, but what do I know about linebacker?
Not dumbest thing you've ever heard.
Well, all I know
stupid
is
what you
heard
heard.
Stupid.
Have you heard of Green Street?
I have, and it's because when our hometown basketball team plays on Fridays or Saturdays, and they happen to have a weekend game coming up, if you're going, Tom's Watch Bar wants you to come down, and Tom's Watch Bar says, we're going to start 2 hours early. We start with a DJ. So we're gonna have music on. We're gonna have themed cocktails. We're gonna have team giveaway, team swag giveaway. We are going to have different famous people are going to be in attendance, and special guests are going to be in attendance as well. So that's cool. You get a pregame before you go to the big game there, or before you're going to watch the game, be part of the party, and you can watch the game at Tom's Watch Bar because there's 65 TVs there. And then did you know you get a park at Green Street? You park at Green Street, and you are going to get it validated from Tom's Watch Bar. So you got free parking as well. Go to the game, enjoy yourself, then come back and post-game over at, hopefully with the win, post-game at Tom's Watch Bar. It's a great opportunity. It's a Red Nation rally. And for more information, you can go to tomswatchbar.com/Red Nation rallies. And you can find out for yourself. You can look at the schedule and find out when all the parties are. But it's going to be, I'm just telling you, every Friday and Saturday home game, that's what's going on for you. So turn your weekend into a fun time before the game, potentially during the game if you watch it there, and after the game, and get free parking at Green Street with Tom's Watch Bar.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
I had to tell you real quick. I went to an all-you-can-eat sushi place yesterday. It's pretty good. It's a new one here off Westheimer. And AYCE is what they call them. And I was all excited. I'm like, watch this. I'm going to go in, and they're going to say, "Ashamase," or whatever they say whenever it means welcome in. And I'm going to hit them with some Japanese. And I walked in, nothing. And I was like ready to hit him with "Arigato gozaimasu," nothing. And one of the owners came by. She said, "Oh, how was all the food?" I said, "Fine. Are you Japanese by chance?" She goes, "No, Chinese." Like, what?
Wait a minute.
I can't even. I got all my Japanese. I wouldn't say all of it, but I got some Japanese loaded. Mainly just one thing loaded up in the chamber. Because as soon as I go, like now I got to go find another sushi. I'm going to go to another sushi place where I know they're going to yell, "Ashamase!" or whatever when you come in. I'm going to say, "Arigato gozaimasu." And they're going to be like, "Oh my God, one of us."
No, you've seen those videos where the guy is in one of the Asian countries and is perfect. His dialect, his
the guy who knows every dialect of Chinese, and not just that, he learns languages in like a week.
Yeah,
that guy's crazy.
You're trying to be that guy, but you're not going to get that here.
No, because they'll keep talking to him in Mandarin, and they're like, "Your Mandarin's better than mine."
You have one sentence you can utter.
Yeah, it just means thank you very much.
Yeah.
But I can also say konnichiwa.
And after that, they're going to be extremely disappointed in you.
And I'm just going to say hi. Or I'll say iie, which means no. Or I also can say genki, which means how are you doing? I can say that.
So you can't have a conversation.
I wouldn't. No. Not yet. Not yet.
Not yet. Because it hasn't really been a week that he's been studying yet.
Not yet. Not yet. Not at this point.
You foresee a time where it'll be the case?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I just have to get through this draft season.
No, as soon as this is over, then it's all done.
You'll move on to something else.
Yeah. Odds are I will.
This Japan thing will be out of your system in about a couple
chance
weeks.
It's a phase. I
stop.
actually got sleep last night with just melatonin and not having to. I didn't have to eat a Xanax at 3 a.m. So yeah, I woke up, came to work on time. It was great.
Good.
All right. It's a short segment because Lance went
killed it off
talking about how smart he is about offensive lines.
Just yelling on the internet.
Else.
No, I was trying to help I do everything I can to help the Texans, and they never listen to me. And then they can't get past the second round. So I don't know. I'm just trying to give them an idea of what they can do on the offensive line, and they don't listen. They never listen.
Well, I do trust you more than I trust Caserio with the offensive line.
I wouldn't say that, but I think I got a shot.
No, I would say that.
I don't know.
And I don't even like you, but I would say
you don't like
you. But you also like Kenyon Green, so
yeah, I miss Kenyon
everyone
Green.
has misses.
Yeah.
Now I'm not able to get inside there and find out how much guys love football. I don't get to talk to people and find out like that. Because a big part of that one, I think, was Kenyon just, I don't know, he had no confidence. Completely lost his confidence. I don't know what happened with Kenyon Green.
Yeah, that was bad. That was bad. All right.
But I would have missed on that one too.
I've seen places, and what's the thought behind the legal tampering period? What's the thought behind it?
I don't even know why we call it.
If you agree to terms with a guy, just sign him.
Well, but if they didn't have that, the whole Max Crosby stuff wouldn't have gone down. If you couldn't announce anything until you actually had a deal.
Well, why? Well, if you do have a deal, just sign the deal.
Yeah, I don't really know. Well,
that's
I don't know.
Point.
It doesn't make any sense. Like, why not? I know teams should be able to talk to their guys earlier. That's fine. I'm fine with teams having a window to talk to their own guys earlier. But the legal tampering and then just kick it off, dude. What are we doing? Just say this is the day it starts, and if you get a deal done, you know how it used to be? A guy would fly into Chicago, and if he left the Bears, then they were done. And if he didn't leave the Bears, and they got a deal done then, and that's it.
That's it.
And your whole thing was to try to get a guy to come in first. And if you left, there wasn't going to be a deal. You rarely did you come back and do a deal with that same team. Rarely.
So apparently, to Adam Schefter,
tasty
came
scallops.
out with, and Listen, I don't know. All I saw was a lot of DaCosta is catching it. I don't know that he's going to. I mean, you can't do business with the Ravens.
Will Compton crushed them.
Would you do business? I wouldn't do business. If I'm a general manager in the league, I'm not doing business with the Ravens.
Yeah, I would.
I'm not.
Well, how did he screw a team other than? I mean, if the medicals didn't come up, right, the medicals didn't come up right.
Well, or
here's what didn't make sense to me.
You had buyer's remorse. I
mean, I guess, but why would you have buyer's remorse?
Because after you did it, but there's plenty of teams that have buyer's remorse after a trade.
He claims they were going to get both guys.
That's what.
Here is Adam Schefter. Here's Adam Schefter talking. Trey Hendrickson, the day after they rescinded the trade with the Raiders, the Ravens signed Trey Hendrickson. Here's Adam Schefter on it.
Trey said that his understanding was when he was thinking of going to Baltimore, the idea was to team up with Max Crosby, and I don't think he was particularly thrilled that the Max Crosby trade fell through. He was looking forward, if he opted for the Baltimore offer in the midst of his discussions with multiple teams, to playing with Max Crosby. That was his initial impression. So, again, I think he's happy to get his business taken care of first and foremost, but I think it started out when the conversation first started, he thought that there was the real possibility he was going to be playing with Max Crosby if that was the route he went. Obviously, was talking to a number of teams. The Baltimore offer was the one he took. Obviously, Baltimore stepped up after the Max Crosby situation, and here we are.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that that's. I mean, if he's telling you, see, this is why that stuff just falls apart. I get that people want to. They're trying to surmise this and that, but he just told the actual player who was the backup choice, who was the buyer's remorse choice. He's telling you no. The deal was going to play with Max Crosby. He's telling you that was the deal.
No.
So
Max
I don't
think he knew that they came to terms with Max Crosby, but that doesn't mean that the medicals were the only reason that they got rid of him.
I mean, may not have been, but why would you? Well, why would you not? Why would you do the deal then? You never intended. Like Will Compton made it sound like former NFL linebacker Will Compton, who's in bussing with the boys. He's calling Ravens scumbags. See, I just don't believe that they never had any intention of.
Not that they never did. Oh, absolutely. You give up 2 first-rounders, you absolutely.
Well, that's what Will Compton said. Will Compton said it was a trick. Will Compton intimated it was a trick to drive down the value of. That's what he intimated, to drive down the value for Hendrickson, and then once you did that, you get Hendrickson cheap, and you cut off this other deal because you knew you were going to do that.
That sounds really Game of Thrones-ish.
Yeah, I don't think that's fair at all.
I don't know that. That's a bit far. But certainly, it certainly could have been buyer's remorse. It certainly could have been, man, now we don't have any draft picks. Oh, look at what a bunch of Ravens fans are killing us. What are we doing? This is not how we do business. Let's just get out of this thing.
I would agree with most teams other than the Ravens. That sounds like something that would have happened with. Well, see, it wouldn't happen with Nick Caserio. He doesn't care what Ravens fans. He doesn't care what Texans fans are going to say, or media, or anyone like that. Nor should any GM. But the Ravens don't. The Ravens aren't this fly-by-night Jets, or I would not even Browns. I mean, well, the Browns all of a sudden signed Deshaun Watson because the owner jumped in, right? The Ravens don't seem like that. Well, their owner's not like that. They've been stable the whole time at the top. They're not a fly-by-night organization.
No, but they have a history of doing this.
Well, yeah, but they have a history. Yeah, they do for medicals. Yeah. This is not unusual for them to get spooked by a medical and get out of it.
Well, this whole thing, it just sucks.
It does suck. It sucks for Max Crosby a lot because
it sucks
now
for Max Crosby and it sucks for the Raiders.
Well, it sucks for the Raiders. Yeah, there's no way around it.
Who wanted him.
There's no way around it because Wave 1 is done with free agency, and so now for somebody to pay Max Crosby and his agent have no leverage anymore. They have none. So from a contract standpoint, you're going to have a team. First of all, you have to have 2 suitors now. Now you have to have 2 suitors to create, leverage if you're the agent. Who are those 2 teams? Everyone I keep seeing that needs pass rusher is getting pass rusher. Everyone. Now, Max Crosby is better than a lot of the pass rushers you're signing, but everyone's signing it. And guess what? This is a deep edge class in the draft. You got Bain, you got Bailey, Arvell Reese, you got Mesidor. You got some guys that can go get the quarterback, who can hunt. So it's not like it'd be one thing if it's a running back. It's a really weak running back class. It's a really deep pass rush class. So that hurts Max Crosby. When wave 1 of free agency is done, pass rushers are now going out, and Max Crosby is now sitting there again. Now, a team that recognizes the talent is going to be willing to, they'll figure something out. Is he going to get the same deal? No. Are the Raiders going to get the same deal? No. They're not getting 2 firsts. I'd be shocked if there's a world where they get 2 firsts. Now, first and a third that maybe become a second, maybe. But once again, you almost have to have a second team, because if not, why would you do any deal? You just stand firm. And if I'm the Raiders, I'm sorry, Max, looks like you're going to be a Raider again.
Mm-mm. All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776. You and I need to talk about our good friend Billy Brown over at Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Aqueduct Plumbing Company is where it doesn't matter what the issue is. And you know what? We've had some stuff where we weren't able to, I mean, the water pressure you don't want to call them if your drain isn't, use Drano first and see if you can't get it. But if it turns out to be a big problem and you can't get it right, then he'll come out and he'll fix it. But you don't want Billy coming out for just little stuff. You could take care of stuff you could take care of. Now, if you got an issue, Billy Brown is here for you. And Billy Brown has been there for us. We love what Billy has done for us. And he's going to do that for you, too. All right? He's going to stand behind his work. He's going to come out there. He's not going to charge you. He's not going to charge you to just come out and see what the issue is. He is going to give you a square deal once he finds out what it is. And then if you don't want to use the services, that's fine, too. It doesn't cost you a dime. But that's the way Billy has been doing business. That's not always the case in the plumbing industry, Lance.
Oh, no. That's one of those with air conditioning. And, there's certain things that we know are very scary. A car repair where you just think, I'm going to get taken to the woodshed here. I got to find somebody I can trust. Aqueduct Plumbing Company is a company you can trust. They don't charge you to come out and diagnose it. And they offer you very transparent, fair pricing. It's somebody John and I strongly recommend. Now you've got a guy. You need a guy? We got a guy. Aqueduct Plumbing Company, for big jobs, for small jobs, for any jobs. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com, 281-488-6238.
All right, who had a worse night last night? The Rockets, Mexican baseball fan, or Lena Hidalgo?
Let's not leave out a guy with Houston ties as well.
Jamal Shed.
Jamal Shed. Did you see what happened to Jamal Shed? That's tough.
Did you see where he said that Kingston is better point guard than he's ever been?
Well,
yeah, but Kingston's a more talented point guard, but Jamal Shed was a great leader and a better defender.
Yeah,
I agree.
So I would slow down a little bit, Jamal.
He's a more talented offensive player, certainly. But if you missed it, the Pelicans all of a sudden are playing good basketball. DeJounte Murray back from his long-term injury. They're going to win going away. I think they're up double digits at the time. DeJounte Murray, isolated on Jamal Shed, breaks him down, drops Jamal. Jamal, backside touches earth. DeJounte knocks down the jumper and then stands over Jamal and flexes on him.
Yeah.
That was not great.
We're not doing that.
No.
That was not
That's
great.
not what we're doing.
DeJounte shouldn't have been able. Yeah, you can't do that.
Yeah, you want to, Jalen Green dropped someone, pointed at him, and made the shot. Okay, showmanship, whatever. But to stand over a guy and
even pointing at a guy is a little
disrespectful.
Well,
certainly
but he
disrespectful.
flexed.
But he.
Yeah, I know he.
Jamal was so far away because he got dropped that DeJounte Murray knocks down the jumper, walks over to him, stands over him, flexes on him, and then. Actually, the only person who pushed DeJounte Murray away was another one of the Pelicans. Like, Emmanuel quickly, the Raptor, was like, okay, let me jog over there to make sure. But no one was in a rush. That was a tough look.
Yeah. But you can't. But DeJounte, you're a badass because you hit a three. Stop. I mean.
It's part of the game.
To me, that I dunked on you. Look how bad I am.
You've never dunked on anyone,
when
though.
you're 6'8", 112
Hold on
pounds.
a second. Aren't you the same guy that will trash talk people after you make a putt and take their money in golf?
Well, that's different, though.
That's not. Well, that is. You're badass. If you make putts,
okay,
then you are a badass.
okay.
Well, then you are a bad. I don't flex over anybody. I just go, give me my money.
Yeah,
You
loser.
didn't think I'd make that?
You'll say something.
Give me
nasty
my
to
money,
them.
Bia. That's what I say.
You can't call somebody a BI in prison.
Well, John.
Yeah, you can do that. You can do that.
I don't. Depends on who you are. Some guys, you keep your mouth shut.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, you think I would keep my mouth shut in prison?
Golly, man, he went got in his face.
I'm telling you, man.
No, he
bent
was
down.
I mean,
Disrespectful.
flexing on him, like Muhammad Ali flexing on him.
Jamal must have said something previously.
This had to have been some.
He was checking him out at the. Jamal was checking him way out at the half-court line.
Yeah, in a game when they're up I think the Pelicans may have been up 15 at the time, something close to that.
Mm-hmm.
It was defense that you wouldn't expect at that time. And when Jamal,
Can't let that
maybe
go.
there was a back and forth throughout the game, and this was just the culmination of it. But I was like, damn.
Can't let that
What
go.
is Jamal Shed? What did he do to DeJounte Murray?
What's his name from the Pistons? Aaron.
Beef stew?
Yeah. Yeah.
Isaiah Stewart?
Isaiah Stewart would never let that slide.
No.
He'd be on the court swinging on Murray immediately. You know who else wouldn't let it slide? Probably Amen Thompson.
Now, Tari
Dylan Brooks 100% wouldn't
Tari
let that
has
go.
taken over the role.
Yeah,
of
he's
the most terrifying territory as far as.
But you can't. Amen's got to be careful. He can't get any more. You don't want a bunch of texts and stuff like that. But yeah, well, I mean, at least Tari's doing something.
Yeah, the shooting has not been great.
No,
he has regressed quite a bit.
Tari?
Yeah.
He's 6 for his last 35.
Oh, yeah.
Well, wait a minute. You're not counting yesterday.
The
are you?
last 10 games.
Last 10 games, 6 for 35.
That
from
includes
three.
yesterday? Oh, from 3.
From 3, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not good. I mean, he's been awful. He's been just awful. This stretch is really disappointing because it just shows this team ain't built to win a champion. I thought, it had championship potential, but ain't nobody other than Kevin Durant living up to what they're supposed to be.
No, it doesn't have championship potential right now. The primary ball handler teams figured out, really, to be honest with you, Oklahoma City showed you in game 1 what you do is you pressure the Rockets out beyond the three-point line. You extend your pressure. Yep. They showed you that, and then teams didn't do any. Teams didn't follow. I was always really surprised, no one's really following up on this. Maybe it's just Oklahoma City has that deep a backcourt to where they can do that. Then teams all started doing it more, and now it's become a real problem. And the lack of having a true primary is hurting them. We know that having Steven Adams out, you've lost a physicality, you've lost second possessions, you give up more second possessions than you once did. Your turnover count has gone sky high. Just dumb turnovers at the end of the second quarter. Again, Clint Capella made a great play to save a ball, and they made a stupid turnover. So that was on the heels of Kevin Durant having a dumb turnover, and they just gave away points at the end of the quarter. Like, that's not changing. That's not going to change. Steven Adams isn't playing. He's not going to play the rest of the year. You're not going to just magically. I don't think Fred VanVleet comes back in April, and solidifies this team.
Are you still worried about that?
That he even comes back? I don't even know.
No, that is he going to be able to fit into this group? I hope he doesn't. Well, I hope he doesn't fit right into this
Obviously,
group.
I'm not worried now since they're not playing like they were when I talked about it.
Right,
when I talked about it, they were really playing well. Like this Rocket team looked really good the first 22, 23 games, and it's like they haven't been able to right the ship. I know the record. I know you'll look at the record and you say, "Oh, Lance, you're still a time for third." Come on, guys. Let's just be real. We watch the games. This doesn't look like it looked early in the year, and it definitely doesn't look like. I don't see light at the end of the tunnel for them. This doesn't feel like something they can get out of. This isn't, Jalen's just in a shooting slump. That's not what this is. This is fundamentally you lack. Fundamentally, teams can attack certain players defensively, and I don't know, did it seem like as big a problem in the past, John? Like, Alpe's been on all these teams. Are they attacking him more this year?
I would think, yeah. I think they've, you know what, when the league finds something, don't sag off Amen and attack Alpe and Reed. I mean, let's get the mismatch with our big guy on Reed Shepherd and let's dominate you. It's a game of the NBA. These guys watch this tape and they're like, it's pretty easy actually. These guys know where your weaknesses are and they attack them. That's all. And now everybody's attacking. With the pick and roll against Alpe, getting a faster guy on him and running by him, or pulling up and burying him. I mean, it's not that hard. It's really not that hard. 713-780-3776. And there's something, I don't know what Ime can do about it, but if he doesn't do something about it, he's catching a lot of grief. They don't have an offensive identity, and defensively, the reason he's here is because he brought a toughness to this team. It ain't tough. This team ain't tough defensively. I mean, it's actually a pushover defensively.
And he said several times that the guys who helped bring that identity to the forefront aren't here anymore.
Jalen?
No, Dylan Brooks.
Well, I know Dylan, obviously. You said the guys.
Well, Fred's not around
either.
Okay. But
Jalen played much better defense last year.
Yeah.
Jalen was a pretty good defender out at the top.
Yeah, but Kevin Durant's a good defender.
I cannot believe they missed Dylan Brooks this much.
But I don't know if it's a in locker room thing on the court and off, but Ime has let it be known the guys who set this standard of how we play are not around, and that would be Dylan Brooks.
Well,
Steven Adams.
And others.
He had to sign off on the Durant trade.
That's
There's
fine.
no way they did that without him signing off on it.
But the unintended consequences of it are.
It is. And Kevin Durant is not to blame, but Kevin Durant is not a leader. And he tells you to your face, I'm not a leader. I don't want to be a leader. Yeah. I like to play basketball. He doesn't like that. He doesn't like having to deal with that.
I will say this. He brings an intensity defensively.
He's a good player. I mean, Kevin Durant's a really good player. It's just don't look for leadership from him. He's not going to give that to you. And then to have this burner stuff pop up out of nowhere, like that's just, golly. Yeah, that's the last thing you needed headed into All-Star break was crap like that on a team that's not right. You just haven't been able to get right. I don't know.
Yeah. All right, we haven't talked Texans or a huge deal in the division. We'll do that on the other side. Right now, though, I'm talking about Blue Bonnet Glass. BlueBonnetGlass.com. That's like a 75-year-old business. How about that? 75 years. All right, so they were in Brenham, and they moved to the city, to Houston, and they're doing the same thing that they've been doing. What they're doing is they're dependable. Number one, you don't stay in business for 75 years unless you do what you say you're going to do. And what they're going to do is they're going to make your house look so much better with glass, okay? Be it your house or your business, a conference room that you want, wine cabinets that you want glass, showers that you want glass instead of the curtain. Listen, I don't care how nice the curtain is. The curtain is not going to make your bathroom look better. It just doesn't. Glass makes it classy. Glass makes it better. You can do this too. And oh, by the way, they're incentivizing you to do this. Okay, 25% off for all new home buyers who are looking to upgrade their bathroom, or home sellers who want to increase the value of their home, and an extra 5% for first responders and teachers. So if you're trying to sell that house, the bathroom is so important to people, and glass makes it look great. Doesn't matter what kind of glass there, doesn't matter how big the job, how small the job, Bluebonnet Glass will be there for you. If you need glass, you need any kind of glass, bluebonnetglass.com, bluebonnetglass.com.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here. 713-780-3776. We'll get to football in a minute, but let's get Jamal in here first. He wants to talk Jamar. Jamar wants to talk about Alpi. What do you say, Jamar?
Hey, what's up, fellas? I got 2 quick points. I'm watching, I don't know if y'all seen this or talked about this, but I'm watching the Rockets game last night, and they called Alpha Shangoon for 5 seconds for back to the basket. I didn't even know that was a call in the NBA. I've never seen that before. I couldn't believe that. And then 2, I think the NBA should change the free throw rules. I think every free throw in the NBA should be a 1-and-1 because there's just way too many free throws. There's just way too much foul grifting and all of that. I think everything should be 1-and-1. Because I've started tired of watching guys just stand up on the free throw line all day. I think it would help speed up the game. What do y'all think about that proposed change to the rules? Appreciate it, guys. Love the show.
No way. You take because if you get a make, it's worth 2 points. There would be so many fouls. You would have. Why would you not foul? Why would you not foul? Because if you foul and there's 2 free throws, you're less likely to. It's less penal. If it's a 1-and-1, why would you not? You think the hack-a-shack was bad? Alperen Sengun's going to end up at the free throw line all the time. It would slow the game down. I get what you're saying, and the foul grifting. I mean, that is something that the NBA acted like they were going to go after it, but they really haven't. Mm-hmm. The 5-second offensive call, the Charles Barkley rule, even the broadcast didn't know what it was until Ryan Hollins just said, that's a Charles Barkley rule, 5 seconds on Alperen Sengun.
You think the referees were just...
But he was moving. I don't get it, though, because he was moving to make it like... How do they call that?
Well, Charles would do that, and even if you're heading towards the basket, you still have to get there within the 5 seconds. But it had not been called in, I don't know, 10 years maybe? I don't know the last time
I figured it was offense. I figured someone was in the paint. I thought it was 3 seconds.
Maybe the refs are just like us. They're like, look, we know how this is going to go. You're going to hook that elbow in his rib, and we don't want to call you for an offensive foul.
I ain't going to watch this again.
So just get out of here, all right?
It's so funny. My brother is here, and he asked me the other day, he goes, yeah, doesn't basketball have some kind of rule where you can't have your back? And I was like, no, there's no rule. There's no rule where you can't, dribble. You can't be in the 3-second lane for 3 seconds. But it's sure enough, there's a rule. He don't even watch basketball.
Yeah, it's the Barkley
rule. I was like,
rule.
what the hell kind of rule is this?
It's the Barkley rule.
It's a Charles Barkley rule. It's a Charles Barkley rule. And yeah, nobody knew. I mean, that's crazy. That is, well, no, you can't just give a 1-on-1 on all fouls. You just can't. Because the really crappy free throw shooters would get fouled every single time.
Yeah, most grifters are good free throw shooters.
Yeah, and
so they're getting there too anyway. Yeah.
And you would, and what would happen is you would not give up. You would contest every shot. Like, why would you even let somebody get a shot off 6 feet from the basket? Just foul them. Why give them a chance to make to get an easier 2 when you're going to force them to make 2 free throws?
It would be a terrible game.
It would be much slower, actually, do the opposite.
The Colts are locking in on Daniel Jones, 2-year, $100 million contract.
I thought it was 88.
Well, it could go up to $100 million if he reaches, if he plays a number of games, they make a Super Bowl, all these things combined. But 88 is kind of
this according to Ian Rappaport.
Yeah, they ain't making $100 million.
The biggest 2-year deal in NFL history.
Well, he's not getting. They're not getting the Super Bowl.
Yeah, there's some game played incentives. There's some incentives that would get him there. So of course the agent can sell it. Like, hey, Ian, 2 years, $100 million. Who's done that before?
I'm still struggling with the contract numbers. Like, it's gone up so fast at so many positions. The $30 million defensive end, I'm struggling with that. The $30 million wide receiver, I have to recalibrate. Like, I'm just not recalibrated. $44 million a year average for Daniel Jones with the chance for it to go higher feels like, oh my gosh. But then you look at the contracts and it's not even, number 12, 13 in the league? It's like, I guess that's just what it is. Mm-hmm. It's just what it is.
$60 million guaranteed.
I mean, you have to make sure that you have guys who love football. With this amount of money now, it's really easy for a guy who's just kind of doesn't love his sport in basketball and football. And baseball's a little, even though they got total free market in terms of it's uncapped, the uncapped market's actually, baseball's gotten a lot stingier with their contracts. The really good players get a boatload, but they've gotten a lot tougher on the mid-level players, much, much tougher. In football right now, it's just like, if you have somebody who doesn't love to play football, you can play until you're 28. You can get your second contract, play 3 years, and you're done. You don't have to keep going because you're set for life. The amount of money that's out there at certain positions, if you're a running back, you have to play till you're 40. You really don't have a choice. It's like retirement age is 66, I guess now. You got people who are 73 working at a Starbucks because they can't afford to retire. That's like running backs. Like, I can't believe that nickel cornerback's making $8 million more than me. I ran for 1,200 yards last year. What is happening? Sorry. Don't let your kid be a running back. Don't let your kid be a running back. They're going to get paid like guards. Ed Ingram's making more. Ed Ingram's going to make more than some really.
Don't let your kid be a running back because he's only going to make $5 or $6 million.
No, I'm saying. Well, if your kid could be a wide receiver, why would you not want him to make $30 million a year?
Well, because he's wee. Okay.
So what? We guys may play. Wait, we guys are more likely to play wide receiver than running back.
What if he's thick? If he's thick,
then you move him
guess
to.
What?
Then you don't let him play inside linebacker. They don't make the money. Then you try to make that guy. You just hope that he's Reuben Bain. You hope you're raising a little Reuben Bain is what you hope. That's what you hope. Not a lot of Reuben Bains out there who are strong as a horse. But think about this. Ed Ingram is going to make more per year at 12.5 than most running backs in the league. Ed Ingram, ladies and gentlemen, a guard, and one who wasn't particularly good until last year where he was above average. His average annual is going to be higher than probably 85% of the running backs in the league. Okay.
That's what it should be.
But that's free market economy. Like, you can't I see people crying like, oh, we've got to do something to help running backs. Please someone help them. Like, you want a free market economy, this is what it is. No one values running backs because they're a dime a dozen. You can get them. Like, really good ones or special ones, I get it. Christian McCaffrey is special. I thought Kamara was special, but I don't even – does he even play anymore? I guess he does. Derrick Henry is, kind of special, but even they're capped out at a certain number. But Saquon and Christian McCaffrey got paid, but not a lot. Not like they're nowhere near a wide receiver. They touch the ball maybe 20 times a game, take on heavy. They won't make as much as a guy who catches it 5 times a game. That's just the way it's played. I'm sorry. The more you touch it, the more physical punishment that comes your way, the less valuable you are. That's just the way the sport works.
Yep. All right. 713-780-3776. Texans signed Foster Moreau. Who has 210 targets in 7 years.
He's
in his
a blocker.
Career.
If you sign Dalton Schultz, we better go get a Foster Moreau.
Yeah,
that's how that works.
A Foster Moreau will.
And can you trust? And can you trust? What's his name?
Stover?
Yeah. Can you trust Cade Stover? He's always hurt.
Yeah.
And that also means they probably aren't super down with Brevin Jordan. Although Brevin could be the 4th tight end, I guess.
Brevin Jordan has been here forever.
He's been here in eternity.
Yeah, I saw I don't know why, but Dalton Schultz is doing a world podcast tour.
He's pretty good on podcasts.
Yeah, he is. He could not be more enthusiastic about the Houston Texans, about D'Amico, about his time here.
Well, they gave him a new deal too.
Yeah,
I'd be like, watch Todd give me a bunch of money, and how I'll be like, man, Todd, and the way that K-Gal. I call him K-Gal just because that's what Hatchet Man used to say.
Yeah, Hatchet Man used to
Man, just so good.
Yeah.
So good.
Yeah.
And I give him credit. Look, we know he doesn't block. We know that. But Dalton Schultz had a great rebound year. The city of Houston was really mad at him last year before the year started. And Dalton Schultz actually had he was steady Eddie the whole year.
Yeah.
I give him credit. Like, it was a good year for him.
It was a good year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't hate that. I don't hate that they re-signed him.
He set the tight end record, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yes, it's one of Nick's points to tell us how good all the offensive players are. Yeah, great. Dalton Schultz.
I don't know. You must be watching different tape.
No, unfortunately, I have to watch all the games, and I saw a lot of Dalton Schultz free access yards and catches. Hey, look, no one's covering me 6 yards down the field. Let me
free access is such a football term.
Let me turn around, catch it, and fall 4 yards, and then, hey, look at my numbers. Get it. Dalton Schultz ain't beat anyone one-on-one in 4 years. Cut it out. He ain't a matchup problem. He's
better than a lot of guys.
Sure, he's the guy. He's the guy you tilt your offense away, you tilt your defense away from, and I'm glad he catches the footballs that are thrown him. But ain't no one on defense worried about Dalton Schultz. That's why he had 82 catches.
Oh my God,
you're a hater.
You're the worst person. Dude has a great year.
So hurt because Braxton Berrios didn't get more catches.
I don't care about Braxton Berrios.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I mean, that 9.5 yards.
The Dolphins blow, so
that's
you got to attack the Texans.
Yeah, comfort yourself with that. Anything you say about the Dolphins, just remember how you felt when the Patriots took you apart. 9.5. Just remember that feeling. Nothing about the Dolphins is going to make you feel better. 9.5 yards per catch, 82 catches, cool.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah. 82 catches.
Great.
That's a hell of a year.
Positive. Boom.
Yeah.
He probably made a Pro Bowl.
Ass, taking names.
He had his lowest yards per catch since he played
That's
and
on
caught
CJ.
one ball in
That's on
2019.
CJ. They had to call the short.
Yeah.
They had to call the short
Dude,
routes.
running down the field wide open.
I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Hey, Dalton, turn
But this
around
year,
5
CJ's
yards down the field and maybe break a tackle. That's
112 catches this year.
for what?
Dalton Schultz.
700 yards?
For 1,380 yards.
What?
Yeah.
He's become prime Kelsey?
That's right.
I'm glad Dalton Schultz is here because someone's got to be the guy who catches those passes. But I'm not overwhelmed. I'm whelmed.
You're whelmed?
I'm whelmed by Dalton Schultz.
Okay. Now, see, you're just a hater.
Dalton Schultz is fine.
Oh, I
I'm just
hate.
not going to allow Nick Caserio to lie to my face and talk about how great of a offensive weapon he is.
Record-setting tight end. Texans record setter. Greatest tight end in Texans history.
Let's just slow down with
Boom.
all this. We had done an appropriate amount on Dalton. Let's not go over the top.
All right, let's talk instead about selling your car. Give me the VIN.com. Let's talk about that for a second. People, there is one place that you have to go when you're selling your car. I mean, I don't care if you go everywhere, but one place that you have to go, and that's GiveMeTheVin.com. John Clay Wolf has proven time and time again that he is going to give you more for your vehicle, that he's going to set the market. You can take that to the bank. You can take that to the dealership. You can take that to CarMax. You can take it anywhere you want to take it. But don't walk in not knowing, okay? That used to be the case. You would go to the dealership and you just go, and they go, well, we can give you this for it. Okay. All right, that's great. That ain't the case anymore. The case is I'm going to GiveMeTheVin.com and finding out what that car is worth, that car or truck. And if it's a classic vehicle, it's going to be worth a lot more because John Clay Wolf loves classic vehicles. GMTVCC.com. If you got a classic car, John Clay Wolf will give you more for it. But he gives you more for every vehicle. So find out what it's worth. Be armed with that. It's okay to go somewhere else. And you'll come back to John Clay Wolf and say, okay, I'll take that. Or, hey, I got an offer for more over here. That's great. And John Clay Wolf will go, okay, either I can beat it or go take that. And that's the case every single time. You have to go to GiveMeTheVin.com, GiveMeTheVin.com.
John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back. 713-780-3776 is the number. 713. We never even mentioned that Kaimi got the highest paid kicker contract in history. 2 years, $13 million.
How much money did they restructure?
I have no idea, but they're just throwing it
around.
around.
I can't believe the amount of players that they have signed up to this point. I mean, I guess if you let a guy walk, you have that money. They released Mario Edwards yesterday because of a failed physical, and so he's going back to the Raiders.
He's not going back to
I thought everyone who fails physicals goes back to the Raiders. An agent who is listening to our show agrees with you, John. Here's what he says. Name one other team that has done this multiple times. Crosby had meniscus surgery, which is not a big deal, and everyone in the world knew it. Now, that's actually true. Meniscus is not as typically as serious. Don't make the trade if you don't want a player who had meniscus surgery in December. El Atarachi, that's the name of the surgeon, did the surgery, and they know him well. He's considered the best now. He's the new James Andrews. And they know him well. They could have had discussions with him and could have received the MRIs ahead of time and reviewed them. But they didn't do that because their medical staff is incompetent. They have the only head team doctor who's not an orthopedic surgeon. He's a freaking family doctor, and that's who they rely on to make these decisions. They have to have an outside orthopedic surgeon because it's required by the CBA. Ask any other team doctor, and they will tell you the Ravens medical staff is a joke. They have zero respect in the NFL medical community. The medical staff gave one of my starters a staph infection and were so incompetent they blamed it on the player and never tested for staph, even though they were told multiple times by one of the top orthopedics. I'll never sign a player there ever again unless there's no other team, and I am not exaggerating. So that's a pretty strong comment from that agent.
I'm telling you, there's a lot of teams that aren't going to do business with them anymore.
I mean, if you're getting that kind of reputation around the league with agents, that's not good.
Yeah.
Now, I will say top dollar is still top dollar. So if they're offering you top contract, it's easy to say you won't do it. But now, if all things were equal, I get it. But if they're the team that clearly is offering the most and there's no medical concerns, I mean, it's still – I don't know, but maybe that guy's just – maybe this agent just is very strong with that. So who knows?
What's the date today? Oh, the 12th? Mm-hmm. This is the day Wyatt Teller's available.
So he's not available until today?
He's available as of today.
Okay.
There are 3 Browns that they put in their contract. They can't become free agents until the 12th.
Now there's going to be some competition for him.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it would be nice to have your offensive line done before you get to the draft. It sure would be nice.
Well, you want it done as much as possible.
You might be because Nick Caserio is claiming that Jake Andrews was great before his injury. You may be done.
Well, if you're Nick, now let me play this another way. If you're Nick, and because Adam Schefter, as I said Braden Smith, tackle, who can also play guard. Adam Schefter mentioned that. Adam Schefter is not a football analyst. He doesn't do draft stuff. He was told by someone with the Texans. That's why he puts that out there. Either that or by Michael Parrott, his agent, one or the other. And so he had that. So it's absolutely in play that they can play him there. And maybe at some point.
At that point, hold on a second.
Yeah, go ahead.
Braden Smith did an interview with Aaron Wilson.
Right.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
This is what Braden Smith had this to say about, the possibility of him playing guard as opposed to right tackle. Del, you don't have that. You don't have that ready?
No.
Okay.
Do you have
or it's not playing.
Quote?
One of the two. Either it's not playing or he doesn't have it ready. So anyway, Braden Smith told Aaron Wilson, said, this is all news to me.
Mm-hmm.
The Texans haven't discussed it. He's played all his snaps with the Colts at right tackle.
Right.
Not one mention about playing guard with the Texans.
You got it right here.
But he also did say, "I'll do whatever the team wants me to do." Here it is.
You've played tackle and you've had a lot of success and snaps over there. That you played some guard in college. Do you plan to play right tackle here?
I mean, ultimately, it's up to the coaches. I'm a player, and I'll do whatever they ask me to. And, I've played a lot right tackle, and, if that's where they need me, then that's where I'll play. And if they need me to do something else, then I'll do what they need me to do.
Gotcha. So that didn't really come up too much, where you'd run during the talks?
No, sir. I mean, there wasn't too much talk about position, but
absolutely.
I mean, you just never know.
Absolutely, it's a ever.
I mean, wow. I hardly think that went against what I've been talking about, but okay.
No, you never know. But there wasn't.
He'll do whatever it takes.
There wasn't talk about.
It's going to be up to the Texans to make their own decisions.
Yeah.
I'm already stated what I think is the best.
I mean, you keep comparing them to Will Campbell's arms.
Well, they're
was he
shorter.
Dominated like Will Campbell was at right tackle with the Colts?
Well, at times, but not on a. Well, Will Campbell wasn't the whole year. Will Campbell wasn't dominated the whole year, but when it mattered against the best competition, he was.
Yeah.
But Braden Smith has played a long time. Braden has managed his arm length better than Will Campbell in the very short time frame. Will Campbell's only had 1 year, and he's a rookie. It's hard. I would argue that Ariante Ursary maybe played a little better than Will Campbell, but I also didn't watch as much of the early season stuff with Will Campbell. It's, the latest stuff is on my mind with Will Campbell. But I did see where length was an issue. See, when you have shorter arms, it's harder to redirect guys around the pocket. If they beat you around the edge, your arms aren't long enough to redirect guys all the time. So you just short arms reduce your margin for error. If you're a tackle, your timing has to be really good with your hands because they're going to get into you first. And when they do, you can't reach them when they hit you with that long arm rush. It becomes a real problem. My bigger thing is less about him. Like the short arms thing is a concern. It's always going to be a concern for me for tackles. My bigger thing is he's an ass kicker as a run blocker. And if you have a chance to get an ass kicker inside, you ass kick inside. Now, they may go for Emmanuel Pregnon at guard. I'll be very happy with that. If Braden Smith's at right tackle, I'm going to have my same concerns about speed rushers and about long rushers against him. The same concern I had for him with the Colts. And Ballard and I argued about this before, about him playing tackle versus playing guard. And to be fair, they drafted him at guard, but Ballard was, and he's got another left tackle with sub 34-inch arms also, in Bernard Raymond, and paid both Raymond and Braden Smith second contracts. But Emmanuel Pregnon is a guard. He's 24 years old, but he's a guard out of Oregon. He's played at USC, at Wyoming, at Oregon. He's an NIL baby, so that's what he did. But he's an ass kicker. He's very physical. Chase Basantis from Texas A&M. I'll be very happy with him. Another short arm guy, sub 32-inch arms inside at guard. So, if you get an ass kicker at guard, then I'm good with it. Then okay, then maybe, Braden Smith. I think Braden would be a bigger ass kicker, but he also has durability concerns. So you're not done. You're still drafting either a guard, a center, or a tackle. And I think you could end up drafting a center and a tackle both in this draft. I still think you probably draft 2 offensive linemen in this draft. Yeah. It's 8:52. We can break it right here.
That's all great, but I got to see what Cody thinks. 713-780.
I didn't say any names, you dummy.
3776.
What are you doing?
I just said you said names.
No, I didn't.
On Twitter.
I didn't say any names. I was talking directly to him. I never said any names.
Well, you said you
no.
Did. You said he knows more about it than I do.
What's he? That's a pronoun. He, him. She, her. They, them. They, she. All that stuff. I said a pronoun. I didn't say a name.
Yeah, John put your business out there.
I know.
Well, it was obvious. The guy in front,
guy before
him said his name.
I didn't retweet anything. I just was responding directly. Yeah.
All right. The guy in front of him said that's what he said. The guy that you were responding to.
So what? I didn't.
Well, you actually did.
No,
but
I just responded.
But I do know
people
this.
All around.
I do know this.
Hey, Big Banger, enough. John's not watching DTF St. Louis yet.
Jason Bateman.
You'll
banger.
get it soon. You'll get it soon.
I ain't watching that.
You're gonna watch it.
You'll
It's Jason
watch
Bateman.
it.
It's Jason Bateman. There's just a little bit of full frontal, and it's in a Playgirl magazine.
It's
You'll
not
be
even
fine.
like live action. It's in a picture.
Yeah.
NCAA March Madness is what I'm talking about now. Coming to Houston. Attendance is encourage passion mandatory. When we're talking about the Sweet 16 at Toyota Center, of course you're going to be passionate about it. Even if your team isn't here, but there's a chance your team could be here. If your team is here, get your tickets now. Or if your team isn't here, doesn't matter, because it's going to be a great place to be, Toyota Center, for the big Sweet 16. Somebody's going to punch their ticket to the Final Four in Houston, okay, in just a few weeks. NCAA.com/MBB tickets. NCAA.com/MBB tickets.
So make sure that if you have a son or daughter and they're going to be going to college and you're just like, I really hate that. And remember, all colleges, four-year colleges have, financial aid. I want to make sure you know that. But San Jac has financial aid too. And maybe your student is going to get $4,000, $5,000 somewhere at a four-year college. Well, that's great until you do the math and you find out, that's going to take the total cost down to about $26,000 per year with including room and board. Man, that is a lot of money. That's a lot of money. At San Jac, you don't take on that debt. At San Jac, they are going to get you your college credits. Let's say you take 4 classes, you get your 12 credit hours. You take 5 classes, you get 15 credit hours, whatever the case may be. Maybe you do 2 years there and you transfer those 2 years and all those credits into a 4-year university. That's great because what that's going to give you is a chance to be on your way towards that 4-year diploma, and you're going to get that without taking on the same amount of college debt. That's a really big deal, and that's what San Jac allows you to do. I've talked about what it can do for adults, but let me focus on the young people for a second because there are very viable options. 6 locations where you can stop in and take your classes on, at the campus, or they also have remote learning for some of the certificates and degrees. Not all, but for some of them. For more information, go to the website at sanjack.edu. That's sanjack.edu.
All right, welcome back. 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776. We got an hour left here. So if you want to get in, let's go. Come on. Whatever you want to talk about. No John Chill today. We're going to try to make it tomorrow. He's got some stuff that he has to do this morning. So if you're looking for some bets to make, well, they are hopefully coming your way tomorrow. So, and trends are the most important thing when you're talking about bets. Trends are the most important thing. Not that it matters. Was everybody right about Travis Hunter and his marriage? Apparently so. Did you guys see that thing's over?
I didn't see that.
Yeah. She is in Cabo. I'm pretty sure. I don't know, but apparently that's
there's divorce rumors, and then people are guessing she cheated on him. So I don't know about all that, but there is
allegedly
rumors
he caught her with someone else.
Yeah, there's rumors that I feel bad for this kid. He is. I don't even know what's happening with him. If they get divorced, I mean, probably the best
no
thing.
Prenup.
Probably the best thing for. Shout out to Travis, but yeah, that'll cause it to break down even sooner, I'm sure. But he's such a really nice country kid. Like, he just loves to fish, and he's a really good kid, really down to earth, super nice, sweet kid, loves to fish, kind of a country kid. And there's a lot of people who just thought, oh my gosh, she's going to eat him alive. And I don't know, that's probably unfair. I don't know her at all. Her name was Lena something, not Lena the Plug, a different Lena. No, Leanna. Leanna. I just did that
What's
for you,
wrong
Del.
with you?
I just did that for you. It's Leanna.
There's a whole.
It's going to open
background.
a whole thing.
We don't need to get into it.
Yeah. You can just Google her on your phone.
Not Lena Hidalgo either.
No, that's not his wife.
Totally different.
Don't Google
this
what
is
Lance said.
Leanna Lene is her name. And a viral $200,000 a monthly video came out or something. I don't know. I just hope that he is able to concentrate on football. I want to see him do well. Finally, the Jaguars okay, Lance is right. He needs to be playing defense, and then we'll let him play some snaps on offense.
Right.
They said that, not so many words. He should be playing defense full time, and then we'll play him some snaps on offense. You can't play. I don't care what Twitter tells you. You can't play both ways in pro football. You physically break down, period.
It is interesting to see the people who were like, man, it'll be so cool to, like, actual people should have a bit of football background. Like, they do this for a living. They talk about football. It'd be so cool to do it. Well, that's not how things go. Coolness doesn't matter. And he was a slight.
If there's anyone who can do it, he can't.
He was a slight dude in college, and great for him for being able to do it. It's a remarkable thing that he was able to do, but it's a different game.
Yeah, he's not 200
but
pounds.
They played him for the most part on offense, right? I mean, and then they threw him out there defensively.
Well, they played him both ways, but I think it was. I have to check on what the snap count looked like both ways. It wasn't full time. He didn't do it full time, but they tried to. But they're going to concentrate on one side. And frankly, the side that's easier to find, it's harder to find a lockdown corner than it is to find a wide receiver. And then you can give him snaps on the offensive side. This kid has special ball skills and instincts, like real takeaway talent. And if you find a guy who's a corner who can lock up, who can match up on a wide receiver one, which I think eventually he will be able to do once he focuses it, because he needed a lot of technique work still at corner. So he's going to have some rough snaps, but he needs more time at corner. But man, when you find a corner that can play lockdown corner and take the ball away, that's just it's so much more important than a 12-yard catch is flipping a field. It's just so much more important. And if you can have 6 interceptions in a year, 7 interceptions in a year, oh my gosh, that's huge. It's huge. And so, and you can still play him at wide receiver. You may run him out there 11 snaps a game, 10 snaps a game. That's fine.
159 offensive snaps, 101 defensive snaps.
Mm-hmm. And then he got hurt.
Yep. 108 pass play snaps on offense. Which is, 108 and 101. It wasn't, he was right around 50% on the field offensively, somewhere in that neighborhood. So heavily used weeks 2 and 3, but not as much defensively.
Mm-hmm.
Is that why he got hurt? I don't know. He had a huge game in London. He had his best offensive game, and it looked like he was going to start to take off offensively, and then Brian Thomas really, really regressed.
It bothers me a little bit that Jacksonville did what they did with Brian Thomas not being the same factor. Like, what's going to happen if they have Brian Thomas play well and Travis Hunter, even if he is a lockdown corner, a really good cornerback who also, because he's going to get some action at offense. You don't want to not play him at all on offense. That could end up being Jacksonville's not going to be an easy team to just work around. If CJ plays good football, I'm not worried about Jacksonville one single bit. If CJ plays average football, we'll see. I'm not also down with Trevor Lawrence. I guess he's going to have to do it again for me. I don't know how many years in a row Trevor's only done it 1 year in a row. So Trevor, I kind of need to see him do it again, because in the postseason he wasn't that good again. And so I don't know. I'm just not worried by Trevor Lawrence. I don't know about you, but honestly, Trevor Lawrence, Daniel Jones, C.J. Stroud. Okay, how do you rank the quarterbacks in the AFC South right now? We've done this before in December. Now that we're in March, how do you rank the AFC South quarterbacks, John? You.
Cam is last.
Right.
Until he proves it otherwise.
Correct.
Who would you
Daniel Jones.
1 year under Liam Cohen has really changed the narrative on Trevor.
Yeah, it had an impact.
Yep.
He still wasn't great in the postseason, though.
No.
Duval.
I'm going to say, if you give me, who do I want at quarterback? I want Trevor Lawrence first. I want, man. I don't know. I don't know how to answer this. I
don't quite know how to answer that, to be honest.
I think I want Daniel Jones, if you want to know the truth.
Coño, I can't believe that's where we are.
I know.
I don't know either, because Daniel Jones actually threw the ball pretty well last year.
He did throw the ball well.
But he's got his own issues. Trevor, C.J. Stroud, and Daniel Jones all could use a good year this year. Because with Trevor, you feel more, we're finally seeing the guy that we paid a second contract for, if you're a Jaguar fan. If you're the Colts, you need to feel like you found your quarterback. Even if it's on a 2-year deal, you need to feel like you found your quarterback. If you are the Texans, we've got to know CJ's the guy. We got to know CJ's the guy. It's just we have to. And I know for some of you, he's the guy, and you don't care about these turnovers, and it's all on the offensive coordinator and the offensive line, and CJ's played amazing football. Well, I'm never going to change your mind, so you're just going to see the game how you see it. But for me, I got to have CJ we always talk about the rookie year CJ. I need him to get back to above rookie year CJ, because by the 4th year, you need to be better than your rookie year, right? That's just a fact. If you're getting ready to get a second contract, I need your best football to be in year 3 or year 4. If you're in year 4, it makes sense that this would be C.J. Strongest year. They're spending a bunch of money, a bunch of money. They're clearly retooling the offensive line, clearly. Although, frankly, only one of them is a new guy. Ingram's the same guy. Trent Brown is the same guy. But I don't think they're done. They'll either find another guard or they'll find a center, or they're going to draft a tackle, guard, or center. Like, they're not done. They're going to keep attacking offensive line. So I don't know that we have a lot of excuses. CJ needs to play well, but I think Daniel Jones has to play well. Trevor Lawrence has to play well. Cam, this just in, your quarterback has to play well. Oh, look, Lance is breaking news in pro football. Quarterbacks need to play well. But CJ needs to play well for a different reason. Number one, you have a Super Bowl caliber defense, and number two, a big ass contract is getting ready to come up, and the Texans need to feel comfortable that they're not giving a Kyler Murray deal out.
Yeah,
not that CJ's not committed to the game. It's just that you don't feel totally
he's just
great.
Got to play better.
Yeah,
he's just got to play better.
You don't want to give a contract where you feel like, oh man, I do not love giving this contract out, but what do we do if we don't give it out? You just don't want to feel like that. CJ's going to put the time in. He's going to do everything he can. I just hope he's not seeing ghosts.
Well,
I just hope his poise is good. And the best way to have good poise, run the freak out of the football. Yep. Run that football.
Will he get, if he doesn't play any better, I don't think you can. You're just going to have to franchise him for a year. You can't give him a big contract if he plays again next year like he did this year. You can't.
What's the franchise tag? What's that going to cost for
1 year? It's going to be in the neighborhood of $60 million, but it is 1 year.
1 year.
But it is 1 year,
though. What? If he's not, then in year 5, he's going to prove himself?
Well, year 5, he gets 5th-year deal. 6 year is year 6, he might prove himself with a in year 6 if he proves himself with a franchise tag.
You'll give him the franchise tag for year 6, even though he hadn't proven himself the first 5 years.
Maybe.
Well,
I don't think Mullighetto.
Oh, I don't know if you heard about his rookie year.
Yeah, here we go. Sure.
Yeah. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
You got to combine. Oh, no. Are we on time?
Well, I've done enough. We're on time finally. You guys will kill it again, but right now. I'm glad that we can point to 6 years down the line, possibly, and then feel good about, and still not feel good about him, but be so afraid that he's going to leave, we'll give him the franchise tag.
Well,
possibly,
I'm hoping we find out in year 4 he's the guy.
I was trying to look up quarterbacks who hadn't shown themselves in recent history to find a guy who in year 4 showed that after
Daniel Jones was one of them, right? Or was he year 3?
I think it was year 3, the first under Daboll.
No, it was only 1 year. It was only 1 year with the Giants.
Let's
where
just
he played
say
really well.
Recent history doesn't bode well if you think in year 4 or 5 the light's gonna pop on. Because the guys that have happened for were flash in the pants. The one in question, the one who's now going to be a Falcon for at least a year, Tua popped in like year 4, and then that was gone pretty quickly.
I thought he popped in 22. That wasn't year 4. That was year 3.
22
and 23 is when he popped.
22. He was at 20, 21, 22.
He was pretty good in 22.
Yeah, but the injuries, he didn't play. Yeah, the injuries kind of short-circuited what he could have been. 23 was the year where he led the league in passing. You give him – but even then, he popped earlier than CJ has done. If we don't want to revert back to year 1. There's not a lot of recent history of a guy figuring it out in year 4, and then it's maintaining.
Yeah. No, it happens all the time.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
No, Joe Burrow was clearly a good player in year 2. It was in year 4 for Sam Darnold.
5. Same thing. 4, 5, 8.
He was drafted in 18.
Whatever.
So 24. It popped for him in 24. 18, 19, 20,
6 years.
21, 22, 23, 24, 7 years.
And all it took was multiple teams. So
but they didn't give him a chance.
CJ might find his way someplace else.
They didn't give him a chance in Minnesota.
Yeah, they did. That's how he got paid.
Well, not really.
He needed J.J. McCarthy to get hurt. What a waste of that draft pick. J.J. McCarthy, they're already bringing in. Did you see Kyler Murray?
Of course, they're not gonna go with J.J. for another year.
Can't ride with him. Justin Jefferson will murder him, setting things on fire in that building. Like the players are not going to be down.
Justin
And
Jefferson.
this is the unfortunate thing about look at 2 quarterbacks hurt early in rookie year. Anthony Richardson never had a chance to develop. And then, sorry, we got to move on. We're sorry you didn't develop. J.J. McCarthy missed his whole rookie season. Last year was basically his rookie season. Sorry. You got 2 years, but the pressure's on us to win. You got to go. I don't know. You may end up being a pretty good quarterback. We don't have time. We don't have time for this. So we're bringing in Kyler Murray. And if Kyler Murray comes there, he's the starter. And they're done with J.J. McCarthy. And Kevin O'Connell was part of the process that brought in J.J. McCarthy. But there's a new GM. But, I mean, Kevin McConnell's got to be – if they're bringing in Kyler Murray already, they're basically saying it's basically Kevin O'Connell, the head coach and quarterback guru, saying, I don't know if this guy's it. This guy may not be it. And guess what? He didn't play that much in college football. And that's the same – it's the same Ty Simpson concern. You don't start – I think McCarthy had 2 years starting experience in college.
Yeah.
It's not much. Most of the good ones have 3+.
And particularly with the way Michigan operated, where he just
Yeah.
happened to
Grinder,
be there. Yeah.
handoff,
play action of the
play
tight end,
action. Yeah, it's not a lot of learning to read defenses.
Well, that's more pro style offense than RPOs.
Well, it is, but it's not. It's not the passing. It's not a pro passing attack.
No.
Not in terms of having to, play chess. It's if you're going to play that way in college, then that's what you're hoping to play in the pros, I guess, which is a hardcore running attack, and that's not what Minnesota features.
Well, get rid of him and see who picks him up. Jim Harbaugh, that's who.
Well, I would. He's not going to. Hey, J.J. McCarthy will have. J.J. McCarthy will have a young quarterback. He will have people very excited about him. Hey, C.J. Stroud right now. Todd McShay took a bunch of crap. That took on a life that it didn't deserve because people They didn't position it correctly. Todd basically didn't say the Texans are, it turned into the Texans are shopping him. That's not what Todd McShay said. He said he thinks the Jets would be interested. That's what he said. He didn't say he knew the Jets were interested. He would think the Jets would be interested. And why wouldn't they be interested? They think they can get CJ on the cheap because he's not playing well. These are all Todd McShay was just saying that these are things that he would guess could possibly happen, and people ran with it way too far. He was talking hypotheticals. That's all it was. And then these idiot reports, Nick Caserio's, these idiot reports that we're looking to trade CJ. No, that was never said. I never heard one person say the Texans were shopping CJ. Never heard one person say that, ever. And yet somehow it became that. That's not what was ever said. Todd McShay never positioned it that way. It was a hypothetical. But he's right. There are people who will say, hey, I'd love to get my hands on C.J. Stroud. There will be teams who say that. They'll say that about J.J. McCarthy, and he's never done anything. But you'd rather have him than Kirk Cousins, because then you think, hey, maybe this guy, we liked him coming out of college. Maybe he'll be the next Darnold. Maybe he'll be the next who else are we doing? We talk about Darnold.
Baker.
Oh, yeah, Baker. And even Baker fell off last year. To be honest with you, Baker was a much cooler name the first 6 or 7 games than he was the last half of the season. It wasn't as great in the second half.
Get to your third OC in 3 seasons.
Yeah, it doesn't help.
Yeah.
And, CJ's dealing with that too. CJ's not dealing with any kind of continuity. To be fair to CJ, new play callers, they got a new quarterback coach in there. They got rid of Gerard Johnson. They moved on from him. I talked to somebody who talked to Gerard Johnson, and I think there's a real Patriot way that's developing inside the building.
So the reporting that it was a mutual parting of ways and it was Gerard's decision isn't maybe as accurate as we thought? You're just making noises.
I don't know. I think the Texans had a desire to move
Oh,
away.
so
maybe it was mutual. I know the Texans were part of that.
They certainly were part of the mutual, at least.
Mm-hmm.
Will you say 70% of the mutual?
And I'm not sure CJ was super like, oh man, that's my guy.
Well, that's CJ all the time.
Yeah, I know. That's why Houston made a huge mistake in not doing a deal for Case Keenum, quarterback coach / third quarterback. Give him that deal. Don't let the Bears lock down Case Keenum like he was a priority free agent.
Case the other day.
Yeah, come home, Case. Don't you want to be in Houston? It's cold in Chicago.
Yeah.
Why do you want to be somewhere where it's so cold and windy? You're going to play football in Indiana at some point? What are you doing?
Everywhere Case goes, the quarterback gets better.
Were the Texans going to give Case 2 years, $5.5 million to be a assistant or a backup?
I mean, the contracts are handing out right now, probably.
I don't know if you heard. Case can still play. Okay.
I trust Case as a QB3. I think I'd rather have Davis Mills as QB2, if you really want to know the truth.
Well,
I'd probably have Case as QB3. I do know this, that CJ had his best year when Case was his second set of eyes.
Oh, look at that. We were right on time, and now look at us. Surprise, surprise.
Yeah, there's some important things that we had to get to.
Sure. You defending your buddy Todd McShay.
Yeah. Yeah, no bleep. I mean, Todd McShay.
You went hard in the paint for Todd.
Yeah, I'm fair. I'm fair and honest. Is what people say about me.
No, they don't.
And it was before I went to Japan where I became even more fair once I went to Japan.
Is that their reputation, being fair and hardworking, and what else?
Hardworking. I think they just like they're not.
What you have is a reputation to be late
they don't
to
love
breaks. Yeah. What you have is a reputation to talk about Zadig Jewelers.
Good. I'm glad I get to talk about Zadig Jewelers because Zadig Jewelers is the company that, when it comes to finding that perfect gift, no one's better than Zadig Jewelers. Nobody. They're the best. They've been doing it for almost 5 decades. I think they're right at 5 decades. And when you go to Zadig.com, their website, you can see service and repair, watch and jewelry service and repair. They've got bridal. Click on bridal, and they've got the entire bridal shop. So you can click on bridal shop, and they take you to an area where you can request an appointment, and you go through the entire, appointment where they work on the whole bridal process for you. It's not just about finding the right ring. It's about it's about creating the perfect memories. And I'll let them explain it to you, but they've got different, right there on that bridal page, they show you the different engagement rings, different cuts, different clarity, different colors of rings, different settings. It's absolutely beautiful, and she's going to find something she absolutely loves. And let's be honest, there's a lot of people right now where you want your future wife to get the ring that she's going to love, so you involve her in the process. It's not a surprise, even though it may look like a surprise on Instagram. It's not really a surprise. And Zadig says, bring her in, and let's find the perfect ring together. Zadig Jewelers. Request an appointment online in the upper left-hand corner. Just click it and set up your appointment and work with a consultant on making that bridal, the marriage day and the engagement day, the perfect day. And Zadig can help you do that. It's Zadig.com, 1801 Post Oak Boulevard.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, 713-780-3776. I told you a little earlier, no John Chill. He'll be with us tomorrow, those of you that were waiting for him today.
It's interesting.
So the big topic of conversation, Rockets, that their ass handed to them yesterday in Denver, back-to-back game, yet another game, another one where the Rockets, a back-to-back situation where you have to fly after a night game. You have to fly to Denver, play the next night. The Rockets have no rest. Denver has rest. The schedule maker screwed the Rockets so bad this year. They have, since after the All-Star break, they had 0 games where they had more rest than their opponent. 0 games. The Clippers have 8 games where they have more rest than their opponent. The Rockets, 0. So, and that was another case yesterday, a back-to-back where you have to travel to Denver. Not good. So they lost there. The U.S. team gets into the elimination at the World Baseball Classic thanks to Italian hero Vinny Pasquantino. And he said, you can thank us. Just say thank you and be on your way, U.S., okay? Because that's what we did. Of course, it was all U.S. players on the Italian team that got them there.
Mm-hmm. They just happen to have vowels at the end of their name.
Well, not all of them. Not all of them. Fisher, there's a few more than a few guys that don't have vowels, but that's okay.
You allowed him on the team?
Well, maybe Mama. You don't know what their
there's a Kyle Nicholas, Michael Lorenzen.
Lorenzen, that's
kind of Italian.
That's
yeah,
Italian.
Greg Weissert,
not Italian.
Well, but Mom might be. You don't know.
I don't know. You're right.
You don't know?
I'm just looking at it and saying, when I look at Greg Weissert,
that's probably German.
I don't see Italian.
Weissert.
But Kyle Teal, another one. I'm like, what are you guys doing over there, allowing these?
Can't actually play a game. There's no.
You got
as
consonants
Glenn
at the end
Davis
of
once
these
said,
names.
there's no baseball in Florence. Well, there probably is, but not at this level.
No. My sister-in-law is here, who's from Italy. She was born. She came over here early in life, but she was like, the Italian team. She said, "Is there baseball in Italy, like leagues and stuff?" And I was like, I don't think so.
But
it's all American.
But there are some guys like a Gabriele Quattrini, who is from Italy.
That sounds Italian.
So did he play in Italy, or is he a guy who was in Major League Baseball but was born in Italy?
He's doing masonry right now. No. He plays baseball on the side. They don't have actual baseball in Italy.
No, that's the Czech Republic team. One of their guys.
Yeah, he's a what is he?
I don't remember his
actual bartender or.
So there is an Italian league. Like there's a team in Bologna, San Marino.
Are those players
Parma.
On this team?
Yeah, I just gave you one. Gabriele Quattrini. Quattrini. He played over there. So they have an Italian league, and one of their players played over there.
Wow.
So yes, to answer your sister's question, They do play baseball in Italy.
Cool.
Wow.
And thanks to them, the U.S. doesn't have to suffer the indignity of not even getting into the knockout.
That would have been a killer
area. Or knockout
Speaking
stage.
of knockout stage, somebody asked this question. I saw somebody post this on the YouTube chat of our. You can watch our show on X, on YouTube. I wouldn't go to Twitch. They say ugly things in there. Plus, they're their own little group. They're not going to welcome you. What if the Rockets end up in a play-in? And it's possible. They're not that far from a play-in. They're how many games, John? 2?
Yeah.
It could take a 3-game losing streak, and you could be sitting there sitting there at 7. It doesn't take much.
And would you take them in a matchup with the Clippers right now, 7-8 game? The way the Clippers have played over the last 2 months?
Probably, but maybe not. But this is my question. If the Rockets end up in a play-in and then lose a play-in and don't get in the real playoffs?
People getting fired.
That's what I'm asking. Is Ime getting fired?
I don't know if Ime, but...
You think Rafael would?
I
don't think Rafael
I'm
would.
talking, hey, we need a reorganization of our coaching staff. We need an offensive coordinator, that type of stuff. If they're backing Ime, which from all things I've seen,
I think they would.
Still are. I would think they would be we would get new assistant coaches.
Yeah. I would think though that the leash is tightening. I would think that, if they didn't get rid of him this offseason, that there's a lot of luster off the star right now. Ime was someone when they hired him. I mean, they listened to everything that he said, but I would think that now, what we're watching is not good. And what we're watching is how much of it is coaching? How much of it? We got good players. We're just not putting them in the right spot.
Maybe it's just the NBA, unless you are named the Spurs and the Thunder. The Timberwolves were one of the hotter teams of basketball. Now they're getting blown out. They've lost 3 in a row. Like you talk about how tight the West is. You've got 4 teams, 3 through 6 with 40 wins. 40 and 25, 40 and 25, 40 and 26, 40 and 26. Maybe it's just what the league is if you're not the Spurs or the Thunder. There are tiers to this thing. And if you're not those two in the West, you're flawed. And if the Nuggets stay healthy, they may elevate themselves above the other 3 teams we're talking about as far as where the Rockets are. But for all the things we're looking at, if we were watching Timberwolves basketball after what they did in LA last night, we'd be having conversations like this. And I know we expect the Rockets to be better, but they're right in line with tier 2 of the West. All those other teams are doing the same things the Rockets are doing. And maybe they're having the same discussions about Chris Finch in Minnesota too. But I don't think he's getting fired.
Well, no, that's what happens, right?
He's made Western Conference Finals, so maybe he's got a little bit more leeway.
Yeah. Well, Ime, we'll see. I know that they loved Ime, and Ime has, I don't know. This year though is not good for any of them. Kevin Durant's the only one that's proven that he's actually what you build him as. He's the only one. Alperin is not. Even Amen. Jabari, Tari.
Well, definitely
Reed
Tari.
still is. I don't know. What do we feel about? What do we think about Reed?
If we go by what Richard Jefferson said, he agrees with you. Talking about Reed should be more talked about as far as most improved.
Yeah.
In the middle of that game when it wasn't going well, there was a talk about how Reed Shepard should be considered. We just talk about the increase of points and the production. So I would put Reed in the category Kevin Durant. Yeah, Reed's not a franchise changer, and if you put that on him as a number 3 overall pick, that was probably too much. But he has gotten better. That guy has gotten better. Amen's ceiling is can he ever develop a jumper? If that happens, then we're having a different conversation. Until that happens, he's going to be a guy where you're always going to want more from him because of what he's capable of defensively, athletically. But if you can't be a guy can't be a shooter or a good ball handler, he's more Sean Marion than superstar until things change in that regard.
I want to read this to you guys. Here's where the Rockets stand this year. They are in team scoring. The Rockets this year are 20th in the league. In defense, they are 4th in the league. Is that better than you thought, John?
What is it again?
The Rockets are 4th in the league defensively, allowing 109.7 per game. 3rd is the Pistons at 109.6. So the Rockets are 2 good games away from being the 3rd best defensive team in the league.
And that's scoring per game average?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Does that surprise you that they're 4th?
Yes.
No.
It does, right? It doesn't surprise
Not
you,
me.
Dale?
They play a slow style.
Scoring differential, that's true, it helps. Scoring differential, the Rockets are 6th in the league in scoring differential. Does that surprise you?
They are 15 games over 500 in the West.
All right. Field goal percentage differential. Oklahoma City's 1st at .046. The Rockets are 7th in field goal percentage differential. In team field goal percentage, the Rockets are 9th. Does that surprise you?
I don't care about that stuff. I don't care about that stuff. I care about how well you play against good teams. And the Rockets were good against good teams early in the season, and they're bad against good teams now.
One of the things that is surprising to me is when you look at the stats, they statistically look better. Their team field goal percentage, they're 7th in the league there. Now, last year, I think they were in the top 2 or 3. May have been 1. 3-point percentage defense are number 7. Rebounding differential, they're still number 1. They're still won by a pretty good margin. 8.7 to 6.8 is second. Statistically, they look pretty good until you get to assists, 27th in the league. Then once you get to turnover differential, the Rockets are 25th in the league, minus 1.77. And over the last 10 games, they're minus 4.5.
But, yeah, to John's point, they've had a stretch of games with good teams interspersed with bad teams to awful teams. Like, let's start after they beat Charlotte, who was hot at the time. Starting February 21st, they lost to the Knicks in a close one, which then they blow a fourth-quarter lead in that one. You got the Kings, the Magic, who have played better, so you got that win, and then you lost to Miami in Miami. Washington win. Golden State lost. A depleted Golden State team. Portland under 500. San Antonio, you got your ass kicked. Toronto, good team, at least record-wise. They have not been playing well lately, but good team. And then you got blown out by Denver. So over the course of the last 10 games or so, when good teams have come up on the schedule, you haven't got good results. And in some cases, you were completely outplayed.
Oh, I mean, completely outplayed last night, and San Antonio was embarrassing. It was embarrassing.
Yes, and then you have the blown lead against the Knicks. You lose to Miami on the road. Yeah, so the numbers, because as you say, 40 wins, you're actually the 3rd seed in the West. Over the course of, 65 games, that record's going to let you know that the stats are going to be pretty good in some ways. But they're terrible in half-court offense. We know how they survive is offensive rebounding and causing turnovers. And what's going to happen in the playoffs? Half-court offense is going to have to be something they're good at. And they're not good.
Nope. All right, let's break. There's something we didn't get to today. There's something that we did not get to, and we will on the other side, right here on ESPN 97.5. What we have to get to right now is
we're talking about Greenlight Offer, greenlightoffer.com. Greenlightoffer.com. Go to the website and get your Greenlight Offer. What is it? It's a cash offer on your home. Closing typically takes 7 to 10 days on average, sometimes a little less, sometimes a little more. You really don't have to do much at all. Sean and his crew over at Greenlight Offer do an amazing job of taking all of the hassle out of your hands. You may have to do 1 or 2 small things, and they walk you through the process to make it easy. If you're someone who's relocating and you got to sell your home quickly, you're getting a divorce, you need to split up the property, you don't want to put in $50,000 into your home to get a brand new kitchen done, a brand new bathroom done. You have to put some floors in. That's going to run you over 50, to be honest with you, if you get all that stuff done. You don't want to do all that just to sell your home and hope that you recoup that amount. And yet, when it comes to selling your home, a lot of people now, a lot of buyers want the house to be either all the way finished or mostly done. If you say, I don't want to do all that, the Greenlight Offer will come in and buy your home, and then they handle that hassle themselves. You just count your money and you move on your way to whatever you're doing next. It's also great for people who are just inherited a home. If you inherited property, Greenlight Offer somebody you can really work with, and they take all that hassle away from you. It's greenlightoffer.com. Sean and his staff are ready to work with you. Get your Greenlight Offer number today by going to greenlightoffer.com. College basketball, I mean, it's here in Houston, but the big tournament is going to be here in Houston as well. You got a chance to be part of it. If you've never been to March Madness, it's an incredible energy, and it's going to be right here in the city of Houston. Attendance is encouraged. Passion is mandatory. Get your tickets right now at ncaa.com/MBB tickets.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, we got 2 segments left. And this one is, what did we miss? And we have not talked about Tatsuya Imai. Dude is hitting 96, 97, 98. While Christian Javier can't get over 91.6, Imai is dealing right now. Dealing. He's probably moving into the number 2 starter.
How worried are you? You're being serious, right?
I am.
How worried are you about Christian Javier? We're
Christian
this far,
I'm
we're
not
this
worried
far
about
removed.
Christian Javier because I haven't counted on Christian Javier.
He makes a lot of money.
You've thrown that away for years with McCullers.
Oh, you want to keep doing it? Now, Christian Javier doesn't work at 96.
You're saying, I don't want to. No, I want Christian Javier to throw 98 every time.
Well, but he doesn't throw that. He didn't throw that in his prime. He actually didn't even throw as hard as Frommer.
No, but his ball
had
moved.
Yeah.
He was.
I want him to work at 93, though.
Significantly better.
I think he needs to be 93, 93 and a half would be good.
He's not.
I know, but he's still working on stuff.
Oh, is he?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Tatsuya is there. He's already there.
My people in Japan did not know who he was.
Yesterday again.
My people in Japan didn't know who he was. That's a concern. Now, my people was one guy named Tekka.
And a cabbie.
No, I did have a cabbie who was listening to Bob Marley, and I said, "You like Bob Marley?" Yeah. And I said, "What? When did you start listening to Bob Marley?" And he told me in very broken English that he used to spend all day smoking weed. I was like, "What?" Because they're cabbies. They wear suits when they're driving, and he said he'd spend all day smoking weed. And that his friend would grow weed in a room that he had, but it wasn't great weed, but he liked skunk weed. This guy told me, "I like skunk weed. Skunk. I like skunk." And he, and so he started listening to Bob Marley. Then he told me he would play video games all day. I'm like, oh my God, the Western culture has gotten a hold of Japan. And he just said he'd play video games to get high all the time, but now he's trying to be more serious because he has a son. This guy looked like he was 43 years old. I don't know how old he was, but he looked like he was in his 40s easily. And he's just listening to Bob Marley. It was one of the strangest things. And I asked him, "Do you know Tatsuya Ime, or it's Imai, right?"
Imai.
And he's like,
"You don't even know him. You can't pronounce his name."
Well, I'll wait till the regular season. You know how I feel about spring baseball. They just work on things.
Uh-huh.
No one cares. Although they're winning a lot of games, though.
Well, I don't care about that. I do care about how fast guys are throwing.
I kind of care about that. Imai is going to – he's going to have some – you know what? He's going to probably have some ups and downs, but I bet you he is pretty talented.
Hunter is going to be good. The 3 guys I'm counting on.
Don't
Hunter,
say Burrows.
And Imai.
This Burrows thing.
Have you seen Burrows throw this spring?
Well, why would I? Who cares about spring? They're working on stuff.
No, well, not always.
They just work on stuff. They're just throwing curveballs and they're just throwing sliders. They don't care.
Too.
They don't care about getting guys out. I've always been told that.
When things don't go well, they're working on stuff.
Oh, that's right.
That's right. But when they're going well, what?
You asked him, had he seen Mike Burrows throw? He, like the rest of Houston, the answer is no.
Where do you see him?
Yeah,
I guess he's probably on.
How often have they been on
Is he
TV?
Are they on Space City?
I would guess so.
Probably, right?
But not every game.
No, they've got games on Space City, yeah.
They have to have games on Space
but
City.
it's not a daily thing, right? They don't show. Do they show every spring training game?
I've been kind of busy anyway with draft stuff.
You're in Japan too.
I was in Japan for part of it. I was working 90-hour work weeks for 3 straight weeks. Didn't have a day off for 62 straight days, not even for my mom's funeral. So I was a little busy. I was a little preoccupied there for a while. And now I guess I need to lock in on – I'm still writing up. I still have 100 players to write up, but I probably need to start locking in on some spring baseball.
Well, you want to watch the Astros today. They're on Space City Home Network against the Nationals.
Okay. I've been waiting to see that game against the Nationals, too.
Very excited
they've got beef,
to watch the Astros
They got
play.
beef from back in 19.
Sure. The rosters are very much the same.
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter. It's beef, okay? The two organizations, feel like it's a hated rivalry.
Yeah, it's on site anytime I see Howie Kendrick.
Right. Well, they share a facility too. So
yeah, so they must really hate each other.
They hate each other. Yeah. Yeah. So anyway,
it's actually very exciting to have a new, fresh, young pitcher from Japan because getting a Japanese, having Japanese players on your team is a big deal because if you have success, you hopefully can attract more Japanese players. Now, they got a discount on Imai. He was way lower than the expected salary, right? That's what baseball people are saying, that this number was much lower than expected on him, or at least that had been talked about by the baseball writers. I just know, so I don't know that Jim Crane's ever going to be, fighting for the top dogs financially. He doesn't typically pay that. But having some Japanese players, that's a good thing. Having Venezuela, having any international players where you can develop even many pipelines is a good thing. Just like recruiting in college football, like college football used to be. Where if you get a pipeline to a school, high school, it used to be a really big deal.
Did Jim Crane send you over to Japan?
To
get his next.
I don't want to. I'm not going to talk about that.
Oh, okay. Now that I think about it, maybe you're closer to Jim Crane now than John.
I'm not going to talk about that, but
He sent you over there.
In May, I am playing some golf. I've got a flight on a jet, and I'm playing some golf.
Playing some golf
somewhere.
with Jim?
I'm not going to say who I'm playing with. I'm just playing golf with
That,
somebody.
of course, you can't even mention because they don't want you to, right?
Mm-hmm. That's correct.
Yeah. You and Jim.
And I almost went to batting cages in Osaka. I didn't, but I almost did.
Almost did.
I was all excited. I said, there's this, oh, man, Tekka, that's the Japanese guy we had. I heard there's this place that they have batting cages and go-kart, like they have go-karts and they have this and they have video games. They have this, and this, and it costs $10. You can get in. He goes, I said, there's this place in Osaka that's supposed to be incredible. He goes, you talking about something like, Sportsplex 1? I'm like, yeah, exactly. That place looks insane. He goes, we've got like 18 of them here in Tokyo. They're just a chain. It's no big deal. I'm like, what?
Dude, it's
what?
You find that in every.
Not all of that stuff.
They got go-karts,
7
and batting
floors.
cages.
Yeah,
7
floors. Yeah, it's dirty here. It's America. There's a bunch of dirty kids that pissed all over the go-karts.
Those are
I don't want dirty,
over
pissy
Florida,
go-karts.
everywhere.
Yeah, pissy. Like I said, pissy go-karts because
No,
of
they're
pissy
not.
Florida people. Where did you pee in a bar? What state?
I ain't like that dirty-ass, trash-ass city.
What state did you pee in a bar?
He's got a point.
Well,
it was a Florida bar.
Well, you assume it's just one state.
Well, no, but I
It's
know
the one
that's
story
one.
we know.
I know my Japanese go-karts would have been clean. I didn't go because he made me. And then he kind of crapped all over salmon as a sushi. Like, salmon's kind of considered a poverty fish. He didn't call it poverty fish, but that's basically what I said. I said, hey, I like salmon sushi. I like that. I didn't say it out loud. I said, we in America like it. He goes, yeah, it's kind of considered poverty fish here. Like, really?
Oh, my God.
Who signed?
Colin Montgomery taking a practice swing, hurt his back, and he's out of the PGA.
Who?
Colin Montgomery.
Colin Montgomery. Colin Morikawa.
Oh, my people are going to be upset about this.
Yeah.
He's an American.
Oh.
But
Is
he's
he?
Japanese American.
Yeah. If the
he
World
could play.
Golf Classic starts up, he's playing for Japan, maybe. Maybe.
No.
Maybe.
There's more news?
No, that's it.
Oh, okay.
But
I saw that story about that golfer, John, who has PTSD. Did you read that?
He has PTSD. Which golfer?
There was a golfer, I'll get the name for you because you would have heard of him. PTSD, and he's like, I just went and I would cry in
Gary Woodland?
Yeah, that's him.
Oh, really? Yeah.
He said, done wasting energy trying to hide PTSD. Is an article on ESPN. It was really sad. He talked about he would just
he had
go
brain surgery, though.
He had brain surgery. It developed into a PTSD. He'd get nervous when people were behind him. He couldn't golf. He said he would go freak out and go cry in his car.
He was a good player, too.
Yeah, and it was a really sad article to read here that he's finally just saying, look, I'm going to tell everybody about it. This is what I'm dealing with. And I was like, man, PTSD golfer. And it wasn't anything it's not like he got hit by somebody just hit into his group.
It wasn't an experience from the Waste Management Open. The guy actually had a serious medical issue.
Yeah.
And it's led to what he's dealing with today.
Mm-hmm.
That's great. I mean,
That's great.
Great that they found it.
Right.
Yeah.
And that he's dealing with it.
Right. All right. We got a break. News of the Weird coming your way next right here on ESPN 97.5. But first, Lance, what you talking about? What you talking about with us? How about taquerias?
Taquerias around us. I don't know how that has anything to do with what you're talking about,
different
Willis and
strokes
Arnold.
for different folks when it comes to all the food at Taquerias around us.
That's a great point. That's a good segue. There are different strokes for different folks. If you're looking for breakfast, they got you covered. Some people are just old school. Hey, just give me, I want some chorizo with egg. Give me that chorizo. You've heard me say that. Sometimes I say that at Taquerias Arandas whenever I want to have delicious chorizo and eggs and some tortillas with different greens. I like green sauce. I prefer green sauce to red sauce. I'm just letting you know. You got huevos divorciados for breakfast. Big breakfast, regular breakfast tacos. You got lunch where you have authentic Mexican food. Have you ever had a torta, a sandwich? I'm just trying to say torta. It's really torta. But have you ever had that? The bread is different. It's pressed. It's delicious. You get it with you get it with meat, and it is a delicious sandwich. Highly recommend. One time I got one and snuck it into a movie theater in a coat when I was really cold. That's besides the point. But it's a delicious sandwich. I'm telling you, it's worthy of sneaking into a movie theater so you don't have to spend that money. But and because Taquerias Around Us also is very affordable. You can eat at Taquerias Around Us multiple times per week because they are affordable. It's an affordable restaurant option. Hard to find those in this day and age, and yet there they are. Breakfast, lunch, dinner, watch your favorite sporting events there. It really doesn't matter when you're going. Just know that you're going to get authentic Mexican food that is delicious and easy on the wallet. It's Taquerias Around Us.
All right. Something that's never happened in England before. A man pulled a car using only his testicles. He pulled an entire car. What can you pull using only your testicles?
Yep.
There's so many ways to go here. You can go some hose.
D's hose.
Yeah, you can go. It's not going to be an actual thing. It's going to be a joke about women. So we can move on.
You think you
what
can
I
just move
pull with my testicles is what you ask? What's wrong with you?
I don't even want to even.
I'm just asking. This guy pulled a car.
I'm not doing that.
What
Who cares?
can you pull?
Where's this guy from?
England.
White guy, ain't he? This is a white guy activity.
You think it's just a white guy activity?
I mean, I don't know many people who look similarly. I'm not saying that word right. I don't know many people who look like me who would do this.
All right, I got all kinds of different statistics here. The world's best countries to visit in your lifetime. It's from World Update.
Mm-hmm.
Name it. What's the best countries to visit in your lifetime? Number 1?
Japan.
Japan finished 17th on this list.
Number 1, Amsterdam.
Amsterdam is a city. So
you said country.
Yes.
A country.
Number 1, Thailand. Number 2,
you know what
Greece.
goes down on at Thailand?
Thailand.
Y'all filthy.
Greece.
They do say it's cheap and the food's great.
Indonesia, Portugal, Sri Lanka.
They're broke. Broke-ass Greece.
South Africa, Peru, Italy's 8th. I can't trust this
This
list.
is what a terrible list this
I
was.
can't trust that list.
Terrible list.
According to ChatGPT, here are the 50 states ranked by best work ethic. Number 1.
Oh, we're guessing?
Yeah.
I thought
China.
Japan.
Oh, you said states?
States.
Oh, we're just throwing out names.
Asian countries.
Work ethic.
I'm going to go Wyoming.
I'm going Kansas, land of the farmer.
Number 1, Texas.
I don't know about that.
Number 2, Utah. Nebraska, Idaho, Wisconsin, South Dakota, all the way down. I mean, sorry.
There's some cracker states in there you're throwing out there.
not
Not Texas.
Let's see, 25 largest states. That's pretty easy. Divorce rate, the lowest divorce rate in the world.
Idaho,
Utah.
No, country.
Oh, we're back to countries. What are we doing? Bouncing back and
Country.
forth. Japan.
Wrong.
Iran.
Japan is down.
Iran.
Nope.
Saudi Arabia.
India, number 1.
Okay.
3%.
Okay. 3%.
Vietnam, Tajikistan,
That's
Egypt,
not real.
the United States came in at 49%.
Well, no
India,
kidding.
3%. India, 3%. The worst?
I always tell you half of all.
Russia, 73%.
Wow.
That seems like a lot.
73%. Good. Crime.
China, 73%.
For what? For who? Why are you even getting married at this point?
If you 73%.
Yeah.
What the shnikes? I mean, that is incredible.
Of course, I'm on 2, and I'm locking in at 2. You're on 2, locking in at 2. So it does happen.
Well, you're at 50%.
I'm at the 50%.
I'm at the 50, right at the American average.
Right at the number.
Right at the number.
I can't really talk. I'm right at the
And
number.
finally, the safest countries in the world for travel.
Japan.
Japan finished 9th.
No, they're
Netherlands, number 1.
Denmark.
Netherlands. Australia, Austria,
Australia.
They got killers,
This is
everything
ChatGPT. They got kangaroos that will rip your scrot off. What are you
Wow.
talking about?
So will cars.
This is the
Now, that guy
this
can
is
pull,
AI.
Pull him. I found him.
This
John
is AI.
Stevenson, kickboxer, white guy.
Australia's not safe. The people there are dangerous.
At second, sorry.
I saw a guy save his dog by going
Fight
blow
the
for blow with the kangaroo in
He had to
Australia,
fight
right?
a
What are we
kangaroo.
talking about? That's a dangerous
You had to
place.
fight a kangaroo. This is a chat GPT
A kangaroo
list.
decided just to put the family dog in a headlock and try to choke him out.
I
What are you
never
talking
saw that
about?
in Japan. I paid money to go pet puppies one time. That's how safe that place is. And it was also
paid
right
money
next
to pet puppies.
I didn't talk about that on the air.
No, you did
want
not
to
bring it
pet
up.
these puppies?
Yeah.
No actual puppies.
No. Yeah.
Like dogs.
I don't know.
You could go pet dogs for 30 minutes. I'm like, feels like a really Japanese thing. It's the closest I'm going to get. Not, there's no Japanese game show I'm going to be on. So I might as well go pet some puppies.
We're done. Mopey and Mapes is next right here on ESPN 97.5. Hope you enjoyed the show. We'll talk to you again tomorrow, everybody. But first, Zadig Jewelers.
Hey, let me tell you about Zadig Jewelers. I'm going to tell you about luxury watches right now because Zadig Jewelers has luxury watches that are better than anything that you're going to find anywhere else. You know why? They are actual boutique locations for many of the top makers of luxury watches in the world. And what that means is they get unique timepieces that no one else is going to get. They buy, they sell, they trade. Now, you already know they sell, but they'll buy your luxury watch. They will trade with you. You can do a trade with them. You think you're so good in your fantasy football league? Go trade with Zadig. Maybe you get the same kind of awesome deal. Buy, sell, and trade. If you don't have a luxury watch but you're looking to purchase one, it starts at Zadig without question. Go shop over there. If you've got one and you're looking to add to your collection at Zadig, maybe you want to sell, maybe you want to trade. Zadig wants you in there no matter what. Maybe you just want to window shop. I went and window shopped, and it was really cool to see what some of these luxury timepieces look like. I had no idea. I don't have one, but I can tell you this. The craftsmanship is incredible. See it for yourself at Zadig Jewelers at Zadig.com, 1801 Post Oak Boulevard.
Welcome to the show. Welcome to Keith, who is on hold already. Keith, Sean and I were having a discussion. We appreciate you getting in, but you kind of understand the flow of how these shows go, right? Like, you called in to the morning show, and they didn't get to you, unfortunately. We're going to do a segment first. I will get to you as soon as we start the second segment, but you don't have to hold right now. But if you want to hold, fine. Anyone else, 713-780-3776. We'll talk some Rockets here. And unfortunately, the Rockets are doing this all wrong. As you progress in the season, you're supposed to kind of coalesce, find yourself, and get better. Play your best basketball starting in March. Like you got through February, kind of the dregs right after the All-Star break. People are a little tired from the season. You just, particularly if you know you're a playoff team, you just want to get to the postseason. But March is the time you start picking it up. You start figuring out and finalizing what that potential playoff rotation will be. You know who you are as a team. You have an example of it on the other side. The Nuggets just got Aaron Gordon back. That was his third game back. Didn't do very much, but they are working one of their big pieces back, and I expect the Nuggets, when it comes time, as long as health is on their side, to be ready to go for the playoffs and be a challenge to the Spurs and the Thunder. The Rockets, the last two times they've played a team who you would consider a potential threat to make a Western Conference final, completely outclassed. It happened again last night. You have the back-to-back stuff in play, playing in altitude. Yes, take that into consideration. Kevin Durant didn't want to, said we can't use that excuse. We're supposed to go out there and win the game. But we know the history of playing one night and then having to go to Denver, particularly if they've had a night off. The Rockets were in it for about 2 quarters. Christian Braun hit a 3 at the end of the first half, and after that, the game was pretty much over. They get beat. Kevin Durant was limited in his shot opportunities, and maybe the Denver Nuggets took the advice of the San Antonio Spurs, who a couple things came out of that matchup where it didn't paint the Rockets in the best light. One of the things was a conversation heard by a San Antonio reporter that he talked about, I think, on a podcast, where he heard a conversation between Keldon Johnson and Kevin Durant. And Kevin Durant was saying, "Why are you guys triple teaming me?" Kevin Durant understands why they're triple teaming him. He's a great player, but he said, "What are you guys doing?" I guess he wanted to play straight up. And Keldon Johnson said, "You're the 6th all-time leading scorer." Another Spur, who was not named, said, "It's not because you're great, it's because those other guys suck." And then we had the Dylan Harper thing where they said they ran the same play 15 straight times against the Rockets. So while the Spurs, I saw it back in December, were going to be a problem, now they're putting things out there where the Rockets, in some ways, can be looked at as a joke, at least for that game. Not overall, but for that game, where you can have the same play run at you 15 times and it still worked to a great degree. And then you have Spurs talking about your team like you're not a real threat. That's upsetting. But the Rockets have shown over this stretch that unless they're playing the Orlando Magic or the Raptors, so I guess you would say mid-table teams in the East, you put a good team in front of them, they're going to get beat. Even teams that they have a better record than. They went to Miami and lost. They blew a game against the Knicks where they had a lead. And, of course, the last 2 times they faced a Western Conference contender, they weren't even close. So what does this mean? I know there's some conversations about Ime's in real trouble, or at least people are upset. Real trouble would mean the actual people who run the Rockets are considering a change. Ime lost the fans a bit ago. It's what happens when real expectations are on your head. Once that happens, all the good grace, all the goodwill, that you develop because you turn this franchise from a joke to a team people could be happy to watch and root for, that goes away. As soon as you made the trade for Kevin Durant, all that stuff about how nice it is to actually have a good basketball team goes away. You want to see improvement, particularly from your young players. And we were having a talk this morning. Who's gotten better? Which falls on the coach, maybe to an undue amount. Players have their own responsibility to get better. But who on this team has gotten better when you watch them play night to night? Reed Sheppard, who was highlighted by Richard Jefferson last night, saying he should be in most improved player conversations. That player has gotten better. Despite all the consternation and maybe some of you even thinking that Ime is actually doing his best to keep him from getting better, you look at Reed Sheppard year to year, that's a better player. Now, when you combine him with Alperen Sengun and they want to play defense, then don't use that, because then it kind of throws my point away. There was one possession, like Jokic got the ball in the backcourt. He dribbled up the court. They set kind of a ghost screen for him. Alperen and Reed could not handle it, and he gets right to the rim. I think it was off a made bucket too, so there shouldn't have been so much confusion. It was a simple, hey, we're gonna send this ghost screen. The two guys couldn't handle it, and it led to a layup. So that combination is not good together on the floor, and they're pretty bad defensively. But Reed Sheppard's a better player. Amen. The ceiling is, when will you be able to shoot the basketball with any consistency? Until that happens, there's going to be just a certain level that he cannot reach. So do the Rockets need a better shooting coach? Is that just something we're going to have to wait on with Amen, or is it something that's never going to occur? There are players who have gotten better as shooters over the course of their career. I mean, Kawhi Leonard was an offensive force in college, but he became, well, that's the reason you get drafted in the late teens, is because he wasn't a fully formed offensive player. He was always a great defender, and he became, of course, what he's become. I think he put up 45 last night as the Clippers beat up on the Wolves, who are playing poorly right now. They've lost 3 in a row. So Ime's, if you want to say directive, is to win a lot of games, but also watch these young players who you hope to be the core of a team not only wins now, but will be the core of a team that when Kevin Durant's no longer at the best of his abilities, they're leading the team into the future. And at this point, you've got one guy, and even that guy you wish played more. Tari Eason, he's regressed. However you want to couch the offseason discussion before the year began, whether he bet on himself, whether the Rockets and him simply couldn't come to an agreement, that has not gone well for Tari Eason. It started fine. He shot the ball great from beyond the arc. His availability stuff was still an issue, but at least you could see there was some development with his perimeter shooting. Over the last 10 games, he's now, 6 of 35 from 3? It's only a 10-game stretch. Who knows if he gets it back, shooting to the level he was. But you can call it regression and say, hey, Tari Eason was never the shooter he was beforehand. We're simply getting back to the norm. Not that he's going to go 6 for 35, but the percentages have to come down to a normal level when it comes to Tari Eason, and that is taking place. So whether you thought this was a championship team or not when Fred got hurt and then when Steven Adams got hurt, maybe that took that off the board for you. But the team itself, the young guys, they're either stable or as far as their development, stationary or regressing. Alperen Sengun was a better player 2 seasons ago now. Why is that? Is that Alperen's limitations physically? Has he developed anything in the post? He seems to revert back always to the backing him down, back the Gene Peterson thing, or the Charles Barkley thing that developed a rule that came into play last night. Alperen Sengun was so in his I'm going to back you down until I put you under the rim bag that the referees called him for a 5-second call. I have not seen a 5-second call in at least 5 years. Maybe it's because the game has certainly changed about how guys play, but even still, there's still some back to the basket guys. Don't see it called. It got called last night. I'm of the opinion that the referees were like, you know what? I'm sick and tired of watching you back people down and drop an elbow in the rib and I don't call a foul. I'm just gonna throw this at you and say, hey, pick up the pace. I don't know if you know what game we're playing here, but we don't do this back to the basket thing. We don't do the 8 seconds in the paint thing. We're gonna call this for once. It has to be egregious before a referee would call it. It was so surprising that the broadcast crew was like, what? I was watching the ESPN feed, and they didn't know what was going on. They thought it was an offensive foul. Ryan Hollins apparently had to explain it. He's like, no, they hit him with the 5-second rule. That's how out of the norm it is. It was part of a disappointing night. You wanted a better effort after what the Spurs did, even taking into account the back-to-back, the altitude. You just wanted a better second half, and they capitulated. I'm sure if you talk to Ime about it, he will mention toughness, being out physical, all the things he leans into. But right now, you're just not good enough. You've got a whole month left before the season ends and the playoffs begin. Can the Rockets find their way? Can they be the team they were to start the season? I know they started, I think, 0-2, but overall, that was a team that people liked and thought, hey, the Fred VanVleet thing, missing him, not such a big deal. They had overcome that as far as winning basketball games. Now all the seams of this Rockets team becoming very apparent as the teams that they are either chasing or in the same tier with are figuring their stuff out and getting ready for the playoffs. You think about how this will go. They'll probably, unless they really want to chase seeding, and hopefully they're not trying to avoid the play-in, they'll probably shut it down with the week to go. You'll see limited minutes for these guys as they start to get rest for the playoffs. So at 65 games played, you may have 12 to 13 more games where you're going full out before you start to figure out where the standings are and how you're going to fall in those standings. And then you start to, hey, we got to get ready. We got to start to rest our guys as the playoffs begin. They don't have a lot of time. I mean, the season is long, but it's getting short for this team. And they're worse than they were at the beginning, which wasn't my goal for them. I didn't think they were championship ready. I just think their young players hadn't had enough playoff experience. But most of them are the same, and in some cases, unfortunately, even worse. So whether that leads to something where there are real discussions about the potential future of Ime Udoka, I would be surprised by that. It's his job to make these guys better, help them get better. I'll put it that way, and that's not being done. And you watched a veteran Nuggets team just get anything and everything they wanted in that second half, and that's why the Rockets got blown out again for the second consecutive time against the West contender. Keith, you held through the break. You want to talk Rockets. Sean, do you think he actually wants to talk Rockets?
I'm sure there'll be like a comment.
Maybe.
I'm sure. And then he'll get to whatever he actually wants to talk about.
If you want to actually talk Rockets like it's your first priority, 713-780-3776. If it's not, you can call in as well. It's not the day for this because it's normally a Friday thing where we talk about shows, but I have watched the first episode and a bit more of DTF St. Louis. Jason Bateman. He's on one. I mean, it's a weird performance because, well, I don't want to give it away. It's on HBO Max. Not bad. Linda Cardellini. I see your game. Welcome, Linda Cardellini. You haven't been a part of my TV watching world for a long time, but you're back now. All right, we'll get to Keith and anyone else when we come back.
This is the Del Olaleya Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleya.
We got a couple calls we'll get to. Anthony wants to talk NCAA Tournament. We'll get to Keith first, and that's good that Anthony's called in, and some good news for the Cougs if we go by one bracketologist. We'll talk about that in a bit, but let's get to Keith first. He wants to talk some NFL. What's up, Keith?
Hey, Dale, I can talk some Rockets. Didn't get to DTF St. Louis. Wednesday's the big Survivor 50 night. Best show on television, Survivor. So I'll get to Rooster, DTF St. Louis, the Pit, maybe tonight or with no World Baseball Classic on. But I want to talk Rockets real quick. Forget the NFL stuff. You guys know my stance on the Ravens and whatnot. But I went to the Rockets game Tuesday night to see Jamal Shed on the Raptors. He did not look surprisingly good. I'm not sure what his best skill set is on the court as an NBA backup point guard. He got in some foul trouble, looked a little bit undersized, turnovers, and then obviously he got crossed over into a different stratosphere last night by DeJounte Murray, touched earth. So tough week for Jamal Shed as an NBA backup. In terms of the Rockets, watching that game, it's everything is just Kevin Durant, ISO, Kevin Durant, this, Kevin Durant, that. Sengun bringing the ball up the court and getting his handles picked is just a disaster. I don't know why they keep doing that. And then Finney Smith and Okogie don't do anything on the court at all, complete zeros. Amin and Jabari, all of their shots are just like transition shots. Nothing really set in the offense, maybe a corner three here and there, but it's all transition stuff. Whenever they get into a half court, it is just going to be Sengun over-dribbling and flaring his arms, and then Durant on an ISO. It's pretty tough to watch, and the worst thing about all the Rocket stuff is, despite all of these losses and everything, is like a month before the season, Van Vliet went out with the injury, and you've had, October, November, December, January, February, March, 6 months, you still don't have a quality point guard to bring in. And then going back to Reed Shepherd, of course he's going to be in the most improved conversation because he's actually playing because of the injuries. But to bring Durant in and not address that point guard spot when you had a whole month before the season, drafting Shepherd over Castle, and then, Sengun bringing the ball up the court is so bad. And Jabari and Amin just transition, nothing really set, and Durant has to do everything. It's just tough to watch.
Yeah. I would say nothing easy for the Rockets on offense in the half court. It does feel like your turn, my turn when it comes to Durant and Sengun, and it's one of the criticisms that Ime Udoka has, or at least what people levy at him. He's been asked about his offense in the past, and he calls it read and react. The worst thing he could ever do is put a name to it. Now people can go from it being this nebulous thing where they say we hate the offense. Now they can put read and react into a sentence and rip that apart. I wouldn't have ever given it a name, particularly when there's no great success coming from it in the half court. They can be a rough watch. It's
a bunch of guys that aren't point guards
we
trying to initiate an offense
Kevin
that
Durant
also is very ISO heavy.
There was one situation, I don't know if it was Sengun and Durant in the pick and roll where it might have been the first, second half, doesn't really matter, where Durant was a ball handler and a screen was set. The Nuggets trapped it. Durant tried to pass out of it. He threw it right at the arms of a Nugget defender who deflected it, and it led to a fast break. It's like, that's a simple thing that feels like a guy who is a competent point guard would handle that pretty easily. It wasn't anything special. They trapped him a little bit, and he simply said, "Oh, I'm going to pass out of it." No, you're not, because these are NBA players with long arms. So they deflected it. No pump fake, nothing to get their arms down. It was just a very easy, lackadaisical turnover, and we see that quite a bit. And that's why sometimes this Rockets offense can be very frustrating. They're talented but mismatched. Guys have their roles, but no one at this point, other than Kevin Durant's ability to score, is all that great in the roles they have. But the Rockets will likely tell you, hey, for all the problems you think we have, we're still the 3 seed and have and it's very real that we could certainly host not host, but have home court advantage in the first round series. And who knows who we would see in the second round? It'd likely be the Spurs, which wouldn't go well, but they'll certainly convince themselves and try to convince you that they have a shot to get to a Western Conference Finals.
Yeah.
We are judging them on the curve of what can you do in these playoffs, not whether you're a good team. You are a good team. But last year was the year for, hey, it's nice to have a good team. This year, will you be a first-round exit? Will you be a team who wins a first-round series and competes for a chance to make the Western Conference Finals? Or are we talking about a flame out where people on their jobs are things that are being discussed? This is what it'll likely turn into if things don't flip. They've looked bad against the best teams. That's going to hurt your cause when it comes to the fans. And you can watch the games no matter who they're playing, game by game. They will beat teams because they're better talent-wise, but they don't beat you. The Rockets don't beat anyone really with scheme and skill, other than Kevin Durant. Like, that guy, put him anywhere, he's gonna do his thing. A bucket, as you might call him. But other than that, it's just Rafael Stone has collected enough talent where they can be disjointed, they can turn the ball over, and they can still find their way to 50 wins, which will probably be the case this year.
Yeah, there is a tweet from a Minnesota beat reporter last night after their loss, and it says, it's Chris Finch saying, feels like we're a million miles away from where we've been a week ago. And Matt Moore, an NBA writer, quote tweeted, and he said, LA, Houston, Denver, and Minnesota have had this exact feeling 10 times this season, and they're all 14 games over 500. Yeah. Like, it is funny. Everyone not named San Antonio and OKC in the West, who's, I guess, above the play-in, has just been in like a constant, like, God, we stink. Yeah. Like, this team stinks.
The Wolves felt like they had got it going. Then they go lose 3 in a row. They lost the game at home to undermanned, I forgot who it was, but it was a team they should have beat, and they got their ass kicked. So, and then they go into L.A. and get beat up by the Clippers. So, yeah, I saw that. I saw the tweet that Sean is talking about too, and it's true. For all of the bad that has been the last 2 out of 3 games, they're still the 3rd seed, which means the season's gone pretty well.
Yeah, and it is like, well, L.A. hates their team too. Denver just now is like stopping hating their team.
Yeah, and depending on the night,
and
they'll hate them again.
Wait 2 weeks, they'll hate them again. Yeah. And it is just like, I mean, I guess it's as simple as it's 4 teams that were all, contenders, all thought that they could make the finals, and it's becoming very clear that it'll probably be OKC San Antonio. Like that, I think that's what it is. It's just 4 teams having to come to the realization that's like, oh yeah, this isn't going to work out for us.
Not unless what happens in the playoffs happens. Some guy gets hurt, and it might open up the title chase. But as it stands right now, it feels like we're on the path to 1 versus 2 in the conference finals, and everyone else is just a roadblock.
Honestly, like, unless one of 2 guys get hurt, really.
Yeah, I would say that Denver at full health, they did push OKC last year, and Jokic look, Shea, Wemby, yes, but if we're just talking best player in a 7-game series, I still might take Jokic over both. And if that's the case, and Denver's continuity, and Aaron Gordon's healthy, and Cam Johnson, I did find it funny, and Anthony will get to you here. I did find it funny that Cam Johnson, after having a good night, was like, he pretty much said, I've been too passive and unsure of myself for too long. Oh, appreciate it, Cam, for getting it together last night. Thanks. Thanks for figuring it out. And if he has figured it out, because remember, he was supposed to be the acquisition, and Keith actually called about Cam Johnson and the Michael Porter Jr. trade a couple weeks ago. Cam Johnson was supposed to be a better fit for Denver. He had just not been a guy who had been assertive enough and was still trying to find his role. If that guy is the guy that they wanted him to be, along with the health of Aaron Gordon, then we're having a conversation about Denver as, the Nuggets haven't gone anywhere. In fact, now they're ready to go, and they're a problem for anyone they face. So while I keep them in that second tier along with the Rockets and the Wolves and the Lakers, I do think their ceiling is one where they may not be San Antonio or OKC, but their ceiling is one that if you put them in a series in the Western Conference Finals or semifinal against either one of them, it's a little more interesting than if it was the Lakers or Rockets or the Wolves. Let's get to Anthony here. He wants to talk some tournament. What's up, Anthony?
Hey, good morning, Dale. Hey, my question, and I'm going to preface this by saying I'm a bit of a homer on this question, but is about the Florida Gators. I think this year they're a little better than last year's team, and even though you know what the situation happened there, but my question to you is: do you feel that there's any team that's as hot as they are right now? Do you think the other number one seeds match up well with them? And just basically, what is your take on them at this time in the season? And I'll hang up and listen to you on this one.
Yeah, they have size and, some of the metrics along with Michigan, Arizona, and Duke say Florida, and I think the Cougs now got back to a point where they fit some of the metrics, too, of teams who can win a title. All the metrics say Florida has a real shot to repeat. They don't have Walter Clayton Jr. That was the star player, the guy most people who are casual basketball fans last year could go, oh, yeah, they have a certain first-round pick and a star guard. And he had his moments. It pulled them out of the fire a couple of times, and hell, even against the Cougs where they shut him down early, he found his way and made some big buckets. So do they have that guy if things get tight? Right now, they're supposed to be the the fourth overall one. In the South, guess who else CBS has in the South? The Cougs, which would mean not only would it be a rematch if they faced each other, if both teams did what they're supposed to do and win their games, it would be Florida versus the Cougs at Toyota Center for a chance to go to the Final Four. So that would probably feel pretty unfair to Florida, but it's set up in a way right now because the Cougs had the foresight to not want to host the tournament in their own city. That allows for them to play in their home city. So, yeah, Florida's one of the teams who how hot they are. That's if they lose in their first game in the SEC tournament. How hot are they then? But yeah, they've been playing great basketball, and unfortunately, me hating everything that is the University of Florida has to realize that they got a real shot to repeat. And isn't that kind of what they do? They win one, then they go repeat. The last time they won one, Billy Donovan followed it up. Now, they brought all those guys back as opposed to this time around where Clayton Jr. is in the pros. I think now he's a Memphis Grizzly after the trade with the Jazz. So I don't like to say it, but yeah, they got size, man. They are a big team, and we have A&M on the station. At the end of their game against A&M, it wasn't anything about the actual score because they handled A&M pretty easily, but they were talking mad to the Aggies. Even one guy who was like, you shouldn't be allowed to. Like, you didn't do anything. But they have that type of confidence. They have that type of personality where they understand how good they are. And when you go on a run that they did last year and now you follow it up, kind of verifying what you are as a program under Todd Golden, let's just hope we don't deal. Let's just hope the Cougs don't have to deal with Florida. I think it'll go worse than it did last time around.
In Toyota Center, though.
Understand, but the Cougs have proven Toyota Center or Fertitta Center they can get into a stretch where they don't score. I don't think that would change just because it's in a different building in the city. Probably not going to change. So I would ask for someone to knock off the Gators first, somehow, some way. Yeah. If they're both in the same region in the South,
8 or 9 seed that can.
I don't know. Maybe the Thursday in the regional. Maybe the 4 seed, whoever it is who sees them in the Sweet 16. Let's get that done. Like, man, let's have that happen. Cougs on their best day, sure, they could play with them, but there is a size disadvantage they have, and Florida's really good. But the tournament's a tournament for a reason, and so who knows? Excited for it. Selection Sunday is Sunday, so we'll see where the Cougs fall. I mean, if we're talking about the number ones, Duke, Michigan, Arizona, and Florida goes in as the fourth number one. I mean, we've seen the Cougs have their issues with Arizona. It's gonna be tough no matter how it goes. It'll be for this Cougs team to make a Final Four, considering their limitations and in comparison to the other teams in the past who could lean on having the top defense. I won't say it's Kelvin Sampson's best job. I'm not going to put it like that. But this one, despite being a 2 seed, I'd be actually more surprised than the previous ones who have made a Final Four. And they've only done it like a couple times. We think because they're always in the mix that it's happened over and over again. This one would be more surprising than the previous two. Like, the one happened after the COVID year, you want to call it, the year after COVID canceled the tournament, and then of course last year where they were minutes away from winning a title. This team's not as good. They're probably more offensively gifted. I'm not going to say something's missing, but they're just something different from this Cougars team compared to past ones, and I think it probably just resides in you can't always guarantee that they're going to get a stop. You felt like you could guarantee that last year, even when they did have their scoring droughts. Jay, I see you. We'll get to you. Can't believe I had to talk and wax poetic about the Florida Gators. Disgusting. Thankfully, I had Billy Napier for the last couple of years, so I didn't have to do it with football. We'll see what John Summerall does there. Will they take to calling him? It doesn't roll off the tongue. Sunbelt Billy rolled off the tongue. I don't know what you can call the guy who was the coach of an American Conference team and make it sound better or at least the same as Sunbelt Billy. And John is
John Dummerall. There you go.
Well, that's just really rude.
No, I mean I'm saying if he goes like 4-8, that's yeah. They're ready to fire him. That's what the plane with the banner that flies over the stadium.
That's what a Miami fan base does. I don't know if the Gators have it in them, but I do imagine some Jacksonville radio host will call them that in year 3.
Yeah.
If things, maybe even in year 2.
Some timeouts.
Yeah, John Dummerall. Is that any surprise that John Dummerall did that? Yeah. It does. Your issues do get highlighted quite a bit when you go from no disrespect intended, but you're about to hear some. When you go from a lesser league like the American to the SEC, because more eyes on you, just more people who care. Whatever. I don't know what. I just know Tulane was a good football program under Summerall. Of course, Willie Fritz before that. I just know whatever his issues were as far as being a head coach on game days, if there are some, people are going to notice them really quickly.
Yeah, just historically, Florida since Urban Meyer, you got like 3 or 4 years, and then you move on.
It's just how it's been.
Yeah, then they get sick of you.
No one's been able to recreate what Urban was up to.
Yeah, I think John Summerall's a good coach, but I thought some of those other guys were good coaches.
If we're taking bets in 3 or 4 years, particularly if LSU is looking for a coach, they will probably hire another coach from the American or something, or a league like that. They will have their eyes set on a major coach. But what we've seen from Florida is from assistants like Will Muschamp or Jim McElwain, who was another assistant, it's either an assistant from a high-profile school or a coach at one of the lower leagues. That's what they've been about. They probably have higher expectations when it comes to hires, but that's just what it's been since Urban Meyer. And even Urban Meyer was a guy who was coaching in the Mountain West.
Yeah,
but
imagine if they just hired a Utah coach.
Yeah, that actually works. But Kyle Whittingham wasn't available until he was.
No, I'm just saying. Imagine if a SEC school was like, here's who we're gonna hire, a guy not just from Utah, a guy from the Mountain West.
Yeah,
come on down.
Maybe do that.
Coach Florida.
Yeah, we'll see what Morgan Scalley's up to in 3 or 4 years, and see if Florida comes a call. If
I could still remember who's in the Mountain West and who's in the Pac-12, I would use an example of like Fresno State. I think they're in the Pac-12 because they're the second name state,
and Utah's in the Big 12. Yeah, so but I don't know who's in the Mountain West anymore.
Mountain West, okay, come on, Wyoming.
Is Texas State in the Mountain West now?
They're in the Pac-12. All the ones that have state are in the Pac-12. Or not all of them, but like...
Is Nevada in the Mountain West?
Yes.
Okay. Maybe Nevada or UNLV or something.
Yeah. Well, the UNLV coach is Dan Mullen.
So they're not doing that.
That's a Florida coach.
They won't be doing that. They won't make that mistake again. Although he was fine compared to the others. Jay, we'll get to you when we come back. Anyone else? 713-780-3776. But before we go to break, I want to talk about Monument Chevrolet. No problems there. No problem with their hires there. That's why they've had employees who've been around for years, because not only do they do a good job hiring their employees, they make the experience for you and the employees a fun one. That's how you get loyalty from your customers and the people who help sell to your customers. So if you are someone looking for a great car, just go to monumentchevrolet.com and find the price and the model that you want, and then ask for Jeff. He is their GM, and it's truck month, so they've got great deals on trucks. So if you have any questions for Jeff on Truck Month. He'll have them for you, and then he'll direct you to one of their salespeople and find that Silverado or Colorado that fits what you're looking for, whether it be the color or maybe you want an EV Silverado. That's kind of the variety they have. Whether you're looking for an EV vehicle or a traditional vehicle, SUV, car, truck, it's all there for you. They have a nice lineup menu right in the center of the homepage, which will tell you about all the vehicles and what might be something you want. So from the prices to the vehicles to the people, it's all there for you at Monument Chevrolet. They're in Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. Take advantage of Truck Month at Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
It's the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Olalea.
We talk college basketball to close out the last segment. Thanks to Texas's loss last night, all of a sudden, they're on the bubble. But it's a soft bubble, so they'll probably make it. Their head coach, Chris Beard, not that concerned. He hasn't been all that concerned.
Former head coach Chris Beard.
Sorry. He's probably not
That's
concerned.
who they lost to, actually.
Yeah, they lost to Chris Beard. Sean Miller. Also, he should probably be more concerned because it's his program. But he's not that concerned. He's like, whatever. Hey, Sean, you going to be worried about Sunday? Nah, fine. I'll be fine. Don't worry about me. I've seen it. As Sean said, he's the other Sean Mapes. He's seen that team play. He gets it. He gets what they're actually capable of and what they're not capable of.
I really connect with Sean Miller, just being like, I'm not going to lie to you. It's saying like, oh, we deserve to be like Auburn's doing.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm not going to be Bruce Pearl. I mean, they played 30-plus games. You've seen it. What does this team look like to you?
Yeah, okay. Either, do teams even play in the NIT anymore? I don't really think
not teams who have any pride.
Yeah.
The ones who are from big are from big conferences and had some real expectations. They generally just turn that thing down.
They're just like, hey, no one's going to be on this team next year. No one.
Yeah, particularly in this era. What are we doing this for? It's not to develop some confidence and
some momentum
for going into next year. It doesn't matter.
Bowl practice.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. He's like, well, what? So we can lose one more game before, like, what?
Do I really want to be in Dayton
Yeah,
on a Tuesday night?
I did that last year.
It's not fun.
Texas was there too. I was there too.
And no one was having a good time.
Who cares?
Let's get to Jay here before we close out the hour. What's up, Jay?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Hey, Bill, first things first. Been listening to you for a long time. I started out listening to you with the Hall of Famers on the show before. I appreciate you for keeping those guys in line, dude. So, hey, man, I had a general statement about watching the Rockets playing, watching them with Kevin Durant and stuff like that, man. I don't know, but to me, the team looks eerily similar to the team that Durant played on in Brooklyn, when it was so hard for him to bring the ball up court. Because he's leading scorer, he's almost a primary ball handler here, too. So the defense just knows where he is, so it's not hard to set up and camp out and triple team him and all that kind of stuff. It just seems like that young core that everybody was talking about from last year, and I heard you guys say it, and it's just ringing so much more true. And I was like, where's the development here? Why aren't any of these guys? Why haven't any of them taken a step in a better direction from last year? It's like all of them are exactly the same or worse than they were last year. What am I missing here? Is it Ime? Is it the training staff? What am I missing here? They'll talk to me, dude.
Yeah, it's stagnant, man. You look at it overall, and these are all high picks. I mean, funny, except for Alpern, who's been their all-star out of the young guys. Everyone else who you are counting on, Tari in the teens as well as a draft pick, but I don't know that at this point I'm going to put Tari in that top group considering his injury concerns and what his season has been overall. But when you add Durant and you have Ime Udoka as a head coach, I don't know that development is at the top of the list of things you're trying to accomplish. Now, unfortunately for the Rockets, there are no 27, 28-year-old stars in this roster who are fully developed going into what traditionally is considered your prime to pair with Kevin Durant. You have guys learning on the job. And when you're learning on the job, you're going to make mistakes. And unfortunately, because of what they want to accomplish, those mistakes are going to be highlighted. Like last year was a fun story. You have your veterans in Dylan Brooks and Fred VanVleet, but the group that you were counting on to push this team forward were all 23 and under. All of a sudden, the Rockets got much older due to Kevin Durant, and then, of course, the importance of Fred VanVleet and Steven Adams. Their core pieces, at least the glue guys plus your star, were all 30-plus years old, and then you have your young guys trying to fit in. Kevin Durant, you mentioned how he looked in Brooklyn and how it's similar here. Kevin Durant, I think earlier this season, talked about how he's always had a bucket getter at guard, whether it be Russell Westbrook, Steph Curry, and, of course, Kyrie. I don't know where you want to put that version of Chris Paul, but Chris Paul in the mid-range can go get himself a bucket. Fred VanVleet less so, but at least you had a veteran point guard. He's had established guards. As he became a star, those guys are along with him. That's not the case here. And to your point, he's a guy who has to bring the ball up far more than you kind of would like. He's not great doing it. You see some of what you would consider lackadaisical turnovers. It didn't eventually matter because they had such a big lead. But it was all distilled into that moment or moments against the Wizards, where the Wizards were actually trying as opposed to, the first three quarters against the Heat a couple nights ago. They're actually trying to win the game or at least be competitive, and Kevin Durant turned the ball over twice, and he got so frustrated he got called for a technical foul because he shoved the guy who took the ball away from him after he laid it up and in. So he's not a point guard. He shouldn't have the ball in his hands, and he's right where everyone knows he's going to be because he has the ball in his hands so much. Look, you think about him. He came from a place in Golden State when he played there where they made his job as easy as possible. In Phoenix, he had another established scorer on the perimeter in Devin Booker. Now, that thing got messy. He had to go. And in Brooklyn, of course, he had his guys there. Two other Hall of Famers. Here, a lot more is on his plate than I think he even thought. Now, he's been the good teammate. I mean, at least if you exclude Burnergate. He's been the good teammate. He's been the guy who says, yeah, I want more responsibility. That's what we're here for. That's what I'm paid to do. But I don't think he thought he would have to shoulder it all, and the Rockets didn't either. It's just that when, like, in terms of what Keith called about, they did not believe that another guard was necessary, and part of that is because you don't want a progress stopper in front of Reed Shepherd. If Fred's not going to be available, do you want a guy who you're giving 30-plus minutes to be depended on when you have your number 3 overall pick waiting in the wings? And I think they made the decision that this season was about getting Reed to a point where even this year and beyond, he could be a guy that you lean on. And that is working out in some ways. And then you have moments like last night, particularly when he doesn't shoot the ball well, where you're asking, what's he out there for? If he's not going to shoot, he's not going to be a guy who's going to handle anyone of any real stature on the offensive end defensively. He's not capable of that right now. And when you team him with Alprin, who now has mixtapes on his defense, you got a real problem. In fact, let's hear from, thank you for the call, Jay. Let's hear from Perk. Perk has a new nickname for Alprin Sengun. Baby Jokic is one that we've heard in the past. Our good buddy Raheel Ramzanali called Alprin Sengun overweight tortoise. Less complimentary than Baby Jokic. This one falls probably in between those two. Here's Perk on ESPN talking about Alprin's defense.
First thing that comes to mind for me is the big man. And I know Alfred Şengün, he don't like the nickname Baby Jokic, so I gave him one.
A new one?
Zero interest.
Okay.
Because he has zero interest in playing defense. Have y'all seen him lately? I mean, offensively, he's talented as hell. But when you go back and look at this Spurs video, this is not a guy that is fired up about defending at no kind of level. Look at his body language, the flopping, right? Not being able to hold his own, not being able to be engaged. Here goes another action right here, not denying the ball. He's in the middle of nowhere. Coaches hate this position. The KD is doing all the work. Is no force whatsoever. He doesn't get up on the screen. And at least give me something right here. Give me a clapping of the hands, hitting the floor. Show that you want to play some type of defense. And guess what? Dylan Harper said we ran the same play 15 straight times attacking Alfred Şengün. And right here, he ducks and get out the way. So I'm not picking on him. But even though
I think you are.
No, I'm not. I'm just, listen. Hey, listen.
The Spurs were picking on him. You were just joining the crowd.
If I see a Queen of Heart, damn it, I'm going to call it a Queen of Heart. The film don't lie. I'm not just speaking this. The film don't lie. Look at this. The worst ever in franchise history in a single game.
A Queen of Hearts, an interesting choice there. You don't normally hear that. It's like if I call a spade, right? That's what's normally used when we talk about cards. Maybe that's what he was trying to get to. I don't remember, so I'm gonna get to a different card. Queen of Hearts, huh? Either way, that number that he referenced was, I think, points per possession or something like that. It was the worst in franchise. It wasn't the worst in franchise history. I think it was the worst since they started tracking, because I don't know if they were tracking it in 1998. I think it's from the 2013-2014 season. Alprin Şengün's defensive number per possession in a game was the worst since over a decade ago. Either way, whether you want to call that stat data dredging or not, it wasn't a good performance for any Rocket really last night, and Alprin chief among them. Are we done with the Baby Jokic nickname? Like, I never was gonna say it because I was like, he's a good player, but Jokic is Jokic. I think now 2 years of, let's say, no growth, where he's kind of been a stagnant player, and if you want to be really critical, someone who's maybe regressed a little bit, we're done with that. We're done with the Baby Jokic thing. He's just Alprin. You want to give him a no-interest nickname? That's up to you. He's Alpy until something else comes along. He hasn't played well enough. The Jokic, we snatched back the Baby Jokic nickname.
It is funny that it's like he's stagnated the last 2 years.
And made the All-Star team.
The only 2 All-Stars he's made in his career.
That's true. But he was better the year no one was paying attention to the Rockets.
Yeah, that is true.
No. All right, we'll go to break with that. Thank you for the call, Jay. Anyone else want to get in during hour 2? 713-780-3776. We will be back. All that talking from Benji Gill. Now look at you. All that talking about how you wanted to face the U.S. in the final in Miami. Now what? Now what? Didn't beat Italy, which in some ways is USA Team B. I don't think the Italian Baseball Federation or whatever they call would agree to that. But if we look at the composition of the roster, it's just USA AAA. Maybe AA, you had the better prospects. Is it USA Winter Ball?
I was gonna say some of these guys like
USA Single A. What are they? Cape Cod League. What are they? What's this version? What highest level of baseball? Well, some of these guys actually do play in the major leagues.
Like 2 or 3 guys in their lineup, like probably like C Team USA. And
They're on
the pitching staff is just like, who cares? Like this is not the best whatever 13 pitchers we could get.
No,
it is just like who would say yes and whose team was like yeah sure whatever. But only one start or maybe 2 if you're Paul Skeens. But yeah, I mean
yeah, Vinny Pasquantino's a real ball player.
Yeah, and Caglianone's like young, but like he should be fine. Whatever. These other guys, all these other guys though, I don't know.
Let's hear.
They should be proud that they were able to help America.
Well, let's hear from a guy who is actually a big-time major leaguer, Vinny Pasquantino. He helped Team Italy beat Mexico and help the U.S. advance to the you want to call it the knockout round, the single elimination round.
It's like the quarterfinals.
Whatever you want to call it, the quarterfinals. They're here. The U.S. is in them, and thanks to Italy, or as we like to call it, Team B for Team USA. Let's hear from Vinny on the win.
That was unbelievable, huh? You're welcome, USA. We were thinking of you guys over at your hotel. We were thinking of you guys, so I'm glad you guys could join us in the party.
So when you get back to your phone, Vinny, what's that text message going to say from Bobby Witt Jr.?
I'm hoping he's got a room key for me at his hotel. That's what I'm hoping for.
Real Fran Brown energy from Vinny Pasquantino. If you don't know what that reference is, you're like a lot of people. But Fran Brown, when his Syracuse team at the end of the 2024 season beat Miami and got Clemson into the ACC title game, he goes, "You're welcome. You're welcome, Dabo. You're welcome, Clemson." Vinny Pasquantino.
He speaks good English.
Well, that's because he is an American.
No accent at all.
Yeah. What did you expect? You.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've heard Italian soccer players talk. I thought he would talk like them.
Nope. Vinny was born in Richmond, Virginia. Not Milan. Kind of how the entire kind of how the entire Italy team sounds. They all sound like Americans because they are Americans.
That's why we could depend on them to at the end of the day.
So is it unfair
Be like,
that we had another U.S. team in the mix?
I mean,
should that be
actually another?
Should that be investigated? That we had 2 USA teams in the tournament.
I think it's fine.
I think clearly it's fine.
Well, because it's not just Team Italy. Team Italy was the one that got to help this time.
But do they have the
few
most Americans? Like Great Britain has guys, because of colonialism, guys that weren't born on the greater, I guess, island of England.
Yeah,
and
they're not from Manchester.
Yeah, and Liverpool. Yeah, but as far as team breakdown, Italy has to have the most guys who aren't actually born in the country they're representing.
Least born in the country. Yes.
Yeah, I know Jeremy.
I mean, Britain's probably close.
Jeremy Pena was born in this country. He didn't play for the U.S., but it ain't to the level of Italy, where only 3 guys, and there's another guy who was born in Venezuela. There are only 3 guys who are actually born in Italy who were on the team. Jorge Posada. Like, we can go through the list of guys who are representing countries in some way, shape, or form that you wouldn't expect, but Italy as a whole, it's just Team USA.
Team Great Britain's entire pitching staff is USA except for one guy who's born in the Bahamas.
That's our colonialism thing.
And both catchers are from the USA.
Okay, so maybe Team Britain competes with the U.S.
It's basically a split Bahamas USA squad and Wallace Clark, who's born in the United Kingdom.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. Yeah. It's Italy. It's Great Britain.
No, all these. All the European countries, it's all USA or colonialism.
They're not good enough.
Yeah, like they don't play baseball.
They actually, we're starting to look at I was starting to look at the roster for Team Italy. They do have an Italian baseball league, and that guy plays for it. It was Gabriele Coratini or something like that. He plays for an Italian baseball team. So it does exist. It's just not something we're ever going to care about. I forgot that
they're ever going to.
I forgot that Klay Thompson's brother is on Team Great Britain.
Yeah.
Look at this. I will say more diversity on Team Great Britain than Team Italy.
There is.
I will say that.
There is more.
Even though it's mostly Americans as well. A little bit different.
I mean, thank you, Bahamas.
I wonder what Brad Marcelino could he have played? I don't know. Could he have been a manager for Team Italy too?
I think if
I don't know his background. I just see the O at the end of his name.
Last name ends in a vowel. You have a good chance at Team Italy's spot.
They won't even look into your heritage.
No,
they'll just
they're
go,
just
hey,
like,
look, it's not really that big of a deal. As long as it ends in a vowel, you got a shot.
It's like slightly. The eligibility rules seem like slightly more official than picking kids at gym class.
Sure.
It seems like it's slightly more hoops to jump through, but not that many more because guys will play for two different teams like in back-to-back.
Well, Arenado.
Yeah, back-to-back WBCs. I don't know.
Well,
the games are cool.
They are fun,
but none of this matters. None of this is all just
the
silly.
thing. It doesn't matter here. It does matter, even though the rules seem pretty lax to non-U.S. countries. So while there probably is more actual pride everywhere else, the final is going to be played here in Miami. Right, it's a good place to put it. There's a passion for baseball. Not the Marlins, but there's a passion for baseball down there.
Yeah.
The Latin American community down there loves baseball. And if it's the DR versus the U.S. or the DR or Puerto Rico, however it plays out, you'll get a good crowd. And frankly, it'll be not even mentioning Japan, which will have their say as well. I will look at Japan's roster and guess not an American on the roster.
Yeah, I think that's how we take seriously okay, this team has a legit chance to win because,
their country itself
overwhelmingly actually from that country
have developed a roster of baseball players who were born in the country.
Yeah, the ones that's hey, a couple American boys whose parents came through Ellis Island. All right, sure.
Yeah,
Team Italy.
Japan, not one player born outside of Japan.
Not surprising.
Not surprising at all.
Not surprising.
No.
There's not a Sebastian Zerline on the.
Sebastian could play for Mexico.
That's true.
He
That's true.
He could.
And Italy.
Yeah.
His dad took a trip there once.
That's how Lance would couch it. But I would say I don't know how Team Italy would do it, but there's proof that they don't really care.
I think Vinny Pasquantino has also taken a trip to Italy, and he's Italian.
You think that was enough, or do you think just simply being Vinny Pasquantino was enough?
I think Vinny Pasquantino, it's gets you 98% of the way there.
And then people feel better about it if you actually spent some time in the country.
Yeah, they do one quick and your dad's name is also Vinny Pasquantino. You're in. I'm a junior. Yep. All right. Cool. Come on down.
And it's worked out well for the Italians. Did
they win the group? I assume they did because
they went undefeated. So sure, I think they did win the group. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I believe so.
I just noticed we don't talk about who wins these groups. They advanced.
Because we don't even know who I now know the U.S. is playing Canada in the quarterfinal.
Let's see this Canadian roster. How many Maple Leafs I see?
If they could get away with just taking the Blue Jays, they probably would have done that.
I mean,
a lot of U.S. guys but they have more Canadians, dominated by Canadians on the team, like Bo Naylor and Josh Naylor. They're both on the team.
Okay, so they are formidable. There's Dominican Republic, Otto Lopez. That's interesting. I have a question.
I don't know Otto's background. We have not dived that deep into how this all came about. But Otto Lopez, born in the Dominican Republic, is playing for Team Canada. He is not like many others on the team.
Adam Hall from Bermuda.
It happens, man.
Wow. Okay.
Well, Micah Ashman and Matt Davison, both born in the good old USFA, playing for Canada. Denzel Clark,
traitors.
Great plays in the outfield. Now I know he's Canadian. Plays for the A's. Denzel Clark made multiple spectacular catches, robbing home runs last year for the A's. Is a Canadian and will be on that team.
Yeah, straight out Toronto.
You know what's going to happen if they make a big run? We're going to see Drake at some point. If they go on a real run,
that would be huge.
They beat
for
the U.S.
WBC.
They beat the U.S. I think he'll wait. I don't think he'll go to a quarterfinal. But if they make the final, he's definitely going to that game.
I think the winner of USA Canada plays the winner of Dominican Republic and whoever plays the Dominican Republic. I treat that as the winner plays Dominican Republic. But I don't want to. Hey, listen, it's baseball. Anything can happen.
Oh, it's Korea versus the Dominican Republic.
So hey, who knows? I'm guessing Korea's an overwhelmingly
Shea Wickham,
real Korean.
I don't know how that. I have not looked into how that came about, but Shea Wickham is on the Korean team.
Probably his mom, I'd imagine.
Maybe. I would have to look.
On that side.
Venezuela versus Japan, Puerto Rico versus Italy. Those are the other matchups.
Okay.
But we are probably one giant upset away from seeing Drake.
I think semifinals he gets involved.
Rooting on the Canadian team. So we'll see how that goes. All right, we'll go to break with that. More about the Baseball Classic than you might think, but not ever in a serious way. We got a couple more segments to go. You can join us, 713-780-3776. We will be back.
It's the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Olalea.
We didn't get to this yesterday. There was so much going on, but it's just confirmation of what we were told a couple weeks ago, maybe now a month ago, that Josh Hader won't be ready for the start of the regular season. He goes on the IL. I believe it's being termed bicep tendonitis. Better than an elbow, better than the shoulder. We'll see how long it keeps him out. But Josh Hader is behind schedule in his recovery, so he will not be available to start the season for the Astros. And I guess you might as well start early with this. When the news initially came down, this was kind of the approach we were taking. And now that we get confirmation, fine. Well, let's start the never-ending loop of wondering when Astro pitchers are going to come back and the open-ended nature of their injuries.
Yeah.
Let's get it going. Javier's working his way back. McCullers, those two guys are still healthy enough to be considered available, thankfully, right now. As far as being actual contributors, that's up for debate. But right now, you can say the next time they're asked to pitch, they'll be available to do it.
They are physically capable
of
doing it.
Then we'll see how well they do.
Yeah.
Josh Hader, not in that category.
No. And Josh Hader probably will be perfectly timed up for he'll be available to come back when someone else is experiencing some sort of tendonitis and some sort of soreness. And it's like, oh, okay. All right. And then that will just start the, musical chairs of just kind of one in, one out, and then more and more out. And then who is this AAA guy? I guess he's the best pitcher in the rotation outside of Hunter Brown now.
So
there we go.
Yeah,
there's 2026.
We're at it again. So I'm not going to put an over-under on how many times this show will say the word discomfort in regards to the Astros. How many times this year do you think a press release from the Astros has discomfort in it? Or a Twitter post? What would you put it at? 8? Because we're talking about pitchers. Well, I guess there will be repeats because they'll be talking about the same guy
and rehab assignments.
Sure, yeah, 8's low. I was thinking individuals with the word discomfort associated with them. Well, okay, you're not wrong.
Because someone's gonna get discomfort and they'll be out for 3 days. Jeremy Pena had rib discomfort and actually broken rib.
It's true. I shouldn't segment it to pitchers. It could be position players too. So maybe 8's low. Let's go players, not mentions by the Astros official account. Let's go specifically to the Twitter account. We all have seen the graphics they put up. How many players over under a major league roster is 26?
26.
11 seems like a lot.
Well, you have to think the replacements are also
true. I'm gonna go over. I'm gonna set the over under at 13.5.
Yeah, over. Jeez. No, it's because every injury starts with discomfort.
Is that? See, I think sometimes you should be able to know you shouldn't classify it as discomfort. You know what?
But they discomfort's their word.
Yeah, I guess so.
That's the Astros equivalent of.
What about soreness? You want to use soreness because that seems segmented to pitchers generally?
Yeah.
Let's go with soreness.
It's like their version of the NBA reevaluated in 2 weeks.
Lower extremities.
Yeah.
That football does.
Does not mean he will be back in 2 weeks. Just evaluate in 2 weeks. It's just hey, stop asking us about it for a while, and then we hope you kind of forget.
So I'm gonna go. So you're gonna go players over 13.5. Individual players experience soreness
or discomfort.
Okay. Yeah. We'll see how that plays out. I'll pretend like we're gonna keep track. I will try. I will try, because you know what? When it reaches 20 by June, I'm gonna stop.
It'll either be it's two things: either remarkably healthy and it just never comes up,
or a disaster.
And the middle way, we probably won't even notice. If
Yeah.
it's like a normal, you're like, oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure across baseball, you're going to have the word discomfort uttered probably tens of times for each team. We'll see how the Astros do, but we've got our first big name not available. Actually, now the second, because if we think about Jeremy Pena, it wasn't called discomfort. It was a fracture, so it wasn't discomfort, but there's a real possibility he's not available to start the season too. So we're at least at 1. We could very well be at 2 already.
We're at 1 2 weeks before opening day.
Yeah, and 2 is trending in that direction too, as well, I guess I should say. Let's get to Ryan here. He wants to talk USA Canada. What's up, Ryan?
Hey, what's up, Dilly Jelly? Hey, what's going on, Mapers? Hey, one thing I was going to talk about CJ's haircut, I think we left out, he could be potentially a State Farm agent. I don't know how you feel about that.
Not bad.
But also, you think with USA and Canada playing baseball, you think Canada is going to have some juice since we beat them in hockey? What do you think, man? Thanks. Bye.
I don't know that translates. I'm sure the country itself will take any win they can get over us after the double gold for the U.S. over the Canadian hockey teams. I imagine. Look, I don't have the pulse on Canada sports as you might imagine, but I'm going to guess that this one doesn't strike the same chord. If they get beat by the U.S. in baseball, it's not going to hit the same at all.
I think it's a classic. If
If
lose,
we win,
no one cares.
If we win, it's great.
Yeah, if
That's what
Canada
it'll be.
wins, then it's a big deal.
Yeah, think about the sports that we treat that way in this country. Like if the U.S., like the World Cup is here, so it adds a bit more. But for most of you, you might get swept up in it because it's the World Cup and there's promo for it everywhere. But the U.S. is playing, I don't know, where was the World Cup last time around?
Qatar.
Qatar, depending on how you want to say it. Over there, if the U.S. got knocked out in the second or in the group stage, sure, that's disappointing, but you'd get over it pretty quickly. For most of you, some others it hurt. I would care more than some. Thankfully, they got out of the group stage, but they lose where they always lose at this point in the second round. I think that would be for Canada even to a lesser extent than how some of you feel about World Cup soccer when it comes to the U.S. Hey, you beat that squad from down south who we have issues with sports-wise and otherwise. Cool. But if we don't, we'll move on. We got the NHL going. I think that's how Canada will treat it.
Yeah. Is it like trying to think of like an international competition that's just like whatever. Like
the World Baseball Classic?
Yeah, kind of.
For us?
Kind of the World Baseball
Like
Classic.
it's great. Like
but there is an element of like American like exceptionalism of like
we expect
you can't lose in the knockout round.
Well,
Mark
we're talking
DeRosa.
about it. Mark DeRosa.
Like
what an embarrassment it would have been
Yeah.
for a tournament we don't actually care that much about.
Is it like beach volleyball in the Olympics where it's just like did Team USA win gold in the last beach volleyball Olympics? I have no
idea.
No clue. Just did not resonate with me at all.
Yeah.
If they did or not. Never mind, can I name them?
Forget about that. I mean,
Speed skating?
Not a chance. No.
It's
no.
That speed skating gold was handed out probably 3 weeks ago.
No idea.
Got nothing.
The only
Sorry.
thing I remember about speed skating was all the women who went viral because of what they look like, and it's not even the women, just the story about hey, this woman looks great in a skin tight outfit. Oh, surprise!
Believe it or not,
a
world-class
great
athlete
looks great. Thanks. The bobsled stuff, same way. I mean, thanks guys for that revelation. Yeah, I don't know how Canada will treat it. I just think it'll be hey, great for the guys, and if not, whatever. We'll keep it moving.
Blue Jays about to start.
Yeah, pretty good team. We'll see.
That probably does take a lot of the juice out for Canada. They're like
that they have one baseball team?
Well, no. They have one baseball team that was whatever.
Outs away from a World Series appearance.
Inches away from winning a World Series.
Yeah. Yeah, winning a World Series. I said appearance. Winning the World Series, yeah. Yes, a Yamamoto away, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, even with the like in
Game
Game 7, they
still
had a
almost
chance.
won that thing.
Like it was ridiculous how close the game.
And because they have the one team in the country, I know Toronto.
That's their national team.
I think so, but I know maybe it's simply because there are more hockey teams in Canada that for the most part, while Toronto, I think it's the biggest team in the country, they're also the most hated team in the country.
Yeah, but I think that's because there's Ottawa and Calgary.
They're kind of like the Cowboys.
Yeah, but like Vancouver, they're all Blue Jays fans, and so when the Blue Jays play the Mariners, they like take over the Mariners Stadium.
Got it. So thanks for that, Ryan. We didn't really ever discuss how the Canadians felt about it. Now we have, and
probably don't care.
Probably don't care that
and
much.
Unless they win, then
you celebrate the win.
Boom.
Like this country would lose its mind if we won the World Cup.
Yeah,
I mean for a week.
I mean, when they drew with England back in like 2014 or whatever, that was a big deal.
That was exciting. Partly because we'd actually heard of some of those players from England, and of course,
I think that maybe that's what it is. It's like a specific like Team USA soccer result where it's like, oh, what? They almost beat Belgium? Awesome.
Yeah, Tim Howard became a star because of his performance.
Yeah.
And now he's one of the guys on NBC for Premier League coverage. So he's certainly transitioned from, much like the players in the sports we care more about here, transitioned from star player to now analyst in the sport he was a star in. All right, we'll go to break. We got a couple more segments before we're done. We'll get into some NFL stuff. The Texans didn't do much other than bring in a tight end, so I'll let you know who that tight end is. I mean, they do need someone who can block from that position, so they try to get that accomplished yesterday. And we'll go around the NFL as well because we'll hear from Adam Schefter. The fallout from the Max Crosby trade or non-trade continues. Max Crosby has chimed in, telling everyone he's ready to be a Raider. We'll see if the Raiders feel the same way. And we'll also get a breakdown from Adam Schefter on the possibility that it could have been two-star pass rushers in Baltimore, but that fell apart. We'll do that when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleya Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Former Saint, former Raider, former LSU Tiger, Foster Moreau. The Texans signed him to be maybe Kate Stover insurance. They don't really have an established blocking tight end. I guess Foster Moreau will take that role. He wasn't really a pass catcher in New Orleans last year. Did play 11 games, caught 7 passes. That job will remain Dalton Schultz. That'll remain his job. We'll see if Brevin Jordan is full go after his recovery from, I believe, an ACL. He would be classified as another pass catcher, a move tight end, while Foster Moreau, if he makes the squad, there's no guarantee. But if he makes the team along with Cade Stover, those will be the guys you would look at as, all right, their job is to block and then leak out into the flat from time to time on play action. Don't expect much dynamic play from Foster Moreau, but you need another body. At this point, your fourth tight end.
Is Blake Fisher like, man, might not play anymore?
I don't think so. Okay. I mean, Foster Moreau, you want to classify him as a blocker, but the jumbo stuff, I think Blake Fisher still has a role.
Okay. I was just wondering if this was like hey, we need like a blocking tight end. We had to improvise and just put another offensive lineman out there to get that like blocking production.
If I go by all the accounts who are really into this whole Nick Caley has a power running game identity he wants to establish, he
definitely wants to establish.
Yes. Everyone believes Nick Caley finally has the tools to do that, thanks to Braden Smith and others, players being acquired this offseason. Then I think Blake Fisher will have his opportunities because we know how effective the 6 offensive line stuff was.
I would just love to be the defensive coordinator. It's like, wait, 6 offensive linemen and Foster Moreau? Let's slide the safety in the box here.
You can try, Sean. But that doesn't mean you can stop it.
Yeah.
You can try all the tricks you want, hypothetical defensive coordinator, but when Foster Moreau and Blake Fisher are out there, how are you going to stop the power run game of David Montgomery and Woody Marks?
Everyone has a plan so they get hit in the mouth.
That's right. And I guess the Texans' plan is to hit you in the mouth over and over again and then throw the ball to Nico Collins and Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel. So Foster Moreau in town. This falls in line with like the Ben Skoranek stuff. Like, okay, I've heard of him, but that doesn't mean he's going to be a guy who's on the roster once the season begins. But they do make that acquisition. They did need tight end help, just pure bodies. They've got guys who are either Dalton Schultz, who we know, pass catcher, Brevin Jordan, hurt, Foster Moreau, and of course Cade Stover, who they were high on at one point. Now we're just happy C.J. Stroud's throw didn't permanently injure him in that playoff game. He survived, so he'll be ready to go.
I kind of still forget. I forget that he's like on the team because he does miss a lot of time.
Yeah.
But I also am like, is he nursing an injury or are they both? Is it both Jordan and Stover? Or?
It was couched as avoided major injury.
Yeah. Okay.
Cade Stover.
Minor injury.
I didn't even hear minor. I just
not major.
I just know that it wasn't major.
Okay. So
because it looked really
moderate.
It looked really bad.
Okay.
When he went down.
Average sized injury.
Cade Stover avoided serious knee injury. Doesn't need surgery for.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Let me make sure this headline is. He did suffer a partially torn MCL and PCL.
Okay.
So I feel like that's a major injury.
Partially.
But because it's partial,
doesn't need surgery.
It won't require surgery. So he did suffer.
But he was limping for a while.
He did suffer a knee injury.
Okay.
To 2 different ligaments. But because it was partial. We're going to couch it as
not major.
Not major. And because it won't require surgery. You know what?
The Texans are really lucky the Astros are in town to take all the injury reporting heat because between this and just what Nick Casario is all about and what D'Amico Ryans is all about do we really care about these players? Or are we just worried about if they're on the field or not? Hey, by the way, number 2, if the Astros didn't take up all the like oxygen of mystery injuries and injury communication, like the Texans are up there.
So here are the words at the time from Nick Casario. Cade avoided serious injury. I think he's going to be okay. Probably going to be ready for the offseason program. Probably not as bad as it looked. It looked pretty bad. I think he's going to be okay. So no definites.
Yeah.
In the days after, because it was a Wednesday after the game. A lot of probablys from the non-doctor.
Mm-hmm.
Nick Casario.
Probably not as bad as it looks. Is like, congratulations, you didn't tell me much. Because it did look like he tore his ACL.
Partially torn MCL and PCL, but not the ACL.
Yeah, and that isn't as bad as a torn ACL, so it's not as bad as it looked.
2 ligaments partially torn, better than 1 ligament fully torn. That's the math we're doing here. And won't require surgery. We'll see. You know what I expect? Kate Stover had a surgery to clean up some things. I expect to hear that at some point.
Unrelated.
Yeah, just to clean up some things in the offseason. Well, hey, Nick, how come Cade's not available for mini camps? He had an off-season surgery to clean up some things. Is it the thing you said wasn't major? We don't like to talk and divulge things
the ligament
about our players.
I've heard of, which means it's a major ligament.
Look, it's all jokes in a way. It probably shouldn't be because it's about Kate Stover's knee. Probably not funny to him, but at this point, it's no longer about Kate Stover. It's about the Texans and what they do, particularly when your general manager is telling me that a partially torn MCL and PCL is not a big deal.
The Astros without all the winning.
It's not a good place to be because the Astros are actually coming back to the pack. They're like they're becoming more like the Texans than they want to be.
Yeah, they're more Texans than they.
Yeah, and the Rockets are in that same spot too. Remember when we were asking questions, which one of these franchises is going to be the first to win a title?
Yeah.
Now we're like, if we win the division, cool.
Yeah.
Or in the Rockets' case, get out of the first round. All right, let's hear from a team who has aspirations of their own. They were disappointing last year. That's why they were in the market for a big-time pass rusher. They thought, or at least we thought, they were trading for Max Crosby. They instead wound up with Trey Hendrickson from the Bengals for the same amount of money that they were going to pay Max Crosby. Interesting. Here's Adam Schefter on all that went down, at least some that went down when it came to the Ravens, and the possibility that it could have been Crosby on one side and Hendrickson on the other.
Trey said that his understanding was when he was thinking of going to Baltimore, the idea was to team up with Max Crosby, and I don't think he was particularly thrilled that the Max Crosby trade fell through. He was looking forward, if he opted for the Baltimore offer in the midst of his discussions with multiple teams, to playing with Max Crosby. That was his initial impression. So, again, I think he's happy to get his business taken care of first and foremost, but I think it started out when the conversation first started, he thought that there was the real possibility he was going to be playing with Max Crosby if that was the route he went. Obviously, he was talking to a number of teams. The Baltimore offer was the one he took. Obviously, Baltimore stepped up after the Max Crosby situation, and here we are.
And if I just go to ravensoverthecap.com, or at least a Ravens page for that, it does look like they would have had the money. So if that was the plan, they would have had the cap space to do it. They've had some guys go like Tyler Linderbaum's. And they're still planning for Matabuke to be there, and they would have been able to add the two pass rushers if it went the way they allegedly wanted it to go. Instead, they just have Hendrickson, and Max Crosby has affirmed he wants to be a Raider. The question is, do the Raiders want Max Crosby back? Now, that's probably going to be based off the compensation they might be able to get in a trade. Likely not getting 2 first-round picks at this point. When you have another team say, or at least it's being positioned that the Ravens said they couldn't get over the knee stuff, so they were out on the trade. Although I don't know if the Ravens have publicly said anything about that because Eric DaCosta, their GM, spoke yesterday about all of this, and I don't think he said specifically knee. It just was like, hey, there's some things that came up and so on and so forth. We know we've heard about a doctor that looked at the knee. If they get a first and the second, Max Crosby can be, I want to be a Raider all he wants, but if it's a good second plus the first, he probably won't be a Raider.
EDC quote gutted.
Don't do the Eric thing. No, the Keith thing.
Yeah, no, it's Eric DaCosta.
Yeah,
EDC.
I know, but don't do the Keith thing where we just give him EDC. Like the people here in this city should know that's who you're talking about.
Like his DFS.
Yeah.
Gutted after the trade fell through. I just love the verb.
He was very
gutted. He was crying on the phone.
They had him up in front of the media, and he had a very somber approach and tone when he was talking about, like, you get to know these guys, and I was like, how well do you know Max Crosby?
2 days?
Was he ever in your presence before yesterday?
Were you giving the physical?
Yeah. What do you mean you get attached to these guys? Man, relax.
Yeah.
Clingy, Eric. Another thing, come forward could have got after him over clingy, Eric DaCosta.
Yeah.
Relax, buddy.
Just met you.
Yeah. Max Crosby was like, man, real pick-me energy from Eric DaCosta. All right, we'll go to break with that. We got a couple more minutes before we go. Michael Carroll will join us tomorrow. So if you want to talk television and movies, Michael Carroll's the guy for that. he'll join us right around 11:30 as we wrap up our week tomorrow. But before we go, one more segment. We will be back.
It's the Del Olaleya Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleya.
We're days away from the NCAA Tournament beginning, so it means it's time for you to get ready for Bracket Madness. Coming soon, thanks to our presenting sponsor, Golden Nugget Lake Charles, and our supporting sponsors, Two Creeks Crossing Resort and Republic Boot Company. So, Selection Sunday, a couple days away, and then the brackets to follow, and we're going to be having a good time with that. And we're going to be out and about next week as the tournament gets going. Nick's Place, the afternoon show will be there, and then the next day we'll all be out at East River 9. They got the TVs. Of course, you can get around a golf in as well, but they got the bar, they got the restaurant in one, and of course they got all the TVs in there. So you get your chance to come join us and then watch all the hoops as one of the better times of the year begins in just a couple of days. Sean, we got some pushback from an actual player on the glass court. At least I, have been excited about the glass court because it's something new. Now, of course, they went with, the Big 12 did, they went with their old design from last year that no one liked with the traditional court, and then they did it again this year, and it's ugly. It's not great. The standard court, if you don't add any special effects that the glass court will allow for. We got a player, a K-State player, did not like the court. He said it gave one of his teammates a migraine. He also said that no one wants to play on this court. Let's go back to the hardwood. I did not know some 20-something was going to cause a basketball court the hardwood. That's very old school of him.
Yeah.
So maybe he's more traditionalist than anything else, and he was like, glass court's stupid. I don't want to do that.
To be fair, until like 2 weeks ago, we all thought, like, yeah, hardwood. That's just where you play basketball.
No, I get that part, but I just call it a basketball court. I don't call it the hardwood.
Yeah. I guess because he needs to specify what he wants this basketball court to be made
Taj Manning, He said it gave his teammate Kamari McGriff a migraine. It's a bad floor. They shouldn't bring it back. Nobody wants to play on that thing. Just want the normal hardwood.
So have they done anything? I saw some Dabanza highlights.
When he dunked,
they
the paint lit up, I think. Or was it
it was like a glass crack looking effect.
Animation, yeah. So they've done some things, but nothing particularly special.
I'll just say, nothing that
feels
makes
like a waste of time.
Nothing like what.
Much like Caserio trading for a punter that's not good and having those conversations we talked about in yesterday's show. This is in line with that. The court. What are you doing? You're not doing much other than saying you have a glass court. It's not adding anything.
I'd respect it more if they put ads all over the place.
Or
and I'm like, okay, so at least it has a purpose.
Or
it's a terrible one.
Like in basketball games or any sports games, have an indicator under the guy with the ball's feet. If you want to do that. Do something fine for the TV audience, but apparently one player, I haven't seen it from everybody, but he said no one wants to play on that thing. Right. So we'll see if it comes back.
We'll see what I'm sure the Cougs will love it.
I would say this thing. Taj Manning, less opinions on the court, better basketball play, and your coach wouldn't have got fired. Is Taj Manning one of the guys that Jerome Tang was talking about how they don't deserve to wear this uniform? I don't know. So, K-State has some other things to worry about other than glass courts.
What a year for that guy and the guy who got a migraine.
Yeah.
Like, first, our coach said we suck and don't deserve to put on the vaunted Kansas State basketball uniform.
Don't besmirch the legacy of Michael Beasley.
And
what's it?
That's my point.
Angel Rodriguez. He transferred to Miami. I remember him too.
Beloved MLB umpire Angel Rodriguez.
Nope.
Oh.
Nope, not him. Let's get to David. He wants to talk Dalton Schultz, then we'll wrap it up. We'll quickly get David in before we go. What's up, David?
Hey, gentlemen. Hey, just curious. I know NFL takes a lot of stats and they keep a lot of stats, so I want to find out on Dalton Schultz, what is his quarterback pressure percentage and his sacks allowed percentage. Of course, he's not a Tony Gonzalez or a Jason Witten or a Kelsey or even a Gronk, but he is very productive for the Texans. So I just kind of want to I think he is very overlooked, man. I think he's a big body, and he's very good tight end. I'll hang up.
I don't know that they keep that. I'm sure there's a stat someplace, sacks given up by a tight end, but I don't know if it's an official thing. It's maybe you have to track it, and I don't have the time to find it. I have my feelings on Dalton Schultz. He's fine. Like, he can catch a football. He's fast enough for that position, but he ain't a matchup guy.
He's a starting
He's
NFL
a starting
tight
caliber tight end.
Yeah,
you could find several. You could find maybe he's league average, maybe a little above. He had a lot of catches last year. I mean, under 10 yards per catch, one of the lowest per catch years of his career. Maybe it's simply due to all the targets. We watched Dalton Schultz play.
Yeah, dump off.
He's in the flat. He's got the free access yards. He's not really making plays downfield unless there's like a drop coverage or something. But he's there to catch the football, which is cool. As far as a blocker, nah. I don't think
leave that to Foster Moreau.
I don't think you'd want to see the numbers. I don't think it'd help your cause. David, but I appreciate the call. We're done. Rich Eisen's up next. Since we're done, Sean, what does that mean?
You guys good?
Sure. But is Kate Stover good? That's what I want to know. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Houston's independent voice for sports talk.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5.
In today's trend watching, just how high can oil prices go? Bloomberg reports that if the war would go on with Iran for as much as 3 months, you could see Brent North Sea crude, which trades in London and is the international benchmark, go as high as $160 a barrel. Now, the problem with oil going that high is not just that it stokes inflation, it also kills consumer demand as it robs them of disposable income that they would spend elsewhere rather than on energy goods. That means that it could also be recessionary as well as inflationary. We certainly saw that in the 1970s with stagflation that was not just begun with the Arab oil embargo in 1973. Inflation began to tick up before that in the late 1960s, but again with the Iranian Revolution in 1979. It's a double-edged sword that comes down hard on consumers all around the world and could create a global ripple effect that stunts economic growth but also pushes inflation higher from here to Tokyo.
John Granado here. Brinkman Quality Roofing is a local family-owned and operated business and has been the most trusted name in Houston for 50 years for roof repairs, roof maintenance, and roof replacements on both homes and businesses. They're experts in shingle roofs, tile roofs, solar shingle roofs, metal roofing, and commercial roofing products. Brinkman Quality Roofing is the one to call at 281-480-ROOF. That's 281-480-ROOF, or go to brinkmanquality.com.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Hey, it's Flo here to say drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds.
Nice. With my new savings, I'll get some hiking gear. It'll be great for my outdoor era.
I don't know if it counts as an era if you just buy stuff.
I got a cute hiking backpack. It's an outdoor era.
Well, you only bought one thing. I don't think it's an era.
Well, I think we're in a agree to disagree era.
Yeah, sure, you're probably right. Anyway, with the money you could save by switching to Progressive, you can afford to switch to other things in life. It's
my savings era.
Also, everything you do is not an era.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Truck Month has arrived at Monument Chevrolet, and this year, there's even more savings. Monument Chevrolet is offering the supplier discount on its full inventory of 2026 Silverado 1500s. That's right, the big discount reserved for the top Chevy sellers. You pay that price this month. Monument Chevrolet has every trim of Silverado 1500 in every color, and they're all discounted. Visit Monument Chevrolet at Beltway 8 and 225, or shop online at monumentchevrolet.com. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Jeremy Branham here. You've heard me talk about Pro Dunk Hoops and their drill-powered lightning adjust system that lets you raise and lower your goal in seconds. It's 10 times faster with zero effort. Right now, with your new Pro Dunk basketball goal, you can get the lightning adjust system for free. That's a $249 savings, but you have to call. You won't find this offer on the website, so call Pro Dunk at 281-351-9822 and mention ESPN. That's 281-351-9822. Big news at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. Their water park Blue Bayou Bend opens May 1st with a grand opening celebration on May 9th. Lazy River Days, swim-up bar sips, and live music nights, all just 90 minutes from Houston. Whether you're booking a waterfront cabin, bringing the RV, or planning a glamping getaway, this brand new water park is your reason to lock in dates early. Make it a weekend. Make it a memory. Reserve your spot today at twocreekscrossingresort.com.
What's your name? ESPN 97.5, KFNC 97.9, HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston.
Presented by Zadok Jewelers.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
Now comes the fun. Wherever Max Crosby goes,
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
when he takes on the Ravens, it's going to be lit.
Jackson, here comes the pressure. Max Crosby. who's had a day here in Baltimore.
The Rich Eisen Show. Today's guests: NFL Network insider Tom Pelissero, ESPN bracketologist Joe Lunardi, Royals first baseman Vinny Pasquantino, and now it's Rich Eisen.
Espressos for everybody. Woohoo! Yeah. For somebody like Mike Del Tufo for Italy to help out America, an Italian American like you, sir. What a day.
Oh, it's amazing.
Classic last night, huh?
Come on.
Oh.
The Pasquatch.
Drinks are on.
The Pasquatch.
House.
The drinks are on Vinny. Yeah,
and Vinny Pasquantino going full
man.
Reggie Jackson on behalf of Team Italy to help out Team USA. Oh, baby. That is reason for me to text him in the middle of the night saying, are you in this or not? And he is on hour number 3 of this program.
All right.
The hero of the World Baseball Classic. All right.
I mean.
All right. Thanks for watching. That's hour 3. We got ourselves Tom Pelissero first up, and we've got bracketology. It's a science. It's not a feel. It's not a gut. All of us. We're throwing darts at the board. Not
Broccoli
Joe Lunardi.
definitely is.
Not Joe Lunardi.
I don't know anything.
This man is taking wins and losses and RPIs and Ken Palms, putting it all together and telling you who's on a bubble and who's not. That's hour 2.
Is Ken Palm a person?
I have no idea. Who the hell is Ken Palm?
I don't know.
I think it is.
Okay.
So, at any rate, good to see you over there,
Hey,
Chris
Rich,
Brockman.
what up, man?
What's going on?
Great to see you.
Mike Del Tufo.
Yeah, Italy. I mean.
Oh, now
Wait,
you're
Italian?
Italian?
By the way, very eloquent.
I mean,
Italy. By the way, you sound like everybody I knew when I grew up with. Everything all right over there, TJ? Everything good? Candles lit in your neighborhood? We're good?
Oh, yeah. I thought I put new batteries in yesterday, and as soon as the show started, it went, so that's
and then,
why.
Rich, I think
odd.
yours are going to have the
By the way,
problem soon.
Vinny hits 3 bombs. All 3 guests today Italian.
Oh. Pelissero, Lunardi, and Pasquantino.
Like, look at us.
Hey.
Yeah.
Espressos for everybody.
That's it. Let's order espressos. We need them.
We eat espressos?
I don't know what's happening over
I
there.
want to order.
What's happening?
Let's order.
Let's get some gabagool.
All right.
Over here.
Okay. We start this show with news you may not know.
What's that?
Max Crosby's still a Raider.
Oh, man.
I don't know if you're aware of
Hey,
this.
baby.
You know, in the same way that last year's draft was a story that started and then took over most of the entirety of the NFL draft with Shedeur Sanders. Max Crosby started it and is still going.
That's still
This was last Friday. I mean, for 2 weeks we've been talking about, his or a month, right? Super Bowl week. We could even go way back to, Ian Rappaport and
the last 2 weeks of the year.
And Pelissero. We're talking about this story right at the outset of Wild Card Weekend. Hey, something's up with the knee, and he's not happy about being deactivated. Yada yada yada. Anyway, we all know what's going on. Well, the man who made this trade for him, the man who gave 2 first-rounders to Vegas 6 days ago for Max Crosby, and the man who started getting some MRIs and X-rays or whatever the hell it is. I know, I'm not a doctor. Putting it all together, and we got to call independent doctors. We got to figure this thing out with all that information. And according to Diana Rossini, with Max Crosby and his family in the building.
That's why.
This man decides to take away the 2 firsts from the Raiders and say, oh, my finger's been on the chess piece since last Friday, by the way. We don't have anything binding here. Nothing's official till Wednesday, 4 p.m. Eastern. This guy on Tuesday, this man wrecked the whole buffet for Max Crosby and the Raiders, but not the Ravens, because apparently with Max in the building, he started getting Trey Hendrickson on the phone. But this man, Eric DaCosta, who is the grocery shopper of the Baltimore Ravens, to his credit, faced the media music on Wednesday, right away. And boy, do the media have questions for Eric DeCosta. And here are the greatest hits, starting with what happened with the Max Crosby trade and why did it need to not go through?
I would say as part of the normal sort of trade process, I mean, there's a lot of different parts involved with the trade process. We've done a lot of different trades, and one of the key things is that, you bring the player in and you try to get as much information as you can. We did that, and we were not able to complete the process of acquiring the player based on, our assessment of the situation. Very, very, I think, disappointing to me. Nobody more disappointed than me. Player I greatly admire. I think one of my favorite players in the entire NFL. I know our fans are upset, devastated. I understand that. Tough situation. But I think for the Ravens, the right situation.
All right. Didn't want to do it anymore.
Okay.
Didn't want to do it anymore. Now, of course, the conversation is like, okay, so did you realize that you had one guy that had questions about the knee that you knew about going into trading him, that you began to start feeling it wasn't worth it, or you found something that your doctors refused to greenlight this thing, and at the end of the day, Trey Hendrickson was sitting there, and you just decided he was a better choice. Safer choice, better choice. And despite the fact that this was 1,000% not the way business normally gets done in the NFL, you blew it up. And you went with Trey Hendrickson. And you did it as soon as you possibly could, even with Max Crosby in the building. Again, according to Diana Rossini of The Athletic, as she told us right here on this show yesterday. And then comes the narrative, or fact, that they attempted to get Crosby and Trey Hendrickson.
Convenient spin.
And that the knee from Crosby kind of broke that one up. Right? Would that be? Would Hendrickson have been the Stills, the Nash?
Nice.
Definitely not the Young. So try to pair it. Try to get the band together. Hit it.
Yeah, so we had started discussions with both players. We'd already agreed to potentially the trade with the Raiders, but we had, we were trying to sign Tyler, obviously. We weren't able to get that done. Looking at the best ways for us to improve our football team, at some point we just said, you know what, this might be a guy that really fits us, and we've played against him twice a year for the last whatever many years, 4 or 5 years, and thought, hey, maybe this is a way for us to get better as a football team. So that was definitely a possibility for us. Not to say that it would have happened, but definitely something that we had contemplated and discussed with Trey.
That stretches credulity, to be straight up with you. Exactly. I mean, that's a lot of money. It's expensive. I guess you could move anything around. And this is a team that did need pass rush. I mean, 30 sacks last year. Only the Jets had fewer in the AFC. I keep saying that stat over and over again, which is why they went for Crosby, and which is why when I guess they decided Crosby's no longer an option, that you go ahead and make this move for Trey Hendrickson, because you need pass rush. You got to get somebody in the building who can do it. Certainly now that you got your first round draft choice back, you can supplement it by getting another pass rusher with your new free agent in the same way apparently Crosby and Hendrickson almost got teamed up together, which would have been something. But that is one way to make it seem like, oh, we were talking to him all along, or they were talking to him all along. Doesn't matter anymore. The only thing that kind of matters anymore is what the Ravens may have lost. What did they lose? Crosby and potentially respect or trust around the rest of the league. And that was brought up to Eric DeCosta on Wednesday as well. It's like, hey, all these reports. Tom Pelissero is joining us in 10 minutes' time. He was the one who said that general managers were texting him nonstop, quoted one basically saying this was BS and used the full word. In a tweet, Potty Mouth Pelissero is joining us in 10 minutes. So what about the future for the Ravens now that they made this pivot that we've rarely seen before? Because general managers around the league know you don't make these moves to begin with without full-on talking about it before you pull the trigger. And they had apparently heard what everyone else heard. I mean, they spoke to Neil Elitrosh.
And his hair.
And his hair. Just up the road here. The doctor who did the knee. They had all that information and pivoted. Will this cost Eric DeCosta's ability to do business on behalf of the Ravens with everyone else?
I mean, I understand it. You know, I understand it. We live in that age of skepticism and people question, especially people that don't really know me or know the Ravens culture and the Ravens organization. So I understand it. Nobody's more upset about this than me. Gutted by it, actually. And so a big regret for me. But we will move on as a football team, and I think there's many, many opportunities for us to grow as a team, to become a better team, to build a roster, and to be the team that we want to be.
I don't know if that's going to work for the rest of the league. I'll just say this. Memories go fast in this league. Fast. And like I said yesterday, Ravens sitting there 14th overall on the draft night. What? Another team's not going to call Eric DeCosta and make a trade with him because they don't trust him to what? Hand in the paperwork in the next 8 minutes? Call the management council and say this thing's cleared?
I think
call the draft and say this thing's cleared? What, do they feel like he's going to wait till there's 30 seconds left and pull the rug out from under you in the same way that, like, rescind the trade?
Picks and players a little different.
There's a difference between the way you do business for 350 days of the year, and then there's the days leading up to a new league year. Maybe next year, for the new league year, people will be wary of making a trade with Eric DeCosta and the Ravens. Certainly if it's involving a player that has even one nick, one hair fracture, one slight hanging toenail. What are you going to get, 5 independent podiatrists on me at the last second? Leave me in the lurch after I spent $300 million in contracts thinking our deal's done? That may happen. We'll see. Next year, the rest of it, whatever. Somebody needs something from the Ravens. Somebody needs something, or a Raven, or some client needs to get a job, and the Ravens like, we have one. Some agents can be like, I don't know. You did that to Spy Tech and the Raiders. I don't know if I'm going to send my guy there. It's possible. What it must have been like to tell Max Crosby, we're off. We're out. Not happening. Head to the FBO, sir. You're going back to Nevada. Plane's waiting. This is what DeCosta said that went like.
It's tough. It's challenging. It was devastating for me to have that conversation. I'm sure challenging for them to hear as well. It's also very, 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 very hard for the player to hear that as well. And it's probably hardest for him more than anybody else.
Yeah, I bet. But Crosby's gotten over it. He went right into the facility yesterday and started rehabbing because he's Max freaking Crosby. And then he had this post today. What do you think, TJ? You want to interpret the photograph for me with the...
Let's see, the Undertaker coming out of a flaming coffin.
Okay.
So...
Yeah, it is.
And based upon his tweet, he's kind of making it seem like I can't say what I want to say, but he's going to mess things up.
Yes.
I think is the best way to describe.
Everything happens for a reason. He posts, believe nothing you hear, and half of what you see. I'm a Raider. I'm back. Run that S. And then his usual condor. I guess that's the closest bird emoji to a condor you can get. That's not the actual eagle. Right?
Yeah, we were told after the last time we talked about that's his.
That's his. Yeah, right.
Yeah,
so he's staying a Raider for the moment, and apparently, and Tom's going to join us shortly. That Raiders are telling people he's staying here That's one way to basically they have to, listen, the Raiders have to reset. And if Crosby still does want out, right? If he still does want out, because he still doesn't believe in what's going on there, or he still has an issue with the way last year went down, and this whole episode doesn't either cauterize that wound or now, absolutely because of how traumatic this was compared to however traumatic he felt the decision last year's benching at the end of the season to, I guess, improve the Raiders' possibility of getting Fernando Mendoza. However traumatic that felt to him, this may supersede it. I don't know. But for the draft capital coming back in a trade for Crosby to get anywhere near 2 firsts, they got to make it seem like he's staying put. He's staying put. We're happy to have him back. We're cap compliant with him, so we can keep him. We don't need to do this anymore. You need Max Crosby. And if you need Max Crosby, you need to match what the Ravens gave us, even if you're not drafting this year as high as 14th overall. That may be, if they get a first in this year's draft, be what costs the Raiders is a draft position lower than what the Ravens currently have. But this is all assuming that Crosby still would like an exit visa and the Raiders are cool with letting him out. Because at some point, everyone's going to be like, this kind of feels good.
Or the Raiders are back, better than the Cowboys, and they're a playoff team next year. Like I said.
Oh, you're going back to yesterday's?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or the Raiders are back and they're better than the Patriots, who are probably going to have a fall off.
Hey, they got Kevin Byard yesterday.
Great, sure.
You mean the team that just went to the Super Bowl?
Yeah, because
Byard
going back to back.
who led all safeties and interceptions.
Yeah, right. That team?
Yeah, because it's going back to back.
No, the Cowboys aside, it does feel like we're up in the air as to what two things are up in the air. Max Crosby's status or trade value, if there is such a desire to have a trade anymore on either side of the Crosby-Raiders relationship. And what's it going to be like dealing with the Ravens, or what will the rest of the league, the other 31 teams, how will they handle business with the Ravens next new league year? Because everything else outside of it, draft night trade, you gotta process that immediately. Any other trade that's done within the league year, you process that. You can't keep your finger on the piece like you can before it's all official. And if you make a deal with the Ravens, the player involved that you're sending the Ravens better have, clean bill of health, look both ways before crossing the street. What else? A great positive outlook on life, right? Because if not, the Ravens might go up. We got all these independent people here. If that's what you think they did with Max Crosby. We take a break. Tom Pelissero is joining us. He's got a hoodie on, which means he's not working for NFL Network today.
Hey, chilling.
No breaking news. You see him like this. This man's breaking news.
That's business
on TV.
Yeah.
For a Rich Eisen show? What does he care?
He's chilling.
Put on the PJs and start talking.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
After wanting one for years, Kevin is finally enjoying his new hot tub.
This is the life.
He worked with Empower to help him get good at money, so now he can be a little bad.
Oh, no, not my phone.
Oh, Kevin. Kevin's phone may be in hot water, but his finances aren't. Invest well, live a little. Start today at Empower.com.
Some people collect purses and shoes and jewelry.
Some people collect cars, watches, and guns.
Clara collects the silverwork of great silversmiths. She's hoping to find something made by Paul Revere.
If Danny collected cars and watches, he'd only have a few hundred of them. But Danny collects firearms.
If the Smithsonian had a gun collection, it'd be like the one I have at Collector's Firearms.
Honey, the Smithsonian does have a gun collection.
I'm sure mine is better.
Well, I know of one way that it's better for sure.
What's that?
Yours is for sale.
You're right. That definitely makes it better.
This is the year I hope to find something by Paul Revere. So come and take a look at what Danny has for sale.
The best gun shops in America are in Texas, of course. Collector's Firearms. Right on the corner and with Timer and Voss and Houston on Alpha Road in Dallas. One block east of the tollway. Collector's Firearms.
Hi there. Welcome to Huntington Bank. We're new here, but we've been around since 1866, and we believe that we should all get more from money.
Okay, like what?
Well, like bankers that take the time to learn your whole financial picture and help plan the best path with you.
That sounds good.
And accounts that automatically build your savings each day.
Ooh, I like that.
How about getting paid up to 2 days early?
Okay, now you're just showing off.
Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
It's time to get amped up for the tournament. ESPN Houston is bringing the madness with our Bracket Madness contest, presented by Golden Nugget Lake Charles and supporting sponsors Two Creeks Crossing Resort and Republic Boot Company. Listen for your chance to fill out a bracket and score big prizes, including the grand prize, a 2-night stay at Golden Nugget Lake Charles, plus a $200 food and beverage credit. ESPN Houston's Bracket Madness contest, presented by Golden Nugget Lake Charles and supporting sponsors Two Creeks Crossing Resort and Republic Boot Company.
Are you selling your home or just want to make it look new again? Start with the bathroom. Clean, modern glass showers instantly update the space, and buyers notice. In fact, bathrooms are one of the first things people upgrade, and glass makes a huge difference. Replace dated shower curtains, get new mirrors, or upgrade with custom glass from Bluebonnet Glass. Fair prices and dependable service. Call 832-508-0911 for a free quote and visit BluebonnetGlass.com. Bluebonnet Glass, adding the beauty of glass to your project.
Houston is Soccer City, USA, and World Cup 2026 is coming our way. Join me, Glenn Davis, every Tuesday and Wednesday, 6 Central Time, for Soccer Matters ESPN 97.5, presented by the Daspit Law Firm.
Hey, Houston, Lance Zerline here. Listen, if you're craving authentic Mexican flavor, head to Taquerias Arandas. Since 1981, they've been serving up mouth-watering tacos, sizzling fajitas, and fresh tortas that hit the right spots. Family-friendly vibes, bold flavors, and prices that will not break the bank. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, Taquerias Arandas has you covered. Find a location nearest you and taste the tradition. Taquerias Arandas, Houston's go-to for real Mexican food. Vamos, let's eat.
This is Chance McClain from YourHeritageFilm.com. We make adult films. Wait, no, I mean, we film adults, but not like adult films. Who actually went to those nasty adult film movie theaters? That is so gross. I guess Pee Wee Herman did. That didn't turn out so good. Speaking of Pee Wee, there's an absolutely excellent doc on his life. But that's not as good as the one we would make for your family. Man, I am all over the place. YourHeritageFilm.com.
Be sure to listen to Rocket Power with me, Joe George, and Sean Mapes as we break down and discuss all things Rockets. You can find Rocket Power on ESPN Houston's YouTube channel and right here, Fridays at 6 p.m. Rocket Power is presented by D&M Leasing.
The John Clay Wolf Show. Here's what's going on in the Wolf Pack.
Bobo, we appreciate you. Thanks, man. Gigi doesn't. She said,
you left me hanging, but whatever. I still love you. And I was there first.
You're talking about the show meeting you had yesterday. She's the only one that showed up.
Yeah, and I'm sitting there like, yeah, guys, I'm 3 minutes early.
Right.
What the heck?
That was 50-1 odds in Vegas.
The John Clay Wolf Show. Every Saturday morning.
ESPN 97.5.
Tom Pelissero here on the Rich Eisen Show. Our radio audience has returned. I gave you the floor on your reporting on what happened from Monday to Tuesday night in the offices of the Baltimore Ravens with Max Crosby getting there and then arriving there?
Well, let's start with the fact that no NFL trades can become official until the new league year begins.
Right.
I've had GMs comment to me over the past several days that this is exactly why it should be allowed, and you should be able to execute trades anytime you want. If you acquire a player, let's just say on February 15th, why in the world would you have to wait until March 11th to make the trade official? Having said that, most trades, if you execute it, the medical is going to be done immediately, then within the next day or so. This one, for one reason or another, waited about 4 days before Crosby flew to Baltimore on Tuesday. He was in the building. He was meeting with coaches. This was supposed to be a coronation. And instead, the results of his physical come back. And it's not totally accurate to say it's a failed physical, because there's a lot of shades of gray when it comes to these things. And what one team is going to pass a player on may not match what any other team does. We see it in the draft every year. There'll be, oh, this guy's got medical flags, he's going to slide in the draft. 31 teams might think that. The 32nd team goes, oh, the linebacker doesn't have an ACL. He's been playing without it for 3 years. All right, I guess he can still play. We'll take him in the second round. I mean, those are real things that happen all the time. But what the Ravens really saw was a knee that is 8 weeks post-op from a meniscus repair surgery. Anyone, and I've talked to numerous teams as well as doctors about this, is not going to expect to see a normal knee 8 weeks after a meniscus repair, a surgery that has a 4 to 6 month timeline, and one that's occurring on a 29-year-old player who already has 7-8 years of NFL wear and tear on the knee as it is. But what the Ravens came to the conclusion of was not that Max Crosby can't play now, not that he's not going to be on the field, but that over time they didn't feel comfortable with the investment. In other words, the years down the line, was there going to be additional trouble with the knee? Was it going to become problematic? That's why, and Eric DaCosta alluded to this without giving details, they ultimately decided that they weren't comfortable with what they were giving up in the trade. Where other people, and I am talking about many current and former GMs, unanimously said to me is, this is buyer's remorse. It is dirty pool. It's BS by the Ravens. And that's because, again, you are accepting the risk. This was not an unknown injury for Max Crosby. He was on the injury report the whole season. He didn't practice much. He got shut down against his will with 2 weeks to go, had surgery, took photos before and after the surgery. And his agent, C.J. LeBoy and Doug Hendrickson, from other teams I talked to involved, said they were very upfront. They said, listen, the doctors are saying he's not going to be cleared until June. He's not going to do anything in the spring. But come training camp, come the season, he's going to be ready to roll. Again, I know that the Ravens consulted outside doctors, other teams' doctors, as part of their evaluation process. The real question here, and it's sort of unanswerable, is you are correct, Rich, that they are within their rights to rescind the trade. They had what's called a pre-trade agreement that allows them to examine Max Crosby, put him through a physical, and at any point, that document doesn't include trade compensation or anything else. It's just, hey, for this trade to go through, we need to have this agreement. They're within their rights to pull back. But the question becomes, should they have known, should they have been essentially accepting of the risk that they were taking? Other GMs, unanimously that I talked to, said, this is just part of the process. You know what you're getting into with a surgery like this. You know what you're getting in the player. You just don't see trades like that stomped out, especially after you'd outbid a bunch of other teams. We can dive into, the mechanics of meniscus repairs, Rich. I'm not a doctor, but, in very simple terms, when you have a meniscus trim, that's just cutting out the injured piece of the meniscus. Think of it like a hangnail. It's bugging you. You get some clippers and you clip it off. Meniscus repair would be like the really deep hangnail where it's starting to bleed and the skin's going to fall off and you wrap it up with a Band-Aid and you try to keep it tight. Meniscus, I talked to one doctor who's very heavy into the injury data who said meniscus repairs have a 50% failure rate after 1 year, 80% failure rate after 4 years based upon their data. And again, that doesn't mean the knee falls apart. It's not like a failed ACL reconstruction, but basically it means you're going to have less healthy cartilage in your knee. Your body cannot generate new healthy cartilage. That's all part of when, you hear that in the draft, which is like, well, this guy's fine now, but where's he going to be in 5 years? With Max Crosby, most teams wouldn't look at that with a veteran player and say, well, we're talking about the long term or even the medium term. It's, He can play now. There's no doubt he's going to play in the 2026 season. The Ravens decided that was not going to be for them, and now everybody else, including Max Crosby, is left holding the bag.
Tom Pelissero, the Doogie Howser of NFL media, joining us here on the Rich Eisen Show. All right, so when did Trey Hendrickson enter the chat, Tom? Because that was the coup de grace, right? Like, for everyone to be sitting here wondering, what are the Ravens thinking? How do they put this back in the bottle in Vegas? How are the Ravens just going to be able to face any music from the rest of the league? And are they going to potentially, not go full bore here? The answer is like, yeah, they turned the page. They got Trey Hendrickson. See you later. Wouldn't want to be like, you know what I mean? Or, unless they were trying to make that Crosby Hendrickson thing happen. And so they were already down the road with Trey. Tom, where did he enter the chat?
Trey Hendrickson hit the market. He was looking for $30+ million per year. It became apparent about 24 hours in that was just not going to be the number. And then all right, maybe it's between 25 and 30. There were a bunch of teams that were engaged on Trey Hendrickson. I did have a number of people who, after the Max Crosby trade fell apart on Tuesday night, texted me and said, the same people who were not thrilled with what the Ravens had done were saying things like, if they now turn around sign Trey Hendrickson this week, it's going to look even worse for them. Well, they did it at like 10 a.m. the next day. It was instantaneous. And what the Ravens would say, they've not, again, spoken to some of the mechanics on this. What they'd say is, well, what do you want us to do? We needed to improve our team. We needed a pass rusher. Why wouldn't we go and get Trey Hendrickson? It certainly doesn't do anything to dampen the suspicions of people within the league that they went from trading 2 first-round picks for Max Crosby to trading Max Crosby for 2 first-round picks and Trey Hendrickson, which essentially, no matter what you think of the motivation is, that's the ultimate outcome of all of this. So Trey Hendrickson gets his deal. It's a real one, 4 years, and I believe $112 million. He can earn more with incentives. Max Crosby is, a better all-around player than Trey Hendrickson, but in terms of pass rush ability, you know exactly what you're getting in Hendrickson, all of which then leaves us with what becomes now of Max Crosby. He posted something last night on social media, saying I'm a Raider. My understanding is he was back in the building yesterday. I mean, the day after this all happened, he's right back in the building, working out, rehabbing. He spoke with Clint Kubiak. He spoke with John Spytek. He spoke with Mark Davis. He told everybody, I'm all in. I'm a Raider. I'm going to be here, and I'm going to keep doing everything that I've been doing to be the best player for this organization. Like anything else, though, with Max Crosby, Rich, I would just say you can never rule out that there's another twist in the saga. Just like when we were sitting there at the Combine and John Spytek had said we expect Max Crosby on the team, and I came on the show and said, don't be surprised if he's traded within the next 7 to 10 days. I did not add, and then don't be surprised if that trade falls apart 4 days after that. But I would just say there are still teams. I can tell you this. For all the talk about whether the price has plummeted, there are still teams that would trade for Max Crosby now. There potentially will be even more teams that will trade for Max Crosby around the draft or in June when he's getting closer to clearance and that knee is closer to being healed. We will know Max Crosby is a Raider again when we see Max Crosby wearing a Raiders uniform in week 1. I don't think at this point I would not categorize it as likely. But for the Raiders, they had formulated this plan in terms of what they did in free agency, how they deployed their resources, how they were building that team, under the belief, because they had agreed to it, that Max Crosby was onto the Ravens, and they had 2 first-round picks to fill some of the other holes on the roster. Do they pivot and just go, all right, Max is back? I know, listen, there's close relationships there, especially between Max Crosby and Mark Davis. Max, his frustration was part of the reason the Raiders were even willing to do this type of a trade. But Max never wanted to leave the Raiders from a core perspective, right? There's philosophy and there's reality. The philosophy, he wanted to be a Raider. He identifies, he's the face of the franchise. But realistically, he just was sick of all the changes. Now, is this a sign? I know that he was 6 years sober yesterday, and congrats to Max on that. I know that he's spiritual. He believes in things. Is this the sign that he feels like I have to be with the Raiders? That might be it. But the phone's going to keep ringing. There are going to continue to be offers. There are other teams, again, that would pass Max Crosby on a physical right now because it allows you to get the player. So we'll see exactly what direction this goes. But right now, Max is back. He's on the Raiders roster. He's in the building. And amazingly, after weeks of talking about this and seemingly having a resolution on Friday night, we are back to at least some level of uncertainty about what the future holds for Max Crosby.
Tom Pelissero here on the Rich Eisen Show. I'm wondering, out of the rest of free agency, if this didn't happen, if Max just showed up in Baltimore, what we'd be talking about today. The quarterbacks are one thing, and I'll get to Kyler Murray with you before I say goodbye. But Mike Evans winding up in San Francisco, how did that happen? Why did that happen, Tom?
It was as much about what Mike Evans wanted to do as anything else. If you look at the contract, it's 3 years up to $61 million, I believe. But like the base value of it is, I think, 14 a year, and it's like 16 something this year. So this wasn't chasing one last bag. This wasn't him going and just taking the money. I believe the Bucs would have offered him more than that to stay in Tampa. So for one reason or another, Mike Evans just decided, I want to go do something different at the end of my probable Hall of Fame career.
So then what's the one reason or the other? That's the thing here, and that's the question a lot of people in Tampa are wondering. Just to do something different, or something going on in Tampa he just wanted to made him want to do something different? Tom.
Does not sound, from my understanding, like there's a smoking gun or that something happened. There's been a lot of turnover, kind of like Max Crosby getting sick of all the changes. Mike Evans has a different offensive coordinator every year. Every year they're doing something different with that. He got hurt twice last year. A lot of times when guys get hurt, they think about a lot of different things. He may well believe that the 49ers have a better chance to go win a Super Bowl in 2026 than the Buccaneers do. And if that's what matters to Mike Evans, going and trying to chase a second Super Bowl ring, then that may be more important than the money. He appears to have come to the conclusion, again, all things equal, you go from the state of Florida with no state income tax to California, where you're getting taxed through the nose on a contract that, is closer to Jalen Naylor than Alec Pierce. This was not about the money with Mike Evans. He clearly wanted to do something different. We'll see how that ends up working out for him in San Francisco. I agree. It was a surprise the way that it played out, where the numbers ended up for Mike Evans. But this was clearly, about football more than it was about anything financial. He's going to now try to help a different team go and win a Super Bowl. And the Buccaneers, for the first time since Jason Licht got there in 2014 to make Mike Evans his first draft pick, they're going to be working without Mike Evans.
All right. Now let's get to Kyler Murray. His free agency tour this year is looking towards next year. I'm trying to, figure out what he's up to before he finally lands in Minnesota, because why wouldn't he? So...
Well, he landed in Minnesota last night physically, right, with his agent, Eric Burkhart. They're here today, not in my house, but in the state of Minnesota.
Yeah, bring him out, man. Come on. What are you
Kyler,
bearing the lead for?
So my understanding was Kyler was going to go through a physical this morning, then he was going to have some meetings. It would be a surprise at this point,
right,
if he doesn't land with the Vikings. It's his best opportunity to start. The money truly doesn't matter because the Cardinals owe him $36.8 million fully guaranteed. Kyler then can go and take the minimum from Minnesota. He'll be in a competition with J.J. McCarthy for the job. It is an experiment of sorts because he's going to be playing in a different offense than he has in his entire career. But Kevin O'Connell has done tremendous work reviving some quarterbacks. Kirk Cousins was playing his best football before Kirk tore his ACL. Sam Darnold obviously parlayed his year in Minnesota into a deal in Seattle and goes and wins the Super Bowl. Can he do the same thing for Kyler Murray? Again, the skill set is very different. Kyler, even at this stage, and he's now going into year 8 in the NFL, he still can move unlike a lot of quarterbacks. He still has a really big arm, but he's never played in like that precision timing-based offense. Drew Petzing does some similar things in Arizona, but this is a little bit different what he's going to be asked to do. So they'll find out, if this is a fit and a hit in the Viking system. Maybe the Vikings find their franchise quarterback for years to come. If it doesn't work out that way, maybe J.J. McCarthy beats him out and Kyler either is a backup or ends up getting cut loose and goes someplace else. What all this tracks toward, though, and you can't overlook it, and I talked about this in advance that I expected this was going to happen, nobody has talked to Kyler around the league, not on any extensive basis, since the pre-draft process in 2019 when the whole world knew he was going number 1 to his old coach Cliff Kingsbury and the Cardinals. So this is an opportunity to interface with some teams that may have quarterback needs in 2027. and be able to just show. I mean, he is by all accounts a different guy than he was, like most people are when they grow up from being 21 years old to 28, 29. Just have those conversations. So when teams are thinking about their quarterback plans a year from now, when Kyler is expected to be a free agent again, they have some different interactions for him. It's not him just expecting and assuming success. It's not him, looking ahead. To me, it's sensible. Just have those conversations. He's never been a free agent. He's not allowed to talk to these teams. So last night and this morning, have a few of those conversations, be able to compare and contrast some things, kind of get your own mind wrapped around it. But if and when he signs with the Vikings in a deal that there's not a lot to negotiate, so it could come together quickly today, he's in a situation where he's going to be all in. And then come after this season, if it goes as well as everybody involved hopes, Kyler Murray factors as the number one free agent hitting the market next March.
All right, Tom, before I let you go, in the 2 minutes I have left here, I give you the floor on the deal we're not talking about, that we should, that leaps out at you from the last few days. How
about this one?
Okay.
Back to the Raiders and the Ravens, of all people here. Tyler Lindenbaum, 3 years and $81 million. And it was reported as, I think, a $54 or $60 million guarantee. In effect, the whole thing is guaranteed because the final year, which I believe is $21 million, becomes fully guaranteed this coming March, a year early. In other words, he is going to see the whole 3 years and $81 million. The reason I bring this one up is because think about the context of this, Rich. In 2018, the number one free agent was Kirk Cousins, and he blew everyone's minds by signing a 3-year, $84 million contract with the Vikings that had the same guarantee structure. It was functionally guaranteed at signing. A mere 8 years later, the salary cap has grown to the point that we have a center essentially matching the quarterback contract that absolutely busted the market back in 2018. That is incredible context in my mind of how much this thing has grown. The salary cap going from where it was $150 million or so at that time to $300 million now. We've got offensive linemen, centers no less, making what the top quarterbacks were on deals that nobody could believe were happening back 8 years ago.
Dude, I don't know if you saw, and we're going to do this later on in hour number 3 in the NFL Network research packet. I don't know if you're reading that stuff because you're too busy reading your texts and everything else, but they came up with a list, and we're gonna hit this later on, play sort of like a game show thing of the top contracts of some of the top name players who have now been in the Hall of Fame for almost a decade or two, and how crazy different contracts, how crazy more expensive contracts are. It's
you're
nuts.
Trying to make an entire generation of players sad, is what you're telling me.
No, I'm just talking about how the cap keeps going up. It was like 4 years ago the cap was at 220. Now it's at 3 and change. It just keeps going up and up, So
it was 100 from 2011 to 2013, which is around the lockout in the new CBA, where they went from a cap credit system to a revenue sharing system.
Right.
The cap was hovering around $120 million. And even that was a substantial growth from where it had been. It just got stuck because of the way that they calculated it. I know that there was a lot of criticism of the NFLPA and agreeing to take, the percentage they did. It was around 47%. It's now upwards of 48%. But you look at it, it's hard to say business is not booming for everyone involved, particularly Tyler Linderbaum.
Thanks for the call, bud. We'll do it again. Maybe even tomorrow.
Hey,
screw it. I just keep talking
Tommy.
to Tom. That's Tom Pelissero. There you go. There's Tom.
All right, Tommy P.
There goes Tommy P right there. Perfect example here. And we'll do this later on. But just as an example, in 2021, Trey Hendrickson left the Saints for Cincinnati, 4 years, $60 million. Now it's 4 years, almost 120. So almost doubled. And he got older, and 61 sacks in 5 seasons later, he just got double his contract.
Wow.
Let's take a break. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Vinny Pasquantino, Joe Lunardi, after Pelissero, here on this Let's Celebrate Team Italy edition.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-372-2017. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-372-2017. 800-372-2017. 800-372-2017.
Small business owners, does your bank get your life? Does it let you switch from your personal to your business account with a tap? Or let you give your CPA direct access? We do. Let's give more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
Bluebonnet Glass for homeowners, builders, and contractors. BluebonnetGlass.com.
What's up, Houston? Lance Zerline here. Listen, if you're looking for a spot to catch a game, hit up Aranda's Sports Bar. Ice cold beers, killer tacos, and big screens blasting every home game. Since 1981, Aranda's has been bringing that authentic Mexican vibe, now with a sports twist. Cheer with friends, savor the bites, and feel the energy. Plus, stay late with epic drink specials that keep the party going. Aranda's Sports Bar, your Houston spot for epic sports and bold flavors. Head on over and get loud today. Lance Zerline here. Rodeo season is here. Republic Boot Company is the place to be. Just off 11th and Stewart in the Heights. Step into the heart of Texas craftsmanship. It's the only place you can buy their 1836 line of handmade 100% leather boots, and they can even customize the fit for your unique foot the same way you break in a baseball glove. Pick up a sport coat, cowboy hat, enjoy a free beer. I'm talking about everything to get you rodeo ready from head to toe. Republic Boot Company, where tradition meets style. Go to their website, republicbootcompany.com.
In pressure situations, execution matters. When something breaks, you don't want delays, scripts, or handoffs. You want answers. At EAG, our IT outsourcing model puts experienced engineers on the front line, focused on fast first-call resolution when time matters most. Less escalation, less downtime, less frustration for your team and leadership. As an IT managed service provider, we measure success by problems solved, not tickets closed. EAG, built to execute. Visit EAGinc.com/ESPN.
DraftKings Sportsbook at Golden Nugget Lake Charles is the only place to get mad for all the big games. With over 3,200 square feet of LED screens and the best game day bites, why watch anywhere else? Watch, wager, and win at Louisiana's largest sportsbook. Book your private space today by visiting GoldenNuggetLC.com. Spots are filling fast, and you don't want to miss out. Must be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Please call 1-877-770-STOP.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. All kinds of beers and thousands of wines. Guides in the know and prices so low, it just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
With curbside pickup and delivery available, you'll always find what you love, only at Total Wine and More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I own a coffee shop, and I wanted to label everything with our logo.
That's ambitious.
Cups, boxes, bags.
Ooh, that'll add up.
Not at all, because right now, Staples prints custom labels for 30% off.
30% off? That's shockingly affordable branding.
Yep, now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app by 4/4 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Follow ESPN Houston on Facebook, X, and Instagram. Wherever you are, we're there too. Not in like a creepy way. You know what? Just follow us on social media.
Map. Back here on the Rich Eisen Show, radio and TV, 844-204-RICH being the number to dial here on the program. All right. So that's Tommy P on the latest right there.
Okay.
On all of that. So Kellen Moore spoke today, the New Orleans Saints head coach, giving more read into their, I think, decision to sign Travis Etienne. We're going to play that a little bit later because is Alvin Kamara thinking of hanging him up?
Ooh.
Just going to throw that one out there for you.
A lot of people are talking right now.
What do you mean?
Intro pressers for a lot of people. I saw Kenneth Walker.
Oh, Kenneth Walker's talking right now.
Malik Willis is talking right now. Yeah.
Malik Willis. Can't wait to hear what he has to say. What an opportunity for Malik Willis. My goodness gracious.
For real.
Yeah.
What an opportunity for Malik Willis to be, to be the new quarterback of the Miami Dolphins. So we'll turn that sound around, by the way. Did you see who signed across the street over the weekend?
Down here?
Yesterday, last night, pardon me.
Chargers?
Yes.
No.
They signed Keaton Mitchell.
Oh.
Now, let me tell you something.
Okay.
Because that guy has some burst. He's got some speed.
Yeah, he does.
And who do you think might be able to use him?
Mike McDaniel.
I'm telling you. That's one of those fantasy flyers. Put that one away in your memory bank here. Because he didn't get much run. I mean, whenever he got run in Baltimore, it was to spell Derrick Henry, right? Mm-hmm. When he was healthy, he blew his knee out. But this guy can hit it. Put him in the backfield with Omari and Hampton, right? I know they still have Kimani Vidal. But I saw that signing. I'm like, aha. Give Mike McDaniel the speed burner, the home run hitters. What are the Chargers going to look like offensively at the end of the day?
The Chargers.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
They're going to be the Chargers.
What does that mean? Be careful. You don't like the way people talk about the Cowboys in that way.
And at some point, I got to start slapping back. If people are always going to be punching down at me.
Oh, okay. Is that what that means?
Yeah. I mean, the Chargers are going to charge you. No disrespect. No disrespect.
The days of charging are over.
Yeah, I mean.
I understand. Wait. I understand. They've hit their head on a playoff ceiling first 2 years of Jim. But the weird stuff, the weird charging stuff, that's gone. The charging stuff is gone. It's gone. Come on now.
No, I'm just wondering.
House isn't clean.
Who are
the fumbling 3 times on getting 3 shots at a touchdown in Tennessee? Only have Melvin Gordon fumble it on the 3rd time. That sort of stuff.
That was weird. Who are their receivers?
Well, Ladidi, McConkey,
Quentin Johnson,
who pretty big step back.
Quentin Johnson, who I know you had on fantasy last year. He had a good first half of the season.
Yeah.
Trey Harris had a nice.
Nobody's blowing you away.
I know I'm going high register here.
Nobody's blowing you away. No one's a true number one.
Why is Ladidi's not a true number one for you, huh?
Yeah, you saw him, kind of take a step back last year.
Okay. Mike McDaniel's in town now, pal. You don't think that's a difference?
In the passing game?
Yeah.
No. Okay. He's a run game guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tyreek Hill, wants to chat.
Well, he ain't on this team.
Yeah.
Evan Cohen here. In life, as in sports, the pros make it look easy. That's why pro golfers like Jason Day, Ben Griffin, and Patton Kazire trust the pros in lawn care. True Green. They have the experience and expertise to give you a lawn worthy of the PGA Tour. And since True Green does the work for you, you get more free time, or more tee times. So stop stressing over your lawn and start loving it. Sign up now at TrueGreen.com because nobody makes it easier to get a golf course quality lawn than True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour.
Adam Schefter here. It's tournament time, when only the most talented teams survive in advance. And whether you're cutting down the nets or cutting through resumes, one thing's clear. The best teams are built with the best people. If you're hiring, you need ZipRecruiter. Their smart matching technology finds qualified candidates fast. You can add screening questions to get the right applicants and even filter to see who's recently active. Score the best for your team with ZipRecruiter. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
Some people collect purses and shoes and jewelry.
Some people collect cars, watches, and guns.
Clara collects the silverwork of great silversmiths. She's hoping to find something made by Paul Revere.
If Danny collected cars and watches, he'd only have a few hundred of them. But Danny collects firearms.
If the Smithsonian had a gun collection, it'd be like the one I have at Collector's Firearms.
Honey, the Smithsonian does have a gun collection.
I'm sure mine is better.
Well, I know of one way that it's better for sure.
What's that?
Yours is for sale.
You're right. That definitely makes it better.
This is the year I hope to find something by Paul Revere. So come and take a look at what Danny has for sale.
best gun shops in America are in Texas, of course. Collector's Firearms. Right on the corner and with Timer and Voss in Houston on Alpha Road in Dallas. 1 block east of the tollway. Collector's Firearms.
Hi, this is Harold Gunn.
And this is Bill Olson. Texas Outdoor News is the longest-running, most award-winning outdoor radio show in the state for a lot of good reasons.
We bring you the latest news and information about hunting and fishing across our great state and beyond.
And our guests are who's who from industry, government, and the field.
Texas Outdoor News is brought to you by Ford Trucks and your best in Texas Ford dealers. Join us Saturday mornings at 6, Sunday at 7 on ESPN 97.5.
This April 3rd and 4th, the Texas Golf Expo, presented by Avid Golfer, makes its first visit to Houston's NRG Park. Come demo new clubs, plus save on equipment and apparel from all major brands. The first 500 each day get a goodie bag that includes discounted rounds of golf and a sleeve of Wilson golf balls. All attendees get a local round of golf and a free chance to putt for $5,000. The Texas Golf Expo at NRG Park, April 3rd and 4th. Get tickets at texasgolfexpo.com.
Hi, I'm Kirsten Stokes, third-generation neighborhood hardware store owner. For 72 years, Stokes Hardware has proudly served our community with everything from plumbing to paint and power tools and more. We're family-owned, 3 generations strong, a small business with competitive pricing. Come see our knowledgeable team today. Hablamos Español. Shop local, save more. Follow Stokes Hardware on Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. Stokes Hardware, your neighborhood store since 1954.
Truck Month has arrived at Monument Chevrolet, and this year there's even more savings. Monument Chevrolet is offering the supplier discount on its full inventory of 26 Silverado 1500s. That's right, the big discount reserved for top Chevy sellers. You pay that price this month. Monument Chevrolet has every trim of Silverado 1500 in every color, and they're all discounted. Visit Monument Chevrolet at Beltway 8 and 225 or shop online at monumentchevrolet.com. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
What does life after service look like? Kicking back? Taking it easy? We believe it looks a little different. Fighting for all veterans. Making sure they get the benefits and care they've earned. Rebuilding communities after disaster strikes. And adapting to support today's veterans. Meeting them where they are. The VFW. Still leading. Still advancing. Still serving. Get involved at stillserving.org.
Listen up! ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal media station.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
Now comes the fun. Wherever Max Crosby goes,
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
when he takes on the Ravens, it's going to be lit.
Jackson, here comes the pressure. Max Crosby, who's had a day here in Baltimore.
The Rich Eisen Show. Earlier on the show, NFL Network insider Tom Pelissero. Coming up, ESPN bracketologist Joe Lunardi. Royals first baseman Vinny Pasquantino. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 2 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. It's all good in our neighborhood, certainly with Ohio State struggling in their Big Ten championship tournament starter. It's all good. It's early. It's early on. It's early on. It's early on. Because right now they're now up. They were down, now they're up.
That's how basketball goes.
It's up and down.
Yeah, it's like a seesaw.
Anyway, March Madness has begun. Joe Lunardi is going to join us in short order. Is he first up to start us off right here? Okay, so I see he's zooming in. He's testing. You know what he's doing? He's a bracketologist.
Yeah. Very few
people. This is not.
They don't fool around, Rich.
Does he have a green screen behind him? I'm taking a look right now as he's checking in. It's because a meteorologist has a green screen.
Right.
So there's a bracketologist.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
If you're an ologist, green screen.
It's anything to do with it.
Anything.
Think about
geologist.
Green screen.
Proctologist?
Hey.
Green screen.
I gotta go.
Brown screen.
Just don't wear brown because you can just blend in.
Be a face floating head.
As you see here, the East bracket.
Think about Joe Lunardi, right? How many people are so singularly connected to one thing?
It's
when
awesome.
you hear Joe Lunardi, you think March Madness, you think brackets.
That's right.
Like, that's connection.
When you think Vinny Pasquantino, you think Italian-American.
Espressos.
Then you think home runs.
Home runs.
Team Italy's 3 Jack, first baseman, is in hour number 3 of this program.
That's a testament to keeping your head in the game, right? Because Vinny was struggling a little.
By the way, 0 hits in the World Baseball Classic through the first 3 games.
It up, right?
And then when we need him most,
with him.
Delivered.
He showed his mighty shield, Captain America.
Yeah.
The best
of Italy. Oh, baby.
So he beat Capitan?
You can thank me, USA.
Let's go.
What do you have to do?
He's the capo di tutti capo. That's what he is.
He said that last night.
Oh, I thought
Rich Eisen Show consigliere. Vinny Pasquantino. Can't wait to talk to Vinny about what he did for Team Italy last night, as well as what he thinks of his New York Jets acquiring Geno Smith. Now,
he seems
I want to revisit this because I gave first blush thoughts.
This was bothering you.
It does bother me.
I hate this team.
This does bother me because Jet fans, you sent me some guy who lost his mind, right? I didn't even watch it.
You didn't?
I didn't.
It was really good.
Whatever.
It was good.
Whatever. And I think people were just like, what does Rich think about Geno Smith? He's going to go all nuts.
Yeah, Rich.
Geno Smith is a great fix for what the Jets need right now. How does that sound?
Rich.
Anybody out there that's like, oh, the Jets are just, they stink. They go back to a guy that crapped out. He crapped out. And it just shows you how much they stink. Yeah, this just in, Jets fans. The Jets stink. They know they stink. They're trying to win games now, but no, down the road, the quarterback of their future will be acquired. This is not them saying, we're set. We're ready to win games. We're ready to make a championship run with Geno Smith. Listen, Geno Smith coming back at this part of his career and taking the Jets on a championship run would be one of the greatest stories in the history of the NFL. And would I love to see that happen for the Jets faithful? For sure. Absolutely. Is that likely on a What's More Likely Thursday? The answer is, hold on a second. Hell no. Because he joins a team that is coming off of one of the worst statistical seasons on both sides of the football than anyone can possibly imagine. The fact that the Jets don't have the first overall pick in the draft is maybe one of the most Jets-like things you can imagine. And the reason why they don't have the first overall pick is essentially because of Geno Smith. Because he was on the team that stunk worse. And that is the most Jets-like thing you can imagine, too. That said, what do you want the Jets to do? They have clearly put all their eggs in the 2027 basket. Clearly. Yep. They cut Sauce Gardner loose to the tune of 2 1s, by the way.
Great trade.
2 1s. Thank goodness Chris Ballard didn't have 5 independent doctors in to look at him. Because he got hurt, essentially, almost showing up in Indianapolis. But the Jets got 2 1s out of it. And they got a 1 for Quinnen Williams. But they're like, we don't want it now. We'll take it next year. We'll take it in 2027. For a reason, Jets fans. For a reason. They have 3 1s in next year's draft. For a reason. The quarterback of the future is there. And they have to get somebody here who can calm the waters and is a veteran who can throw the rock. Their games last year where they looked better than not was when Tyrod Taylor was your quarterback. And Geno Smith is a veteran who can come in and calm the waters, just protect them. He's got a better run game this year with Breece Hall than he had last year with Ashton Genty, a rookie. What do you expect? Honestly, when you've got veterans cut loose, Cousins, Tua, soon-to-be Kyler Murray, and these quarterbacks are searching for their best opportunity to either resurrect a career or win now, what are they going to do? They're going to choose the Jets? They're going to choose, here's what we're going to do. I'm Tua Tagovailoa. Hi, I'm Kyler Murray. I can play for anybody. I can go to a team like, say, Atlanta, where I've got all those weapons and a new head coach in Kevin Stefanski. Or I can go to Minnesota, where there's all those weapons and Kevin O'Connell, coach of the year in his own right. I'm not going to go there. I want to go to the Jets, where the leading receiver had 395 yards receiving last year, despite being Garrett Wilson. That's what I want to do. I want to go there, and I want to go there where there's a head coach who's already apparently maybe on the hot seat because the owner there keeps changing coaches. I want to go there. Yeah, that's what I want to do. And take a look at this. I'm trying to educate and calm the Jet fan down pretty much, right? Hey, did you notice the Jets traded for Geno Smith? Did you notice that? When everybody's expecting Geno's going to get cut by the Raiders, they traded for him. And that sends Jets fans even crazier. They traded for him? Yeah, because even left to his own devices, would Geno Smith have chosen the Jets? Hey, this is what I want to do. I want to go back to the locker room where my career got derailed because my teammate hit me in the jaw and broke it. That's what I want to do, if given my druthers. I don't want to speak on his behalf, but I would kind of say he'd survey options before choosing that one. Now he doesn't have that option. And he is saying the right thing. I'm coming back. I can't wait to get in the playbook, the locker room, the community, because he's a good dude. What did you expect? Kyler Murray to choose the Jets? I was saying the Jets should choose Kyler Murray because you get 1 year with him. Would have been a great option for the Jets, but I think they read the tea leaves. What do you want him to do? Now then, I understand, Jets fans. One last thing. I get it. Just to give this for you. Because I looked it up. I wanted to make sure this is right. You remember, Geno, year 2, or year 3, gets his jaw broken. And in comes Ryan Fitzpatrick, right? And then Josh McCown and Sam Darnold and Zach Wilson and Aaron Rodgers and Justin Fields. Those are the leading passers between Smith leaving and coming back. So I get it. This is, again, what I was talking about when the Jets started trading away their young Turks, including Jermaine Johnson, right on the outset of the combine. It's going to be on the Jet front office, management, coaching staff to sell this to the Jet fan, that they're back in this mix again. Because they've gone through all of this churning at the quarterback spot, and they're waiting for their Drake May and or Jaden Daniels and or Caleb Williams and or C.J. Stroud. Even Bryce Young, sorry to say it that way, has shown that he is a playoff quarterback. They're waiting for it. And here's Geno Smith, everybody. It's a tough sell. But, hey, what did you expect them to do? Honestly, So stop posting and sending me all these ranting Jet fans.
Sorry.
No. I'm saying that not to you, T. No. I'm saying that to everybody out there. I see it. I get it. But what do you want? And if you're sick and tired of the churning and the constant rebuilds and being asked for your patience, choose another team. Be like Del Tufo.
No loyalty. No honor.
Although the Yankees aren't the Jets.
True.
Yeah. You're a different case. I shouldn't drag you into this. Or people down to your level.
I like that you did that, Rich.
Seriously. What do you want them to do? All right. This smug guy over there.
The jokes just keep
the other smug guy.
You know what I mean?
No, really. Let's just you have two choices. You either trust the general manager to turn all of this around and all like in a way that Joe Douglas couldn't and Terry Bradway couldn't and Izek couldn't, you know what I mean? Or they all attempted, they all started tearing it down and trying to build it back up and telling Jet fans, no, this is the time, it's going to happen. And then they say, here's Geno Smith. I understand why they would be upset, but he's actually what they need. Somebody to calm the waters, try and win games. Try and win them. Just protect him. Protect him. And get a superb defender right off the top of the draft. You've got your choice of anybody not named Fernando Mendoza in the draft. Get that right. And then with the first Sauce Gardner pick, I'll be sitting there on the draft set that night in Pittsburgh saying, okay, this is where the rebuild begins. Right here. This is the pick. They traded away the defensive rookie of the year, not from 8 years ago, not from 12 years ago. This decade. Let's see what they did with this pick for Sauce Gardner. Then the Jets are truly on the clock with the fan base. But Geno Smith, everybody just breathe. I feel better.
Feel good?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
I do.
That was good.
Oh, thank you.
Happy
I appreciate
You have a way with words. I don't know if anyone ever told you that.
Oh, you know what?
Oh, the Jets bring it out of him.
Sorry, folks.
That was an oldie but a goodie.
It is an oldie but a goodie. This guy over there. All right, let's take a break. You know what we're going to do? We're going to talk about bubbles and who's in and who's out, or who's going to be in and who's out. First four.
Let's do it.
Last five. First 16, middle 12. I mean, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's all part of bracketology. It is not willy-nilly. It's a science. It's a science.
Yeah.
It's Joe Lunardi's time, people.
Hey.
Let's go.
It's Lunardi season.
Let's go.
Next on The Rich Eisen Show.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
It's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. Right now, Pella Windows and Doors of Houston is offering 50% off installation and no interest, no payments for 12 months. Some restrictions may apply. See store for details. Offer ends March 31st, 2026.
Diamond out of here. Brinkman Quality Roofing has been the most trusted name in Houston for 50 years for roof repairs, roof maintenance, and roof replacements on both homes and businesses. Brinkman workmanship is backed by the largest roofing manufacturers against leaks for up to 30 years. Brinkman has 100% financing available and free, no-obligation estimates. Brinkman Quality Roofing is the one to call at 281-480 Roof. That's 281-480-ROOF, or go to BrinkmanQuality.com.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55-plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Fast breaks, buzzer beaters, and block parties are back, and Underdog is the best place to get in on all the action all season long. You can make picks and win money right now in Texas. Playing on Underdog is so easy. Just pick whether your favorite players or go higher or lower on a bunch of different stats. You know the drill. Points, rebounds, steals, blocks. They got it all on Underdog. Kevin Durant, higher or lower on his points. Alpi Şengün, higher or lower on his points and rebounds. Amin Thompson, higher or lower points plus assists. You can do all of that on Underdog. Get your picks right. You can win up to 5,000 times your cash. You know ball. Go prove it right now. Download the Underdog app today and use promo code KILLERB to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code KILLERB, KILLERB. Underdog. Make picks, win money.
Must be 18 or older and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-MyReset or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Lance Zierlein here. Rodeo season is here. Republic Boot Company is the place to be. Just off 11th and Stewwood in the Heights. Step into the heart of Texas craftsmanship. It's the only place you can buy their 1836 line of handmade 100% leather boots, and they can even customize to fit for your unique foot the same way you break in a baseball glove. Pick up a sport coat, cowboy hat, enjoy a free beer. I'm talking about everything to get you rodeo ready from head to toe. Republic Boot Company, where tradition meets style. Go to their website, republicbootcompany.com.
Jeremy Branham here. You've heard me talk about Pro Dunk Hoops and their drill-powered lightning adjust system that lets you raise and lower your goal in seconds. It's 10 times faster with zero effort. Right now, with your new Pro Dunk basketball goal, you can get the lightning adjust system for free. That's a $249 savings. But you have to call. You won't find this offer on the website, so call Pro Dunk at 281-351-9822 and mention ESPN. That's 281-351-9822. Hey, Red Nation, you can watch the hometown team anywhere, but there's only one place where the rally starts. Tom's Watch Bar Red Nation Rallies at Green Street, your new Friday and Saturday home game destination. Tom's comes alive with DJs, giveaways, and more. Headed to the game? Park free at Green Street with Tom's Validation, and then celebrate after the game at Tom's with post-game drinks and highlights on 65-plus screens. Red Nation Rallies at Tom's Watch Bar, presented by Green Street. Visit tomswatchbar.com/Red Nation Rallies.
Is your money just lying around? Switch to Huntington Bank, and your money's always doing something. Like auto-saving for special events, tracking your teen spending, and helping protect your parents from fraud. Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
Houston is Soccer City, USA, and World Cup 2026 is coming our way. Join me, Glenn Davis, every Tuesday and Wednesday, 6 Central Time, for Soccer Batters ESPN 97.5, presented by the Daspit Law Firm.
The John Clay Wolf Show. Here's what's going on in the Wolf Pack.
Bobo, we appreciate you.
Thanks, man.
Gigi doesn't. She said,
you left me hanging, but whatever. I still love you. And I was there first.
You're talking about the show meeting you had yesterday. She's the only one that showed up.
Yeah, and I'm sitting there like, yeah, guys, I'm 3 minutes early.
Right.
What the heck?
That was 50-1 odds in Vegas.
The John Clay Wolf Show. Every Saturday morning.
ESPN 97.5.
Back here in the Rich Eisen Show.
You're such a hater.
I am not a hater. I'm a congratulator. I congratulate you.
On what?
I'm being excited for Carlos Beltran's uniform retirement ceremony.
That was sincere.
His number.
It was not sincere.
No, I'm happy for you. I'm happy for my brother. I'm happy for my buddy Steve.
You don't like
all
any
you
of
Met
us,
fans who are just trying to get by.
I mean, aren't we all really?
Willie Mays' number's retired by the Mets.
Who else is retired by the Mets?
Should be.
Who else retired?
What?
Who else's number is retired by the Mets?
David Wright is the most recent.
Okay.
Seaver?
Darryl Strawberry.
What's your favorite David Wright moment?
Seaver has to be, right? Man, there's too many. It's Captain America, bro.
Dwight Gooden, Willie Mays, which is kind of ridiculous. Keith Hernandez, Jerry Kuzman, Piazza, Jackie Robinson, obviously, Tom Seaver, Gil Hodges, Casey Stengel.
Okay.
So a good amount.
Oh, gosh. Casey
Not 15.
Stengel. Casey Stengels has his number retired there, huh? Oh, so they took Casey after his years with the Yankees. It's been going on a long time.
Yeah.
Long time.
You're beating this to death.
Oh, yeah. Devin Williams and Clay Holmes just following the Casey Stengel footsteps. From the Bronx to Queens.
Isn't it easier, though, Brotman, when you, buy all the good players? Eventually, they do have to go somewhere where you decide that.
Wasn't Joe Torre a Met?
Yeah, before he was. But I brought that up earlier. He conveniently forgets all of them.
All right. No, Yogi Berra was a Yankee, then a Met.
Like Cone, Strawberry, and Gooden helping him win those 90s World Series. He doesn't want to ever talk about that.
Moving on.
You guys are idiots.
Moving on. The ESPN Tournament Challenge is the #1 bracket game in the business. Download the app right now to get started. Create your men's brackets, your women's brackets, because it's time for brackets. And the lead bracketologist, Joe Lenardi, is here on the Rich Eisen Show. What's up, Joe? How are you? Is that a lab
Welcome
coat?
to the bracket talk, fellas. Welcome to Dr. Brackett's office. Nothing going on today.
Oh, good to see you, man. How's it going?
I'm good. We just had the 31-0 Miami Redhawks go down, much to the chagrin of bubble teams everywhere.
Well, because, listen, Joe, come on. The conversation that Miami needed to win out to make the tournament, it's absurd. It's absurd, Joe. Come on now. Come on.
I agree with you, but let's just say there's lots of people that don't, and a lot of them live in the Auburn section of Alabama and the SMU section of Texas and the Bloomington section of Indiana and, other places like that.
Well, okay. So walk me through that, since that is what you just mentioned is, I imagine, a seismic bracketologist moment, Joe.
It is certainly not one we anticipated this early.
Right.
In the Mid-America Conference Tournament, but at least they were nice enough to play at 11 o'clock in the morning. So in the East, gives us a little time to digest and crunch the numbers. But, it goes like this. There have been 6 prior undefeated regular season teams, Rich, since seeding began in 1979. And that's according to this bracket brain over my shoulder here.
Yes.
And all of the prior ones have been 1 seeds, not bubble teams, 1 seeds. And that's everything from, Kentucky at 38-0. There was a Gonzaga during coming out of COVID. We had Wichita State a few years ago. Heck, we even had my St. Joe's Hawks back in the day. So to say that Miami isn't a 1 seed is one thing. To say they can't be a 10 or an 11 is a pretty big runway of dispute. So I think they'll still be in the tournament. I suppose if the committee is having a bad day or we get other bubble thieves, other bid thieves, Miami could be sent to Dayton for the first 4. That's actually not too far for them. They'd have great fan support. But, at some point, 31-0 has to matter.
No doubt.
Even to a slave to the numbers, like me and other people like me. So I think the people playing, we led with Tournament Challenge, I think they're still going to have a chance to pick Miami in their bracket come Sunday night.
Okay. So walk me through the 1 seeds possibility.
Got it.
I imagine that's where a bracketologist begins, or
Indeed.
Okay.
Indeed.
Okay.
Well, we have 3 that are all but locked. Duke, Michigan, and Arizona, in whatever order you want to place them. None of them have yet taken the court this week in their conference tournaments. Duke plays tonight against Florida State. Arizona plays in about an hour and a half against UCF. Michigan doesn't get going until tomorrow because the Big Ten is so big. They need all those extra days to get all their teams into the event. They're going to be 1 seeds, and then Florida is the 4th number 1, the defending champions. Terrific back end to the season, recently bumping UConn off of the top line, but still some wiggle room there because the Gators could lose in the SEC tournament, certainly, and UConn can run the table and win the Big East championship in New York, which presumably would include a victory over St. John's in Madison Square Garden. So that would be a feather. But in a way, we're talking a distinction without a difference because one's going to be a 1 seed, the other's going to be a 2. And conceivably, they could even be in the same region, bracketed to meet in an Elite 8 game, in which case we're wasting a lot of airtime over uniform color.
So Duke's going to be the number 1 overall? If they win
unless they lose.
Okay, unless they lose. So
Michigan and Arizona are close enough, and they're playing without 2 rotation guys in the ACC tournament. Caleb Forster has a broken bone in his foot.
Right.
He's been sharing the point guard position with Caden Boozer. And Patrick Ongba has been their top reserve in the front court. He's a big physical presence. But I think Duke is playing the long game here. This is not the tournament they necessarily want to win the most, the ACC tournament, and there's certainly every likelihood that they'll get Gongba back by the NCAAs and maybe even Foster as well if it goes far enough. And I think they're willing to trade being the number 1 overall seed for that possibility because they're still going to be a 1 seed. They're still going to be in the East, and they're still going to start next Thursday, a week from today, in Greenville, South Carolina.
Yeah, and they're also a terrific team, and it makes them well coached, and make sure that they're all healthy. Make sure to play the long game because the 1 seed will still be there, and so will all the refs. All right, I don't mean to drag you down to my Michigan level, Joe. All right, so
I'll give you one on the Wolverines, though.
Okay, sure.
I think 57 people on ESPN.com at the start of the season picked a national champion, and I counted 2 that picked Michigan.
Okay.
You're talking to one of them?
Okay, Joe Lunardi.
Okay.
So I have to stay on that horse, even after the injury to LJ Kaysen, and, that's legitimate. He plays starters minutes, even though he comes off the bench, but they did just go in and win at Michigan State and East Lansing without him, so It certainly gives me every reason to still take UM come next week when we have to make public bracket predictions.
Okay, I appreciate that, Joe Lunardi. I'll put that in my back pocket. Which fan base or fan bases need their schools to go on a run between now and the rest of the weekend in order to make it? Joe.
Well, let's go with Auburn, which just got bumped out of the bracket by Miami of Ohio losing.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be one, and that run can begin in about an hour.
Mm-hmm.
Stephen Pearl now coaching in his father's spot at Auburn, going against Tennessee, his alma mater, his father's former employer. So no drama, no irony at the SEC tournament. Game being played in Nashville, so college basketball fans everywhere, that's probably the lead game to watch in this next window at 3 o'clock Eastern. I know I'll be watching it. I don't have any idea yet who I'll be rooting for other than whatever scenario makes bracketing easier and give Dr. Brackets here a little bit of sleep.
You just refer to yourself in the third person as Dr. Brackets. Did I just hear that, Joe?
Well, I don't consider myself that, but the good folks at ESPN have decided that this is my new character. And I tell everyone that I'm not a real doctor, obviously.
You just play one on TV?
Apparently, I'm playing one on TV, and I suspect that if this isn't a career extender, it absolutely will be a career ender.
Paging Dr. Brackets.
Attaboy.
Paging Dr. Brackets.
Hey, man, I would love to have my own lab coat. I mean, I'll take one.
Oh, it's monogrammed.
I see it.
There you go.
I could see it. Who outside of Auburn? Give me another school that's on the bubble that needs to go on a run. What do you got?
I will, but, you should tell your audience that come a certain age, you do have to visit your bracketologist at least once a year. And there'll be a lot of that going on after the tournament. I'm keeping an eye on the Mountain West.
Okay.
This has been a big Steeler conference in the recent past. They've sent 5, 6, and 4 teams to the tournament in each of the last 3 years. We're talking about the New Mexicos and the San Diego States of the world, who typically win that tournament, but Utah State is currently holding the automatic bid. So we could get one of those teams or more getting on a run, taking a bid away from an SMU or a Texas or some other team that loses early in a power conference. We are far from having the final picture of the men's at-large pool here Thursday. I always say Thursday and Friday are the days that give us the pool of teams that we need to make final decisions about on Saturday and Sunday.
Okay, so last one for you on the men's side of things then, Joe Lunardi. The end of the day, which conference is going to have the most teams in the tournament, do you think?
The SEC will have the most teams at probably 10, followed by the Big Ten with 9, maybe 10, and then 8 each for the Big 12 and the ACC.
Okay. And then on the women's side of things, the 1 seeds, are they apparent to you? South Carolina?
Oh, I can help you with that. Come on.
Go for it.
I just happen to have here in the bunker.
Yes.
I happen to have our women's bracketologist, Charlie Cream, who would be delighted to hear.
Yes. Let's talk women's sports, Joe.
Normally, they don't let us in the same room. It's kind of like the president and the vice president. They don't want us to both be taken out.
Understood.
I am the designated survivor.
All right. So I don't know if you can hear, but
he can hear.
Okay. Let's talk women's bracketology. What do you have for me for the 1 seed on the women's side of things?
Rich, it's pretty locked in now. Right. UConn, UCLA, Texas, and South Carolina, in that order, will be your 1 seed.
Okay, I mean, it's been kind of readily apparent for a while now, but I'm just wondering if there's anything in that you think could upset that apple cart by the end of the day.
No, they're all done playing, so we're good. They're all the big conference tournaments on the women's side were last weekend.
Right.
So they're done. They're resting. They're maybe on the beach somewhere getting ready for next week. But they're done playing, so there's nothing else that can happen.
What do I need to know about the women's bracket then outside of that? Charlie, what do you got for me on the bracketology side of things for the women?
On the women's side, we have essentially 2 bubbles because the top 16 teams get to host first and second round games. So that becomes a very important position to be in. And it's oftentimes a lot harder distinction to make between 16 and 17 than it is between 4 and 5. Right. So we're looking at teams like Kentucky and West Virginia and Michigan State and Oklahoma that are in that mix that we'll have to wait and see till Sunday to see if they actually get the host games or not.
Rich doesn't look at Michigan State.
No, I know they exist. I'm just hunting and pecking to see if Michigan can win it all in both. I'm hunting and pecking for it. Although, listen, we're all fans of UCLA women's hoops here on this show, as well as women's sports now with Corey Close just crushing it in Westwood. But Michigan did come close to UCLA a couple of weeks ago when they visited Ann Arbor. Charlie,
and they played UConn within 3 points earlier in the year as well.
They sure did.
So there's your 2 teams that are probably the favorites, and Michigan's right there with them.
Okay, I'll take it. So that's ESPN.com/TC Women's for the women's bracket. And then you can create your men's bracket at ESPN.com/TC Men's. Make sure you download the app to fill out your brackets today, women's and men tournament challenge on ESPN. All right, gentlemen. By the way, this is great. Lenardi and Cream, was that like a?
It's the law firm.
Was that the law? Okay, law. I was actually going to go a ventriloquist team from back in the day. Remember that?
Well, I suppose we could open maybe a gastroenterology practice.
Ladies and gentlemen, bracketology is a science. Everyone understand it. Okay. Thank you, Joe Lenardi and Charlie Cream. I appreciate it. Thank you.
You got it.
There you go. Right here on the Rich Eisen Show.
Fantastic.
Lenardi and Cream, everybody. It's like peaches.
They're opening up for Blue Oyster Cult.
Right?
That feels so good. Opening act for Blue Oyster Cult.
Is that what it was?
Lenardi, yeah.
Lenardi and Cream?
I like that. Peaches and cream, though.
That's it.
I think
I would have said the ESPN people, this is my latest character.
Paging
So
Dr.
did Joe
Brackets.
Smith. This is my character.
I swear we have a lab coat
great,
in the
though.
back, buddy.
We
That's fun.
Oh, no, we did. Feller had one.
the early days we had paging Dr. Brockman.
Paging Dr. Brockman.
Did we get to a
I
lab
had a
coat?
lab coat. I think AJ's mom had a lab coat
I bought a bunch of lab
of
coats.
the early days, and I would put it on and give the injury updates each week.
Do you want to do that again?
It's not going to be as good as Lenardi. That's
Lenard. Did we?
It was not monogrammed.
Well, Lenardi won't be doing anything during football. Maybe he might want something to do.
That's true.
You know?
Hey, man, the brackets might be a. Well, I think Heather Dinich is the football college football bracketology, but that we don't call it that. Nor did we. Does she have a lab coat?
Well, let's fix that.
Okay,
let's get her one.
I don't know if she wants one.
Why would you?
I don't know if Joe wants one.
Who would not want a lab coat?
I want one.
Right? Yeah.
I'm bringing them in tomorrow. You can wear it.
Let me tell you something. As you know, Bachelor of Arts from the University of Michigan. Master of Science, Journalism. Master of Journalism. It's a science degree. I was MS degree at Northwestern.
Might get a BS degree.
So I am.
Yeah.
But that was back in grade school.
Graduate.
So if I ever take another course on broadcasting, I would be Dr.
Eisen.
Rich Eisen.
That's right.
I would be I'm 1 degree shy of being Dr. Rich.
We talked about
I would get a lab coat.
I need you.
And I would walk around in that lab coat. My children would be so embarrassed. I don't care.
I want to call you Doc Eisen, bro. Do it.
Like Jerry Buss.
Yeah.
Dr. Jerry. What was he a doctor in?
It was
anatomy.
Sociology?
Anatomy.
EJ beat me to it.
He,
Oh, my God. I remember when I first moved out here and Suze was working covering the Lakers. And she would be finishing. I would come out here.
Anatomy.
You know, we were dating long distance, and I would come out here as a Sports Center when I was on Sports Center. And I would go to Dan Tana's, waiting for her to be finished up downtown, and meet her there, which is where I met Craig of Craig's Restaurant.
Sure.
At any rate, when he was working there. Long story short is frequently Dr. Buss would already be there. And let's just put it this way. When I walked in my late 20s, early 30s, I brought the median age up.
I was going to say yes. Yes.
The late Dr. Buss, he had a PhD in physical chemistry.
Yeah, I bet.
That's not true. That cannot be true.
Yeah, I mean,
that is not true.
It is true.
Physical chemistry.
Yeah.
He was a chemist. Hold on. He was a chemist for the Bureau of Mines and worked in the aerospace industry.
Okay.
That I do remember.
He's from Wyoming, got his undergrad there and a PhD at USC.
It worked at winning, so he's good.
Yeah. And then got his fortune, obviously, in real estate. Nothing to do with.
No, I know. I saw the HBO show.
Yeah.
Winning time.
Oh, my God.
Physical chemistry.
I mean,
Well, I could be a PhD. I'm 1 degree shy.
Rich, you got
Yeah, we've talked about this before.
You can do it online.
Yeah, go to the University of Phoenix.
What do I want to do online? I'm working too much, Mike.
Well, you can't go and physically take the classes,
exactly.
so you got to do it online.
It's the
You
truth.
want to take them for me?
I'll do it.
Oh, do you want that?
We can be co-doctors. I'm doctor. I'm the doctor.
Co-doctor.
That's not how that works, Mike.
I'm the doctor of the mix.
What does that mean?
I mean, I am the doctor.
Could you imagine?
It's a fact, right?
Could you imagine you're wondering about your health and you see co-doctor Mike?
Don't let me anywhere.
Hi,
near.
everybody.
I'm your co-doctor. Wait a minute, who's the other co-doctor?
Like
and then
the
Del
doctor.
Tufo walks in his lab coat.
I'm like the doctor from Cannonball Run.
Then Dr. Vinny
Wasn't
Boombox
there
comes in.
a Marx Brothers movie that we're describing? How are you? I'm your doctor. All right.
Dr.
Let's take a break.
Dr. Vinny Boombox.
We're off the rails.
Oh, my God.
It's the best.
What would we have talked about for the last 5 minutes if Lenardi didn't show up in the lab coat?
Smalls here. Did you know there are many ways to do your taxes with H&R Block? You can go to a local office and get expert help in person, or you can choose virtual tax prep and get expert help without leaving home. Or you can even do them yourself online with live human help standing by. Whatever you choose, you can file with confidence, having H&R Block's 70-plus years of tax expertise in your corner. Switch today and file your way at hrblock.com.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible, overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank N.A. Member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
Hey, Houston, Lance Zerline here. Listen, if you're craving authentic Mexican flavor, head to Taqueria Sarandas. Since 1981, they've been serving up mouth-watering tacos, sizzling fajitas, and fresh tortas that hit the right spots. Family-friendly vibes, bold flavors, and prices that will not break the bank. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, Taqueria Sarandas has you covered. Find a location nearest you and taste the tradition. Taqueria Sarandas, Houston's go-to for real Mexican food. Vamos, let's eat.
Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most, thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment. A pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-885-3333. That's 800-885-3333.
DraftKings Sportsbook at Golden Nugget Lake Charles is the only place to get mad for all the big games. With over 3,200 square feet of LED screens and the best game day bites, why watch anywhere else? Watch, wager, and win at Louisiana's largest sportsbook. Book your private space today by visiting GoldenNuggetLC.com. Spots are filling fast, and you don't want to miss out. Must be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Please call 1-877-770-STOP.
Hi, this is Harold Gunn.
And this is Bill Olson. Texas Outdoor News is the longest-running, most award-winning outdoor radio show in the state for a lot of good reasons.
We bring you the latest news and information about hunting and fishing across our great state and beyond.
And our guests are who's who from industry, government, and the field.
Texas Outdoor News is brought to you by Ford Trucks and your best in Texas Ford dealers. Join us Saturday mornings at 6, Sunday at 7 on ESPN 97.5.
Hi, this is Kirsten Stokes with Stokes Hardware, where your old school service isn't gone. It's our specialty. Our knowledgeable team knows plumbing, painting, and power tools inside and out. Whether you're fixing a leak, starting a project, or need the right tool for the job, we'll walk you through it. Skip the big box runaround. Shop local, shop smart, shop Stokes Hardware. Find us on Instagram, Facebook, and online at StokesHardware.com. Stokes Hardware, real help, real expertise.
Hey, Red Nation, you can watch the hometown team anywhere, but there's only one place where the rally starts. Tom's Watch Bar Red Nation rallies at Green Street, your new Friday and Saturday home game destination. Tom's comes alive with DJs, giveaways, and more. Headed to the game? Part free at Green Street with Tom's Validation, and then celebrate after the game at Tom's with post-game drinks and highlights on 65-plus screens. Red Nation rallies at Tom's Watch Bar, presented by Green Street. Visit Tom'sWatchBar.com/Red Nation rallies.
Truck Month has arrived at Monument Chevrolet, and this year there's even more savings. Monument Chevrolet is offering a supplier discount on its full inventory of 2026 Silverado 1500s. That's right, the big discount reserved for the top Chevy sellers. You pay that price this month. Monument Chevrolet has every trim of Silverado 1500 in every color, and they're all discounted. Visit Monument Chevrolet at Beltway 8 and 225 or shop online at monumentchevrolet.com. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
We'll do that again, sure. Yeah.
Get into the Hyundai Getaway sales event right now. Get away with a deal so right it almost feels wrong, because right now you can get great deals on our most popular models, including our adventure-ready SUVs like the Hyundai Santa Fe or Santa Fe Hybrid. There's the Tucson or Tucson Hybrid 2. There's the bold and stylish Elantra, loaded with the latest tech. You can go all electric, too. The Ioniq 5 or Ioniq 9 is there for you on that front. So get down to your local Hyundai dealer and get away with a deal you'll love during the Hyundai Getaway sales event. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for details. Mentioned this before. It's time to revisit it. Kellen Moore of the New Orleans Saints, the head coach there, he was being asked about their acquisition of Travis Etienne Jr., and this is the exchange. It's of interest because Alvin Kamara's name got mentioned as potentially being a retiree coming up. Hit it.
Is your expectation right now that Alvin's a part of the team going into 20%?
Yeah, we like to go through that process, certainly, and so we feel obviously we know Alvin means a lot to us. Again, this is we're 3 days in this thing. We've signed Travis, and we'll go through that process.
Is he considering retirement?
I'm not going to get into all that stuff. I haven't had those conversations in any way. So
something's up.
That's not
What's up?
Not a no.
Well, it's also like, what does it mean going through the process either?
Are they the Sixers?
Listen, I told you what the signing of Travis Etienne meant, is that Jeremiah's love is not
right
going to be there at 8.
Exactly.
And if I'm the Saints, would you use draft capital to go up to get him with all the draft, with all the roster needs you have? Yeah. I mean, we all know Jeremiah Love is particularly special, but when you go out and spend the money for Travis Etienne, I mean, that's the end of that. You're not going to then draft a running back. You're not going to say, here's what we're going to do for a team that's rebuilding. We're going to hit that running back spot and just crush it. We're going to get a free agent, and then we're going to use our best draft choice on one. Yeah, just not going to do that.
Definitely not.
But Kamara may be retiring.
So that was going to be my question. So what if that's the case?
Well, that's why you signed Travis Etienne for sure, because Jeremiah Love's not getting there to 8 anymore. Hell yeah.
Alvin will
sign him.
He'll be 31 at the end of July.
But I don't know look it up. What's his contract? What's his contractual situation where they have to go through a process with him? What's the process?
Let's see. He is extended through this year.
Well, that's what it is. And if I'm him, I want more money.
This is the last year of his deal.
Yeah. Now this all makes sense. That's a process. That's what the process is.
He's not making a lot this year, though.
Well, that's, again, the process. When you're 31 and you can run it like Alvin Kamara, but he's not going to have nearly as many touches when Travis Etienne shows up. It's Travis Steven in the French Quarter.
Bonjour.
With the Florida League.
Jean m'appelle.
Yeah, he had signed a 2-year, 24
Jean m'appelle. You say it like it's Jamiroquai over there. Jean m'appelle.
Virtual A.
It's okay.
He had signed a 2-year, 24.5 extension in 2024. So.
Como talibou.
Okay. And then again, we were talking about this the other day when it went Kenneth Walker III, then Etienne. And it's just like, okay, so the teams that's 9th and 8th in the draft order that had Jeremiah Love written all over the place, ascribed to them in pre-combine mock drafts, both of them think Jeremiah Love's not dropping that far. And K9, if you will, Kenneth Walker III, KW3, K9, whatever you want to call him, because that's his number, uniform number. He was introduced today in Kansas City and was asked why he chose the Chiefs.
Yeah, it's a winning culture. Watching over the years, been to plenty of Super Bowls, and, they know how to win. So I feel like it's a great fit for me.
How close was the decision anywhere? Did you really court other teams? Did you have any place else that you really looked at, or was it here?
It was other places I looked at. It was other places, but, it wasn't this is where I wanted to be.
Yeah, there are other places.
Okay.
There's only one Patrick Mahomes.
I didn't know what his voice sounded like.
I don't talk much.
He just doesn't talk much. I bet you that might be the only time you see him behind that podium.
Yeah.
Right? All year. When's he going to be sitting there behind a podium again?
Brockman, you know this. Real G's move in silence, bro.
Exactly.
Come on.
Like lasagna.
Well, you have to talk. There's a difference.
I know. That's a fireman reference.
Speaking of firemen, when you were talking about the Jets, I was wondering what Fireman Ed was thinking about.
Please,
we need to find out his opinion on Geno Smith.
Kareem Hunt is the last 1,000-yard rusher for the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yep.
And that's the next one right there.
They spent some high draft capital. Remember, they took Clyde Edwards-Helaire early in that draft.
He was a first-rounder. And that's a 1,000-yard rusher behind the Kansas City Chiefs line. And they are going to give him the rock. And let's see what happens, man. Let's see what happens when somebody who can run it like Kenneth Walker, when he's healthy, what he looks like in this offense with Kelsey back and the rest of these guys. What if Carnell Tate winds up there 9th overall? What if that happens? Now you're talking, aren't you?
Means nothing if Mahomes is not ready.
He's going to be ready.
I don't know how you can say that.
I just did into this microphone that's right here in front of me.
I think I'd be a little more responsible with that.
Yeah, you said that Jason Tatum was going to be ready, and we didn't think he was, and now look, he's back.
Is that the first time you've ever accused me of being irresponsible?
I just, someone else's health. That's all I mean.
I understand.
I'm not being, accusatory.
I understand that. I don't have the lab coat.
Right.
I understand.
I don't have a lab coat.
I'm not looking at his.
We're not looking at X-rays.
I'm not looking at
MRIs.
his MRIs or anything like that.
You know what I mean? I'm not doubting the player.
But I think who we had on Breer said earlier that the expectation is he's going to be there. Kenneth, and by the way, if he needs some time to ramp up, let's do this. Hand it off.
Yeah, that's why it's a perfect signing.
Yeah. Let's go. Let's get a run game and let's commit to it. Let's get Eric Bieniemy figuring that thing out too.
Is Kareem still going to be there? Even better.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Hour number 3. Vinny Pasquantino is going to join us next.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Some people collect purses and shoes and jewelry.
Some people collect cars, watches, and guns.
Clara collects the silverwork of great silversmiths. She's hoping to find something made by Paul Revere.
If Danny collected cars and watches, he'd only have a few hundred of them. But Danny collects firearms.
If the Smithsonian had a gun collection, it'd be like the one I have at Collector's Firearms.
Honey, the Smithsonian does have a gun collection.
I'm sure mine is better.
Well, I know of one way that it's better for sure.
What's that?
Yours is for sale.
You're right. That definitely makes it better.
This is the year I hope to find something by Paul Revere. So come and take a look at what Danny has for sale.
The best gun shops in America are in Texas, of course. Collector's Firearms. Right on the corner at Wiftheimer in Voss and Houston on Alpha Road in Dallas. One block east of the tollway. Collector's Firearms.
Is your money doing everything it can for you? Like automatically pushing more of your money to savings every day?
I don't think so.
Then switch to Huntington Bank and let's get more from money. Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
John Granado here. Brinkman Quality Roofing is a local family-owned business and are the roof experts in shingle roofs, tile roofs, solar shingle roofs, metal roofing, and commercial roofing products. Brinkman has 100% financing available and free, no-obligation estimates. If your roof is starting to look bad, Brinkman's proprietary solution can make it look new again until you're ready to replace. Brinkman Quality Roofing is the one to call at 281-480-ROOF. That's 281-480-ROOF. Or go to BrinkmanQuality.com.
Explore wildlife and nature just 90 minutes from Houston at twocreekscrossingresort.com.
Aqueduct Plumbing Company has helped our listeners for years. But why does Aqueduct continue to be the choice? Because their competitors charge ridiculous prices, even for routine leaks and stoppages. But that's not what happens at Aqueduct Plumbing Company. They give free estimates for repipes and water heaters. Got a propane gas grill? Well, they can run that gas line for you so you'll never run out. Any plumbing concerns you have, just go with Aqueduct Plumbing Company. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Hey, hockey fans! Hockey Day in Houston returns Saturday, March 21st at St. Arnold Brewery. Come hang out with Mark and Marty Howe, as well as other NHL and professional hockey alumni, plus former Houston Aeros mascot Chili. This free family-friendly event is full of activities, too. Take pictures on a Zamboni, play some street hockey, enjoy live music, vendors, and great food and drinks. So don't miss the 3rd annual Hockey Day in Houston on Saturday, March 21st at St. Arnold Brewery. Learn more at hockeydayinhouston.com.
Subscribe to ESPN Houston today on YouTube and make sure to slap that bell to get notifications on new videos as soon as they release.
ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal media station.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
Now comes the fun. Wherever Max Crosby goes,
this is the Rich Eisen Show.
When he takes on the Ravens, it's going to be lit.
Jackson, here comes the pressure. Max Crosby, who's had a day here in Baltimore.
The Rich Eisen Show. Earlier on the show, NFL Network insider Tom Pelissero, ESPN bracketologist Joe Lunardi. Coming up, Royals first baseman Vinny Pasquantino. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Oh, yeah, baby. Hour number 3 of the Rich Eisen Show, live on the air here on Disney Plus, the ESPN app, ESPN Radio, Sirius XM Channel 80. We've had a fun 2 hours already. We've been talking about NFL free agency all week, but only a couple of items popped through our nonstop, incessant talk of football and the future of teams and Max Crosby this and Mike Evans that. And it was Bam Adebayo's 83-point game. But outside of that, it's been the World Baseball Classic, which has been nothing short of awesome and compelling. And then Team USA being put on the brink by Team Italy in their pool because Team Italy beat Team USA, which needed Team Italy to win again to get through to the quarterfinals. And Team Italy needed to beat Team Mexico. And when Team USA, nay, the United States of America as a whole, needed a hero, it was our buddy, the Pasquatch, Vincenzo Pasquantino of New Jersey, to step forward and do a Reggie friggin' Jackson. Not one, not two, but 3 jacks, 3 home runs for Team Italy last night to get Team USA through. But, of course, Team Italy still has not lost in the World Baseball Classic. And after hitting those 3 home runs, this is what our favorite Vinny Pasquantino had to say.
That was unbelievable, huh? You're welcome, USA.
We were thinking of you guys over at your hotel. We were thinking of you guys, so I'm glad you guys could join us in the party.
Look who's joining our party. Vinny Pasquantino. What's up, bud? How are you?
Nothing. I've got a lot to say. First off, that intro was spectacular. That was a nice new intro for you guys.
Thank you.
That was nice. Brockman's got a beard. That threw me off when I first popped in here. Is everything okay, Brock? Is everything okay?
You know what it is? I decided I'm not going to shave until Team Italy loses.
I like it. Little playoff beard for us.
We'll
Thank you.
Rock for you guys.
I think the Jets have made some good value moves in free agency so far.
Sure.
I'm excited for Geno Smith to right back or not right back, whatever the finishing of that slogan is.
Actually, what he's doing, Vinny, is he's picking up his mail from 12 years ago. You know what I mean? It's been a lot. Yeah. It's been a lot that's been stacking up over the last decade.
Yeah, that's right. I know. And I'm excited to be in some big-time baseball games right now.
Man. Yeah,
so it's been fun.
All right, let's dive into that. One thing that I've been saying before we just get to you personally and Team Italy personally is in this day and age, watching athletes that act and feel the same way I do as a fan, that it means as much to you as it does to me, is a connective tissue that's getting rarer in our world. And just watching you in particular with the rest of your teammates and everybody else playing in the World Baseball Classic, it looks like it means so much, and it's so awesome to watch, Vinny. What is it like to be in these games, man? What is it like?
I mean, it's just a blast. Being in this tournament itself is an honor. This is my second one, and there's nothing like it. 20 teams get together, 20 countries, and you got 4 games guaranteed, and then you figure it out from there. And it's super special the way they do it. And I know that we get a lot of heat for having a lot of Italian Americans, but we're honoring where our family came from. I know, I get it. I'm from Virginia. It's not the most Italian thing in the world, but we're honoring where we came from. And to be honest, this tournament is a celebration of the game of baseball, and it's supposed to highlight how beautiful the game is and what it can be. And to be honest, I think the Italian team is us. We're showing that of we care. We want to win. We're giving it our best every single night. We know if we don't win, we gave it everything we had. And I think that's all that fans ask for is that you're willing to go out there and give it your all. And that's what we're doing. And we're excited about it. It's worked out for us through the first 4 games. And obviously we've got a tough one against Puerto Rico on Saturday, but we're ready for it. And whatever happens. But every fan is going to know that we went out there and gave it our all. And I think honestly, as a fan, that's all you can ask for. And knowing that I'm a fan of teams, that's all I want from the guys that I'm rooting for is just that you're giving it everything you got to go win a game.
No doubt. And it seems like everybody, to a man, on a World Baseball Classic roster, right? Yeah. That feels that way.
100%.
It really does. Just, where Scooble, just for Team USA in particular, was listen, he throws again. It kind of messes off the pitching plan for himself and thus the Tigers. So I understand if he doesn't throw again, but he kind of thought about it. Because he was in the atmosphere and he saw it. Why would you want to leave?
Well, I'll give you 400 million reasons why that you want to leave. And honestly, I think a lot of people would respect it if that's what was just said of just, hey, I'm in my last year with the team. This tournament is super important, but also I need to make sure I'm taking care of the business for the team that actively pays my bills, which is, I think, a totally reasonable thing that everybody understands. We're not getting paid in this tournament. It's through revenue, like the playoffs are. You got to take care of your family first and make sure everything's good at home. So, I totally understand what he's doing. And he got in that game. He felt that atmosphere and he wanted more, the same way we all do. So it almost kind of sucked for him that he ended up pitching so well because, once you get a taste, you want to get back in there. Right. So for him, I totally get what he's doing. When you're in your free agency year, typically you get one shot at a big bite of a contract. So you got to make sure that things are taken care of at home. So I totally understand what he's doing. It's just a tough situation. But it's something it's, grown man decisions you got to make.
I got it. Vinny Pasquantino here on the Rich Eisen Show. All right, brother, let's get to Thursday night. What was that like for you?
Yeah, I've never done that before. I've never hit 3 homers. Or wait, Thursday night. Wait, today's Thursday, right?
Yeah, no, pardon me. Wednesday night. Yeah, what was it like Wednesday night? Last night. What was last night like for you?
Well, I went into the game 0 for 12 in the tournament, so I was feeling my best at the plate. The first pitch I saw, I tried to lay down a bunt and bunted it foul. And then I was able to get enough of one that it was able to get past Jarren Duran in right field. I think a fan may have taken it out of his glove for my first homer, and it just kind of set us up. I struck out my next at-bat, then was able to get a good pitch to hit my third at-bat and the fourth at-bat. And it was just one of those nights where everything was working. Like I didn't hit those balls phenomenally. I just hit them to the right spot. And to be honest, like that's what I look at as where you try to be a good hitter is sometimes it's not about how hard you hit it, it's where you hit it. So fortunate to be in Houston for that, and maybe not Boston or something. Nice. Those probably would not have been home runs.
Right.
But it was it's one of those special nights where everything from a personal perspective, it worked. But more importantly, as a team, everything was clicking last night, and it was awesome.
So when you said you'd never done it before, have you never hit 3 home runs in a game ever?
No.
In your life? Ever?
Nope. Never.
Dude, so last night was the first 3-homer game of your life?
Yeah, first 3-homer game of my life. Wow. I've had a few multi-homer games, but maybe 5 or 6. Not a ton. So just one of those nights where the ball was getting out of there. So I'm really, really appreciative of that, and that's a super cool moment to have.
And then in your last at-bat, I guess Team Mexico didn't want a 4th cup of espresso, huh?
I think that has more to do with the closer. One of the best closers in the league is pitching in a 9-1 game. The juices probably weren't flowing as much as they normally would. So I think that was more so the situation of the game than being scared of me or anything.
Okay, well, let me ask this question then that I'm sure Cooper wants answered. Please. My son, because I think he asked it of you on our internal text chain. Did you come up with the idea of espresso for a home run celebration? Did you come up with that one?
I guess, but it was more so a team decision. We saw some other teams have some celebrations. We knew the espresso was going to be in there. We knew that'd be a part of what we were doing, but we it's funny. Originally, it was just the espresso, and then Armani decided to give us a nice little sponsorship. So it's a Giorgio Armani suit jacket that we've got, and then we've got the espresso.
So I was going to ask where the Armani jacket came from. So they saw the espresso, and somebody from Armani says, we got to give Team Italy a jacket to wear?
Apparently. I don't know the inner workings of the business deal, but apparently that's what happened. So, because we were joking, like some of the teams, I think the United States has Capital One, like the presenting wherever it is, the presenting sponsor.
Yeah.
God, how do weatherman do that?
That's it ain't easy. I know.
But I guess we didn't have a sponsor. We don't have a patch on the front shoulder.
Okay.
But now we have an Armani suit in the dugout, so we got that going for us.
All right. Come on now. Free It's Me. Armani would be a great free 99.
Yeah. Great.
Great. Let's go. Yeah, let's go. Fantastic. And so what is it like, in all seriousness, to represent your heritage, your Italian heritage?
It's great. Just being able to learn about the history of my family has been the coolest part of making sure I was eligible for the tournament in 2022 when we were getting ready for the 2023 Classic, making sure all the paperwork was good. And then we took a trip to Italy. The Federation for Baseball and Softball in Italy brought us out there. I think that's one of the things that gets a little bit that doesn't get talked about is the people who run the teams are Italian. It's not like it's a bunch of Americans running the team. And they live in Italy. They're from there, everything. So they're the ones that bring this group together. And in 2022, we took a trip to Italy where guys were able to see where their families were from. We got to work out there. We were there for about a week and a half, I think. Wow. One of the more special trips I've taken. So that was pretty cool. So being able to learn the heritage, learn, how the family came over, why they came over, how the last name changed from Pasquantonio to Pasquantino at Ellis Island. different things like that. So it's honestly, it's one of the more special things we get to do in this game is play in this tournament. I totally get why people have opinions on it about eligibility and things like that, but I think it's an honor, and I think it's great that the league puts this event on because it just gets more eyeballs on the sport.
It's so much fun, honestly. Fun to be had. I get it, but you guys are having fun, and it means so much, and I can't wait to see where things go. And then again, just seeing all the major leaguers who are playing in March games that feel like October, like to get the juices flowing. And it's great, dude. I love watching it. I can't get enough of it. I sit there with Coop. Rest of the family's getting interested in it. I can't wait to watch more of it. But I do have to ask a potentially awkward question. Were you jealous of the way Paul Skeens looked at your shortstop, Vinny? That even Livy Dunn had to make up this meme. Are you jealous of the way he looked at your shortstop, Vinny?
I'm trying to figure out the way to say this without sounding weird. I get them all summer, so it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah. And fall. Come on now. Let's throw the fall in there too, right? Let's throw the fall in there.
Yeah, I get them all summer. I get them in the fall. So it's fine. It's a fling. That's okay. That's all right. He'll be back. I'll see him soon. But that was great, by the way. That was a phenomenal post, and I'm not sure if it makes it funnier or less funny, the AI picture of Bobby. But either way, it's still good because it like looks like him to an extent. But I'm sure she could have gotten a real Photoshop picture since she got one of Skeens. But I thought it was that's A+ quality right there.
I agree, and it's just again just seeing the way that he's playing.
He's feeling himself. It was awesome to see. Like I texted. I'm in a group chat with him, my wife, and his wife, and we were texting in it during the game. I just texted him like he's feeling himself now. He started nodding his head. He started getting confident. So when he texted me last night, I said, "Yeah, I'm trying to channel my inner you, shaking my head a little bit, trying to just feel it." So it's been awesome watching him do his thing. I think he's the best player in the world, and he's showing why. So it's been awesome watching him play with that team.
Those throws from his knees and just from the outfield grass, just spectacular. And then you against Team USA, you made some nice plays at first base, picking stuff out of the dirt. And then last night, saying you're welcome to Team USA. What was Bobby's response to you after you got back to your phone? What did you see after your 3-jack game helped put him through?
Yeah, it was just a funny conversation because I didn't mean that in any sort of disrespect. No, I've got respect for all those guys. So it was just one of those moments that I tried to have a little fun with them because once we scored 4 runs, we knew they were in. So it was like the 3rd inning, and we knew that they were going to be advancing. Because going through all the different scenarios of the tiebreak was a nightmare. It was just a headache. So it was nice to just get out to an early lead and just worry about winning the game.
Yeah, that's it. All right, brother. Let's get to the meat and potatoes here. Geno Smith, Vinny, I give you the floor here.
Yeah, I like it. I know he was bad. I get it. He was bad last year, but I think the Raiders had one of the worst offensive lines in the league, if not the worst. He had no time. As good as Ashton Jinty is, it's hard to, and Brock Bowers was banged up most of the year, so there wasn't a ton of web. I know Trey Tucker's good. Jacoby Myers, left halfway through the year. Yeah. But I think it's good. You guys know how I feel about the Jets and what I want them to do over the next year plus.
No, you want them to get the kid. And I don't blame you. And I was saying earlier, Vinny, what do you want the Jets to do? Because Tua's not going to choose them over the Falcons, and Kyler Murray's not going to choose them over the Vikings. And I don't even think Geno, if he was cut loose, would have chosen the Jets over potentially another opportunity, maybe Arizona or anything like that. And so you just got to keep things moving in a decent direction. You possibly can, because you can't really have another season like last year unless you're really flat out tanking for the number 1 overall pick. But they got three choices next year in the first round. That's where you got to target. You know what I mean?
Well, I like what they did because, and again, I'm not an insider by any stretch of the imagination, but I know how it is in baseball clubhouses sometimes. Like, just got to get some adults in the room and play professional football.
Right.
It's the same way that we would talk about, like, go have a professional at bat or just, like, make the plays you're supposed to make. Like, that's it. Almost be unnoticeable because everything is you're just here the whole time. So I think that's what they're trying to do, is try not to be so, I would say up and down, but it was more so just down. And I think they've made, getting DeMario Davis is pretty cool, having him come back.
That's right.
Lead the linebackers. Minka Fitzpatrick, that seems like a steal. I don't know if a steal is the right word, but he's a really good football player. So I'm excited for it. We'll see what they do at 2. You would think it's one of the is it Arvell? Is that how you say it?
It's going to be Arvell Reese, David Bailey, or Sonny Styles.
You love Sonny Styles,
dude. That again, but he plays a position that you normally don't draft second overall.
Yeah,
But if he plays the position of football player, if that's the way you look at it,
that's what the Jets need, right? Is good football players.
My gosh, yes.
Whoever's the best football player, just take them and move on.
No, I'm with you. I'm absolutely with you. All right, so you're 3 wins away from what? Popping the Prosecco. What do we got? What else? Is the clubhouse buffet like bolognese? Like what is it? Like what do we have? What is it?
Every team dinner we've had has been nothing but Italian food. So whoever's planning the team dinners is making sure that we're eating pasta and everything.
That's even more impressive what you're doing, because I'd be asleep.
Yeah, very happy.
But again, I'm in.
But we got the espresso, so we're good. We got the espresso.
Okay.
So we're excited. We got Puerto Rico Saturday. Seth Lugo, a teammate of mine, is who we're facing, at least as of now.
Okay.
So that'll be fun. And I don't want to speculate on the next few games because we got to get through this one first.
Sure.
We're not like some teams that announce our pitchers for games that aren't even happening yet.
Yeah,
so,
buddy. Okay, I like it.
Just another dig for you right there.
Listen, we could not be more happy for you. Just watching you in a big spot. Everybody's like kind of counting on you, from your own teammates to your colleagues who play for Team USA and all fans, and just to watch you do your thing. I had no idea it was your first 3 home run game. I can't wait to see what you do from here on out. And
Appreciate
then
it.
you're going to get a whole Armani closet. You know what I mean? Like, this is going to happen.
Not even Little League or anything? Summer League?
No.
Nothing.
No, I was more of a push hitter. I was small. No homers. Keep the ball on the ground.
Wow.
But TJ, I can't go to SmackDown on Friday now because I'll still be in Houston. I won't be in Phoenix. I was supposed to go to SmackDown on Friday.
More importantly, though, you're going to go to Mania.
Can't. I'll be in the middle of the season.
Oh, that's...
Yeah.
I guess you will be next month.
Yeah. He's not like Dennis Rodman, where he's going to tell his professional outfit, I'm going to go
for a few days.
Yeah, why not, bro? Take a quick trip.
It's not Vinny Rodman. You know what I mean?
Take the PJ to Vegas for Saturday. Come back.
Hold on, let me check your schedule.
Right.
Let me check.
No. I mean, listen, he's a Kansas City Royal. Everybody, but
Hey, Vinny, if you got some time, we interviewed John Cena a few weeks ago.
I listened to it. It was awesome.
Oh, thanks.
Felt like a real interview, which was cool.
Well, the thing is, Vinny, the thing is, I sit under the Rich Eisen learning tree daily.
Yeah.
So, of course, if I don't get better, then that's on me.
Dude, wrestlers are so hard because it's like, I don't know if you're playing me or not when you're doing an interview. They're such good actors. What are we doing here? I don't know if you're telling me the truth or if you're just acting.
Yeah, we're very good at picking up if they're going to stay in character before the interview starts or not. Like with Dom Mysterio, I was going to try to, talk about his parents, and he shot that down before we started. I was like, all right, he's in character this whole interview. Yeah. So just depends on who they are. Just
That's what I'm doing too. I'm in character right now.
Captain Italiano. That's the character.
Any Mania weekend, you're playing the White Sox. So
don't do that.
They don't need
we don't do that. We don't do that.
Don't do that.
Every team that we play.
They don't need you.
This Boston guy. Don't listen to him.
Let's hope for a rain out or something.
Don't listen to him.
Yeah.
Don't listen to him. Yeah, you're the best, Vinny. Congrats, bud.
Appreciate you guys.
Yeah, look forward to seeing what you do from here on out.
Stay healthy, man.
All right, be well. That's Vinny Pasquantino, everybody, saying, you're welcome, America. God, I love just. It's funny. Susie was just like, "How did you first get fixed up with Vinny?" And I'm like, "Okay, so we were doing our show from the kickoff of 2 seasons ago in Kansas City, and we did our show from Kansas City." And we invited Bobby Witt Jr. to come on. And then we were told shortly before Bobby showed up, that he's bringing Vinny Pasquantino with him. And we're like, the first baseman? Yeah. Like, yeah.
Who was injured at the time.
Right.
Yeah.
He had his arm and his hand, the whole thing, right?
Yeah.
And they're like, yeah, he's a fan of the show. And we're like, okay. And then he's just like, I'm a Jet fan. I'm like, oh, okay. And then we popped him on.
Yeah, he was wearing this like old school 90s Jets t-shirt that day,
right.
too.
It couldn't have been nicer, couldn't have been
awesome.
cooler, and ever since then, his career's taken off. So you're welcome, Vinny.
That's what we call the Eisen rub.
It's the Eisen bump.
Oh, the bump. Yeah, because
bump.
I think.
Well, the bump could be bad, too, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was fun. First 3-homer game.
Unreal.
I can't even keep my days straight anymore, man.
I mean, Wednesday,
Thursday. How this whole business?
Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Wednesday.
Yes, Monday. That's what I should have said. I should have done the Godfather thing. Monday, Tuesday. Okay.
Oh, that was just a
but what happens after
Did
that?
you just think of that, or you just okay?
You don't want what happens after that.
Damn, no, you don't.
No,
definitely not.
You don't. But that's
spoiler alert.
That's book 2 there. That's Godfather Part 2. There.
I know.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like
we'll take a break. 844-204-RICH. Number to dial. When we come back, Malik Willis and his latest step on his journey coming up.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose. US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696 and manage your diabetes as easy as...
It's time to get amped up for the tournament. ESPN Houston is bringing the madness with our Bracket Madness contest, presented by Golden Nugget Lake Charles and supporting sponsors Two Creeks Crossing Resort and Republic Boot Company. Listen for your chance to fill out a bracket and score big prizes, including the grand prize, a 2-night stay at Golden Nugget Lake Charles, plus a $200 food and beverage credit. ESPN Houston's Bracket Madness contest, presented by Golden Nugget Lake Charles and supporting sponsors Two Creeks Crossing Resort and Republic Boot Company.
I'm worth more.
Am I worth more? Yeah.
I'm worth a whole lot more.
You know what? You're right. At GiveMeTheVIN.com, you are worth more. And your car's worth more. And we want to pay more at GiveMeTheVIN, because good cars are worth more. And so are you. For top price, trust, and ease of transaction, GiveMeTheVIN.com, America's best car buyer. And remember, if we don't beat a deal from Carvana or CarMax, we'll pay you $100.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVIN.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Hey, Red Nation, you can watch the hometown team anywhere, but there's only one place where the rally starts. Tom's Watch Bar Red Nation rallies at Green Street, your new Friday and Saturday home game destination. Tom's comes alive with DJs, giveaways, and more. Headed to the game? Part free at Green Street with Tom's Validation, and then celebrate after the game at Tom's with post-game drinks and highlights on 65-plus screens. Red Nation rallies at Tom's Watch Bar, presented by Green Street. Visit tomswatchbar.com/Red Nation rallies.
Hi, this is Harold Gunn.
And this is Bill Olson. Texas Outdoor News is the longest-running, most award-winning outdoor radio show in the state for a lot of good reasons.
We bring you the latest news and information about hunting and fishing across our great state and beyond.
And our guests are who's who from industry, government, and the field.
Texas Outdoor News is brought to you by Ford Trucks and your best in Texas Ford dealers. Join us Saturday mornings at 6, Sunday at 7 on ESPN 97.5.
Social Hour just got an upgrade at Federal American Grill. Every day from 3 to 7, enjoy $10 appetizers and handcrafted drink specials. Sip from a world-class whiskey and cocktail selection, perfect for unwinding after work or kicking off a great night. Need a quick lunch? Order online and take those signature Federal favorites to go. And don't forget to join Club Fed for rewards, perks, and exclusive offers. Federal American Grill, River Oaks location coming soon, thefederalgrill.com.
John Granato with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, you've had some experience with AI now.
Yeah, we're seeing an uptick in callers calling in saying that they did ChatGPT or AI to redo their backyard, and they may not like the patio furniture suggested, but they like theirs, but they want that color. So they bring us their patio furniture based on what ChatGPT told them to do.
Colors are a big part of your job anyway, right?
We have literally the colors of the rainbow, 100 plus in-stock colors to choose from, and if you need slings, we also have 100 plus of those.
Now, if you feel like, hey, you got to buy new stuff, you're going to advise them for that too, right?
We try to do full transparency. We're not here just to make a quick buck. We want to make sure you are taken care of in the best way possible. And if that means, hey, a new set would be best for you, we're going to be honest with you.
That's Houston Powder Coaters. Give them a call, 281-376-3888, or go to HoustonPowderCoaters.com. You'll probably talk to Robin. Houston Powder Coaters. We've been talking about them for years. We love them. HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
Baseball fans, the countdown to opening day is on. Make plans now to kick off the season with ESPN Houston. Thursday, March 26th at St. Arnold Beer Garden. Presented by Huntington Bank. No tickets to the game? No problem. ESPN Houston will be broadcasting live all day from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Enjoy cold beer, great food, and big opening day energy. Bring your crew and start the season off right at our opening day party. Thursday, March 26th at St. Arnold Beer Garden. Presented by Huntington Bank.
Hi, Flo here from Progressive. You know, life changes quickly, so it's good to have flexible coverage.
Oh, you mean like adding another vehicle?
Yes, that's something we can do.
Great, because I was thinking about getting a van so we could just keep the kids' softball stuff in the car.
Oh, we don't need to get into specifics. Just saying it's easy to change.
Oh, and Hannah wants to try the tuba.
Again, we don't need the specifics.
Last year, she wanted to be a tap dancer, but that only lasted 2 lessons.
Okay.
But she kept the shoes because they are adorable.
Well, just know that with Progressive, you can easily add another car to your auto insurance because we know life changes.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-967-7711. That's 800-967-7711.
I mean, that is never gets old, ever. So back here on the Rich Eisen Show, 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. Let's go to Bernardo in Santa Clarita, California, just up the road from here. What's up, Bernardo?
Go Blue, Rich.
Okay, I'll take it. Thank you. Right back at you.
Real fast, TJ, wanted to congratulate you on the Cena interview, man. That was really awesome. Ooh. I can't remember the last time I sat down and listened to an interview straight through like that.
Thank you, man. That really
wow,
means a
straight
lot.
That does straight through too.
That was a big chunk of your day, man, and that means a lot.
2.5, right?
I tried a flat white, and would be remiss if I didn't congratulate Chris on and the beautiful Brockman family on his proposal. Congratulations, bud.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
Rich, I'm sorry, Arvell Reese, Vernon Golston. I get whiffs of Vernon Golston.
Come on.
Whiffs of
Golston? Whiffs of Golston.
By the way, great whiffs of Golston.
Wow. Write that down.
Yeah. Is that, did Sting sing that?
I wish we were picking a little lower because Caleb Downs looks like a slam dunk sure thing with AG behind him.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you've got somebody who loves to be taught. You've got a great teacher. Line up our secondary, but that 2, that's a tough sell.
Dude, I mean, 2, you want to get a second? You want to
pick? Come on,
you want
right up, boys. Who wants it?
Bernardo, seriously, you want to go? Who do you want second overall in the draft? Name it.
I want someone to trade up so that we can get Caleb Downs.
It's not going to happen. What do you want?
It's
not going to happen. Somebody's not going to trade up to 2 for Caleb Downs. That's just not. Let's be real here. Bernardo started by being real.
I want us to take him.
You're not
taking. I want us to take him, but I don't want us to take him at 2.
You're not going to get anybody knocking on your door at 2 Who are you taking? Bernardo in Santa Clarita, California, fan of no contest wrestling and everything else we do around here.
You're on the clock, Bernardo.
What do you got?
And Brigadeiros and Bonjacchio, I'm stalling. I'm tap dancing.
I know.
David Bailey.
Okay, sold. That's not a bad choice.
That's a good choice.
I know. Are we going higher register? That's not a bad choice.
No, that's a good choice.
Okay, Bernardo, thanks for the call.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, G.
There he goes.
Thanks, man.
Whiffs of Golston.
Whiffs of Golston, man. Yeah.
I don't think of.
I mean, he was bad.
I know.
Yeah.
I don't think that's Vernon. It's just, listen, Jet fans are scarred. They're scarred. We can't take someone from Ohio State. It's Vernon Golston. We can't take someone from Penn State. He's Kyle Brady. You know what I mean?
Like Blair Thomas. There's a couple.
Blair Thomas.
Yeah. You know what I mean?
You know? I get it.
I give you over under a half on career sacks for Vernon Golston.
What do you mean?
I mean, what are his career sack numbers? I set the total at a half. Over or under.
Are you serious? He had no sacks in his career?
He had
one sack?
0.
He had 0 sacks.
As much as this room.
I don't look at Arvell Reese and see Vernon Golston. I just don't. I don't.
0.0.
That's crazy. Minka Fitzpatrick, though, his one interception, I was going to tell Vinny this, things are going too well for him. I don't want to tell him. More than the Jets had as an entire team last year.
Yeah.
Still can't make it up. Malik Willis is the starting quarterback of the Miami Dolphins, I believe. We'll get to that in a second because he was asked today and being introduced in Miami if there's a competition or not. But this is one to root for, folks. I'm all about the journey here. Whenever I talk about Jalen Hurts, I talk about his journey, okay? And how he was forged into the league and the type of player he has become. And I understand it's maddeningly inconsistent for Eagles fans. But bottom line, Malik Willis, the first time I ever saw him at a combine was on my phone. This video that was shot of him at the combine is how I was essentially introduced to him. He was at the combine, and there he is. I believe that looks like it's near St. Elmo's, right?
Yeah, I've been trying to figure that out.
I think so.
Yeah.
And there he is, right there, giving clothes to somebody on the street who clearly needs it. Popped open his suitcase, had no idea the video was being shot of him. I saw that. I'm like, I'm rooting for him. I think most people did, right? He gets drafted by Tennessee out of Liberty and really doesn't get much of a shot. When he does, he doesn't excel. He looked lost. He looked totally lost. We had Matthew Hasselbeck on the air yesterday saying you can't put anybody on the field until a quarterback has mastered third down protection. And it looked like he hadn't mastered very much. What, master of none? Mm-hmm. The Packers took him, snagged him, acquired him. And anytime Jordan Love got hurt, in comes Malik Willis, and everyone is like, forget the Packers. Mm. That's over. Because look at the way the kid looked in Tennessee, and then all of a sudden it's like, wait a minute. This is why everyone was interested in him at the combine outside of him being a great human. This is why everybody was looking at what his ceiling could be coming out of Liberty. And he has looked nothing short of terrific coming off the bench and getting some big-time snaps. And in the case this year, starts for the Green Bay Packers. In the cold, against the Bears, against the Ravens. He looked superb. He looked like a two-way threat. His throws a pretty ball. So now he's a free agent. Who wants him? Who's going to get him? Because what you're going to get is somebody with a tremendous upside still, but now with some experience. Not a lot. I think Kurt Warner our buddy from QB Confidential and NFL Network and, wait a minute, Hall of Fame. He said he looked at his snaps and only 28 snaps under center you could count on film. Not a lot of experience. But the Dolphins are like, we'll do it. And it's a smart bet because they know him. The general manager of the Dolphins now, John Eric Sullivan, the head coach, Jeff Hafley, both in Green Bay. They both watched him work. They both watched him prepare. They both watched him in their orbit, how he treats others, what he does with his teammates. And they're like, that's the guy. And now he's going to be the head coach's first quarterback in his first job of being the head coach. The first quarterback of this guy, John Eric Sullivan, is a general manager. And he was asked what it felt like to finally have a team say, you're it.
I don't think I put a timeline on it. I think it happened when I was prepared. I think when I came in the league, I wasn't prepared. And that's not a knock toward my coaches or myself. That's just what it was, coming from the system I came from. And I've had a chance to learn the last 4 years since I've been in the league. And went through 4 different offenses and seen a bunch of different defenses. And I just think I've grown a lot, and I'm grateful for the opportunity once again.
Okay, soft-spoken young man. Now, he was asked if this is going to be a competition. Quinn Ewers is there, and Ewers, as we all know, was the quarterback of choice instead of Zach Wilson by Mike McDaniel when they finally said to Tua, we're done. And at the time, it felt like it could be for more than just the season, and sure enough, by Malik Willis's presence there in Miami, it was done for good. Here's that exchange.
I think it's competition at every position. I think it's competition between the coaches. I think we compete each day to earn our spot here. It's not a given for anything, and I don't think it should be. I think we should be competing for everything every day. That's the only way we're going to continue to get better and grow. You don't want to get stale and you just think everything's everything and become complacent because these guys out here are too good. These other teams are too good, and if you slack off or take off, they're going to show you on Sunday. Everybody has good players.
Good answer. Okay, as they say in Family Feud, good answer. Jency's 26. What an upside. And they didn't put much risk in the contract. It runs for 3 seasons, including this one. And it's not for Dak money. It's not for Tua money. It's not for Daniel Jones money. It is for 20 and change. You don't give 20 and change to somebody to not be your week 1 starter. It's just that simple, with all due respect to Quinn Ewers. There could be a competition, but there's a thumb on the scale for Malik Willis. And this is it. It's go time. And Dolphins fans, you should be excited because I think I think he's going to excel. I really do. I really like the choice. And certainly, if you're going to tell Tua we're done here, it's a great way to get started post-Tua with somebody who's not overly expensive. It's not an overcommitment of years and dollars. You can't afford to do that literally because of what happened with Tua, nor do you want to go down that road again because of what happened with Tua. And you also have an opportunity to get somebody who's young, needing an opportunity, who's made the most of his opportunities. And with your new coach, general manager tandem, they would know better than anybody else because they saw it. It's a smart bet. And one that I think is going to pay off. I know you guys always think my default is glass half full. And guess what? You'd be right. But you saw what this kid was like when he didn't know a camera was on him. And you've seen what his kid was like when the camera's been on him. And if you're Miami and you just went through what you went through, which is like, I don't know if this quarterback's worth it, but we're going to give him a market contract. And also, when the guy was, in fact, the predecessor that good, couldn't really perform as well in the cold, and Malik Willis did it in Lambeau Field. And it wasn't in the middle of a nice, sunny September day either. Smart move. I like it. I like it a lot. We take a break. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial here on the program. Wrap up this Thursday. Tell you who we got on Friday's docket coming up.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Some people collect purses and shoes and jewelry.
Some people collect cars, watches, and guns.
Clara collects the silverwork of great silversmiths. She's hoping to find something made by Paul Revere.
If Danny collected cars and watches, he'd only have a few hundred of them. But Danny collects firearms.
If the Smithsonian had a gun collection, it'd be like the one I have at Collector's Firearms.
Honey, the Smithsonian does have a gun collection.
I'm sure mine is better.
Well, I know of one way that it's better for sure.
What's that?
Yours is for sale.
You're right. That definitely makes it better.
This is the year I hope to find something by Paul Revere. So come and take a look at what Danny has for sale.
The best gun shops in America are in Texas, of course. Collector's Firearms. Right on the corner at With Timer in Voss and Houston on Alpha Road in Dallas. One block east of the tollway. Collector's Firearms.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-849-4957. 800-849-4957. That's 800-849-4957.
John Granado here. You know what the bosses here did? They bought an unlimited corporate membership at East River 9. You know what that means? More golf for me. East River 9 is offering annual memberships for individuals, families, and your business. Unlimited golf, exclusive promos at the River House Restaurant, and much more. Spots are filling up fast. Reach out today to secure your spot. Sign up online at eastriver9.com or call the Pro Shop at 713-913-7033. I'll see you on the links, baby, at East River 9 with our unlimited membership.
Jeremy Branham here. You've heard me talk about Pro Dunk Hoops and their drill-powered lightning adjust system that lets you raise and lower your goal in seconds. It's 10 times faster with zero effort. Right now, with your new Pro Dunk basketball goal, you can get the lightning adjust system for free. That's a $249 savings, but you have to call. You won't find this offer on the website, so call Pro Dunk at 281-351-9822 and mention ESPN. That's 281-351-9822.
St. Patty's Day's here, so come and see. Total Wine and More's the place to be. Whiskey Smooth or Guinness Tall. We've got the best. Come grab it all. An Irish coffee, bold and sweet. Or something new, a tasty treat. Not sure yet? Don't fret or fear. Our friendly guides will bring good cheer. With the lowest prices for over 30 years, you'll always find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly, B21.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I own a coffee shop, and I wanted to label everything with our logo.
That's ambitious.
Cups, boxes, bags.
Ooh, that'll add up.
Not at all, because right now, Staples prints custom labels for 30% off.
30% off? That's shockingly affordable branding.
Yep, now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app by 4/4 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
For small businesses, every hire counts, and so does your time. Hiring can quickly become overwhelming, people, from sorting applications to figuring out who's truly qualified. That's where LinkedIn Hiring Pro helps. It streamlines the process so you can focus on connecting with the right candidates, not managing the noise. Hire right the first time. Post your first job and get $100 off towards your job post at linkedin.com/Eisen. That's linkedin.com/Eisen. Terms and conditions apply. Friday show, Brian Windhorst first up. We haven't spoken to Windy in a while.
Windy.
He sounded quite a bit like you on the Bam Adebayo 83-point game front.
Because we're rational human beings.
Okay. All right.
And we know ball.
Has any player or coach come out and said congrats?
Yeah, only like
no, I think
Kevin Durant.
He said he got a ton of texts, including from Mr. There's no buzz here in this town, Dwayne Wade.
And Giannis, he's kind of good. He said congrats.
Yeah, everyone's going to do it to their face.
What does that even mean?
Hey, TJ Gray, congratulations, man. That was awesome.
Yeah. Except they weren't face to face.
And then behind the back being like,
well, says more about them as a human being than
congratulations. Else, right? That's basically what everybody was saying.
Haters say that.
I'm a hater.
John C. McGinley returns to this program. It's been a long time since we've seen Johnny C. Rooster's awesome.
This show is unhinged.
One episode so far, but I was telling Brotman, I laughed out loud in 30 minutes at least 7 times.
Dude, it's fun.
Well, he'll be here tomorrow.
Chris, you think he'll come on, no, spoiler alert, with his shirt off?
We can only hope.
Yeah, Susie and I watched episode 1 of Rooster last night, and I know what you're talking about. Yeah, of course. I mean, I love Bill Lawrence. Bill Lawrence, it's a great show. Wrote it with Matt Tarsis, who's just been around this town and just a great writer, great dude. Yeah.
And Steve Carell is just
Steve Carell's in it. Obviously, John C. McGinley's in it, but this is the same guy with Scrubs and Shrinking. Ted Lasso. Good stuff. Oh, Rod Woodson just joined the party as well.
Hey.
So what we're going to do is tell Rod he's on and then unbook him.
What did that happen?
Well, he's covering the Ravens. So.
That's so bad.
You wouldn't do that to your guy, Rod.
Never.
And he played for the Raiders.
Yeah. So he's got a unique perspective on all of it.
Should I tell? Because, he came from the Raiders. He went from the Ravens to the Raiders, didn't he?
I think he
did.
ended with the Raiders. Yeah.
Okay. So what if I told him?
What if he said?
This is great.
That you're going to go from the Raiders to the Ravens, but no, you're going back to the Raiders.
His last 2 years with the Raiders.
Yeah, he played the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
He was first team All-Pro as a 37-year-old.
Rod is.
Dude.
He's one of the GOATs.
Led the league in picks that year. God, what a
really
legend.
is.
Rod and I called an NFL Europe game for NFL Network early on. And what that meant was not go to Europe.
Yes.
What it meant, you went to NFL Films in New Jersey and called the game off of a television screen.
Yep.
Because they weren't sending us to Europe.
No, budget wasn't that big then.
So it was a Berlin Thunder game. Is that the name of his Berlin?
Berlin.
I think it was the Berlin Thunder. I think.
Wasn't they?
Look it up.
Hamburg.
Professional American football team based in Berlin.
Berlin, Germany.
Yes. Not the Hamburg.
And no, that was
Hamburg.
That was the man who currently runs CW Sports once sent an email and a reply to all. Everybody wondering if the Hamburg's new team would be called the Hamburglers. And that did not go over well with some individual in the NFL front office thinking that he was making fun as opposed to having fun. Life lessons for all. Make sure it's not replying to all before you hit send. But anyway, I digress. I'm sitting with Rod getting ready to call the game, and he's pointing to the screen, and he's like, I ran track in that building. And that building in Berlin is very famous for people running track because that's where the Olympics were held, where Jesse Owens once upon a time told the Nazis, not today, not here.
Not today.
And not with me.
Yeah.
Okay? And I'm like, really? When did you run track in Berlin? The Olympic Stadium in Berlin, and he said when he first came out of college, he held out on the Steelers. He told the Steelers and Chuck Noll and the Rooneys, yeah, I'm not coming until you pay me the right amount of money.
Yeah, he only played 8 games his first year,
and he and he ran track. He's like, I'm going to go run track.
Rob was fast.
Okay,
field. Woof.
Yeah. So, yeah, Rod Woodson's a GOAT.
He was so fast.
All-time leader in interception return for a touchdown.
He was so fast.
So we'll ask Rod how things are with Baltimore, and he lives in Vegas. So it'll be great. He's got touch points. Maybe Max will be there.
At Rod's joint?
Just like, just like the bracketologies, we're all together.
Paging Dr. Brackets.
In one space today. One of my favorite moments.
That was pretty cool, though.
Joe Lunardi just showed up on ESPN without the lab coat.
See, that was for us.
I don't like that.
Was it?
I feel special.
Yeah, I do feel a little bit special.
Joe with the lab coat, greater than Joe.
Or he ditched the lab coat. Like, I am not doing this anymore. Look at this guy.
That's legendary right there.
With his lab coat.
Really?
He's so, yeah, I love it. It's fantastic.
Rich, you got to get the doctorate.
I'm
come on, bro.
Oh, sure.
I want to call you Doc Eisen.
Yeah.
That'll be good.
Yeah.
I'll get my DeLorean and go back in time.
If you could,
yes,
go back in time.
Yes,
in time.
Right now, where would you go and what would you change?
I go right behind the bench and tell Chris Webber we have no timeout.
Oh, okay, I like that.
Okay, that's what I'd say. It's March Madness. I'm just trying to keep it all on track.
Damn, that was good, man. You know what, Rich? I'm gonna applaud that.
Yeah, thank you. It's been a fun day, everybody. Yeah. We'll be back with more on the TV side of things, but radio, we'll chat Friday.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
In sports, wasted time kills momentum. In business, it kills margins. If your team is still hunting through shared drives, email chains, and mystery folders, your documents are calling the wrong place. EAG helps organizations move from document sprawl to trusted information, so teams can find what they need when they need it. Less searching, fewer mistakes, faster execution, because no winning team guesses the next play. Learn more at eaginc.com/ESPN.
It's time to get amped up for the tournament. ESPN Houston is bringing the madness with our Bracket Madness contest, presented by Golden Nugget Lake Charles and supporting sponsors Two Creeks Crossing Resort and Republic Boot Company. Listen for your chance to fill out a bracket and score big prizes, including the grand prize, a 2-night stay at Golden Nugget Lake Charles, plus a $200 food and beverage credit. ESPN Houston's Bracket Madness contest, presented by Golden Nugget Lake Charles and supporting sponsors Two Creeks Crossing Resort and Republic Boot Company.
Hi there. Welcome to Huntington Bank. We're new here, but we've been around since 1866, and we believe that we should all get more from money.
Okay, like what?
Well, like bankers that take the time to learn your whole financial picture and help plan the best path with you.
That sounds good.
And accounts that automatically build your savings each day.
Ooh, I like that.
How about getting paid up to 2 days early?
Okay, now you're just showing off.
Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
The John Clay Wolf Show. Here's what's going on in the Wolf Pack.
Bobo, we appreciate you.
Thanks, man.
Gigi doesn't. She said,
You left me hanging, but whatever. I still love you. And I was there first.
You're talking about the show meeting we had yesterday. She's the only one that showed up.
Yeah, and I'm sitting there like, yeah, guys, I'm 3 minutes early.
Right.
What the heck?
That was 50-1 odds in Vegas.
The John Clay Wolf Show. Every Saturday morning. ESPN 97.5.
John Granado with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, tell me about Round Top.
Round Top is pretty awesome. You have it in the spring and in the fall it's coming up. So if you find a vintage glider, if you find a vintage sewing machine base, we've even done fire hydrant pumps. If you find cool things like that that could use some TLC, bring it to us and we will bring it back to life.
What's some of the weirdest things that you've powder coated?
One lady had an obsession with frogs, and she had 27 frogs that were all doing different activities, reading books, playing guitars, doing yoga, being a ballerina. So that was eccentric right there.
It doesn't matter what the metal is. You guys powder coat it and make it look better.
With no judgment.
Houston Powder Coaters. Give them a call, 281-376-3888, or go to HoustonPowderCoaters.com. You'll probably talk to Robin at some point. Houston Powder Coaters. We've been talking about them for years. We love them. HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
For 72 years, Stokes Hardware has been your go-to family-owned and operated hardware store, serving 3 generations strong. Whether it's plumbing supplies, paint, power tools, or everyday hardware, we've got what you need at competitive prices. Shop local, support small business, and get old-school personal service. Our knowledgeable staff is always ready to help. Hablamos Español. Find us online and follow Stokes Hardware on Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. Stokes Hardware, family trusted since 1954.
What's up, Houston? Lance Zerline here. Listen, if you're looking for a spot to catch a game, hit up Aranda's Sports Bar, ice cold beers, killer tacos, and big screens blasting every home game. Since 1981, Aranda's has been bringing that authentic Mexican vibe, now with the sports twist. Cheer with friends, savor the bites, and feel the energy. Plus, stay late with epic drink specials that keep the party going. Aranda's Sports Bar, your Houston spot for epic sports and bold flavors. Head on over and get loud today.
Can you dig it? Hey, yo, Houston, it's Booker T. And you already know every Tuesday and Wednesday, we're bringing the heat on the Hall of Fame.
That's right. It's me, the Boat Brad Gilmore, and we're talking all things wrestling, UFC, boxing, and the biggest stories in sports and entertainment. If it's making headlines, we're breaking it down.
Hot takes, real talk, and behind-the-scenes stories you won't hear anywhere else. Don't miss the Hall of Fame with me and my man, Brad Gilmore, every Tuesday and Wednesday on ESPN 97.5.
You fancy and have an HD radio? Well, good for you, number one. Number two, listen to ESPN Houston's HD channel, 97.9 HD2.
Let's go! ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal media station.
Houston standing by, over. Jeremy and Joe starts now.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
No, Jeremy, no, George. The Lord is with you today. You get a break. Not me being the Lord. The Lord blessing you that they are not.
I was starting off with a very...
that came off a bit much.
A bit much. That was a bit strong, Will.
Yeah, the Lord is with you on your radio today on your dial. Will Kunkel filling in. Okay? We tone it down a little bit. It's 3 o'clock. We got 3 hours of this. Joe and George not here. I believe...
Joe's out of state.
Joe's
out of state. Well, actually, both are out of state because Branham's and Branham's with the conference tournament, Big 12.
Yeah, they play tomorrow.
Play tonight. Yeah, they play BYU tonight. So they got DeBansa. That'll be fun.
They're gonna beat
that. I mean, you would hope so. BYU obviously lost Saunders for the year, so I mean, Debanza could still take over a game, though.
That matchup is always so good for Houston. I remember being there last year covering them, just because BYU plays so along the perimeter, and you take away that 3 ball, like, forget about it.
Right.
I know Debanza's got a little bit more to his game than they've had some guys in the past, but UH is better than BYU. But UH has flaws, which we can talk about later in the show. But let's talk about the flaws of your Houston Rockets, because it's an interesting conversation. I don't know how you all feel. What's the text line number, Brian? I don't have my notebook.
Oh, it's 713. Oh gosh, I used to have it memorized. It's the same numbers are calling. Hold on. We'll get it here in a second.
We'll call
it's 713-780-3776. There we go.
It's still the HRMP, right?
Yeah, HRMP listener line 713-780-3776.
So call in, text in, because this is like a really sucky situation for the Rockets and their fans right now. And I say that because they're not a bad team. They don't suck. Like, they're not a bad basketball team. They're probably top 5, maybe top 6 team in the NBA, whatever it is, when it actually comes down to their schedule or their record. They have 25 losses, which is their 3rd in the West. And if you look at the NBA and bringing in the East, they're just tied with the Knicks. So they're like 5-6 best team in the NBA. The problem is they're not a bad team, but they're a severely flawed team. And this is a team that's trying to win. When you're a top 5-6 team in any league, you're trying to win a championship. You're trying to win the whole thing. But the gap between them and the first team in the NBA, whether that be the Thunder.
Oh, it's the Thunder.
Yeah, okay. So them being the Thunder. Do you think it's clear-cut? Like, do you think
I do, but I would say even if you look outside the Thunder, because we thought that there was a big gap between the Thunder and everyone else in the West going into the season. Mm-hmm. I don't think what we anticipated was there was also a large gap from number 2, that being the Spurs, to everyone after that.
Exactly.
So now you're dealing with 2 monsters instead of just one.
And that's what just is such a bummer, is that, and I think that if Fred's healthy, of course, and Steven Adams is healthy, of course, they're a better team. They're still not on that level. Like, these guys, it's a different tier. So, we do this in the NFL all the time of tiers. Okay, here are your Super Bowl contenders. Here are the guys that are going to win your divisions. Here's a team that can get into the division the wild card, then into divisional round. Okay, and now let's really start narrowing this thing down. And that's what you do when you have a championship contending team. When you're the Texans 5 years ago, you don't give a damn like kind of where you rank in the NFL. You give a damn where you rank at the end of the season in regards to draft position, and are you going to get the 1st, 2nd, or 3rd pick? Now you're looking at it, okay, I don't really care. Last year was a little different because the Jaguars actually won the AFC South, but the way you look at it would be, okay, win your division, check. Are we hosting a home game? And then who are the possible matchups there? Because you really get into the nitty-gritty of the matchups, and every play, every inch, all that matters, because at the very top, that's what it's like. And so we came into the season with the Rockets the same way. Like, okay, they'll be in the playoffs. Done. Check the box. They were a 2 seed last year, and then we thought that they made some improvements in the offseason to actually really compete for a championship. Like, we don't think they're going to be in the play-in game. We don't think they're going to be fighting for, a playoff spot. We know they're going to be in the dance. But the gap of, like, us competing, like, is it – and the NBA is a weird sport like that, where you put up with the regular season just to get to the postseason. And even now, you're kind of looking at the postseason, like, what's the point of the first round? Like, the first round is going to be blowouts and bad basketball, and who really has a chance? The Clippers are going to make a run. The Timberwolves and the Suns really going to be there in the end, or the Hawks really? Like, no. Let's see what they do, blah, blah, blah. Let's parse it down between the Thunder, the Spurs, maybe the Nuggets, because they have the best player in the NBA. Like, the Nuggets are behind the Rockets. We think the Nuggets are significantly better, as we learned last night.
Well, certainly when they're at home, when the Rockets are coming off a back-to-back.
Aaron Gordon didn't even play, though, right?
No, Gordon was in the game.
Did he?
Yeah, I mean, but they didn't. I mean, hell, Jokic didn't even have a great offensive, like, at least in the first half. I think he was held to 6 points in the first half, but he still had like 5 steals, 7 rebounds, 9 assists, something like that. Like, he was flirting with the triple-double on rebounds, assists, and steals with it barely even scoring. And then obviously second half, no one can miss a shot on the Nuggets, especially Brown.
But the point, like, that I'm hammering here is the fact that these guys are separated by half a game. Like baloney, though, right? Sure, the Rockets are a half a game ahead of the Nuggets. No one actually believes that the Rockets are a better team than the Nuggets.
I would be, if the Nuggets were to face the Rockets in a 7-game series, which I think was the matchup before the game. Like if the playoffs had started last night before last night's game, I think that was the matchup. I don't know if the Nuggets moved up. But yeah, I'd pick Nuggets in 6.
Yeah, gentlemen.
Even if the Rockets had home court, I would pick Nuggets in 6.
I 100% agree. And it's because this team, as I said off the top, is that the Rockets are just so flawed. Yes, they have arguably the best player in the world. I mean, I know he's not, but Kevin Durant is the best player on the court at a lot of times, and he's been great for this team. I don't think anything that's going on with the Rockets right now is Kevin's fault. I don't think anybody points to that. Injuries are number one. No Fred, no Steven Adams. But the lack of development is alarming. Amen Thompson took a giant leap last year. I think we all agree from 2 years ago to last year, that's where he took his massive growth spurt. You know, you see these players from high school to college that grow 6 inches. That's what happened to Amen. He took a huge step. He really upped his game, and we were hoping that he was going to come into this season taking another jump. Now, it's not realistic to think that he's going to take that same leap that he did from last offseason into last year into this season, but it is reasonable to say, all right, I don't need you to get 200% better. Here's what I need you to do, though. And when you talk to players, you always ask them, where do you want to get better this offseason? Or when they come back from break, what did you work on this offseason? And they always say the same dumb line of, everything. I worked on everything. I really wanted to improve my game in all facets. Like, oh, okay, that's great, and that's neat and all. But it's again, to draw parallels, the same conversation with the Nick Caserio and drafting. Like, we just want to take the best player available. Like, dude, no, you don't. No, you don't. You want to take the best lineman possible. Get to the spot where you can get the best lineman because you need to get better on the line. It's the same thing with Amen Thompson. I don't need you to get incremental. You're already a really, really, really good defender, and you're really good at getting to the rack. I don't need you to get now incrementally better at getting to the rack or incrementally better at playing defense because you're already really good. Like if there's a scale 0 to 100, you're like a 90, just for argument's sakes. Now, where you could improve in the offseason dramatically is handling the ball, the ability to dribble, the ability to shoot, the 3-ball. Like you can go from like a 55, 60 to like a 70 or 75. You can make a big jump there. It hasn't been there though. So for all intents and purposes, he might be a better player than he was last year, but for all intents and purposes, he's the same guy.
Yeah, I would agree that it's not a massive difference. Now, I would, just for the sake of the conversation, he is at a career high for points per game. But yeah, to your point, like he's still not able to run the point, which I think was probably always going to be the case. It's probably a little over optimistic to think he was going to develop into a point. He's probably more of a small 4 or 3 going forward. But I think the big thing you like to see for him to develop, and you mentioned, is the shooting. Like he does have a little bit of a baseline 3. He can hit that, and when he gets into the paint, he can hit down that jump shot. But anything top of the key, 15 feet and out is pretty. It's a wild ride. Yeah, it's very inconsistent. So I don't know if he ever gets there. Like there have been guys that have made that. Like Richard Jefferson pointed that out because he was on the broadcast last night. Like he mentioned during the game that he and Amen had similar shooting motions and techniques earlier in their career, and then because Richard Jefferson wasn't a great shooter early in his career, but it slowly developed to where he became a 3-point shooter. I don't know how long that takes for Amen, but I won't completely dismiss it because he is still so young. But there's a lot of room to improve there to hit the ceiling that we hoped he had.
Yeah, and I think that's also part of the conversation because I hate the conversation of like, oh, you're 3 years in, you're not like the greatest player ever. That's unfair. That's unrealistic. I just think that the inability to handle the ball at a competent level with too many guys on this roster, frankly, and that's what kind of magnifies other individuals, including Amen, is the inability of his ability to handle the ball and the inability to spot up and shoot, like to consistently knock down threes. And if you're not hitting threes in the NBA in 2026, you ain't going to win a whole bunch of games. The mathematical equation doesn't change. I mean, if you're not hitting threes, then okay, but you better rebound the best, and you better box out the best, and you better run the best. You better be the best at other things, which they were at a point. But then when they lost Steven Adams and then lost Fred VanVleet, Like, that went out the window. So now they're no longer the best at areas to help make up where they really struggle. And the math equation doesn't change. You got to hit threes in the NBA, and that's another conversation for another day because it's kind of what makes the NBA a struggle to watch. But he's shooting 21% from three.
Yeah, like his only
21%.
His only viable 3-point shot is from the corner. Like he can hit that a decent amount. I'd be interested. I could find it during a break.
That's not a guard. Like, that's not a guard.
Yeah, no. I think he's a 4.
Guard.
I think he's a 4. I think he's a 4.
And I had this conversation with somebody a year ago. I said, "Listen, he's a point guard in this team." He's like, "No, he's not. No, he's not." I was like, "Dude, he is." That's how they used him last year at points. Like, he kind of played everything last year. And now this year he's having to play the one more. He's a little bit out of position. He's got this skill set to where he can play downhill, get to the rack like you would like to see from a 1, but he's not a 1.
No.
Fred is a 1. And in particular with this team. That's the thing. Not everyone is created the same. Not everyone plays the same way. They all play a little different based on the team that they have. On this team, a 1 doesn't need to play downhill. A 1 doesn't need to get to the rack if you have Fred. And the way it's built is that you have Fred. And Amen, when he's handling the ball, they're not good. When Kevin handles the ball, they're not good. And those are their 2 premier ball handlers outside of Reed Shepherd. And Reed's getting minutes now more, which is good. He's getting starter minutes, not starting. I don't understand all that.
I mean, I'm fine with that. All that matters is the minutes
count. I
count.
just don't get it. Like, I'm just trying to wrap my head. I'm not saying there's.
I think there's value in staggering your scoring, though. I think that's probably Udoka's approach. There is like you want a bona fide scorer with that second group because right now, because of the injuries, like it's not a deep bench. Like you don't have a lot of scorers out the bench. So having Reed with that second unit, I think makes sense. But you hit on it. The biggest flaw the Rockets have is the ability to handle the ball right now. The turnover numbers every single night are just atrocious. Like last night, a man had that dunk that put him up 43-42, and then the Nuggets immediately went like on an 8-0 run and basically never looked back because the Rockets were missing free throws. They started off they were 1 for 6, Will. Deep into the third quarter, they were 1 for 6 from the free throw line, but they were missing free throws. Alpe chief among those. He started 0 for 4 from the free throw line, but they're also just turning over the ball. In that 8-0 stretch from when they took the lead 43-42 to when the Nuggets went into the locker room with a big lead, in part because they hit a 3 late right before the end of the second quarter. But the Rockets kept turning the ball over and giving them like there were so many runouts the Nuggets got where guys were leaking out. There was turnovers, getting fast breaks. It was just a train wreck. On top of them you could tell Durant didn't have his legs. Like it was kind of a perfect storm last night.
It was, but it's a perfect storm, I guess, but it's also like the same result again against the good team.
That's
it's
not
always the story.
Yeah, that's not to make an excuse for them because we've seen them do that on the first night of back-to-backs or just, games on an island.
It's what happens when they play a good basketball team.
Yeah, I think they've shown us that there's a clear ceiling to who they can be this year as the roster currently stands. And that's, I think, dependent on matchup, good enough to get out of the first round. I think they can beat the Lakers in the first round, although that'll be a high-scoring series because no one plays defense. But outside of that, I don't think they beat Denver in the first round. They don't beat San Antonio in the first round. Certainly wouldn't beat OKC, although they won't see OKC in the first round. So there's a few matchups I think they can get by and get to a semifinal, but once they run up against Denver, San Antonio, or OKC, they're going to get clobbered.
I mean, I agree, and that's like the sad part is that they're clearly a playoff team. They have Kevin Durant. The emotions were high coming into the season, and it's just like, all right, like we're gonna run this. Like we know that this car is gonna run out of gas before I get home, type of deal. Like I know I'm gonna go as far as I can, and eventually it's gonna putter out, and that's what sucks about this team right now. Do you think that I can't play revisionist history, but when Fred got hurt, like what moves were on the table because for them to not have a competent point guard in-house right now to run this show is crazy.
Yeah, it's weird because Fred got hurt in September, so obviously a lot of the free agency moves are already done. Some of the things they could have done were off the table for them.
I know financially they were limited too.
Yeah, and the other part of that is like there's that rule in the NBA where players who change teams can't be moved before, I think it's like December 15th, something like that, sometime in December. So they couldn't do something like before the season started. They had to get into the season. And I think they just got off to a good enough start that they are willing to not move assets But then you obviously throw the Steven Adams injury on top of that, and I don't know. Like I felt like there was definitely some veteran names in the trade deadline I thought they should have gone for. I don't blame them for not going in on a point guard before the regular season. Like I said, the Fred injury happened late, and you couldn't make a move for anyone that changed teams before like mid-December, so they're kind of handcuffed there. But there were so many point guards that were had around the league and moved for like second-round picks. I thought Rafael Stone should have been in on that, but let's be honest. You mentioned like we know we're going to run out of gas at some point. Rafael Stone said that. You remember his comments right before the trade deadline? He kind of I wish I remember the exact phrasing he used, but he admitted in one of those press conferences right after the trade deadline when asked why they didn't make a lot of moves, he basically said, "We don't think we can win a title this year."
Yeah, he said maybe this is like not our year.
Yeah, that was the phrasing. He said, like realizing this is not our year. Like,
I guess, but he was referring specifically, to be fair, with the injuries and maybe it's not our year to get the injuries kind of going our way. He wasn't like speaking specifically to like winning. I think there was obviously a strong correlation.
I thought he was. I'll try to find the quote during the break, but I thought he actually was talking about winning and losing and why he didn't make a move. Like and to an extent, like I get it, because fans and a lot of media and I'm sure people around the league are going to look at your roster like, dude, you got 37-year-old Durant, you got to go for it now. But I think it's realistic to look at this team and think, well, okay, let's add one of those point guards that went for a second-round pick. Are you better than OKC with that guy? Are you better than Spurs with that guy? If the answer is no, and I think it was, then it's kind of more, prudent to wait a year and go for it next year.
Now, are you still playing the developmental game? Like, at what point does the developmental game
with Reed?
stop?
I think with Reed you are.
Reed, yes, I'm on board with that.
I don't think I would make that comment for anyone else. Like, I mean, now I think Amen and Alpi can develop more because they are 23, whatever years old. But
we got to have an Alpi conversation.
I would move
Bro,
Alpi.
I have had
spoiler alert.
Dude, I don't know that I really came out strong with it, to be fair. So I'm not going to say like, oh, I've been saying this for a while.
Well, you can. Don't tell anybody that.
Fair. Dude, I've been saying this for years. When he was playing in Turkey, when I was watching highlights of him on YouTube in the Turkish league.
Dude, no one does more deep dives on Turkish basketball than Will Kunkel.
And that the Lord is here.
The Lord is here, yes.
But, bro, he is not good enough to be – I don't think he's good enough to be your second best player in a championship team. I think in this league in particular – if you're your second best player, you got to be very, very good defensively inside, or you at least have to be a guard. Like you got to be able to shoot the three, which he doesn't do. He's an absolute liability
I hate it when he shoots the three.
Defensively.
He's so bad from three.
Yeah, he can't shoot the three. He's a liability defensively, and offensively, he has the potential to be very good on given nights. But when he loses it, dude, he looks like Bambi. It looks like he can't walk, like he doesn't have a clue.
Yeah.
It's awkward as hell. So it's like the dude that's overaged but clearly had touch when he played. Like, he's like 55, 60 at the YMCA now.
Right,
and like,
right.
Oh, bro's got touch, but like kind of old. Like, can't really move the same way. When Alpi's off, that's what it looks like. It's like, dude, just back of the rim every time, in and out every time. And then you're kind of like, is it his fault? Is it just bad luck? Or is the touch really an issue at times? And it is.
Yeah, it's weird because, like, when you have the conversation with Alpi, there's always going to be the other side that points to his numbers, right? Like, but
it's the NBA.
I know. Look, I'm not trying to make that argument. I'm just kind of playing out, like, the conversation. Like, there's so many people that will point to is like, well, how many players in the league average, 25 and 7 or whatever his current season average is. And there's obviously very few players, but I think it's just a feel thing with him. Like, you can't look at the box score and get the full impression of Alpi Şengün. You like
1,000%.
You have to watch the game and just get a feel for who this guy is. And like, it's the complaining to the referees after the most obvious fouls.
What is with the Europeans doing that?
Jacking up threes when he has no business to, breaking free throws, and sometimes
just
like
playing Olay defense.
Yeah, I'm not. God, the defense is like.
He's not physical.
To a point where it's almost like not even worth mentioning. It's just so bad. But like, I think the thing that frustrates me the most is kind of what you mentioned. Like, I think you called him Bambi at one point. Like, he has to be the least athletic looking, or like the fluidity of his movement is so athletic for a great NBA. Like, he's a great two-time All-Star NBA player, yet at times he looks like the most unathletic guy on the court. And it's like sometimes when he gets into his post moves, if he can bully a guy and get on the basket, he does really well. But whenever he starts his post up from kind of deep out and tries to do, hell, he got called for a 5-second penalty yesterday. I haven't seen that penalty called since Barkley. And Albie got called for a 5-second yesterday. Like, he looks so unathletic at times when he's trying to post people from like deep out. But if he gets them in the paint, then he's usually pretty efficient. Although sometimes he leaves those bunnies a little.
Sometimes.
And he does leave the bunnies short a little time, or clank them off the back of the rim.
To my point again, to what you were just saying, the frustrating part is there's times where the footwork is like, damn, like that's unbelievably efficient, proper footwork. And then it's like, bro, did you forget how to walk?
And then the next time down the court, he trips over his own feet.
And it's
so weird.
He's like a baseball player in the regards to the stretches are long. Like, he has hot stretches. He's got cold stretches. And they all kind of seem to last. And you're like, bro, this is basketball. You're not and you're not a shooter. Why are you having cold stretches in the paint? Why is that happening? And Alpy is a guy that you need to watch every game of every season to understand what you're getting. I don't need to watch prime LeBron James to understand that he was a good player and what he did. We got it. We got it. Good. Alperen Şengün is a guy you got to watch what he brings, what he doesn't bring in particular, because like you said, the numbers are there. However, if you're going to be the second best player on a championship winning team, this is what he's done in March. Last night he dropped 10. The game before that, 14. 16 before that, 28, 17, 32. Way too much inconsistency. The month before that, he had a game against Miami with 13. At Orlando, 16. Turned it on for Sacramento, 26. And then before that, 16, 16, 13. Bro, it's non-existent at times. And you need to be the best players in the world, and whatever their sport aren't the guy, like any player in the NBA can drop 38 on a night. Shoot. Bam Adebayo can drop 84 apparently on a given night. Any player can drop 38. Not every player can average 24, 25, 26. And there's a big gap between 24 and 20, by the way, which is where Alpy is. Averaging 20, it's not that impressive in this league where you're scoring a whole bunch of points.
Yeah, especially the way
not trying to
pace
be
is
number
now.
2. Not if you're trying to be what's Robin to Batman.
Yeah,
at least.
Yeah, I think that's I struggle with that one. If he can be the Robin, I certainly am 100% out on him ever being the Batman. Yeah.
He can't be the Robin because there's zero defense. Like, who's a great Robin? I mean, obviously Jaylen Brown, elite on both ends, very good basketball player.
Jalen Williams
right?
for the Thunder.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, I was
like what you have to do, you have to be a really good basketball player. And Alpy's not a really good round basketball. You've got to be elite at something if your game falls off elsewhere, or you got to be a really good, well-rounded basketball player. It's just like James Harden's a really bad defender, but he's pretty damn good at scoring the ball. Same thing with Carmelo.
Yeah, so you're saying like his superpower isn't enough to make up for his weaknesses. It's kind of to make it like a baseball term. You've heard this like five-tool player. Alpy has two tools that he's like really good at.
Yeah, and the rest...
maybe half of another, but he's not a 5-tool player.
Hell no.
Like the defense, the shooting from anything outside of 15
ball
feet, ball handling. Yeah. Like the footwork's kind of the half, because there's times like when he's in the paint, his footwork looks great, and then other times that he's tripping over his own feet.
To your point, sorry, got anxious there.
No, all good.
The consistency isn't there, and I think the number one thing outside of obvious talent, the ability to do something, is to be able to do it often, and to do it often well. And he doesn't do that. That's my biggest knock on him, and to disappear defensively. To a point where now Kevin Durant seems to have issues with teammates in private in general. But I'm sure we've talked about this a lot here on ESPN. Did he say anything wrong?
Well, maybe the thing about Jabari was uncalled for.
Jabari sucks in the corner at times.
Yeah, I mean, Jabari he had a good first quarter last night. Then he stopped getting the ball. For some reason, Jabari in the first quarter was like 4 for 5, like, and the rest of the team was like 5 for 17, and then he just didn't get the ball for like 2 quarters. So I don't know.
But that's like I know in arguments not that we're having this argument now, but like I know in arguments when someone tries to pin, if I say Jabari Smith Jr. is just not a good enough basketball player to be the third or fourth best player on this team, they say, oh yeah, what about the first quarter last night? It's like, proved my point. If you have to pinpoint something so narrowly, you've made my point.
No, I'm with you,
know
on
what I'm saying?
that.
Because like for Durant,
point.
it's not like, oh, what about the first quarter? It's more like, oh, what about his first 17 years, his first 35 years? What about every game that he's
don't
doing?
Put 35 years on Durant. That's not cool.
Shoot,
he's only 37.
He's been in the league for like half
He's been
my
in
life.
the league so long. There's pictures of him in a Sonics jersey.
Yeah, he's in Hall of Fames on teams that he's played in already in the NBA.
I think there's only 2 players in the league still that play for the Sonics. Him and Jeff Green, both Rockets.
Holy crap! Really?
Yeah, I think so. There might be one or two others.
No longer.
No, Detlef Schrempf no longer. Gary Payton.
Damn.
Yeah, he's not in the league.
Sam Perkins is no longer out there popping corner threes.
No, Sean Kemp not in the league. No.
But that's my point. Jabari Smith Jr., there's always what about when he played well here? You can't be, what about when I played well? It's like Jalen Green. Yeah, but what about that second game? Okay, what about the other 6, dude?
That'd be a really tough argument to make
and
for
here's
Jalen
the crazy
Green.
part. Jalen Green's probably better than both those guys. Maybe not Alpy.
Yeah.
He's definitely better than Jabari.
Oh, he's not better than Alpy.
That's what I mean. Maybe not Alpy.
Okay.
But at least, I will say this. You can certainly have conversations on given nights at who's better.
Sure, like Jalen, and he was capable of this when he was still in Houston too. He could explode like he did in that game 2. I think it was like 38 points in that game 2 against the Warriors. But then every other game was like 9 points, 8 points, 10 points.
You can't disappear as a star.
Yeah,
you can't. You can't just disappear. And Alpy, to his credit, at least puts the ball up from a shot stand. Like he'll take the shots,
true.
right?
He has no. Yeah,
Jalen wasn't even taking shots in that Warriors series, and that was the most frustrating
believes
part.
in you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Quote
Gretzky.
Michael Scott. Quote Wayne Gretzky. He fully believes in that. Like my frustration with Alpy, not only what we've talked about so far, but like there are times when he gets positioned in the paint. Like I feel like he's a pretty efficient player, although he does have random nights where he just can't hit anything. But like if he has to like bully a guy, if he's not able to get deep post position, he has to try to bully and back a guy in like he's tried to do in the past against Draymond. Like he's not strong enough to back those guys in. But the problem is when he gets the ball in that spot, for some reason he's never realized that. Like okay, I'm too far out. Let me pass the ball off. Move to the other side of the paint, reestablish, get better position, get the ball back, right? He never does that. He'll get the ball, hold on to it, then try to back down. Then run off.
He'll try to Chris Berman.
Yeah, like he runs off 13 seconds of the shot clock before he like finally gives up on it, or he puts up a really off balance, awkward looking shot. So I wish there'd just be more like realization on his part where, if I'm not deep in the post, I need to find a way to, make a different play, reestablish, and then get the ball back instead of trying to force it.
What's his weight, do you think?
Alpy, like 230?
243 he's listed on Wikipedia, which is obviously always correct.
Oh, of course.
243 on ESPN.
100% correct.
Okay, so he's listed at 243. It's 6'11". I'll never forget, and I think this is very soon after this, they went and got Steven Adams. When they played the Pelicans 2 years ago, Jonas Valanciunas, who's 6'11", 265, ate that dude's lunch. He made Alpy look like a little sissy. I mean, he bodied him every single time. Valanciunas isn't, and the point of me saying this is Valanciunas isn't like something great. It's not like going up against Shaq or David Robinson or Tim Duncan or some big beast that's awesome. Like, all right, good luck. Like, bro, this dude ate him up every single time. That happens to you. That's why he looked pretty decent at times against the Warriors, because there was no one there to stop him. The mismatch down low was in Alpy's favor.
He can't back down Draymond. Like that was my frustration.
He did at times though.
Yeah, like my frustration in that Warriors series with Alpy, like when Alpy was on the move, when they were running some sort of action that got him on the move to where Draymond couldn't plant his feet and basically shove him back when Alpy would try to back him down. It was great. Like if he got Draymond on the move, didn't let Draymond, set his feet, he could get to the basket and get up a pretty good shot. But if he was stationary and Draymond had a chance to plant his feet, or anyone else that's Draymond's size or similar or even bigger, like, he doesn't back him down. Like, we see Spurs game, they got blown out, but he can back Wemby down because Wemby's a beanpole. But anyone that's stout, like Al Horford, he couldn't back down He couldn't back down Al Horford the other night.
Yes.
That's
and
why,
then
like,
when he does do it, it's inconsistent. And here's the problem with the NBA, and here's the problem with the Rockets. You need to be 80% on those attempts because the math, they're going down the other way hitting threes. So you need to be you can't be shooting a three-pointers percentage from inside the paint. Like, you got to be a lot more efficient than Alpi is, because it's going to take him, all right, backs him down 7 times. You got to be nailed 6 out of 7 times. You got to be nailed 7 out of 10 times versus.
Did you do that intentionally?
Oh, gee whiz. Hell no. I did not.
I didn't take you for a 6'7" guy, but you dropped
funny.
one on us.
That's funny. But he's not consistent enough, and that's, again, the problem. If you're going to play that style of game, you got to be elite at it. You don't have to be an elite, like 6 or 7 three-point guy, but, 40% gets the job done, obviously.
Yeah, 40% will get you the Hall of Fame.
Right? So even 35%. So you have a lot more opportunities to fail, but also make up for it with the 3-ball, whereas in the 2-point shot, you need to consistently have to back down a guy. Think about if you're playing one-on-one with someone and you consistently back down a guy. You're like, oh, I'm dominating you, and you hit 3 or 4 shots. That's 6 points. They now hit 2 threes. Like, that's the problem with the NBA and the math, is that the threes just outweigh the twos. It's a bad game from that standpoint. And that's why too many teams shoot too many threes, and it's an unwatchable product from that viewpoint.
But to that point, though, the Rockets aren't built to play that math.
Bingo.
They're not built to play
point,
that math.
is that you're relying on a guy that's inefficient at an inefficient way of playing the game. So if you're going to play inefficiently inside the paint, okay, but you've got to be really efficient at doing it. He's inefficient at playing the game inefficiently. We got to take a break. Okay, I got to take a breath.
Deep breath?
Yeah, it's just like...
You feel better? You got a lot off your chest there.
I think
you declared yourself God at the beginning of the segment?
Yeah, I did that. Woo!
You hit us with a 6-7. It was an eventful segment 1.
All right, so we're 33 minutes into the show, and a lot's happened. If you guys got thoughts, someone called in, but we didn't get to it because we were screaming and yelling. 713... Did I write 780 here?
Yeah. 780-3776.
713-780-3776. Call or text in the HRNP listen line hotline. We'll talk more about the Rockets. We got to get to the Texans as well as the Astros. And, I mean, do we have the huevos to talk about this hilarious Lena Hidalgo deal? Have you been following this?
I have not, no.
Yo, it's so
You'll have
funny.
to fill me in.
She called herself the landlord of something. Really funny. We'll talk about it at some point in the show. We'll be back in a minute here on ESPN Radio.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Hey, Hockey Day in Houston is March 21st. Just so you all know, today is March 12th. But Hockey Day in Houston is March 21st at St. Arnold Brewing. But the night before, for those of you not mathing, that's March 20th. That is the second annual Houston Hockey Hall of Fame banquet. That being at St. Arnold Brewing, all right? So March 20th, St. Arnold Brewing is the Hall of Fame hockey banquet. And we have 2 tickets to send you to the event. Tickets include a la carte dining, whiskey, and tequila, and the opportunity to meet and greet local legends. We got 2 tickets to caller number 2 right now, 713-780-3776, 713-780-3776. So, March 20th, Houston Hockey Hall of Fame, St. Arnold Brewing, food, drink, boom. Second caller gets those tickets. Will Kunkel filling in for Joe George and Jeremy Branham. Joe is nude sunbathing somewhere. Jeremy is at the Big 12 tournament. Cougars play basketball tonight. We just had a riveting conversation about the Rockets and their weaknesses and their lack of growth and their problems. I think we could let's talk a little bit about the Cougs since they do play tonight. The Cougs take on BYU this evening in the Big 12 tournament. They got that, I believe, is it a double bye? But they get that bye. So I think they handily take care of BYU. It's always a nightmare matchup for BYU just because the way they play on the perimeter. They pass the ball around. UH does a really, really good job defensively, scrambling and covering those passing lanes and covering up the ground so that you can't get shots out. Now, of course, they got the young freshman that is extremely talented. Probably should have won the Big 12 Player of the Year, but didn't. AJ DeBansta. But he does a couple more things than most players than BYU's history hasn't done. BYU's an underdog, 9.5-point favorite. So Cougs are favored. I think they get the win. But the Cougs are also a flawed team. They're just a little different this year than last. They're missing LJ Cryer's ability to create shots on the perimeter, and they're also missing Jawan Roberts, his ability to anchor the defense inside, plus his ability to, hey, we need a bucket. We've been on a dry spell here from 4 to 5 minutes. Just give it to Jawan, and he'll go lefty hook shot, bingo, bango, bongo, no problem. And JoJo Tugler suffered. He came into the season injured, so he was a little out of shape coming in to play, and you cannot play out of shape in Kelvin Sampson's program. He was out of shape, had to play his way in shape, has played better, but is consistently in foul trouble. So no Jawan. And if JoJo's ever hurt, or ever in foul trouble, he's then not on the court. So there's still a good team, but kind of a lot like the Rockets. There's that tier that's Duke, Michigan, Florida, Arizona, doing this off the top of my head, are like the top of the tier. And then there's a gap there in between. And then there's Houston. So Houston is in the conversation.
Put them with like UConn. Did you mention UConn and Florida?
No, I mentioned Florida. I think Florida might be a little above them.
Yeah,
I think
that's fair. That's fair.
So I think the top 3 teams in the country by far going into the tournament, doesn't mean it's going to end up this way, Duke, Michigan, Florida.
Yeah, or Arizona. I one of the two. Yeah.
I think Arizona's definitely there. I think they just have some lower spots than those other guys play really well.
That's fair.
To competition they
I
play.
mean, I think there's like a list of 8-9 teams that can win it all, and the Cougs are part of it. Just like, I mean, part of what you mentioned, like the Cougs have, I know Jeremy will point to like their overall team offensive efficiency numbers to like rebut what I'm about to say, but like they're a good offensive team. They just more than other good offensive teams in the top 10 in the nation, they just have the tendency to once or twice a game go through long stretches of not scoring. It's not like, oh, well, they went without a field goal for 2 minutes. It's like, every few games you look up and, oh, the Cougars went 5 minutes without scoring a bucket.
And they did that last year. However, last year, y'all weren't scoring either. Like, the other team wasn't going to get a sniff. So, if you went through a drought, you kind of went through a drought for 5 minutes together versus their defense now is not the elite defense. I'm not saying it's not good. Like they have.
I think it still ranks pretty high, but I know what you mean.
It
Like
might,
it's kind of a feel thing.
Exactly. It's the same thing with the Rockets. Okay, they're the fifth. Like if you don't watch the Rockets every night, you're like, they're the fifth best record. They're better than the Nuggets. They're right there with who's right behind them, the Lakers. Like they're not close to the Nuggets, and yet they are better than the Nuggets when it looks to the record, right? Like that doesn't. I don't care. I watched the Cougs night in and night out last year and this year. They are not nearly as dominant defensively as they have in the past. Now, I understand what the metrics say. I understand they're still good. I'm not saying they're bad. But the gap between the offense and the defense is bigger than it was last year. So when you're going on these offensive droughts, you're not also guaranteed, like you were last year, that the opponent is going through a drought.
Yeah, like to back up what you're saying, like I think the Cougars defense is still elite when teams – frankly, dumbly try to run like pick and roll top of the key on them. Like no one shuts down a pick and roll offense, better than the Cougars defense. I still think that's true. But what we saw kind of exposed in the game against Iowa State that started that 3-game losing streak was teams that really have a lot of movement, kind of like the Warriors, like an offense that resembles the way the Warriors run around, run off screens, and just have a lot of movement. The Cougs, I mean, not to discredit them because I think a lot of defenses will struggle against really efficient offenses with a lot of movement, but like the Cougs defense can be beaten when they face an offense like that's constantly moving, coming off the back screens and getting those wide open shots like Iowa State did to them.
Yeah, what Kansas did to them had them in fits. Just to kind of back up my opinion or like kind of what my eye test is with some metrics. I love Evan Miyakawa. I had him on my show, by the way, Kicking It with Kunkel on YouTube. The dude's metric site, Evan and then MIYA.com is amazing. I love it. And so Michigan, according to his metrics, has the best offense in the country and the second best defense. Duke has the second best offense and the best defense. So, like, obviously, 1-2-1-2, you're going to have a chance to win a lot of games. So if one doesn't show up, the other one will likely be there. Arizona has the sixth best offense, but the third best defense. Florida, fifth best offense, fourth best defense. All those very highly ranked, very tightly. Houston is his fifth ranked team, according to the metrics, in the nation. They have the 13th ranked offense and fifth ranked defense. So that gap is larger than any gap by a wide margin. Right. If you get into like the millimeters and the very fine-tuned details when you get to the top, like that gap is great. If you go down to like the top 25, of course, like a team like, I don't know, Nebraska, the 46th best offense, the 6th best defense, that gap is astronomical. That's not, I'm looking at the very, very tippy top of Everest here. That gap is just, it's too large.
Yeah, and I feel like what's going to unfortunately keep the Cougars from winning a title this year is not that they don't have good offensive players. It's not that they can't be really efficient or catch fire at times. It just feels like they're kind of well, I'm trying to think of the best way to describe this, but they're I think against good defensive teams, they're easily defensed, right? Because they have basically one.
They're not a hard guard.
Yeah, well, because they have like one guy who can beat you off the dribble and get to the basket with Kingston Flemings. They have like two guys that can beat you from three on a consistent basis. Like I know McCarty just had a 6-3 night.
That's not him though.
But that's not him on every night basis.
And he's certainly not going to get those ops.
Yeah.
Like Kelvin was not. Those ops aren't coming in the postseason.
Right, because like on an every game basis, it's basically it's Sharp and it's Uzan from three. So you have one guy that's going to beat you off the dribble. You got two guys that are consistently shooting the three. And then without Jawan Roberts, like I know Tugler had a good offensive night in his the season or the regular season finale, but on a night in, night out basis, like he's not a consistent post player. You really don't have a consistent post player. Like your other big getting the most minutes is Sanak, but he's not really a post player. He's more of a spot up baseline shooter. Occasionally threes. But he's slowed down in his the amount that he's attempting from beyond the arc. So I just think they're kind of easy to defend because okay, well Kingston's the guy that's going to drive to the basket. Uzan and Sharp are the guy that are going to try to beat us from three, and they don't really have a post game. So I feel like against really good elite defenses, the Cougars will unfortunately continue to have those dry spells on the offensive end.
The best players and the best teams in any sport across the board do what they do so well that they're going to do it, and they still do it really well. For instance, the best running teams in the NFL. You know they're going to line up. They're going to run it down your throat, and they're going to beat you that way. And you can't stop them because they're just better at moving your body than you are at stopping that. Juwan Roberts was that last year. You knew every time he touched that ball, dribble, lefty hook, boom, done. Like, you ain't stopping it. And he's not like some elite talent at the national level. Like, he's playing overseas now, right? I don't think.
Yeah, he's not in the NBA,
right?
But I don't know where he's playing exactly.
So he's not some like crazy talent you just can't stop. However, he did have this ability, and he had this dog in him that he wasn't being stopped. And he had this one move that at the college level you weren't stopping, and they went to that when they needed it the most, anytime, and it was unstoppable. They don't have that this year.
Yeah, I think that this year, although I don't like it as much as the Roberts post, I don't think it'll be as efficient, but it's really Kingston getting to the inside the paint. Like, he has the ability to come off that pick and roll, get downhill, and be pretty dynamic finishing around the rim. I just think that's, depending on the type of defense you see, especially if teams are zoning you out or if they're aggressively attacking the pick and roll or double teaming, like, they can take the ball out of Kingston's hands. So I just don't see that as being efficient as with stopping the cold runs from the Cougars offense.
And that's what's interesting is, like, where do they go if that's not falling? He's had some severe cold stretches.
Yes.
And it could be. Like, this is, I'm not talking about like, oh, they can't get out of the opening weekend, or oh my gosh, they can't get to the
Sweet 16 at minimum.
I think they get out of the opening weekend. I think they can certainly win the Sweet 16 matchup, but I think it becomes more matchup dependent than in years past. Having said that, like, it's hard to win in the tournament. Their matchups last year, they went to the national championship and they were a possession away effectively from winning the whole damn thing. And they were clearly a top 2-3 team in America. This year they're not that, and they still had that Purdue game. Like, you're going to run into just a matchup.
They nearly lost to Duke as well.
Right, and that's in the Final Four, so kind of like whatever. You lose that game, okay. And Duke was, I think, viewed by most as probably the best team.
I think they're also a 1 seed, just like the Cougs.
So you gotta figure that out, but. They're more matchup dependent this year than last year versus it doesn't really matter who we play. We're going to do what we do, and we're going to do it well. We hope to be winning at the end. And that can still be the case this year to a degree. But, like, I'm taking a look at it. They're just more vulnerable this year. And
I just think they can't run up to a team that can out-defend them. Like you mentioned, they were, I think, 5th. And the defensive efficiency metric you're looking at, like, if they run into another team that's top 5, top 8, like in the defensive side that can expose some of those things we're talking about with the Cougars offense, then I think that's a spot where I would pick them to lose.
And of course, Lenardi's got them in the Oklahoma City bracket.
Oh, not in the Houston bracket?
No, he's got them in the OKC. He's got them as a 2 seed, which is So they would play Furman, win that. Then they would play St. Mary's or St. Louis. Like, I think they win that. That would be their next matchup. And then they would go play the winners of North Carolina, South Florida, Nebraska, Wright State. If that's the case, I love those matchups for them because Nebraska stinks offensively as a 3 seed. Like, that's a great matchup.
Yeah, Sean and I were actually talking about that yesterday. Like, I know Nebraska's been pretty good this year, but it's one of those things where it's kind of going back to what we've talked about several times. It's just a feel thing. Like, I can't take Nebraska basketball seriously until they've done it for, like a few years in a row. Like, Sean was looking at their tournament appearances, and they went to a bunch of them, I think, not all consecutive, but in a pretty tight window, like late 80s through the 90s. And then, like, kind of actually like Cougars basketball until Sampson got there, where there was like a 20-year stretch where they went one time. It was basically the same thing for Nebraska. There was like a 20-year stretch where they went to the tournament 2 times. So I think Nebraska's a team I'll be fading in my brackets just on feel alone. Like, I can't believe until they actually prove it.
Just looking at some of the other 3 seeds, like Alabama's currently a 3 seed. They're not in the same region, but if they were to be, just kind of the guys, kind of teams in that quadrant, if you would, they have a great offense. So, like, that could give them problems versus Nebraska, who's a really, really bad offense but good defense. They could beat Nebraska, have problems with a team like Alabama. So it really becomes matchup driven for them a little bit more this year than last year. And again, like, they're one of the top teams in the country. They're hopefully going to be there in the end. and it's going to be fun as hell to watch, and it's going to be an amazing time because this is my favorite time of year. We're such prisoner of the moments, but is opening weekend of the NCAA tournament or the NCAA tournament a particular weekend the best sports weekend to you, or what?
Yeah, well, I would even actually not even say weekend. To me, it's that first Thursday, Friday. Like when it's just constantly because of the way they stagger the start times, which Jeremy's often had an idea, or he's brought this up many times, that is, where the NFL schedule should do that, or instead of having, half the games at noon, half the games at 3, and then a Sunday night and a Monday night game, where just stagger them throughout the day. Like you have a 10 o'clock start, 11 o'clock start, noon start.
For the Final Four you're talking about?
But he wants to do that with the NFL. No, but what I love about that Thursday, Friday is because they're staggering those tip times. Like I think it's every 20 minutes, maybe it's every 15 minutes.
It's just never a
breath. It's like no matter where you turn, what part of the day, for those 2 days, for 12 hours straight, you have nothing but the final moments of mostly tight games, although obviously there's always a few blowouts.
The beautiful thing about the NCAA tournament is that if the first weekend stinks, that second weekend is going to be crazy because all the best teams won.
Yeah,
they
sure.
all moved on. It's like if there's no drama initially, then all the best teams have moved on and all the best matchups are about to happen in the Sweet 16 and Elite 8. And that weekend is also just as crazy. I could make an argument that weekend's better than opening weekend simply from the standpoint that the product is that much more better. Like the better teams are playing each other versus the 1 versus 16. Now, the drama could be taken out. No, if there's drama in the first weekend, it's crazy. There's many more games.
Then you get Florida Gulf Coast in the Sweet 16. They're facing a 1 seed. They're about to get obliterated.
So I used to be Mr. Cinderella. I loved it. Let's go. The problem now with NIL, in particular because of NIL, that cream rises to the top so much faster, and there's such a clear delineation between the teams that a Cinderella run is not only improbable these days, into the Sweet 6 or into the Elite 8 or Final Four. It just probably really ain't going to happen. I say that it's going to happen now, but it's just not that fun to watch. The talent is consolidated between 6-7 teams. The best players.
You did it again, Will.
Oh, gee whiz, dude.
Mr. 6-7.
This is not my fault. This is the way I've always talked.
But yeah, I'm just giving you a hard time.
The talent pool is just so consolidated amongst the top tier.
I think as college football's shown us, though, I think it's actually spreading out more because, in the past,
not in basketball. Basketball's so different.
I don't know, because in theory, if more teams, because before when teams, at least officially, and not under the table, couldn't pay you, the rosters, the talent would consolidate onto a few rosters because guys wanted to be on the NBA factories, the teams that are playing on Big Monday, getting to the tournament, getting that national spotlight. But now that you can pay players, I think that actually spreads the talent pool out. We've certainly seen that, I think, in college football where the 2 deep for Alabama, Clemson, and Georgia, in years past before NIL and the transfer portal was insane. But now those guys that were second on the depth chart are going to go to Fresno State or some other, lesser school because they can get some NIL money. And that, I think that has made for more parity in college football. And I think the truth is the same. Now I'm not calling for an 8 seed to win the national title, but I think that does potentially create more chaos in the early rounds of the college basketball tournament just because some of those players that were willing to be a backup are going to go be a starter somewhere else.
We got all ones last year.
Yeah, but that's not the norm.
I know it's not the norm, but I think it's going to be more chalk than not because of NIL in basketball. Building a team in football is so much harder. It's 22 guys. It's 3 phases of the game. There's a lot of issues that go into it. The coaching is a big deal. The injuries are a big deal. In basketball, you have 2-3 guys, you're going to make a run. In football, you have 2-3 guys, you're not going to make a run. There's a lot more money to go around. You can spread that well. You mentioned the depth. You know what? Let's have this debate because I think we're on opposite sides of this a little bit, so this could be entertaining. What do you all think? 713-780-3776. Are we liking to see more or less Cinderella runs in the tournament this year because of NIL or for whatever reason? Let us know. 713-780-3776, HRNP listener hotline. Will Kunkel filling in for Joe and Jeremy today. We'll be back in like 2 minutes. All right, we'll be right back. Peace. y'all? Will Kunkel filling in for Jeremy and Joe. They are out. What's Joe doing?
Joe's at a wedding in North Carolina.
He's getting married again?
No wedding number 2 for Joe. At least yet.
And then Jeremy's in Kansas City.
Yeah, he's in Kansas City.
Okay. Whoa.
He's working.
I didn't touch on this. The Big 12.
Oh, I hope
Bro,
you're on the same side as me on this. I think I know where you're
If you're on the other side, you're an idiot.
Okay.
The Big 12 is an elite conference. They are a real basketball conference.
But
this court is a joke.
Thank you.
It's so embarrassing.
Yeah,
what are you doing? You don't need. You're not Eastern Michigan trying to draw fans. You're not Boise State. You're not Eastern Washington.
Right.
You're not in purgatory when it comes to relevancy, dude. You have arguably the best basketball conference in America, and you're running a court that lights up and bounces around with Mickey Mouse and crap. It's so stupid, and it looks like crap on TV when it's gray. It looks horrible.
I hate the gray. Yeah, Branham and Joe are on the other side of this.
What?
I mean,
stop.
I mean, Jeremy has contractually, Jeremy kind of has to be on
No, he doesn't
the other
have
side.
to be an idiot. He's not paid to be stupid.
Well, I mean, the team voice of working for a conference. But anyway.
If it was
that
UH's
aside,
floor, maybe.
Yeah, that maybe so. But, I'm fine with it, for pregame, halftime, do all the cool stuff.
Cool.
But, during the game, I hate the gray court with, the copy and paste Roman numeral 12 just over and 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 over again across the entire. It looks so dumb.
We have TVs now that have these brilliant, bright, vibrant color capacity with 4K, 1080, and you go, here's a slab of gray.
Yeah,
bro, stop.
What better way to show the capability of your high-tech court than just to paint it, basically have it all gray?
And you can't even make out the stupid logos. They're so small for the TV anyway.
So stupid
Here's an idea. Here's an idea. Make the floor hardwood coloring and have a big logo in the middle of your logo. just a thought.
That's radical. I don't know, Will.
I know.
Radical.
Try it and let me know what you think.
You're ahead of your time.
And this is not one of those, people are talking about it. It's good branding. Any news is good news, any attention. Nah, dude. It's tough to watch. It's horrible. It doesn't play well. It doesn't. And now a kid from Kansas State got a migraine from the floor.
Oh, I didn't hear about that.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised. I feel like I get a migraine from it's to a point where obviously I'm going to watch Cougar games. I'm going to watch the semifinals and
but it's going to be a distraction.
Finals. Well, not only that, but it's to a point where I'll still watch the Cougs. I'll still watch the top games, the semifinals and the finals. But the first round, before we get into the teams that had the single or double bye, I don't know, West Virginia versus whoever they play, I ain't gonna watch that game.
No,
it's enough of a distraction that the lower quality games before we get to the quarterfinals and beyond, I'm not gonna watch them.
One of them led to someone got injured because of the court because it's not a proper flooring. It's not the proper flooring.
Oh, because it's glass.
Yeah,
I don't know how the technology works, but it's technically glass, right?
Exactly. Whatever. I don't know. I don't know.
We shouldn't dive into that.
Well, here's what I know what it isn't. It doesn't look good and it isn't hardwood.
Yes.
There is nothing better than the squeaking of the shoes on hardwood. Bro, this is certain things in life don't last because they shouldn't last. This is one of them. Certain things last because they should. The hardwood on the basketball court. Bring back grass for football, Houston.
Radical.
Not just when you have soccer in town.
I mean, they did, and then guys sued them because they couldn't do it right, including their current coach.
Oh, that's right.
And a punter.
Kansas State's Taj Manning was asked about it. He said, it's pretty bad, to be honest. It's slippery. The lights and stuff caused Kamari McGriff to get a migraine. It's a bad floor. They shouldn't bring it back, if you want my honest opinion. It's just
they've
an
done this
eyesore.
for a few years now.
Yeah, this is different. So they had it. Hold on. He said, it's just an eyesore. It's constantly changing and stuff with flashing different lights and all that. Nobody wants to play on that thing. Just want the normal hardwood. So last year, I was there, they had it was hardwood, I believe. But they had the horrible looking
the Roman
the logo.
12.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And it looked like crap, and it looked like crap on TV. This is just worse. They were like, oh, this is bad? Wait till you see what we got next year. We're gonna double down. It's horrible. And it's not, again, if this was a crap conference that needed some attention, like do whatever gimmicky thing you want. I don't give a damn. I'm not watching. Who cares? Bro, this is the premier conference in America, and you're running this gimmicky crap out there. It's embarrassing for the conference. It's embarrassing for the teams that have to play on it. And if it impacts your play, it's even worse. It's one thing to have a gimmick for TV. It's another thing to impact the play because of your stupid ass gimmick that doesn't even translate to TV.
Yeah, so we got to. I'm surprised no one's brought up this idea before. That frankly, it hasn't happened. But 7308 texted into the HRP listener line. Someone good at computers needs to hack the Big 12 tournament court floor and display pornography on it.
So I'm anti-porn, but yes, I thought this was ripe for hacking in general. I thought this was ripe for hacking in the first place.
Why wouldn't it be? Everything is. Right?
I'm not telling you to do it because it's probably you
know what
in trouble.
Can't hack a hardwood floor.
You know what you're not gonna get a migraine from?
Hardwood floor. Well, unless it's the NBA in-season tournament floors.
That floor.
Maybe
those. Also, another gimmick.
Yeah.
That floor and the concept of an in-season tournament.
Oh, so you're out on the in-season tournament?
I am. Are you in?
No. But I feel like I've been on the minority whenever this comes up. So I was just checking before I went fully in.
When you're resorting to an in-season tournament because your season-long tournament leading to the tournament of the playoffs isn't enough, like you got to do the thing that you're already trying to get into the playoffs in the middle of the season because no one cares about your current product. It's a gimmick. It's flawed. It's a bad product.
Is anyone going to buy a T-shirt for their team if they're the in-season champions?
No,
Are they going to hang a banner?
Didn't the Lakers hang a banner for that?
I hope not. God, the Lakers have, 18, 19 titles in their history? They better not hang an in-season tournament banner.
The problem is, are they kind of obligated to do so because...
Oh, like the league would look down upon them if they didn't hang it?
Like, hey, we're trying to sell the fans. This is a big deal.
Right.
Come to these games. And then we win it. We don't give a damn.
Yeah, I guess my point with bringing that up is if it doesn't mean enough to hang a banner or buy the T-shirt if you're a fan of that team, then you don't need to do it.
No, I agree. I agree there shouldn't be a banner. I'm just mean the Lakers probably have to hang it, but it's embarrassing that they are hanging it and they have to hang it. It's not like, for instance, I went to Northwestern. We hang banners of NCAA appearances and things like that.
Participation trophies?
Easy. Kentucky ain't hanging.
No.
Maybe this year. They're not hanging. Hey, we made the dance. You know, like when I worked in Wichita, every NCAA appearance that they've ever had, Wichita State, they're hanging. They got a Final Four run, but certain schools ain't doing that. Like the Lakers or NBA, any team in the NBA that takes competition seriously isn't taking a Fugazi tournament like that and then putting a banner up.
Well, first off, not enough instances of using the word Fugazi, so I commend you for that.
Thank you.
But second, the best example of what you're talking about, I think actually lies with the Astros, because this is before you got here, but when Drayton McClain owned the team and they hadn't won a World Series yet, they actually, it wasn't a banner per se, it was the pennant, but they would put up a pennant for wild card champions.
Exactly. It's so embarrassing.
But guess what happened? Once they had 2 World Series and they had
they came down.
They took those down. Yeah, they took those down. Yeah, now the only things that are up there are the World Series titles and the American League Pennant Championship.
You know what doesn't sell really well in Manhattan? Wild card T-shirts.
Yeah, I never, because I have buddies, and they'll do this for the Texans too, where they'll buy when Academy puts out the AFC South Champions T-shirt or a wild card champion.
Bro, how many of those do you need?
They'll buy them. Why are you buying it? Because either they don't win it all, and you're not going to care about this AFC South Championship T-shirt, or B, they do win it, and you don't want that.
Definitely don't care.
Yeah, you want the Super Bowl shirt.
I agree.
So there's no point in buying this division champion T-shirt.
So I'm a diehard New York Rangers fan. My wife and I and some buddies went to Game 7 against the Penguins handful of years ago. We won. It was overtime, crazy, one of the best sporting experiences of my life. And I was and they were selling, whatever shirts and whatever round it was. I was like, well, here's the thing. I'm not buying that because if they win it all, then that's what I want. And if they lose it all, that's it. I got the second
then
round
you're wearing
shirt.
A participation trophy shirt.
That's just going to remind me that it came to an end. It's just going to remind me that we didn't win it all. I don't want that.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I never understood people that do that.
Where were we? We got text. We
were talking about it was the NIL thing with Cinderellas. Yeah, we had a few texts come in on that. Actually, most of them on your side, so I may have to concede defeat here. But
but make sure you read them.
Yeah, I'm going to read them. I'm going to read them. Will, don't worry. From 9342, I don't think we'll have more Cinderella stories, but we'll have way more individual performances being highlighted from players in smaller schools for NIL with the talent to be in bigger schools.
So I agree with that. Here's the sad part. Is that those talents are going to be gone from that school. If they don't go to the league, they'll go get money at another school. So they'll transfer, and that's what kind of sucks. So you can't build up programs in the NBA or in college basketball anymore. It's just the top is going to be the top because those guys are going to leave one way or the other. There's no more Ja Morant. Now, he was a one-and-done regardless.
Right.
But when he was at Murray State, that was much-watched TV. And it was like, if that's a Cinderella run, that's one I can get behind because there's an elite talent at that school. That's going to be so few and far between. What we will have, though, are teams like Kentucky that don't do their due diligence when it comes to the evaluation process. And I've put a couple things out on this on my channel, Kicking It with Kunkel on YouTube. You can find some of these videos on my Instagram as well. Just type in Kunkel, Kunkel, that coaches now more than ever, and even NFL scouts now more than ever, but coaches in particular at the college level have to do their due diligence on the evaluation process of who they're recruiting. So I'm not talking about the recruiting process. It's always been about recruiting. It's now more than ever about evaluation. Who is the kid? When you give them $1 million, they come into practice, do they not give a damn? Do you have a situation like Kentucky? Do you have a situation like Kansas with Darren Peterson where you give them $1 million, it doesn't matter? I talked to Kelvin Sampson about this in a sit-down interview, which, again, that also on Kicking It with Kunkel, subscribe, become a member now, is that don't get the
I was ready for the smash that bell.
Smash it! Pow, pow, pow! Don't confuse recruiting with evaluation. Those are two very different things. I evaluate and then I recruit. The recruiting will take care of itself. You either have the money, you don't have the money, or they want to go to your school or they don't want to go to your school. In Kelvin's instance in particular, they likely don't have the money. However,
yeah, he talks about them being poor as often as he can.
So they're not poor. They're definitely not poor. However, they don't have the big bucks. They don't have the same amount of money. Kingston Flemings, Cenac, Milos Uzan, Emmanuel Sharp, all those guys have taken pay cuts to play for Houston, but they've all done it because they know what they're getting at Houston. As much as these guys, as much as Kelvin goes out and picks the guys that he does want, they pick Houston. Like, they know what they're getting into. They're going to get into a very hard-nosed program where they're going to get their ass chewed out. They're going to get coached, and they're going to learn. But they're going to get better. That's not necessarily the same thing. Like, a lot of places, it's like, hey, come in. You're going to be the man. Like, whatever. One and done. Like, you do you. Whatever it takes to get you here. That's when things go awry. That's when programs go awry, and you don't learn about the kid. You got to learn about the kid, their parents, how they were raised, how they've been coached. Like, who are they? Who are you getting? So when it comes to this NIL stuff, it's a little tricky in that regard. But again, the cream rises to the top because the money is where the money is. The money and those players are going to go there. So if it clicks, it's going to click. Like, you're not getting talent at these smaller schools enough to make a real run.
So another text in your favor from 4025 has a little bit of a different take on it, but still agrees with you. Less Cinderellas made runs, or Cinderellas made runs with older players in the past. Now those good players are picked up by bigger schools before an older team can be built at the lower level. More portal than pay.
100%.
That's an interesting point because, like, a lot of those teams that made runs, to the caller texter's point, like those lower level schools that made runs, it was like you'd have 4 seniors and a junior. Yeah, but now those guys are leaving.
So look at Houston last year. They didn't have a draft pick, right? They didn't have like an elite player. Like
I think you're right.
Milos dipped his toe in, wasn't good enough to go. Right. He came back.
Sharps
LJ didn't. I think LJ maybe second round.
I think Cryer was the second round pick. Yeah.
Okay. So they certainly didn't have a lottery pick.
No.
But they had a whole bunch of experience. They had a whole bunch of amazing culture and a program that created the team that they had last year. Now, another example is this kid, Nick Martinelli. Again, I went to Northwestern. Nick Martinelli is a senior, and he's played all 4 years at Northwestern. He was the leading scorer in the Big Ten. He could have gone anywhere. And it was such a rarity last night thinking about, like, usually those kids are gone. Like, all right, hey, who needs to plug and play an experienced player that can go help win a national championship or whatever, make a run. That didn't happen with him, but to that Texter's point, that's what happens a majority of the time. Is you either have the elite talent, or you have really good experience and program that gets there. And the talent, more times than not, kind of rises to the top to at least be in the moment. Whether or not they can perform in the moment with the lack of experience, we'll find out.
I really appreciate you nearly almost exactly quoting Macho Man Randy Savage on a few occasions. And his cream will rise to the top.
Is
promo.
that his line?
You're getting real close to giving an exact quote for a Macho Man Randy Savage promo. Not to change the topic, but going back to our T-shirt conversation, like with the championship T-shirts, 5038 text in. Once you win a title, you don't hang anything less than a championship banner
100%.
From Eric the Buyer. Like, I think that's kind of the point we're making. Like, if you win the title, well, you just hang the better one, or you buy the better T-shirt. If you don't win the title, then you don't really want the reminder of coming up short.
Yeah, I don't own anything of any of my teams that are anything less than a title in general. Like, I just...
What about... there was an interesting... A texter did actually point in, I think, one maybe possible exception to this. This was from...
just a...
2, 3... Okay, go ahead.
Sorry. If anything, if you don't do it just because it doesn't make sense to own, like, a wild card, at the very least, you have friends that have better teams than you that they're going to wear you out every time.
True.
You wear your stupid ass wild card.
Your AFC South champion T-shirt.
There are like, oh, nice shirt. Still haven't made a Super Bowl. Can't even get to an AFC
Once you buy an AFC championship
game.
T-shirt, oh wait, they've never been.
Yeah, like you're going to get worn out every time you wear your dumbass T-shirt of "We got to the playoffs and lost." That's all you're wearing a shirt that says "We got to the playoffs and lost."
It has "Kick Me" on the back.
Yeah, it was a fun season while it lasted.
Right. So I think there's one possible exception to this. This is pointed out on the text line from 2341. What about Final Four T-shirts for your school? I think that's a fair,
more event driven.
Unless you're like a fan of North Carolina or Duke or like Kentucky, like teams that have been like 20 plus Final Fours or whatever those numbers are. Like I don't think those fans can buy Final Four T-shirts or should. But any team that's not regularly going to the Final Four, I think your team gets to the Final Four, you buy the T-shirt.
So I kind of disagree with that. So I think the Final Four is such an experience that you haven't won it, but you've made it, per se. You've made it to the goal for the tournament is to win the whole thing. I get it. But the goal is also, in part, to get to the Final Four. So if you get to the Final Four, you've achieved at least a very, very major part of your goal.
Yeah, you cut down the net.
Right, you're cutting down nets. You're going to another city. It's the only four. All the merch is like Final Four driven. It's not national championship driven, really. So, like, even more so if you're North Carolina or Duke or whatever, you could also collect all the Final Fours you've been to. That's like that's a kind of a caveat. So the Final Four is a little different.
It's a fair point. It's just like,
I'm not saying
like if I'm a fan of Duke, like my closet's full with all these Final Four T-shirts.
It can be a bit much.
I may have too many shirts.
They've also won enough to where I got a Final Four shirt. You probably can't even figure out if that's the year they won it all or not.
Right? Yeah.
If you're the Bills, you're probably not collecting Super Bowl appearance shirts 4 in a row.
Are you wearing 1992 AFC Championship T-shirts? No, you're not wearing that.
It's a unique situation that's the one event that if you get to, you still feel accomplished.
I would agree. Like
you've gotten to it's the final location,
maybe the Super Bowl.
Right?
Maybe the Super Bowl.
You've gotten to the final boss in the video game. You've gotten to the final location. You bounce around the entire country. The goal is to get San Antonio last year. The goal this year is to get Indianapolis. All bets are off when we get there, or whatever, right? Like that's your goal, to get the final spot. You did it. Now, of course, let's go win the whole damn thing. And put it this way also, there is 0% chance, maybe some people, there's a very small chance that you own a Final Four shirt and you win it all and you don't own the championship shirt.
Oh, for sure.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're buying
which is also cool. Now, you can own those two things. You can't own a wild card and a divisional and an AFC and a Super Bowl. Like you can't. Come on.
Let's hypothetical here. Your team gets to the Final Four, but you don't want to buy the Final Four shirt yet because if they win the title, you're going to buy the title T-shirt. but then they lose in the championship game. Then do you go back
That's a
and
really
buy the
good
Final
question.
Four T-shirt?
No, I don't think you can
it's just that ship has
retroactively
sailed?
be like, oh God. No, yeah, the ship sailed. You need to buy, so it's more memorabilia and like experience buy, I believe, than it is accomplishment buy as well.
Fair.
So I think you buy it upon arrival. You drive into that Holiday Inn Express in that town. It's because it's the cheapest hotel you could possibly find because every one of them sold out. Every one of them is $1,000. The whole damn city and their family are there, and all fan bases are there. You drive in, they're selling that merch in all the hotels. You buy it upon arrival right away. Boom, you wear it, you represent. Cool, I got it. Oh, damn, we lost. Still got the cool shirt. Versus, oh, man, we lost. Hey, where can I find that Final Four thing?
That does feel, that does
too.
feel bad now that we've talked
You can't
it out.
retroactively buy it.
No, that feels very sad to watch your team like lose the championship game and then walk out and find a vendor still selling the Final Four T-shirt.
Yeah, it's also a day one buy. Like the day you arrive in that city hosting, you buy it. It's, oh, hell yeah. We've been waiting all season to get to Indianapolis. We did it. We're getting this shirt, honey. I know it's $48. I understand it's a ripoff. I need the shirt, and that's my buy. Unless we win it all, I can get whatever I want. All right, let me know what you all think. 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776. I think we're going to dive a little bit more into that conversation about the NIL and the cream rising to the top, but we're also going to talk Astros. We're also going to talk Texans. Have the Texans done enough this offseason so far for you to believe that this team will allow you to buy a shirt that doesn't say wild card winners and then got crushed in the divisional round? Do you think they've done enough? What else needs to be done? 713-780-3776 HRMP listener line. Will Kunkel filling in for Joe and Jeremy. We'll be back in like a minute or two, whatever. Don't move. We'll be back. I promise.
I'm talking about the former Intercontinental Champion of the world, Macho Man Randy Savage.
Nothing means nothing.
Nothing means nothing. Nothing means nothing. What do you mean by that?
I'm talking about all the way to the top, yeah. Unjustifiably in a position that I'd rather not be in, but the cream will rise to the top, oh yeah. Macho Madness, yeah, has got more to offer than President Jack Tunney thinks that I got, yeah.
You're back with Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from inside the Huntington Bank Studios.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Well, if the cream of the crop is definitely rising, you know Jeremy and Joe.
Every time you said that, all I could think about was that Macho Man promo.
The cream rises to the top.
And what's missing in not seeing it is he actually holds up a little coffee creamer as he's saying the line.
So performative. So
Macho Man was the best.
Is that your favorite wrestler?
He's on my Mount Rushmore, but probably Undertaker's number one.
Really?
Yeah, I love Undertaker.
Will Kunkel filling in for Jeremy Joe here on the Jeremy Joe Show. You can watch on Twitch, YouTube. You can listen on ESPN Radio 97.5. You can follow me on all the social media, Kunkel, Kunkel, and you can also subscribe to my show. Smash the button on YouTube, Kicking It with Kunkel. Stone Cold.
Oh, Stone Cold's your number one? That's fair.
By a mile.
That's
I
fair.
have my Instagram algorithm right now are old, like Rock, Kane, Undertaker, Stone Cold, like stuff. I don't know why. I stopped watching wrestling whenever Stone Cold stopped and The Rock left. That was it for me.
Yeah, so
It was a long
Stone
time
Cold's
ago.
last match was 2003. I think Rock was like a year or two later. So.
That sounds about right.
Yeah.
That was the last. And I think maybe Stone Cold kind of.
Although he did have that return match in Dallas a few years ago.
I think I saw part of it just to see it, but like I not find wrestling to be a thing for me anymore. Do you?
Oh yeah. I actually went away from it for like a long time.
So you don't see like that Raw is War era.
Yeah.
Attitude era was wild.
It was. It can never be repeated, obviously, with especially the way they treated the women's division.
Dude,
but it was a wild time and like hit perfectly for a guy who was a teenager during that time.
So I watched the Vince doc on Netflix, and my wife walked in and was like, "What are you watching?" I was like, "You say that now as adults. I watched this as a child. I watched this growing up. I don't know how. My mother hated the fact that I watched it.
Same.
But like the way the women were portrayed, the sexual innuendos, the straight up sexual content.
Oh yeah, I mean Edge and Lita had that. I don't even know if I could say it, but they had a live act on TV.
Yeah, they had. Who was the guy that stripped down to his towel and
Val Venus.
Val Venus.
Yeah.
I mean the Hoe Train.
The Hoe Train, from The Godfather. Yeah.
I mean, it was outrageous.
It would never happen again.
And the women were naked. They were all but naked.
The famous thing with Sable when she has the handprint.
Yeah. Oh my God, dude.
I mean, come on, man.
It was out of like Vince McMahon was a scummy dude.
For sure.
Like, I mean, trash. And Linda and his wife to like go through it hated all of it, but was along for the ride type of deal.
I can't imagine she hated it too much.
Well, I say that like she hated at least the way she talked about it. She hated taking part in it. She hated the fact that like her.
Oh, that I believe. I don't think she ever wanted to be on screen. But.
And she also hated like the cheating aspect because I think there was a bit of truth to that with the Sable.
Yeah. Vince definitely strayed away a few times.
Yeah, he was a bad dude.
Yeah,
not a great guy.
Probably more than a few times.
Okay, let's talk about
not wrestling.
Oh no, wait. yeah. Oh no, Stone Cold's the band. You got text, right?
Oh yeah. So following up on our conversation about like buying T-shirts, like for when the Texans win the AFC South title, and we both thought that was lame. Like wait till they win the title or don't buy anything. So from 7308 also weighs in on something I think is kind of I don't know if it's a new trend, but it feels decently new, at least here in Houston. Like the Astros were really the only one to do it, but I think this guy's right on. So from 7308, random people wearing replica championship rings in public is something that makes all of the blood drain from my brain and causes me to pass out from secondhand embarrassment. Put that bleep in a display case and leave it there.
First of all, Yeah, put it on display case and in someone else's house.
Yeah, like I don't even know if I'd want to put it on display,
I don't
like in a
want
man
one,
cave,
ever.
because it's cheap. It's plastic.
Not only that, that's given to the people that want it. Like there are certain things made for the fans. There are certain things that the winners of the participants get. Like you don't get a replica medal for all the gold medals that the U.S. just won. Like,
okay,
that's
so
not
you would
dude.
never want like a replica.
I want a replica of nothing, first of all.
Okay, fair.
Like, what do I want a replica of? Maybe like a team helmet of some, like a mini helmet, but I don't want a replica. I don't want a fake mock version of something that someone really earned. Like someone earned that ring. Like that's a winning trophy. I don't want a replica fake version of what they actually got and earned. They didn't like bid on it. They didn't buy it. They earned it.
Yeah, that part doesn't bother me as much as I just know it's a cheap knockoff. Like,
but that's
if,
adding. That's like part of like the
yeah. Like
the
if I were to,
it's not for you.
Sure, but like in a hypothetical alternate reality where I had money to blow, like, and I was at some charity auction.
What do you do to money?
Money to blow and not spend on blow. But like if I was at some charity auction, like I would like, I don't know, they had a gold medal up for auction. They had a like a Lombardi trophy, like a legit Lombardi trophy. Like that would be kind of cool. But like if I know, and maybe the Astros replica rings are the extreme example because we know they cost them $5 to make. But if I know
how much do they cost?
Well, they give them out for free, so I can't imagine
they wear them.
Yeah, so I can't imagine I can't imagine they cost more than like $5-10 to
guys.
Make. But
if
like
you're wearing these rings, please call in. Please, I'll be nice.
No, you won't.
I'll be as nice as I can.
He won't be nice.
I'll be as nice as I can.
Okay.
I will be as nice.
I cannot guarantee your safety colors, but
as I can.
Okay. We have a caller on the line, by the way.
I have never. Maybe I hang out the right spots, but I've never seen someone wear a fake championship ring.
What would be worse than wearing the championship ring like on their finger, or doing like the high school thing where they put it like on a necklace and hang it around their neck?
Worse on the finger because it's always visible. You can at least hide it in your shirts.
Maybe
but
so. They're both
you
bad.
It's not your ring, dude. You didn't earn it.
Yeah, that part. See, yeah, you're. It feels like that's your biggest. But my part is like that costs $5 to make. Why do I want it?
But I'll wear things that are $5. These USA sunglasses are $1.80. I wear these all the time. Because
yeah, but they're not meant to be something more expensive. Like that's the thing. Yeah, like
the ring isn't meant for me. The ring is a joke of what someone else already did. That won. That's real. That's legit. So it's fake on all regards. Like, to your point, it's fake because it's plastic. It's fake because it's not. You didn't win anything.
I just hope one of these people that wears the $5 rings the Astros give out, like, runs into a player out in the street and takes a picture,
me too, bro.
Posing with the picture.
Yeah, me too. And that's why my hang up is like so funny because no, not you two.
Yeah, find Lance at Maven, right? And go take a picture with the ring.
Oh, bro, we got our rings on. No, we don't have our rings on.
You and I are not the same.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. All right, let's get to the caller. Who is this?
Let's go to,
Travis?
We just talked about rings, so let's go to Antonio first. He's calling in to talk about this ring conversation. Antonio, what do you got for us?
Yeah. Hey, guys. Well, I went to the giveaway. And that night when I left, I did like most people do in Houston. I stopped by Whataburger to get something to eat before I made it home, and I had it on my hand. It fits my hand perfect, right? When I got up there ready to pay, the cashier saw what I had on my hand, and Whataburger quit working for the next 5 minutes. They were in awe. They were like, oh, my God, can I take a picture of it? Can I wear it? Can I put it on?
This is amazing.
It was unbelievable. I felt like a celebrity.
So wait, hold on. Do you still wear it?
No, I don't wear it out, but just that night, because you get it, you don't want to throw it in your pocket and stuff, so I put it on.
No, heavens. You don't want it to get ruined.
How well it fits, And so it looked like the real thing. So when I was up there paying for my meal,
Did you have a couple cocktails in you at this point?
And it's like everybody just ran up there to the counter, to come over and look at it. It was funny.
Where is the ring now? Where's the ring now?
Oh, those rings, I got two from two different nights. they're both in the my jewelry box, my real male jewelry box that I got from my Lincoln dealership.
So do you think if someone
handcrafted.
breaks into your home, they're going to go looking
Oh,
for
yeah.
those $4 rings and you got to protect them?
Absolutely. Somebody will take them and try to go to the pawn shop because they look real.
Bro, I bet. Oh, man, that's awesome. Good for you, dude. Own it. I love that you got them in your jewelry, your ring box or whatever. Good for you, brother.
Hey, trust me, some people really want them things. I mean, they'll fight you over them, you know what I mean?
No,
some people really,
but
really want those.
I'll take your word for it. I'd stop hanging out those
Oh, yeah.
places if people are fighting you for your $4 rings. Tony,
Hey,
good call, man. I
know it's not
appreciate
Minute
you.
Maid Park no more.
My man,
They
that's
just don't wear them to the game.
That's funny. That's awesome. Tony, thank you, brother, for the call. That is good. As for the championship T-shirt, did someone hung up?
Yeah, our other guy hung up. Travis, if
He
you want
heard
to
what
get
was
back
coming
in,
his
call
way.
back
He's like,
in.
"I'm
Yeah, we'll go to you, Travis. Yeah. I just wanted to go with the ring call first
that
because
was a great
we were
call.
just talking about it.
That was
yeah.
a phenomenal call.
I can't believe that story went to the point where Antonio has it in a jewelry box. That's funny. I'm not even saying that it's like disrespect. I just think it's funny.
It's hilarious.
Yeah, exactly.
Two, if you really think about it, it's insanely delusional.
Sure.
As if it's
I think Antonio knows
it's
though.
not-
Like he's just having fun with it.
if that's fun, if it's there for like hilarious LOL.
Yeah.
But like, imagine if you're a robber, a burglar, and you break into Antonio's home, and you're like, oh, he's got a jewelry box. Hell yeah! You open it up, and you're like, the hell is this? Yo, come look at this.
Alternatively, though, maybe that burglar takes it, tries to cash it in, finds out it's a fake, is like, you know what? This life of crime ain't for me. I can't tell a $4 replica ring from a real one.
Turns his life
I'm
around.
going to go straight. Yeah. So maybe it maybe helps turn people around.
Or the other way, he goes to a pawn shop and gets caught that way because he tried to pawn it off, and Antonio reported it. Police show up.
Can you imagine filing a police report for your $4?
How much do you think it's worth? Well, like sentimentally or financially?
It's definitely worth more sentimentally.
Exactly.
Yeah, I
Is
can't
there a
imagine.
sentimental box on there to fill out? Because I don't want to put down the actual dollar amount.
Yeah,
It's
can you
about
imagine the
$1.80.
police officer taking that report? Like, what did you lose again, sir? Your Lance McCullers 2021 ALCS championship ring.
And you would like us to do what about that?
Yeah.
What are we doing? We can't find cars that get stolen in the city. You think we're gonna find that?
Yeah, I don't think they have the budget to go chasing down $4 replica ring thieves.
Oh, that was good. That's good. You feel better? I feel better. What do you think about the Texans offseason? You think they've done enough? What do you think Nick Caserio's doing?
I kind of think they've treaded water.
So here, let me lay it out just a little bit.
Go ahead. But I think two places I feel a little better about, but go ahead.
Okay, hold on. Reed Blankenship at safety, Braden Smith at tackle, Logan Hall defensive end, Dominique Robinson defensive end, Foster Moreau tight end. Those are the signings that matter, right? Like they've
I
brought
would say
back
two of those
Sheldon
names.
Rankins.
I would say two of those names matter.
Yeah,
like Foster Moreau and
doesn't matter. I'm just naming some of the free agents.
Yeah.
The ones that matter, obviously, Reed, Blankenship, and Braden Smith.
Yes, exactly.
And
obviously, they get David Montgomery through trade.
Yes, very true. True. Obviously, David Montgomery. That needed to be addressed. That is so I said this on my show, Kicking It with Kunkel, is that they both happened the same day. That's why I kind of compared the two. Is the Titus Howard trade in conjunction with the David Montgomery move? Is that the Montgomery move was a checkers move? It was like a very clear, simple jump. My guy, jump your guy. Boom, done. We need to address that position. Boom, we did so. The Titus move was a little bit more chess. We want to get ahead of this, which they did it with Laramie Tunsil last year. Then we saw the deal that he got this year. They're doing the same thing with Titus Howard. He went out there and got a monster deal with the Browns that he was never going to get here. And now they're going to have to rework some things. And they bring in Braden Smith to a 2-year, $25 million deal. But there's still work to be done on that offensive line. They obviously were never in on the Lindenbaum trade.
No, that was way
deal.
too much money. You see the gap between his money and the second highest paid center,
and that's what you got to play the we suck tax. Like that's the
we suck tax is $9 million a year.
But who's gonna? So I actually put this on X. When you're a free agent, money always wins out for all intents and purposes.
Yeah, look at Calvin Ridley.
Right? Like money always wins. You're gonna go where you get the most money. That's kind of the game you're playing. When does that not come into play? Like, There's no way Lindenbaum's not saying no to the deal that he got. But at the same time, his career's over. He's never winning ever again. He's gone to the Raiders, so he has to do it with the Raiders. That's it. It's a wrap. That sucks. So, like, at what point are you like, all right, yes, it's free agency, and I want all this money, but I'm not going to the Raiders. I don't want to go to the Raiders for it. Like, that's it. It's over.
Yeah, I wonder if he sold himself like on, they're getting Fernando Mendoza.
Certainly sold himself.
And Genty's there, and Bowers is there. Like, they could turn this thing, or Tom Brady, you know, whatever. Like, he might talk himself into Clint Kubiak, obviously. Like,
I want to be part of building something. I like the direction.
I think there are, and this feels foolish, so foolish to say. I think there are reasons to be optimistic about the Raiders. I just
not
didn't
in that
think
division there isn't.
Well, yeah, maybe
Chiefs, Broncos, Chargers.
Facts,
bro. That's last place by default. It don't matter.
Yeah, you're not wrong. But like I think there are reasons to be optimistic there. But I just didn't think the loser tax was going to be $9 million. Like the second highest paid center like year to year AAV is Creed Humphrey at 18, and Linderbaum's getting 27. That's just such a massive jump.
I will say pairing him with Fernando Mendoza, a rookie quarterback, is so smart. LOL, Raiders. But it's extremely smart. I mean, look what's going on with the Texans right now. They don't have a sufficient center that, they might like Jake Andrews more than they probably should. But the point is, when you come into this league, you want a nails OC, a scheme, and a center. Like, that center is so underrated as a rookie quarterback or a young quarterback because he helps you with everything and helps the whole offensive line get on the same page. So you pay the suck tax, you pay the rookie quarterback tax, you pay the building tax. Like, you pay a lot of extra taxes to get them. You know, it's like when I lived in Charlotte, they signed Gordon Hayward, and it was like some monster deal, and he ended up being really, really bad. But it was like the first big name free agent sign they really signed, and they paid him to a big deal because you got to pay the Charlotte tax. Like, you got to pay the, we suck and we're not in a major market in the NBA tax. And that's what the Raiders did.
Yeah, no, I get it from both sides. They had so much money to blow, as evidenced by their moves that came after that, because they also signed a bunch of like big name defensive players.
And not granted, but kudos, they did it. They versus Jamarcus Russell, Darius Hayward-Bay, and all
that's
things
true.
Like they went out and actually got some decent
at least the overpay is with someone they know is good.
Exactly.
Versus overpaying in the draft, like drafting a guy way too early, like Henry Ruggs, or Darius Hayward-Bay, like you mentioned. Like, there's so many names we could give for the Raider misses in the draft. Like, if they weren't in the AFC West, that feels like a team on the rise with Bowers and Genty, and then you hope Mendoza develops, and now maybe a little bit better offensive line with Linderbaum there. It's just like you mentioned, Chargers, Broncos, Chiefs. It's like, good luck.
Good luck, dude. That's such a bummer, but I mean, it is what it is. Here's the bad part for the Texans is they're still going to have issues on the offensive line, no matter who they draft. They could nail the offensive draft. They're still going to be rookies. Ariante Ursary, we think, is going to end up being a pretty good offensive lineman. He still had growing pains last year.
Oh, yeah. And his pressure rate allowed wasn't great.
Yeah. And so what if they get a guy like Ariante? Like, we'll be pleased. I think fans would be pleased if they get a guy that's going to maybe project and have a season like Ariante eventually had. But there's still going to be a lot of ups and downs, and there's going to be a lot of moving parts in that offensive line compared to last year.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they do. I think they bought themselves some flexibility, though, with Braden Smith, because obviously he played right.
They have.
Yeah, well, I just mean, like, now they have put themselves in a spot where they don't have to draft left guard or draft right tackle. They could kind of draft either one and then put Braden at the other spot. Like, I know Braden played right tackle with the Colts, but like his profile coming out and everything we saw in college at Auburn, that he was better at guard. Like, they tried him out in the spring there at tackle, didn't work. They put him back at guard. Apparently small arms. Like, he's a really good run blocker. I think I'd like to see him at left guard, because that was such a terrible spot in the Texans offensive line last year. See him at left guard, and then draft, assuming the players are there to do that, but draft someone that can eventually overtake Trent Brown at right tackle with their first round pick.
Yes, I agree. This is where when Nick Caserio says, I don't know what draft for need means.
I can't tell you how much that annoyed me.
Bro, It drives me crazy because, one, he does know what it means.
Yeah, he's just condescending for no reason at times.
Two, it's also, yes, when the pick is up, you grab the best player on the board. I get that. Here's the thing. You put yourself in position to get the best player on the board that you need.
Yeah.
You get in position to get, like, you're not, for instance, if they're drafting, number one, this, just for argument's sake, to make this simple, if they're drafting first overall, they're not drafting the best offensive lineman at 1.
Or they're not drafting Fernando Mendoza.
Exactly.
Yeah, like
you're moving to get to the spot to where you then draft the best available.
Yeah, like the middle ground, and what I don't know why Nick would just say this, but it's always the best. We take the best player available at a position of need, right? And that could even be a place where you don't need a day one starter at. You just need depth at or whatever. But the whole we only draft best player available thing always falls apart when okay, well, a team's got a good quarterback. If the best player is available, as a quarterback, are you going to take that? If the best player Jeremiah Love this year is probably the best player in the draft, is someone team going to take him number 1? No, of course not. It's not actually best player available. No one actually does that.
Not only that, if you left yourself in a position to where you haven't moved to not overpay or underbuy, the position that you strictly need, then you've mismanaged the draft in and of itself. And I've told this story before. When I covered the Hornets, I talked to Mitch Kupchak, their general manager, before the draft, and I was like, what do you need? What are you looking for in the draft? And he was like, dude, Will, I need anybody. I don't give a damn if it's point guard, shooting. We're so bad. We need talent. It doesn't matter. That's not where the Texans are. The Texans need fine-tuning. They don't need a corner. They don't need a defensive edge rusher in the first round.
Yeah, if the best player available is an edge rusher in the first round, they're not taking that edge rusher.
They're trading.
They're moving back.
Yeah, exactly. Or you get aggressive and move up if you think that the offensive tackle that will be there or the guard or whatever, you can go get it. You need to put yourself in position to get the best possible deal and the best possible player at the position you want. You're not the Raiders. You're not the Browns. You're not the Dolphins. You are a team that needs to fine-tune your roster to get to where you need, not draft another wide receiver.
But getting back to Braden Smith, I think that's why that signing, or part of why that signing was so smart. I mean, obviously, part of it just is on the field play. He's a good run blocker. But we saw, I'm trying to remember the tackle that the Eagles jumped in front of the Texans to take. This was 5-6 years ago, maybe 2019, something like that. But by going into the draft with a super obvious, we have to have this position, nothing else type of hole, you just make it so easy for teams to identify, well, we need to get ahead of the Texans if this is what we want. By having some flexibility, well, he could play left guard, he could play offensive tackle. Could the Texans take an offensive tackle, or could they take a guard? Leaving some gray area where teams don't know what you want to do there,
yes.
or that you have to do there, I think it allows them to be maybe less outmaneuvered by other teams trying to jump ahead of them for players they want.
Not only that, it allows you just flexibility.
Yeah,
it just
exactly,
allows you that flexibility. Now, sadly, your offensive line is in a situation to where, hey, guard, tackle, it don't matter. Just draft one of them.
We need a dude.
We need bodies that are good. Now do it. Now it also, the positive, it gives you flexibility to be in position to get one of those guys in the right spot at the right time. Versus you're all right. We've nailed the guard. We've nailed center. We need to get a tackle. It has to be a tackle. Otherwise, we're kind of stuck. So let me know what you all think. What do you think that Nick Caserio has done? How do you think this defense is built? Offense is built? 713-780-3776. At the back end of the show, we're definitely going to get into this Lena Hidalgo thing. It is hysterical with the rodeo. What a power-hungry little lady. So funny. The post she made, the complaints she has, and how many dollars worth of tickets she put up for demand. She demanded free tickets worth a crazy amount. We'll talk all that. We'll get into all of it here on ESPN Radio 97.5. Will Kunkel filling in for Jeremy and Joe. Get involved. Call and text HRMP listener hotline 713-780-3776. Welcome back to ESPN Radio 97.5. You can watch on YouTube, Twitch. You can follow me, Will Kunkel, on all the social media platforms. Joe and Jeremy are out. Joe's at a wedding.
You, Joe.
Jeremy is at the Big 12 tournament in Kansas City.
Jeffrey Brenham.
Jeffrey Brenham.
Do you know that? Do you know that reference?
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Let's
Tim
talk
Brando got the name wrong.
baseball. Where do you see the Astros finishing this season? Their over-under total, I believe, is 86.5, I saw.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
What do you think happens this season?
I kind of am where I think I would take if I'm forced to make a bet, like slight under. Like, I don't think they're going to be a below 500 team. And I think Jeremy would quickly point out that I'm more pessimistic on them than Joe or Jeremy. But
is Jeremy optimistic?
Yeah, he thinks they can win. No, I don't think he's actually given an exact win total, but I think he thinks they're capable of like 90 wins and making the playoffs. So I think Jeremy would definitely lean on the over, and actually he might already have a bet on that. But
85.5 is the over.
85. Oh, so it's gone. Okay. Potentially it's gone down a little bit. Yeah, I think 85.5 is probably fair. I think they're like an 84, 87 win team. I kind of think they're the same team as they are last year. Obviously, you hope Jordan stays healthy, and that could elevate them from where they were last year, finishing a half game out of the playoffs to potentially getting back into the postseason. But one, I'm just not going to bet on Jordan staying healthy. It's kind of one of those things where I'll believe it when I see it. And even if he does, they have other players with injury histories like Altuve and Correa. Plus, you got to wonder about the depth of their rotation.
You got to worry about the top end of their rotation.
Yeah, I misspoke. It's not so much.
And the back. I mean, you got to worry about the rotation.
Yeah, well, outside of Hunter, obviously, but
of course,
yeah,
the guy.
Like it's not so much that they have depth. The problem is the depth. Besides Hunter Brown, is a bunch of guys that, at least as of now, on paper, I'll concede that, you know, Imai or Burrows could level up, but right now on paper they've got a bunch of 4 and 5 starters after Hunter Brown.
So I'm like,
in their outfield, like, I don't know, man, Cam Smith, Jake Myers was that a career year? Like, I'm not overly optimistic about the outfield, so all that adds up to like a 84, 87 win team to me.
Yeah, and I think Seattle much better.
Yeah,
I think Rangers are better than last year.
I don't really believe in the Rangers.
I'm saying I believe in. I just think they're better than last year.
Oh, well, okay. I mean, that's fine.
Like I think Houston's an under.
If DeGrom stays healthy,
I believe that the Astros are an 82 win team.
Oh, so you're even more pessimistic than I am.
Well, they lost Framber Valdez.
Yeah,
like
that's
every time he pitched nearly 200 innings last year.
It feels like we as a whole, we being Astros fans, are underselling how big of a loss that is.
Bro,
it's not even just the quality, it's the bulk. Like, you could pencil him in for, on a bad year, 180 innings where he's throwing quality starts most of the time every single year. And now that's out the window.
Like, his problems aside, generally speaking, he performed well throughout the season. Like, there's no doubt about that. He was a very good starting pitcher. It was always a question, was he the one or was Hunter the one? There is no doubt who the one is this year. And then it's like, all right, do we have a bunch of 3, 4, 5 guys? Or is there a number 2?
Yeah, I think Imai or Burrows could level up too.
They could.
But could is the word, right?
Bro, as soon as you start playing that game, going into a sports season, I did this for years. I worked for Fox in Charlotte, and I covered the Panthers. We were the home of the Panthers, so we couldn't say, like, bad things. It was always like, if this, if that, if this and this and this.
You had to play the optimistic game.
You play that game, it doesn't happen. And LOL at everyone getting on Joe for saying the back of the baseball card line. Like, that is what's up.
On the back of his baseball card.
You are what you are. Like, you know, and now Imai's new. Burrow's a little bit new to this team. That you are what you are. You got what you got. Christian Walker, he's not any younger. I don't know that.
Do you believe in the second half last year?
It was okay. It wasn't great. He had
it wasn't Arizona, but it was pretty good. I think because I think obviously people remember, well, Jose Abreu had a great second half of the season.
He was awesome in the playoffs,
right?
The year before.
Yeah, like I think he had like a 10-day IL stint, like 1st of August, and he came back, and from that point through the playoffs, Jose Abreu that first year was great. And so I'll raise my hand. Some people believed, okay, that was just a slow start, and he's the guy that we remembered before, and then he clearly wasn't. So there's definitely that fear with Christian Walker, but I keep holding on to, like, he was hurt going into last year with that oblique injury. Like,
he was,
it kind
but
of
he never really got. I mean,
Yeah,
his defense suffered too, and that's what scared me the most.
They like the timeline on that to make it back to opening day. Like, he got back quicker than the timeline suggested he should have. So I do wonder how much of his first half was colored by that oblique injury that we don't know about. So I do hold out more hope that Walker not gets back to Arizona, Christian Walker, but is, you know, a plus offensive player and a good defender.
I hope so, obviously.
I think the infield, if healthy, could be great. I just like it's
that's the thing.
It's the
So
pitching,
they're not going to be
it's
healthy.
the starting pitching behind Hunter Brown. It's the back end, the bullpen. If Hader, like what's going on with Hader's
And
injury?
there you go, right there. You're not going to be a good baseball team if you don't have a good rotation back in the bullpen. Like that.
fair.
That's the
That's
bottom
fair.
line. You won't be a good baseball team unless you mash. And this offense is not mashing. They're not mashing. They didn't mash last year.
No,
and they didn't get any better.
But Jordan played 40 games. Like that's the.
But that's
the
Jordan now.
constant
That's the
what if-
conversation we'll have.
That's the constant what if with this team. Like there's a lot of if all the boxes get checked in a favorable answer, like Correa is the Correa he's capable of being. Altuve's healthy. Jordan's healthy.
But
Christian, there's
that
a lot
Correa
of
hasn't
ifs.
existed for 3 years.
Sure, I'm just saying, like, if that happens, they could be a team that has a top 10 offense. I think that upside does exist. I'm not betting on it because there's too many reasons to point the other direction for me to, you know, put money on that side of the conversation. But I'm just saying that like the potential is there. Outfield concerns aside, that they could have a top 10 offense.
The potential is potentially there. It's
Yeah,
like
no.
a double.
Again,
like,
I'm betting on an under on your 85.5. But I mean, I think I'm at 84, so way more optimistic than you at 82 wins, right?
Carlos Correa hasn't had 100 hits since 2023 when it was 118. Like, he hasn't been himself. He hasn't played in games. 51 last year, all on plus 93. So he actually played a decent chunk last year. 86 the year before that. I mean, this infield is going to get hurt. They will be beat up, which is why I think it's actually smart that they're a little logjammed. I think it's smart by Dana Brown to keep all the bodies he can possibly get.
Like, because of that, because they didn't make the move that some people called inevitable for their untenable infield position.
The
Chandler Rome, yeah. He's kind of a villain on the show. But, like, because of that, like, I think they can withstand the Carlos Correa misses 20 games. The Christian Walker misses 15 games. Like, the more the concern on the offensive side to me is the outfield. Like, does Cam Smith get it together?
So I agree that they can withstand a Pena, Correa, Cole, maybe not Cole, but the infielder, Correa, Altuve injury. They can withstand it because they have bodies. The issue is what they're losing. Are they any good and what they're filling any good? Like, I think Isaac Paredes out of that group is probably the best player. Jeremy Pena is the best player, Jeremy Pena by far the best. And then Isaac, Altuve hasn't been good for a really long time. He just hasn't.
I would push back on that. Altuve was a plus offensive player last year. Find the numbers. Like his power was there. His OPS was. Harold, I want to bet with Jeremy on his
overall,
OPS.
he was it was a plus half WAR. I'm a WAR guy.
Yeah, but right.
The
but
year
that,
before
that
that, he was
factors
3.4.
But find his offensive WAR because the overall WAR that you're looking at is looking at his defense too, where he's a butcher.
Shoot, what's that website called? Savant.
Yeah, Baseball Savant. Yeah.
You're right about that. But he was out of starters last year. I did a segment on this. Is that Altuve, Walker, and Jordan were the three worst players on the Astros at a deep point in the season. Now, of course, Jordan got hurt, so it stayed low. He got it.
Because Jordan also started slow,
like
so
crap.
his bad numbers held.
Right, they stayed. Altuve wasn't very good. He was so bad defensively, and then Christian Walker was bad all year. And that's where if those guys aren't good, you're not going to be good offensively.
But that's the thing. Like you talked about, kind of the worst case scenario with a lot of those guys. Like Christian Walker was really bad for, I don't know, half to 2/3 of the season. Jordan Alvarez missed or only played like 40 games, and Altuve was a butcher in the field. and took a while to get going on the offensive side as well. So those are kind of like the worst case scenarios for all those players you mentioned, and yet they're a half game out of the playoffs. So if you're trying to paint the positive side, like the worst case scenario, I mean, other than missing the full season, obviously. So, but like the 95% worst case scenario for Jordan, Christian Walker, and Altuve happened last year, and they still were a half game out of the playoffs.
All right, so here is Jose Altuve's offensive and defensive wars. So he was a plus 2.3 offensive WAR last year. Okay.
Good.
Okay, but it's cut in half to what he was in 2024 when it was a 4.8.
I'm not saying he's prime. I'm just saying he's still a good offensive player.
Yeah, but the problem is he's got to be better than 2.3. He was a negative 2.2 in the field.
Right. No, I know
that's a
that.
big
He's a butcher.
loss.
He's a butcher for sure.
And
honestly, like years past when the Astros were at the top, like obviously everyone talks about the offensive production and the pitching, but one of the things they also hung their hat on was elite level defense. Like Yuli was great in the field. Obviously Bregman was great in the field, and so on and so forth. Hell, even Altuve, before he got a little older, he actually won a Gold Glove. Mostly because of the range. But this team's not going to win. If they make the postseason, it's not going to be because of stellar defense. I don't think. Other than Pena and Jake Myers, like they're really good defensively.
The problem is your leadoff guy or two-hole hitter can't really be a 2.3 offensive WAR guy. Like on a winning team, like you got to be better. Like your best players have to be better than a 2.3 offensive WAR guy.
Yeah, I will concede that Altuve can't be your best offensive player because if he is,
he can't even be like a top 2 or 3. He can't even be like.
I think he could
not
be
with those numbers. Like it kind of is what it is. I'm not like for everybody that's like about to drive off the road. I'm not saying he's not a Hall of Famer. He hasn't like he's done a lot for this city. Like and he's a great guy. All that, but he hasn't been that great of a baseball player. Well, I guess last year was the first time we really saw it fall off defensively the last 3 years.
Yeah, I still push back on the offensive side a little bit, but I think you're right. He can't be your best offensive player, and I will also say he can't be your second best offensive player. Like he's probably at a point where you need at least 2 guys to be mashing at a level beyond what he's capable of doing at this age. But I think he, along with a group of others, that they're all kind of around that 2.5 mark. If Jordan and name another Astro take the lead and are killing it, playing it like Pena got MVP votes before. Obviously, Jordan's got MVP votes in the past. So those 2 guys are playing at MVP vote caliber baseball. Then I think Altuve with the group of others like Yainer Diaz and Correa and maybe Jake Myers lives off or redoes last year's offensive numbers. They could live in a world where there's a group of guys that are in that like 2.5 WAR behind Jordan and Pena.
That's a huge question.
It is.
But like the Jake Myers in particular, because I thought he was one of the most valuable players in baseball last year. The way he patrolled center field for a team that was really bad defensively, like what he did and what he brought with his bat for this team. On other teams maybe it goes noticed a little bit. But I thought Jake Myers was so freaking good for this team last year. He was a 1.9 offensive WAR and a 0.9 defensive WAR. I would have sworn his defense would have been higher. But there's a lot of question marks there, man, and a lot of people. This reminds me of Derek Jeter's back end of his career when he really had no business batting at the top of the lineup. He still was. Do you have the huevos to move Jose around? And he did come out of the leadoff spot last year. I don't know that he's a 2-hole guy.
No,
he's a further down in the lineup guy, but does that ever happen? He's shown that he's willing to do anything. I get it, but is that part of anything? Like that's a big hit to take.
I think if I were, and I think lineup talk for the most part is kind of overrated, but I think if I were building the ideal lineup, he would be hitting third.
Man, really?
Yeah, I think Pena's your leadoff guy, like we talked about. Like
I love Pena. I pushed for 2 years for him to be the leadoff.
He's locked in. I think Paredes is your two hitter. Love his patience at the plate, trying to get runners on base, and then I think Altuve and Jordan are your guys that drive the runs in, so they're 3 and 4.
I'm not anti one of those guys being 3 or 4.
And then after that, Yainer and Christian Walker are your 5, 6. I think that's the top 6.
I think if you're going to be good, you got to have Cam Smith's got to be better. Like Cam Smith.
Yeah, if they're going to hit, like we've had some texts come in saying the Astros are going to win 90+ games. If they do, it's because Cam Smith has worked himself like legitimately into the top 6 of this lineup. Like he's earned he's earned the right to be like the 5-hole hitter.
Think about
if he plays at that level, they could win 90 games. But it's just I got to see it.
It's unfair to compare these teams to the World Series teams. It's just unfair. It's not. These teams are not. This team is not nearly as good, right?
Way off of that.
But think about how the depth and how long that lineup was. I mean, those lineups were crazy.
Yeah,
long.
I think it was sometimes people will post like the 2019.
Yeah.
And like I think I'm trying to remember who it was, but they had like all-star caliber players hitting the 8th spot.
Exactly.
It was like basically other than Maldi, everyone was an all-star caliber hitter.
Even 2 years ago, Maldi's final year, he was the lone guy that was not a particularly good hitter.
And not only was he not particularly good, he was historically bad.
He was an automatic out. But they had 2 years ago, like 1 through 8. That's the series with Jose Abreu's final year. That year,
23.
Yeah, that year they had a pretty long lineup. And Jose Abreu, for how bad it went in 24, they don't beat the Twins without Jose Abreu. He had
I agree with that. He was great, not only just in the postseason, because he was also good in the second round against the
Rangers.
That sounds dumb.
Yeah,
he was good against in the ALCS against the Rangers as well. But really, like we talked about earlier, like he heated up mid-August and it was crazy. Like if you just isolate that chunk of time for Jose Abreu and play he's on pace for over a full season, like he looks one of the best offensive players in the league. And well, we know what happened next season.
I mean, that was a sad story.
Became one of the worst hitters of all time in that next season.
So that's not a lineup. That's not a lineup at all. Damn it. But that's a team that had Maldonado, Jose Abreu, Jose Altuve, Jeremy Pena, Alex Bregman, Corey Julks. Why is he less?
Julks played occasionally. I don't think he was playing much in the postseason.
That was like Dubin, and that was the year.
Yeah.
Was that the year Dubon? Sorry, Mauricio Dubon. McCormick, was that his 70 RBI year?
Chaz's, I think Chaz's great offensive year. I think
He had 70 ribs that year. Yiner,
I think he hit over 300 too. Like he was a really good year that year.
You had Michael Brantley. Michael Brantley was more. So like that lineup is long as hell. That was in 2023. This lineup this year is just not that. This lineup this year is so much shorter. I mean, you're looking at your top.
I mean, I feel pretty good about the top 6. You're right there. That's not as long as lineups of other past good teams.
Sure as hell ain't as strong as the top 6 was on that, because they're all for the same guys. They've all fallen off, and if they're new, they're not as good.
I don't know if that's fair.
Jose's fallen off.
Really, you could say 7. Like if you throw Jake Myers into the conversation, I feel good about your top 7.
I like Jake.
No, I'll concede there's question marks of those top 7. There's question marks for like 5 of them. So I'll concede that this
for more than half
yeah.
Your
well, I'll concede that this could go horribly wrong very quickly. But I think there's optimism that the top 7 could be a pretty good lineup. Now 8 and 9, we'll see. But I feel pretty good about the top 7.
What do you like? I just got a text about someone's internet video that went crazy yesterday.
Oh, you talking about Aaron Wilson?
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, we can't play that audio, but
dude, the hilarious.
I can't believe he got on that.
The hilarious part is that he pretended to know someone he didn't just to feel important.
Yes, I think that's getting overshadowed because everyone's laughing at the name, the quote unquote name he said.
The name,
but like he played along as if he's like done scouting work on this player that was made up.
Arrogance and pride will kill you every time. That's the craziest part. You know, you see those videos all the time from like Peloton instructors. They'll say names like LOL, ha ha ha. But they're not acting like, oh, yeah, my old friend. I know this guy really, really well. Like, they're just saying the name because it's popping up on their screen. Like, okay, you got fooled. Whatever. Don't matter. Move on. The crazy part is you pretended to know something that you didn't, and you always do that. That's your MO in general.
Oh, so he's been doing that before? Okay.
He's just a clown in that way. Yeah.
Oh, so we have some breaking NFL news. There's Lance's breaking news sound. Kyler Murray officially a Minnesota Viking.
Yeah, we saw that. That was the inevitable move.
Yeah, definitely inevitable.
Do you like that?
I mean, yeah. I mean, I think Kyler Murray has the talent, like the raw talent of a top half of the league starter, and Kevin O'Connell is the quarterback whisperer. So I don't mind them giving it a shot. Like, what's the alternative? Like, run J.J. McCarthy out there for another year? No, thank you.
You can't without an alternative, right? Like, if you want to run him out there, like, fine.
Yeah, at least now you have the idea of someone to push McCarthy. And if you want to say, okay, he was I think, was it the number 9 overall pick, 10 overall pick? Like, he was a top drafted quarterback. We got to give him more than just the one season starting because his rookie year he was hurt all year. Fine, but at least now when he inevitably just looks awful through 4 games, you can turn to Kyler Murray.
Yeah,
with time now for Kyler Murray to like really take in the Kevin O'Connell offensive scheme because it'll be different than what he ran previously under Cliff Kingsbury and others. So I think there's potential there.
I'm just out on Kyler. Things I've read and I've seen.
I get
not
it.
only the hey, you need to study clause, but just the way he apparently like I didn't just watch a whole bunch of film of him. I've watched guys break down his film recently.
You can pretend like you did, like Aaron Wilson. Just pretend like you did.
So bad. So that's the most embarrassing part, and it's like that's why you're not trusted. Is that he just doesn't go through he's not very good at playing the position of quarterback. He's a great playmaker when things break down and can make things happen, sure, but within a system, he just doesn't play the quarterback position well.
Yeah, that's fair. Like he kind of suffers now from like the David Carr syndrome where like you see whenever he drops back, like you could see him like looking down, looking at the rush. Well, actually, he doesn't have to look down to the rush. He's so short. But he's looking at the rush. He's not looking down the field anymore. I think with some confidence and with some coaching with Kevin O'Connell, like maybe because like those early seasons, not that it led to any postseason success. He was one and done the playoffs the only time they made it. But like he was putting up some big numbers before like the confidence got beaten out of him. So I think with Kevin O'Connell, there's potential there for at least some offensive production that won't have Justin Jefferson like hating life.
I have no problem on the flyer because you don't have anything else in the building. I don't think J.J. McCarthy's the answer.
No, I'm out on J.J. McCarthy.
I'm definitely out on it. I never thought that was a good draft pick at all. Do we need to take a break?
Yeah, let's go ahead and get out and we'll come back with one more.
Okay, we're going to take a break here. I want to talk about C.J. Stroud a little bit. We'll talk about the Hidalgo deal as well, 713-780-3776. Will Kunkel filling in for Joe and Jeremy here on the Joe and Jeremy Show. Super creative, guys, on ESPN Radio. Make sure you guys follow me on Instagram, TikTok, X. Just type in Kunkel, Kunkel. We'll be back with more here on the Joe and Jeremy Show next.
This is Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Why don't you play real songs for Comeback With Me? You play it for the other guys when they're here.
This isn't a real song?
Is this like AI music?
No, this is Rage Against the Machine.
I don't know it.
All right. Don't know ball. Will Kunkel. Started the show calling yourself God. Now we found out at the end of the show you don't know ball.
I don't know anything. Will Kunkel filling in for Joe and George. Appreciate y'all that have tuned in.
Joe and George.
Joe George, and Jeremy Branham. Jeffrey Branham.
Just you, Joe.
Jeffrey Branham. There we go. Now we got them both.
Joe and Jeremy. Sorry about that. Not really. Like, whatever. Let's talk about C.J. Stroud. To do or not to do? What do you do? What's your take on this? I'll bounce off of you on this because I got strong opinions on this.
You have a strong opinion on something?
I know.
That's so amazing. I can't believe that you have
I've got
a take on this. I think there's no harm and really no other option but to, and they obviously already did, pick up his fifth-year option and play out this year. Hoping that the improved offensive line, maybe some of your younger wide receivers now in year two, talking about one of the 25 Iowa State guys on this team with Higgins and Knoll.
You said they already did?
Did they already pick up their
I
fifth year
don't
option?
think so. I know they announced that for Bryce Young. I haven't seen that they announced that for...
I thought that deadline had already passed. Anyway,
it's May.
Oh, it's May? Okay, my bad. I thought I saw that, but maybe you're right. Maybe
I think you might
Young.
be... breaking some news.
Maybe I'm just
May 1,
from the future and speaking it's the truth. But he's going to get the fifth-year option. He's going to play this year. They're not trading him, right? So I hold out hope that an improved offensive line, year two with Caley, some of the weapons going into year two, speaking of Higgins and Knoll, that has that potential to elevate play because I think, sadly, where I've got to with Stroud is that he's not a game manager, but like Goff, he's a player that can't carry the team, but he can be carried with the team, right? Like he's good enough if the team around him is good that he can play at a high enough level to win games and important games in the playoffs. But he can't do it like the greats do, like Josh Allen has done for years with nobody at wide receiver and carry that group of guys. Like he kind of needs everything around him, which makes me nervous about paying a quarterback because once you pay a quarterback, it's a lot harder to get all the guys around him when he's making that much money. So I don't know. Like I don't feel like he's going to win them a Super Bowl, but I feel like he's going to at least get this year and next.
So here's the problem, because you're saying two things a little bit at once. Is you do the fifth-year option and you liken him to Goff. Well, Goff's getting $53 a year.
Which is, I think Stroud's going to get it.
Yeah, exactly. So why not, if you believe that you're Goff, or you believe that he's in that
I think he's in
tier,
that Goff group. Yeah,
that's $53 million a year. So if you believe that, then why not get ahead of it and extend him now? Because if you believe he's in that tier, then he's gonna have like you said, Caley's a little better, the offensive line a little better. You can run the ball.
So you want to extend him this offseason?
Well, I'm not saying that that's my point of view. I'm just kind of just bouncing off of you based on what you've said. You've said, hey, let's just do the fifth-year option, but then also said he's like a Goff. Well, if he's like a Goff, then don't you want to not do the fifth year and extend him now? Because Goff is getting paid $53 million a year.
Yeah, I guess it would depend on what sort of savings you think Mulligetta would give you, and I don't think Mulligetta's track. Yeah, exactly.
It's just a matter of like who comes up now, how does it all play? I don't know necessarily.
But I'd be willing to eat a few $1 million worth of losses if Stroud plays really well. Plus the contracts go up around him to where, well, instead of now making 53, he's going to make 57. Okay, well, if he's playing well, then I'll eat that.
Then worth every penny.
Exactly. So, like, I get the idea that maybe you can lock him in at a rate lower than what you would in a year or two from now if he's playing well enough to keep him. But I just don't think the savings are worth enough to take that risk. Because, I mean, I'm not sold that it's going to work out. That's just kind of where I'm at. Like, as bad as he was in the postseason with the record-breaking fumbles against the Steelers and then the record-breaking interceptions against the Patriots, I need to see it before I even try to pay him at that Goff level.
There's two options as far as I'm concerned. It's either you give him the fifth-year option and wait to sign him, or you sign him. There's these people that are like, dump him, get rid of him. excluding the fact they have no idea what the hell they're talking about, and you don't just jump a guy into his third year. He's still under contract, etc. Like they're ready to move on from him, type of deal. Like who are you replacing him with? Like what's the option? You're never going to be bad enough in the near future that you're picking top 5, which is where you're going to get a quarterback from. And if you look at the contracts, like Dak's getting $60 million, Jordan Love $55 million, so is Joe Burrow, Trevor Lawrence $55 million, Josh Allen $55 million a year, Jared Goff $53 million, Brock Purdy $53 million. Like, bro, he's getting paid. He's getting paid. It's a matter of when he's getting paid because he's never going to be bad enough. Like, who's bad enough that you're just going to move on from him? Like,
that's because there's been 2 conversations on that. Like some people have used what you just said, like they're afraid of the Steelers before Daniel Jones, although maybe even with Daniel Jones.
Steelers, Colts.
Yeah, no, but I'm talking about like they're afraid of the quarterback purgatory that the Steelers and Colts have been into, right? So that has been the reason why they have been. Some people will endorse like let's pay Stroud now, like. Like they're afraid of moving on from Stroud, even though they recognize his limitations because they're worried about being in that quarterback purgatory. Like I get that, and I will co-sign that as far as not moving on from him this year. But that fear is not going to move me into paying him right now until I see him earn it on the field. Because look, the rookie year is distantly in the rearview mirror, and not only that, when you dig in some of the deeper numbers, like we did this on the show, I don't know, a month or 2 ago, like dug into like his off-target throw rate, his bad throw rate, it wasn't any better in his rookie year. It's like I think we're living off of that rookie season being kind of a mirage, and like this last 2 seasons are kind of what Stroud actually is. So, like
but he's not that bad. Like,
but he's also not that good.
That's fine.
I think he's.
Well, is he not that?
He's like unproven Goff.
But Goff is pretty good.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. Like an unproven Goff. Like he's had Goff like
I think he's got better potential than Goff. I think that if you don't, I think he's got better potential than Goff. I think that there's a gap between him and Goff right now. I also think that if you don't protect him, who gives a damn what he could or couldn't be? Like, you know, I liken this all the time on my show. He's been rattled to a degree that you need to protect him. And if I punched you I think I've said it in this face on this show before, and maybe I've said it to you. But like if I punch you in the face 9 times,
right,
and then the 10th time I cock back and I pump fake and you flinch, I'm like, oh, you flinched. I'm like, well, yeah. I mean, you just punched me in the face 9 straight times. Of course I'm going to flinch. I just got sacked 52 times last season. Of course, when the line breaks down, I'm going to be a little skittish. I'm going to be jittery. I'm not going to stand tall and just trust the line blindly. And that's the situation they're in. And then you pile on with Nick Caley was not ready to be an offensive coordinator at this level. Nick Caley didn't have the right system built in. I don't know whether CJ liked it or not. The offensive line was bad. Like there were issues larger than CJ in the beginning of the season in particular. That like the CJ conversation was another time and another day, because until Nick Caley figures out in this offensive line, it doesn't even matter who the hell's playing quarterback.
I mean, it's fair. Like I remember, you remember how bad Patrick Mahomes got beat up in that Super Bowl
against the Buccaneers. Yep.
Well, yeah, also the Buccaneers, but I was actually talking about the Eagles one. Like the rate he got pressured at in that Super Bowl was actually lower than the rate CJ Stroud got pressured in 2024
for a whole season.
So 2024 is fair, but the pressure rate and the sacks allowed actually improved. I'm not saying the offensive line was great last year, but those numbers improved a great
incrementally. They weren't good. They were middle of the pack. And the problem is they weren't.
But
they're not consistently good enough to trust, though. And when you've got
at some point, like we've seen Joe Burrow deal with bad offensive lines.
That's Joe Burrow. Like, okay. For the sake of
Tom Brady's dealt with bad offensive lines.
Kind of. For the sake of this conversation, CJ is not Lamar Jackson. He's not Josh Allen. He's not Joe Burrow. And he's not Patrick Mahomes, right? Like there's 4 guys in the league that can overcome things that most human beings on earth just can't. CJ's in the crowd that you need help. Now, he's not. That doesn't mean that he's Bryce Young or Caleb Williams. We'll see what happens there, or Aaron Rodgers at this point, Justin Fields, Malik Willis. Like, he's not in that camp. He's in the the Jalen Hurts, probably better than Jalen Hurts.
No.
As a thrower?
Okay. Well, maybe strictly accuracy. Okay.
If you put C.J. Stroud on the Eagles, I don't
think the Eagles win it 2 years ago with C.J. Stroud at quarterback.
Maybe not. That's a tough argument to make on my end.
Yeah, and I can't imagine Jalen Hurts those 4 interceptions.
Is he better than Trevor Lawrence? Trevor had a pretty decent year. He's $55 million a year. Is he better than Brock Purdy?
No. At least not on the field now. But I think his potential's higher. I mean, as damning as using the potential conversation is, like, I think his potential's higher than Purdy, but he hasn't been on the field the last couple seasons.
Context does matter. Like, I know it's like, who's better, A, B, or C? Like, well, all right. In what situation? Brock Purdy in that situation is going to be better than a lot of quarterbacks that he physically is not better than because of Christian McCaffrey and because of Kyle Shanahan. You put CJ out there, CJ's going to look just as good, if not significantly better than Brock.
Yeah, no, I will concede that. Like, I'm just talking about with what they actually did on the field.
Right.
But if you were to wife swap them to where CJ Stroud's now in San Francisco and shout out to wife swap, and Brock Purdy's in Houston, like, yeah, Stroud would outperform Brock Purdy. I think he's a better overall talent, but actual production on the field, I think, has gone in the favor of Brock Purdy the last couple of years.
Even Jane Daniels, he was crowned the king, and then obviously the injury. I know it's injury related, but who knows? Like, what comes? You don't know what's going to come after that. Is he Caleb Williams? Is he Bryce Young? Drake May? Like, Anthony Richardson's already toast. Like, you know that he's not Anthony Richardson. He's way better. Like, Anthony Richardson's done. Like, that dude sucked from the start. Like, that's not that.
No, he's not in the bottom tier. I just think he's in a. Here's I think where the conversation is. Like, until further,
he's your quarterback until, like, you're so bad you can actually get one.
Well, not only that, but until evidence given to the opposite, like, he's kind of in that middle tier that needs so much around him to go right that I'm afraid to pay him at a level.
Enough.
Well, I'm just afraid to pay that middle tier quarterback that needs so much around him to be right, because when you pay that quarterback that much, you're not able to afford the things around him. Like, some of the moves the Texans have made the last couple of years, especially that offseason where they signed, Daniil Hunter and Zeke Alshire and others. Like, they can't afford those types of off seasons all that much or all that often if you're also paying your quarterback, top 10 money.
I hope this doesn't happen just for CJ Stroud, because I love CJ. But, like, what could potentially happen is that, like, Sam Darnold, for instance, is making $33 million a year, $33.5 million a year last season. Is if it goes poorly for CJ, he's a guy that, like, okay, he's now figured it out. You give him 33, 40, I guess at that point it'll be like 40 million a year, and then he'll win the Super Bowl, and he'll be pretty damn good. Like, he'll be real good.
I have had that same fear that this feels like, because we've had this run now of what was it? Baker Mayfield turnaround. Before that, a Geno Smith briefly turned around.
Geno, Baker,
Sam Darnold. Like, we've had all these quarterbacks who were
Daniel Jones
drafted. Well, Geno Smith was a second-round pick, but a lot of these quarterbacks are drafted high and then failed and went to other locations and won. Like, kind of feels like it's trending towards that with C.J. Stroud, where, like, he needs a change of scenery, he needs competent offensive staff, because for some reason the Texans keep hiring these unproven guys who have never called plays. And then when he eventually gets that coaching from a competent offensive staff, he has the type of success that he should have had.
And it's like, oh my God. Because I do think that the, like, holy crap, this guy's really, really good is in there. I think that's a very we've seen it. It's happened. His numbers under pressure, by the way, are, I think, I don't know what all the metrics are. I haven't seen it in a while, so I forget. But they were second best in the NFL throwing the football under pressure. It doesn't mean that when
it feels like his overall numbers should be really high, because he's always under pressure then.
Well, so what I'm saying, they're not obviously on par with guys that aren't under pressure.
Okay.
But I'm saying his numbers compared to other guys that are also under pressure are good. But they're not like.
Well, we have good news for you, CJ. Big. You might be under pressure again. Although we'll see. I do like.
He's still better not under pressure.
Yeah, I do like the Braden Smith signing. Although, for whatever's worth, PFF graded much higher as a run blocker than a pass blocker.
Whatever. But then, okay, at least you can run the ball and set up the pass or something. Like, at least you didn't have the ability to run the
especially
damn ball
now with David Montgomery.
You couldn't do anything last year.
No, I'm excited about the David Montgomery Woody Marks pairing.
You are?
Yeah.
I am if they're used properly.
Yeah.
That
So is that Nick Haley concern then?
1,000%. My biggest concern on this team is Nick Haley because it all starts there because it's not very good. It just wasn't. It got better, but the gap to grow was pretty wide. I mean,
I think even more so than it was for Slowick. Like I remember, maybe you'll remember the point of season this happened because you're there at the press conferences. But there was a point in the season. I want to say it was maybe first 4 or 5 weeks. I don't remember who asked the question. Hopefully it's not you because that'll be embarrassing that I quote this to you. But he was asked about motion rate, and he actually made the case that using motion was a game plan decision. Whereas, you see this every year, like the teams that use motion the most in the NFL are
part of their scheme.
Yeah, because it's not, oh, well, we're facing the Colts this week, let's use motion. No, motion's just part of your offense, and the teams that score the most, it's very well correlated to the teams that use the motion the most.
It wasn't me, but I do remember that question.
Yeah.
Which I was like, what?
It's like that question and answer made me feel very nervous about Nick Haley's competency as a play caller if he thinks using motion is something that's a game plan decision.
Yeah, and it was. I did not. I agree.
I felt like an archaic answer.
It was kind of the same kind of answers that we would get on Jalen Knowles. Like, even from Frank Ross, who's the man, was like, Frank, we don't have a punt returner. Like, sometimes it's Jalen. Sometimes I was like, well, he's their best. So, let's just use that guy. And then the same question with him on offense. Like, why is he not on the field? Like, he's better. Why is Braxton Berrios all of a sudden, when guys are hurt, getting snaps, and especially coming out of the bye with Seattle?
They were giving fullbacks more snaps than Jalen Knowles. It was so dumb.
So dumb. It just didn't make sense. And that's my biggest issue with Nick Haley does he get it figured out? And if he does, then okay, let's see if we can get off and running. But if not, then here we are again. And it all starts with him. And I said this on the show months ago, I was debating with either Jeremy or Joe, do you think that no matter what happens offensively with Nick Haley, he's going to be back because they understand the offensive line isn't good. They understand that. And now here we are. That kind of sees what's happened. My biggest bugaboo, my huge bugaboo with this offseason is that you keep Nick Haley. Okay, fine. I actually thought this was the first time they should have moved on from the offensive coordinator. Last year with Bobby, I said, whatever you do, if you move on from him, bring in somebody experienced. If you keep him, bring in somebody experienced to help him as an assistant that's been around the league a little bit but doesn't really want to be the OC but has some knowledge. But do that now with Nick, and they didn't do that with Nick.
They just went out and hired Bobby Slowick Jr.
That's what I mean. They didn't bring in. They lose Gerard, and then they move Bill Lazor. This whole time, everyone's telling me Bill Lazor's the guy that's been around the league offensively. He's on the defensive staff. He's not even part of the offensive staff.
Yeah, Bill Lazor's not the answer.
Exactly. So, and if he wasn't the answer with Bobby, what the hell tells you he's going to be the answer with Nick?
Yeah, I don't think they actually. Do you think they actually have the answer for these offensive woes? I don't think they do.
No, I don't. That's my concern.
They kept the same play caller. The places where you maybe decided that, okay, the last couple of years, they decided offensive line's a problem. They fire their offensive line coach. They promote from within. Quarterback's the problem. They fire their quarterback coach or mutual parting, whatever, and then they promote from within. So it's like you hire inexperienced play callers, and then the problem positions that you identify as the problem, you fix them by hiring from within from the same staff. It just doesn't give me, and all those guys usually happen to be from the same university, John Carroll. It just doesn't give me a lot of confidence that they have a grasp on what it'll take to fix this.
I agree. The best places and the best places to work are places with different mindsets. All right, let's talk about this.
You got about 1 minute. Can you get this in 1 minute?
Yeah, Lena Hidalgo, is that her name? Right, the first name, Lena?
I think you're right.
Hidalgo, nonetheless. She went to the rodeo last night, demanded to get on in those chute seats that cost $450. She was told no because they were sold out. She got pissed, then blamed it because she wasn't white, therefore she wasn't allowed out there. In the meantime, she was granted every time. She was the only person to always ask for tickets, $9,000 worth of tickets every time to go there. Then she posted on Facebook saying, it's owned by Harris County. I'm the judge of Harris County. I'm effectively the landlord of NRG Center. She pulled that power move. That's like saying I pay your salary to a cop. Except the taxpayers.
Is that do you know who I am?
Yeah, dude. The posts that she has the gall to write on Facebook are hilarious. It's one thing in the heat of the moment to say something stupid. It's another thing to write something out thinking like it sounds good, and people are like, nah, this is really, really bad. So now apparently her privileges have been revoked at the Houston Rodeo that she took $9,000 worth of free tickets to.
Can we have her seats?
In the suite? She would go to the suite.
She's not going to be able to use them now.
Talk about overprivileged. That's crazy. All right, Will Kunkel filling in for Joe and Jeremy here on ESPN Radio. Appreciate you all letting me do that, and you guys listening in. Brian, you're the man. Appreciate everybody that called in, texted in. If you haven't already, subscribe to my channel, Kicking with Kunkel on YouTube. That's going to do it for me, and I'm back tomorrow actually.
Yeah, you and Jeremy, and I'll be here too.
Hell
Joe's
yeah!
still out.
We ride. Peace.